Chapter 1263, The Fish and the Bird. This silence was the same as when they said their goodbyes while flying away from Penglai. It had been 100 years, but this scene was still the same. Wang Lin was silent because he didn't know what to say. Whether it was because he had said it was best if they forgot each other, or how he had found Qianmei's bracelet, Wang Lin was unable to say a word. That bracelet had saved Wang Lin's life in the seven-colored realm. He would repay this kindness, but there were no special feelings in this repayment. His heart was already dead and could only hold Li Muan. Unless it was when the world was destroyed, unless it was at the moment of death, perhaps he would choose a different path. However, right now he couldn't do it. Or to be more accurate, Li Qianmei hadn't really entered his heart. Wang Lin only admired Li Qianmei as a fellow cultivator. Only the appearance of the bracelet and the twist of fate had made this admiration a bit complicated. Wang Lin even felt that Li Qianmei's excellence shouldn't be displayed for him. They only knew each other through the 3 questions, and aside from that, they knew nothing of each other. They didn't have the several years spent in the Sea of Devils, the hundreds of years of waiting at the Cloud Sky Sect, no shock of dying of old age in the valley, and no music that accompanied Wang Lin for his 2,000 years of cultivation. There was also no painful roar from Wang Lin that shocked the world when the messenger of the heavens arrived. Even if the heavens want you to die, I'll take you back. This was a promise. This was Wang Lin's promise to a woman. That's why Wang Lin remained silent facing Li Qianmei. Wang Lin's heart felt complicated toward Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip and said, "Can you sit with me for a while?" She was sitting on the grass in the courtyard. The moonlight fell on her, making her very beautiful and alluring. Wang Lin silently sat down beside Li Qianmei as he looked at the bright starlight in the night sky and the charming moonlight. As he sat there, the fragrance from Li Qianmei's body entered his nose, and he seemed to relax. "During these 100 years, were you well?" Li Qianmei lowered her head as her hands played with a blade of grass, so it entangled her finger. Wang Lin softly said, "All right. Did you look at the painting?" Li Qianmei smiled as she looked at Wang Lin. There was a beautiful implication under her calmness. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Li Qianmei's face. Then he quickly withdrew his gaze, but didn't speak. "Thank you for your treasure. It accompanied me on the battlefield for these lonely 100 years." Li Qianmei softly said as she looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin opened his mouth to say something, but in the end didn't say anything. "In a few days, I'll have to leave." Li Qianmei looked at Wang Lin. Her eyes seemed to be trembling, but her gaze was even more determined. She still looked at Wang Lin, but her fingers seemed to entangle even more grass. It was as if no matter what, her fingers didn't want to break free. Wang Lin silently pondered before saying, "I will send you off." Li Qianmei revealed a smile and winked. "I thought you had become a mute." Wang Lin bitterly smiled and silently shook his head. "You said you were going to send me off last time, but if I hadn't gone back to find you, you wouldn't have sent me off." Li Qianmei's eyes seemed to tremble even more, but she still looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin avoided Li Qianmei's gaze as he looked ahead and whispered, "This time I'll send you off." There was bitterness on Li Qianmei's face. She looked at Wang Lin and felt like he was very far away. Even though he was right beside her, she felt like he was far away, so far that there was no force that could bring him closer. Just like a fish looking at the bird in the sky. It shed tears in the water, but the bird couldn't see, because what separated them was the unbreakable surface of the water. If the bird happened to land beside the river and saw the fish in the water, it may pause for a moment while looking at the fish, but it would soon open its wings and leave. It would cause bitter ripples to echo across the surface of the water, affecting the fish's body. "After I leave this time, it will be a long time before I can come back. Or I might never come back," Li Qianmei whispered in Wang Lin's ear, making him even more silent. "I'm an orphan. Master picked me up. Going to the battlefield at the demon sect is my destiny. If I never come back, I hope you remember." Li Qianmei wrapped her fingers around the grass. Her fingers gently trembled, becoming entangled even tighter. She didn't tell Wang Lin that his figure had become even more clear in her heart. She didn't tell Wang Lin that she had risked her life, while seriously injured to recover the golden pen. She didn't tell Wang Lin what kind of pressure she was bearing to come here. Her weak body couldn't bear this pressure. Only the dead could leave the battlefield at the demon sect, and she withstood the pressure of the heaven-breaking sect, the demon sect, and 100 years of battle, yet still decided to leave midway to meet someone that was far away from her. She also didn't tell him that because of her departure, there were many different voices of dissatisfaction in the heaven-breaking sect. There was also condemnation in the demon sect due to her departure. She also didn't tell Wang Lin that her departure meant that she had missed the chance to actually enter the demon sect and receive their teachings. She didn't say any of this, so Wang Lin wasn't aware. "When I was little, I found out that I was different from others. My hair is blue. No one in the Cloud Sea has this hair color. I still remember how my playmates used to laugh at me when I was a child. Qianmei softly said with bitterness in her eyes as she recalled her childhood. I cultivated very hard, and teacher refined a lot of pills for me. With these pills, I was able to reach my current cultivation level. My cultivation was given to me by Master, by the heaven-breaking Sect. I have to go to the battlefield. That is my destiny. Qianmei didn't loosen her hand that was entangled by the grass. Instead, she pulled up the grass so it was still entangled around her fingers. She stood up and moved her blue hair. She looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "If one day I'm no longer here, will you remember that in your life, there was a woman named Qianmei that quickly passed by?" Listening to this, Wang Lin felt a sting of pain in his heart. His face was slightly pale as he looked up at Qianmei and gently nodded. "I'll." Qianmei revealed a smile, but there was a hint of sadness in this smile. She looked at Wang Lin as if she wanted to completely engrave him in her memories, or completely erase him from her memories. There was a distance that was same as leaving and forgetting. It was immeasurable and just as far. Just like when the fish at the bottom of the lake saw the bird leaving. It struggled to jump out of the water so it would no longer be stopped by that barrier. However, it only got one glance before it fell back into the lake. Wang Lin looked at Qianmei, and the bitterness in his heart became even stronger. He faintly remembered back when he opened the heaven-defying Bead's gate and stepped inside. It was as if he had seen his previous life. At the end, he saw himself become a bird. In his blurry memory, he seemed to remember that as a bird, he was once attracted by a bright-colored fish in the lake. He landed next to the lake and carefully looked at that fish. At that moment, the fish in the lake also looked at him. Accompanied by the moonlight, Qianmei's sigh was like a gentle wind. It diffused across the courtyard and gradually disappeared with her figure. Looking at Qianmei's back under the moonlight, Wang Lin softly said, "Thank you." "Why are you thanking me?" Qianmei stopped and turned around to look at Wang Lin. Her expression was still calm. Wang Lin silently pondered for a while before waving his right hand, and a bracelet appeared. "It saved my life once." The moment she saw the bracelet, the serenity that she used to mask herself collapsed. She looked at the bracelet, stunned, and gradually revealed a smile. At this moment, she became dazzlingly beautiful. Qianmei blinked and softly said, "I remember. I threw it away. I accidentally picked it up later." Wang Lin's expression became a bit strange. Even he himself couldn't believe it when he said it. "Oh, so you accidentally picked it up." There was a smile in Qianmei's gaze as she nodded. "I'm giving it back to you." Wang Lin knew that Qianmei had misunderstood him, but this was a misunderstanding that was difficult to explain. Wang Lin got up, holding the bracelet, trying to return it to Qianmei. "You picked it up. If you give it back to me, I'll throw it away again." The smile in her face became even wider as she carefully looked at Wang Lin and left. "Remember, you promised me that you would send me off." Qianmei's words gently arrived. Her body gradually disappeared into the moonlight as she returned to her room in the courtyard. Holding the bracelet, Wang Lin let out sight. After a long time, he put it away, and his gaze fell outside the courtyard. There was another woman standing there. This woman was an absolute beauty, and she was also looking at Wang Lin. She looked bleak and lonely under the moonlight, and they stared at each other. This stare made it feel as if they had returned back to planet Suzaku and back to the Hangyu sect. When a woman named Lu Mei who was born with a water spirit root looked into the crowd and saw a youth named Wang Lin. Chapter 1264, To Know. Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei's gazes met across the open courtyard door. This door was like an uncrossable gully, and the two of them became silent under the moonlight. This silence was different from when he was with Qianmei, but he didn't exactly know what the difference was. It seemed that in Wang Lin's life, aside from Li Muan, there would also be someone called Lu Mei or Mu Bingmei accompanying him. Planet Suzaku was like this. All heaven was like this. Now, in the Cloud Sea, it was still like this. Under this silence, Mu Bingmei lowered her head and slowly walked forward. She stepped through the door and entered the courtyard, stopping 10 feet from Wang Lin. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Mu Bingmei raised her head to look at the night sky. Her voice was a bit hoarse. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from Mu Bingmei, and his gaze was calm. The complicated feelings from the past were gone, as if he was looking at was an estranged friend. Wang Lin calmly said, "Many things in this world are difficult to predict." Mu Bingmei's beautiful face displayed a dazzling beauty under the moonlight. This beauty contained a noble temperament, and it was an aura she naturally had from being the brilliant void saintess for many years. No woman Wang Lin had met in his life could compare to Mu Bingmei. She was like a fairy that shouldn't exist in the world that had accidentally descended on this world. Difficult to predict, there was a hint of bitterness on Mu Bingmei's face. Why did you come to the Cloud Sea? Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei. Although she had brought him endless pain, she had deeply imprinted herself in his mind. He could never completely forget about her. However, Lu Mei belonged to this woman, and Lu Mei continued on with her. Sometimes, even Wang Lin couldn't tell if she was Lu Mei or Mu Bingmei. However, none of this was important. When Wang Lin left the Alliance star system, he had ended all feuds with this woman. Even if that wind returned, it could never affect his heart. Do you know a person called Tuo Sen? An ancient god? Mu Bingmei looked at Wang Lin. There was a hint of bitterness and also a deep sense of worry in her eyes. Tuo Sen. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly changed, showing a hint of coldness. He escaped. All Heaven's army collapsed. He killed countless cultivators, and they had to retreat back to All Heaven. They no longer dared to enter the Alliance. All Heaven had a powerful cultivator named Master Lu Fu. He avoided the Alliance star system and didn't dare to fight Tuo Sen. Mu Bingmei's words were calm, but the contents shocked Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath as the aura inside him condensed. He was like a volcano ready to explode. However, Mu Bingmei's words didn't end. She hadn't finished telling Wang Lin all the news. The Corpse Sect's domain was found by Tuo Senator. The king of the Corpse Sect fell, with countless dead and injured. The Corpse Sect almost fell apart. The four divine sects suffered countless deaths under Tuo Sen's advance. Although the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's cultivation is heavenly, he was still no match. Whether he is dead or alive is unknown. All remnants of the Cultivation Alliance were destroyed and scattered by Tuo Sen. Only the Alliance headquarters for some reason didn't attract Tuo Sen and remained safe. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. The shock the news brought him was too big. It was like a carriage weighing tons charging straight at him. He didn't think Tuo Sen's awakening would set off such a storm in the Alliance. The Rain Celestial realm you cared the most about wasn't damaged. Tuo Sen did go, but he was stopped outside by Qianmei. They seemed to come upon an agreement, and then Tuo Sen left. Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip as she spoke. You were right. If Ru'er had chosen to stay with me, with her cultivation level, it would have been difficult for her to escape alive. The Brilliant Void realm no longer exists. All the cultivators inside died in battle. Even the Guardian died to Tuo Sen in exchange for a chance of me escaping. My body collapsed. What you see now is one I just reformed recently. My cultivation level has dropped greatly. If I want to return to my peak, it will take time. The waves in Wang Lin's mind finally calmed down. He had already been mentally prepared for Tuo Sen's appearance. However, hearing Mu Bingmei's words, he was still shocked. As the Brilliant Void Saintess, I have the inheritance of the Brilliant Void realm. Tens of thousands of years ago, a previous Brilliant Void Saintess saved the head elder of the God Sect. The head elder owes us a favor, so I used a secret technique to flee here. I want to go to the God Sect and use their power to help me recover. Mu Bingmei's voice was low when her voice suddenly trembled. What caused her body to tremble was Wang Lin. Wang Lin walked forward and closed in on Mu Bingmei. His finger formed a sword and moved like lightning, targeting the area between her eyebrows. Mu Bingmei didn't dodge. After a moment of being startled, her face became deathly pale. She seemed to remember something, but wasn't sure as she allowed Wang Lin's fingers to land between her eyebrows. Mu Bingmei's mind rumbled like crazy, and in a moment, an aura rapidly rotated between her eyebrows. A dense ancient god aura came out from this vortex. This aura was very strong. Outsiders couldn't detect it, but Wang Lin could clearly feel it. His expression was gloomy as he looked up at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Mu Bingmei's face was bloodless as she stood there startled. Her face was filled with sadness as she retreated a few steps. It was as if she had lost all strength. Sorry. Mu Bingmei bit her lip as 2 lines of crystal tears fell down the corners of her eyes. In the end she was still a woman. Her original intent was to tell Wang Lin everything so he could be prepared. She was worried about Wang Lin's safety. She wanted him to know all of this so he could quickly leave. Her intentions were good. After I arrived at the Cloud Sea, I checked my body and origin soul many times without discovering anything. This body was just formed, and I checked every inch of my origin soul. Wang Lin lowered his head. When he saw Mu Bingmei's pale and crying face and the remorse in her eyes, he let out a sigh and softly said, It's all right. This matter has nothing to do with you. I personally saw All Heaven's third-step cultivator, Master Lu Fu, get defeated and almost die. With Tuo Sen's strength, if he wanted to leave an imprint on you that you couldn't detect, you wouldn't be able to find it. Wang Lin's voice was soft. He naturally saw Mu Bingmei's good intentions. Mu Bingmei didn't expect the result to be like this. Her face was deathly pale. Besides, since Tuo Sen left the ancient god imprint on you, it is same as sending me some tonic. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached at Mu Bingmei. The ancient god auras attracted each other, and the imprint flew at Wang Lin. When it got close to Wang Lin, stars appeared between his eyebrows. The imprint was then absorbed into the sixth star. In his mind, Tuo Sen suddenly appeared and roared, but Wang Lin's ancient god body immediately appeared. This was a devour and an absorption. Although Tuo Sen was strong, he hadn't left much aura on Mu Bingmei. A moment later, Wang Lin absorbed it, and it unexpectedly made his sixth star even more stable. Before he left the alliance, he shouted your name, looking for you. He even came to the Cloud Sea, but couldn't find you. Mu Bingmei took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with guilt. Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Mu Bingmei and said, do you know when he came to the Cloud Sea? Mu Bingmei pondered a bit and softly said, I don't know the exact time. I was in closed-door cultivation, recovering my body, but it shouldn't have been more than 100 years. 100 years. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he began to ponder. Wang Lin had spent most of the past 100 years in that strange place. He was vaguely aware that his location was similar to the Sealed Realm formation. Tuo Sen must have not found my aura in the Sealed Realm. If I were him, I would wonder if I left the Sealed Realm. And at that time, I was at a place related to the Sealed Realm formation. When Tuo Sen tried to break through, he noticed my aura. As a result, Wang Lin's expression became strange. If Tuo Sen was still in the Sealed Realm, there would be no way he hadn't come looking for me, since I had already left the seven-colored realm for several months. So far, he still hasn't come. So, I can almost conclude that Tuo Sen used some unknown method to enter the outer realm. Just as Wang Lin figured out what happened, an angry roar echoed throughout the ancient star system. There was a giant ancient god charging out from an ancient clan while roaring angrily. Behind him was a bloody mess. This was already the 9th ancient clan he had destroyed. He still wasn't able to find a trace of Wang Lin in the ancient star system, which made Tuo Sen almost crazy. However, just a moment after he destroyed this clan, his mind trembled. He clearly felt the imprint he had left on the brilliant Void Saintess detect Wang Lin's aura. This discovery made Tuo Sen's expression ugly, and a storm erupted in his body. You're in the Sealed Realm. How could you be in the Sealed Realm? I clearly searched there countless times. Tuo Sen roared like crazy, but right now he didn't have the strength to break through the Sealed Realm formation again anytime soon. Chapter 1265, Shocking Change. Mu Bingmei left. She had come to tell Wang Lin what happened in the alliance. There was no other talk between them. It was as if he didn't want to mention it, and she didn't want to talk about it. Before she left, Mu Bingmei's figure under the moonlight stopped outside the courtyard. She paused for a moment and didn't turn around, but whispered something. Qianmei is pretty good. However, you still can't forget little sister Wan Er. I believe that if little sister Wan Er woke up, she wouldn't want to see you be lonely for thousands of years. I don't want to see you like this either. After today, I'll head to the God Sect to recover, and probably won't leave closed-door cultivation for 1,000 years. I don't know if we will meet again in 1,000 years. However, Wang Lin, I have something I want to say to you. I'm Lu Mei, Wang Ping's mother. When I unshackle myself from the brilliant Void Realm, I'll accompany Wang Ping through countless reincarnation cycles and be a real mother. Mu Bingmei muttered as she gradually walked away. Her Dao heart gradually moved toward completion after she spoke these words. 1,000 illusion ruthless domain. 10,000 illusion demon domain. In the end, it slowly changed. Among the brilliant Void Saintesses, only one person had ever succeeded in the spell inherited by the brilliant Void Saintess, and everyone else failed. Mu Bingmei had taken a shortcut by using avatars, but failed with Lu Mei. Her Dao heart was incomplete, and thus a crack appeared on the strongest spell of the brilliant Void Realm. This crack was Lu Mei, also Wang Lin, but more so Wang Ping. However, at this moment, as Mu Bingmei had experienced everything so far, she no longer avoided that crack. She chose to face it, to accept it. It was due to this change that her Dao began to show signs of completion. Ruthlessness and affection were two sides of the same coin. Cultivation. If one uses the ruthlessness of the heavens to cultivate Dao, the final result won't be good enough to be called Dao. When a cultivator had a hint of affection, they would be able to use it to defy Dao. This allowed the cultivator to have something precious to guard, so they would be willing to struggle against the world. The crack on Mu Bingmei's Dao heart already contained Wang Lin's figure. As her way of thinking changed and her Dao gradually recovered, his figure became an imprint under her ruthless domain. Taking this imprint, her Dao had entered the path to completion. Inside the courtyard, under the moonlight, There were fragrances of 2 different women that had accompanied Wang Lin. He stood there under the moonlight, pondering for a long time. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, several days went by. The competition between the rank 8 sects was approaching, and it was time to depart. Mu Bingmei left the Everlasting Sect with Wang Shanshan. Wang Shanshan received word from her teacher to quickly return to the God Sect. The Everlasting Sect naturally didn't dare to stop them. Before they left, Mu Bingmei didn't turn around. She was proud. She was the brilliant Void Sanctus. The brilliant Void Realm was destroyed, leaving only her. From this moment on, she no longer belonged to herself. It was her responsibility to restore the brilliant Void Realm, to fulfill the responsibility of the brilliant Void Sanctus. This was a responsibility she had avoided for a long time, but now she chose to confront it and would no longer run away. Her conversation with Wang Lin had resolved the disturbance in her heart. She buried that memory deep within her heart and sealed it. Qianmei was also going to leave. She had received an urgent call from her master to return. The Jade didn't include what happened, but with harsh words, he ordered Qianmei to use the Everlasting Sect's transfer array to return to the heaven-breaking sect. It felt like something hidden was moving. Qianmei couldn't disobey her teacher's words. The heaven-breaking sect had given her everything, and her teacher had raised her. Although her teacher didn't say the reason, she had never seen such stern words from him. She only had time to say goodbye before entering the transfer array of the Everlasting Sect. After being transferred several times, she went to the heaven-breaking sect. Her heart was confused. She didn't know why her teacher had sent out such an anxious order. In her memory, her teacher had always been calm and had never been like this. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. After Mu Bingmei and Qianmei left, Wang Lin left the Everlasting Sect with the Sect Master and High Elders. They headed to the location of the competition between the rank 8 sections. That was the real main event. The Everlasting Sect's Sect Master was very confident in this battle. He believed that the other rank 8 sects would without a doubt lose, and the Everlasting Sect would become number 1. Because with Wang Lin's arrival, the competition was no longer balanced. The Everlasting Sect had an overwhelming advantage. In the eyes of the Sect Master and High Elders, the battle was no longer important. It was all about the expressions of shock on the rest of the rank 8 sects once the battle was over. However, just like what Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei said, the world was unpredictable. Half an hour before the Everlasting Sect was going to leave, a ray of light shot out from the Everlasting Sect. This ray of light contained a heaven-shaking aura, and it shot straight toward the Sect Master. There was an old man inside the ray of light. Wang Lin hadn't seen this old man before, but from the halo coming from his body, he was also someone at the Heaven's Blight stage. This old man's expression was very gloomy, and without a word, he threw a jade at the Sect Master. The Sect Master frowned as he caught the jade. After his divine sense scanned the jade, his expression changed greatly. Then his expression became gloomy and popping sounds came from his body. His anger had reached a limit. He let out a cold snort and handed the jade to the 2 high elders beside him. After the 2 higher elders checked it, their expressions became gloomy. It seemed like the entire sky had darkened. The high elder that fought with Wang Lin clenched his teeth and roared like the cold wind. What arrogance from the God Sect! With one word from the God Sect, the grand competition that has existed among the rank 8 sects for tens of thousands of years was cancelled. I wonder what made the God Sect go crazy to cancel the rank 8 sect competition. My Everlasting Sect has prepared for many years for this competition, and now, with fellow cultivator Lu here, we could have easily taken first place. We could have swept away all the shame from the previous competitions. What right does the God Sect have to cancel it? Another high elder sneered and revealed anger in his eyes. However, a sense of unwillingness and being wronged outweighed that anger. They were all powerful cultivators, and the Everlasting Sect wasn't a small sect. However, with just one jade from the God Sect, they had to accept this humiliation. The Sect Master silently pondered for a very long time and suddenly became tired. He let out a sigh and shook his head. Since the God Sect has passed down the order to cancel the competition, they must have their reasons. Only, the reason is not known to us. While feeling bitter, the Sect Master looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands. Fellow cultivator Lu, the rank 8 competition has been cancelled by the God Sect. I must discuss this with rest of the elders. How about you take the Origin Sect back to the rank 5 region and prepare them to be moved to the rank 7 region? Wang Lin's expression was calm, but he felt a sense of fear, as if some heaven-shaking matter was descending. He pondered for a bit before his eyes lit up, and he said, "Can I look at the jade from the God Sect?" The high elder holding the jade waved his right hand, and it flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. There was only one line inside the Jade. There is no need to continue the rank 8 sect competition. It concludes now. God Sect Jade. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense spread through it, he felt an indescribable power rush out from these words. It seemed to form a large handprint. Wang Lin was shocked, and he withdrew his divine sense. He returned the Jade to the Everlasting Sect before clasping his hands and leaving. The Everlasting Sect members all had complicated feelings. Many were angry, but they were helpless and could only accept it. Qianmei accepted the heaven-breaking sect's summon and quickly left. Mu Bingmei and Wang Shanshan were called back, but they don't know the reason. These things alone aren't suspicious, but the rank 8 sect competition being cancelled at the same time by the God Sect. All of this is too strange. Could it be that something big is going to happen in the Cloud Sea? Wang Lin frowned and was very puzzled. While pondering, he quickly returned to where the Origin Sect was and summoned Lu Yinfei and the others. They immediately packed up and used the transfer array to return to the continent of Mo Luo in the rank 5 region. Wang Lin vaguely felt like something bad was going to happen. This terrifying feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Even when he tried to cultivate, he couldn't calm himself down. Quickly, sort out the matters of the Origin Sect. I'll take you all to the rank 7 region in 3 days, then I'll leave. After he returned, he gave out the order and then immediately entered closed-door cultivation. His Origin soul quickly entered the celestial sealing stamp and fused with the All-Seer's soul. This time, he fused with the All-Seer not to fight an enemy, but to borrow All-Seer's power to forcibly predict the unknown. At the same time, in the rank 9 heaven-breaking sect, the moment Qianmei returned to the sect, her expression changed greatly. Her serenity completely disappeared due to the shock of what she saw. 3 of the 10 high elders were sitting around the transfer formation Qianmei had appeared in. The transfer array no longer had the ability to transfer. It was now a sealing formation. Her teacher had left his almost perpetual closed-door cultivation and was sitting outside the formation. The moment Qianmei appeared, his eyes lit up and he stared at Qianmei. You're not allowed to step outside this formation for 3 months. Otherwise, you will be punished in accordance to the sect's rules. Chapter 1266, A Chance of Survival. An undercurrent was moving within the Cloud Sea, and it had been caused by the God Sect. It was interfering with a series of people. Qianmei was trapped by her sect and wasn't allowed to go anywhere for 3 months. Her teacher had come out of his perpetual closed-door cultivation to stop their most important disciple. He had his own difficulties. He had to do this for Qianmei's safety. Mu Bingmei was confused about all of this, but she vaguely felt like something was wrong. She went to the God Sect with Wang Shanshan but didn't see Wang Shanshan's teacher, who was the person with the highest power in the God Sect. The head elder, Taoist Water. The moment she entered the God Sect, she was placed into a closed-door cultivation room. The God Sect would provide all pills, but she wasn't allowed to step out. If she knew that the rank 8 sect competition had been cancelled, with her intelligence, she would have become suspicious. Even if she couldn't find the real cause, she would have seen some clues. However, right now Mu Bingmei didn't know any of this. Even Qianmei didn't know that the rank 8 sect competition had been cancelled by the God Sect. The undercurrent diffused across the Cloud Sea. On the continent of Mo Luo, all the Origin Sect disciples were hastily packing up under Lu Yinfei's order. It had taken 3 days to clean everything up. They were now ready to leave this rank 5 region they had spent countless years living in and move to the new Origin Sect prepared by the Everlasting Sect in the rank 7 region. Wang Lin was sitting inside a secret room in the Origin Sect. His mind was fused with the All-Seer's soul inside the celestial sealing stamp. At this moment, he seemed to become the All-Seer. Everything in the world seemed to be under his control, but that was only on the surface. After fusing with the All-Seer's soul, Wang Lin sat down and his hands formed a seal. His mind spread into the sky and he began merging with the heavens. He took a day to finally reach a point where he was the heavens and the heavens were him. Under this fused state, Wang Lin's Origin soul seemed to leave his body and merge with the world. This allowed his and the All-Seer's souls to reach an unprecedented level of fusion. Inseparable. If he was just using the All-Seer's attack spell, Wang Lin wouldn't have to merge with it so deeply. However, he wasn't attacking, but relying on the All-Seer's soul to predict the future to find the root of what was causing him to feel so terrified. However, this kind of prediction was too difficult for Wang Lin. He was, after all, not the All-Seer, and was only using a small part of the All-Seer's original ability within his soul to predict the future by force. At this moment, in his mind, his eyes were covered by boundless fog, making him unable to see anything at all. It was as if there was a force shrouding the world, not allowing him to see the root cause. However, Wang Lin didn't give up, and all his origin energy moved, causing him to fuse even more with the All-Seer. As their integration became deeper, he seemed to forget some things. He forgot that he was cultivating and that he was at the origin sect in the Cloud Sea. At this moment, he forgot all of this. The fog that covered the world began to rapidly rotate, and a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind. It was as if a pair of giant, invisible hands were moving this fog, causing a vortex to appear. The moment the vortex appeared, a thunderous rumble only he could hear descended and landed on the vortex. At this instant, the vortex collapsed and rapidly scattered. The moment the vortex scattered, Wang Lin saw the scene hidden by the fog. Inside the picture, there was a pair of eyes, and the eyes exuded a merciless, cold gaze. This pair of eyes was looking indifferently at a person looking up at the sky. The moment he saw the picture, his mind trembled as if hundreds of thousands of thunderclaps had exploded in his mind. His mind nearly collapsed and the vortex split apart by the thunder rapidly reformed and hid the picture once more. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and his face instantly turned pale. That earth was the continent of Mo Luo. The cultivator who was looked up at the sky was me. The owner of the eyes has heaven-shaking cultivation. Before him, I'll without a doubt die. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through the chamber and land on the sky above Mo Luo. Right now the sky was clear and sunny. Fusing with the All-Seer's soul to see the future is my limit, but I'm unwilling to let this be. I want to see it again. While pondering, Wang Lin let out a cold snort. Then his right hand formed a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. He opened his mouth to spit out a ghostly light that turned into the celestial sealing stamp before him. The celestial sealing stamp rapidly rotated. The wails that came out of it could shock the mind of anyone. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he placed a seal on the celestial sealing stamp. It immediately trembled and began to shine. It lit up the dark room completely. Inside the ghostly light, the All-Seer's soul stepped out and stood before Wang Lin. Magic arsenal, soul return, heaven and earth are boundless. Accommodate heaven's tribute. Wang Lin rarely recited the full chant when using spells. However, the spell he was trying to use was very powerful. It was a profound Dao intent within magic arsenal. The moment he said the chant, the All-Seer's soul's eyes shined brightly, and he walked forward. He went through Wang Lin and seemed to overlap with Wang Lin. At this moment, the All-Seer's soul turned around, facing the same direction as Wang Lin, and sat down. It looked like the All-Seer's soul had become Wang Lin's origin soul. At this moment, his origin soul seemed to have become integrated with Wang Lin. This was no longer the fusion where Wang Lin's mind entered the celestial sealing stamp. This was a complete integration. The moment the All-Seer's soul sat down and they overlapped, it was already impossible to tell them apart. His body seemed to change drastically. It sometimes became the All-Seer and sometimes became himself. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes closed and his mind trembled. The boundless fog appeared again, and this time it was even stronger. There was also a vortex rapidly rotating, and as Wang Lin roared, the vortex collapsed and the fog scattered once more. It revealed a picture inside. This picture wasn't static, but moving. Inside the picture, Wang Lin coughed out blood on the continent of Mo Luo. His body immediately collapsed, and the moment his origin soul flew out, it dissipated. The picture changed once more. This time Wang Lin's face was pale as he fled through space. He didn't get far when a mirror appeared before him, and that pair of ruthless eyes was in it. With one gaze, Wang Lin's body collapsed, and his origin soul died. The picture changed again. This time it was more complete. What appeared was Wang Lin inside the chamber. He looked up and didn't hesitate to leave. He paid no attention to the sect that was still packing and flew off into space. The picture didn't show the passage of time. An unknown amount of time passed, and as Wang Lin escaped, a pair of eyes seemed to pierce through the star fog, landing on his body. The picture moved again. This time Wang Lin had turned into an ancient god, and he was roaring at the sky. In the sky was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. The old man raised his hand and pointed down. Inside the picture, Wang Lin's body lost all ability to move. The old man closed in and pressed the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. He died once more. Pictures continued to appear, and it was different each time. It was unexpectedly Wang Lin thinking of all kinds of ways to struggle and escape. But in the end, he died. Died. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and stared ahead. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead and his body. In a short period of time, his body was soaked by sweat. Dead. Thanks to the All-Seer's spell, I saw through thousands of possible futures, but I survived in none of them. No matter what, I'll die. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness, but even more so, a sense of unwillingness. He was sure that Li Qianmei's departure was related to him. Mu Bingmei's departure was related to him. The rank 8 Sect competition being stopped was related to him. There was an extremely powerful third-step cultivator that wanted to kill him. This was not the same as the seven-colored realm, where the third-step cultivator had used power across space to make one palm. This was a third-step cultivator coming in their original body to take his life. I, Wang Lin, have been a heaven-defying cultivator all my life, and I have encountered countless life and death crises. No matter how big the crisis, I'll have to face it. I don't believe I can't find a way to break this death trap. If there is no way out, so what if I die? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as his hand reached out. His storage space opened, and a number of fake heaven-defying beads flew out. He looked over the beads, and then picked one up. Seven-colored light shined from his eyes, and as it shrouded his body, it entered the bead. The bead absorbed the seven-colored light, and then suddenly collapsed into a seven-colored vortex that floated before Wang Lin. Staring at the seven-colored vortex, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and inhaled it into his mouth. His mind suddenly rumbled. Summon the Defying One's World Prediction spell. Wang Lin's voice was filled with killing intent. He used his body as the heavens and earth to summon the spell of the Defying Ones to find that sliver of chance for survival. The moment his words echoed, Wang Lin's mind trembled, and a powerful aura burst within his body. It rushed into his mind and fell on the picture. It tore apart all fog and allowed that last picture to appear. There was one person in that picture. This old man is Lu Jinbiao, Dao name, Master Jinbiao. Chapter 1267, You're Lu Jinbiao? Just as Wang Lin was calculating the future with the Defying One spell, the disciples of the Origin Sect had already finished packing everything. They were waiting for Wang Lin in the main square. Originally, they were talking. There was confusion and excitement in their words. They already knew that the Origin Sect wasn't going to be disbanded and was going to be moved to the rank 7 Sect. However, just at this moment, the clear sky darkened and a shocking wail arrived. A ray of golden light closed in on the Origin Sect. In an instant, this golden light arrived, and there was a Jade inside the light. After the Jade arrived, it floated above the Origin Sect square. This sudden change caused an uproar among the disciples. Even Lu Yanfei and company's expressions changed because the aura from it was something only Nirvana Shatterer old monsters could release. It wasn't just any ordinary Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, but one at the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Just a Jade was able to produce such a heaven-shaking effect. The sky changed colors, the clouds churned, and there were even faint signs of law. This old man is Lu Jinbiao, Dao name, Master Jinbiao. The majestic voice came from the Jade and shrouded the entire Origin Sect. Even the continent of Mo Luo trembled under this voice. Lu Yanfei had seen a lot in the rank 8 Everlasting Sect, and therefore wasn't just an ordinary Nirvana Scryer cultivator. Her eyes lit up, and she clasped her hands. I don't know why Senior Jinbiao came to my Origin Sect. Disaster is upon you, and you don't even know it yourself? So I'll tell you. 3 days ago, someone found this old man. They wanted to buy the life of your entire Origin Sect. The voice was filled with an inexplicable pressure. As the voice echoed, it was as if thunder was echoing, and it turned into law that merged with the world. All of this turned into pressure that weighed down the minds of the Origin Sect disciples. Lu Yanfei's expression immediately changed. However, this old man has no feud with your Origin Sect. Although I need Origin crystals to refine pills, I would rather not do something like this. However, if I have no other choice, I can only take the lives of your entire Origin Sect. Lu Yanfei's eyes became cold as she sneered, but the other Origin Sect disciples were filled with fear. All of you have already packed, ready to be disbanded. Forget it. The Everlasting Sect's Sect Master once saved his old man, and I owe him one. If you all satisfy me, this old man will send out a letter and prevent your Origin Sect from being disbanded. This old man doesn't wish to kill your entire Origin Sect. If you can take out enough Origin crystals or something equivalent, I'll put this matter to rest. The ancient voice gave off an undeniable aura along with the intent of threat. Due to the Nirvana Shatterer aura, this threat could shock the mind of those who heard it. Lu Yanfei pondered, but her expression became even more cold. Just at this moment, inside the chamber, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the wall as if his gaze could pierce through it. Lu Jinbiao. Wang Lin's face became cold as he stood up and separated from the All-Seer's soul. He swallowed the celestial sealing stamp and left the chamber. He appeared in the sky above the square in the Origin Sect. This old man's time is limited. I will only give you 15 minutes to consider. After 15 minutes, the peak Nirvana Shatterer aura spread out like crazy, but he didn't notice that Wang Lin was staring at it with a cold gaze, and his divine sense spread out. Wang Lin fused all his cultivation with his divine sense and swept it across Mo Luo. Using the aura from the Jade, his divine sense quickly gathered in a mortal capital city in the southern part of the continent. This capital was bustling and the streets were filled with people. In the southern part of the city, there was an inn, and at this moment, inside a closed room, there was an old man sitting there. He gave off the air of a celestial, had white hair, and wore a white robe. His eyes were closed, and there was a jade floating before him. This jade was crystal clear and seemed to contain the world, but, strangely, it gave off no aura. Even while looking at it closely, you wouldn't feel anything strange about it. Only when you looked at it with your eyes would you feel that shocking feeling. After 15 minutes, if you don't send over the origin crystals, everyone in your origin sect will be instantly annihilated. The old man sat there as if he was speaking to himself. Those words were absorbed by the jade and sent to the origin sect tens of thousands of kilometers away. However, this old man knows that your origin sect doesn't have anything valuable. Forget it. All of you just take out all your bags and the things in your storage spaces, and this old man will pretend none of this happened. Not only will this dispel your danger, I'll also send a letter to your everlasting sect's sect master. This old man rarely shows this kind of compassion, so think about it carefully. As the old man spoke, he shook his head. He controlled the tone of his words very well and grasped it perfectly. After he finished speaking, he opened his eyes. His eyes shined, and he revealed a smug sneer. He had already received information that the origin sect would likely be disbanded, so he had waited here. He had waited for the cultivators to return from the competition, and while they were all panicking, he could succeed in one go. However, due to the everlasting sect sealing all information, he didn't know about what had happened to the origin sect, nor of Wang Lin's existence. This has almost 100% chance of succeeding. This old man never does anything that could fail. It's a pity that this old man can't show up in person. That Lu Yanfei is known as the #1 beauty in the rank 5 region. Unfortunate. If this old man could taste a fairy, that would be wonderful. The old man sighed and looked at the jade. The pride in his eyes was even stronger. He raised his hand to reach for the jade. However, just at this moment, a cold voice echoed in the room. "You're Lu Jinbiao." This voice appeared too suddenly and frightened the old man enough that he almost jumped into the air. His face instantly paled as he turned to see a person standing in the corner of the room. This person had white hair, white robe, and his gaze was cold. When the old man met this person's gaze, his mind trembled, and he immediately coughed out blood. The old man's eyes were filled with monstrous fear as he exclaimed, "Nirvana Shatterer, old monster." After he spoke, he rushed forward and went for the window to escape. Wang Lin coldly stared at the old man as he lifted his foot and took a step. A heaven-shaking pressure spread out, causing the old man to tremble and cough out blood once more. The old man was terrified as he screamed in terror, "Jade, protect me." The jade floating in the air shined and shot at the old man. It was fast. Even Wang Lin only saw a blur before it arrived before the old man. It released a bright glow and took the old man. Then they smashed through the window and shot into the sky. The moment the old man escaped, Wang Lin's right hand pushed forward. Endless origin energy gathered from all directions toward the old man. However, just as it closed in on the old man, the light from the jade shined brightly and a thunderous rumble echoed. Wang Lin's attack that could kill Nirvana Shatterer cultivators unexpectedly collapsed. The old man wasn't injured at all, thanks to the protection of the jade, and charged off into the distance. Wang Lin's mind trembled as he stared at the escaping old man. He wasn't looking at the old man, but at that jade. This old man, named Lu Jinbiao, was what appeared in the last picture when Wang Lin was predicting his future. However, Wang Lin was puzzled because this old man's cultivation level was really too low. From the looks of it, he had just broken through the Ascendant stage and reached the Illusionary Yin stage. Even if hundreds of him were put together, they wouldn't be able to resist Wang Lin's attack. However, the old man wasn't injured at all with the protection of the jade. This made Wang Lin's eyes shine. What kind of jade is this? Wang Lin chased after the old man like crazy. The old man was pale, and blood was flowing down from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with panic that had never appeared before. He had cheated people for many years, and due to the jade, he had never been found. He had also been very careful to not be found, but now someone had found him and was after him. Nirvana Shatterer, old monster. Just thinking about the other person's cultivation level, The old man became even more fearful. He only hated that he couldn't escape faster. Jade. Ah, Jade, I'll depend on you for this crisis. You have never disappointed me before. Today's life and death crisis will depend on you. You have to help me. Most of the origin crystals I cheated were absorbed by you. The old man's face was even paler, but his words seemed to have an effect. The jade shined once more, and the old man's speed increased. However, when the old man had escaped tens of thousands of kilometers away, ripples appeared before him, and Wang Lin walked out. He waved his right hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Then a powerful storm appeared and collided with the jade. A thunderous rumble echoed as if the world was going to be torn apart. However, the light from the jade didn't seem damaged at all. It changed directions and continued to escape. I want to see where you're going to run. Wang Lin's voice was cold, and as he spoke, his hands formed seals. Large amounts of restrictions appeared and shot toward that jade. Chapter 1268, The Heaven-Defying Bead Disappears. At this moment, the entire world was surrounded by the countless restrictions Wang Lin had scattered. It was like an expanded sphere that was rapidly condensing. The old man inside the jade revealed a hint of despair, but at this moment, a hiss came from the jade. Black mist came out of the jade and formed a giant centipede almost 1,000 feet large. This centipede was completely black and had a golden line on its back. It was extremely fierce. After it appeared, it suddenly spat a mouthful of poison at Wang Lin. This poison mist contained a powerful poison. When it touched the restrictions closing in, they suddenly collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't stop at all and charged forward. He raised his right hand to point at the sky and shouted, "The thunder of the world, listen to my command." After he spoke, countless thunderbolts appeared in the sky above Mo Luo and replaced the world. All of them descended down toward the giant centipede. The centipede let out a hiss and showed signs of desperation. The moment the thunder closed in, a strange scene unfolded. More black mist came out of the jade, and 6 more 1,000-foot centipedes appeared. A total of 7 centipedes hissed like crazy as they spat out poison mist that collided with the thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed along with miserable roars. 3 of the 7 centipedes collapsed and turned into nothing. The remaining 4 centipedes quickly retreated. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he charged forward. He charged into the thunder and attacked with his right hand. There was a boom, and 2 of the remaining 4 centipedes collapsed. The last 2 centipedes quickly retreated while hissing. They were about to return to the jade. However, how could Wang Lin let them return? He waved his hand, and 2 short swords flew out toward the 2 centipedes. Popping sounds echoed as the sword energy swept by, and the 2 retreating centipedes collapsed. All 7 centipedes had died, and Wang Lin's restrictions closed in. There were nothing blocking them now. They completely surrounded the jade, making it so it could no longer escape. All of Wang Lin's spells were enough to kill a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Although he had killed the 7 centipedes, the jade wasn't damaged at all. The more Wang Lin looked at the jade, the more extraordinary it seemed. It had to be some powerful magic treasure. When he searched for a path where he could live, the last thing he saw was Jinbiao. He was now sure that his survival had to do with this jade. As the restrictions closed in, Wang Lin closed in toward the jade, and his right hand reached toward it. However, at this moment, a fierce aura came from inside the jade. Black mist came out from the jade once more, and a 10,000-foot centipede came out. Wang Lin was too close, and the centipede was right next to him. It opened its mouth to spit out poison mist and tried to devour Wang Lin. At the same time, Jinbiao's expression became hideous and he roared, "Jade, devour him. He is a Nirvana Shatterer old monster, so he must have a lot of treasures and origin crystals. Devour him. I don't want any. I will give it all to you." When the centipede was closing in, Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. With his mental fortitude, how could he not be on guard against this strange jade? As the centipede closed in, Wang Lin opened his mouth and roared. Roar. This wasn't the roar of a cultivator, but the roar of an ancient god. The roar of an almost 6-star royal ancient god. This roar shook the heavens. It was as if a hole was going to be torn in the sky. The earth trembled and countless mountains collapsed in the distance. Rivers flowed in reverse and roared. The roar of an ancient god, adding on Wang Lin's cultivation, could directly shatter any Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, destroy the body of an early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, and damage the soul of any mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. It could cause a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator lose all their senses. Even peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators would be injured at such close range, and their ears would buzz. The 10,000-foot centipede let out a miserable roar before it could even devour. It was as if a violent gust of wind had hit it, or a carriage that weighed 1,000,000 kilograms had smashed into it. With a thunderous bang, the centipede's body collapsed and completely disintegrated. The tragic hiss before its death still echoed in the world. After losing the centipede, the light from the jade dissipated, but a faint, gentle light surrounded the jade. It unexpectedly didn't mix with any of the world's light. It was as if it was something that didn't belong to this world. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and grabbed the jade. The moment he held the jade, there was a roar inside Wang Lin's mind. An indescribable force came out of the jade and rushed into his body. It swept through his origin soul, and the heaven-defying bead released a light that seemed to resonate with the jade. As this light resonated, the jade in Wang Lin's hands suddenly disappeared, entering his body. It appeared in his origin soul next to the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead sucked the jade in. At this instant, the heaven-defying bead suddenly collapsed and disappeared inside his origin soul as if it had never existed. But Wang Lin could clearly feel the existence of the heaven-defying bead. At this moment, he even felt like he had become the heaven-defying bead. This feeling was very vague, but Wang Lin didn't have time to think about it, because the moment it disappeared, his mind trembled. Memories that didn't belong to him appeared. Inside the memory, it was completely dark, and a jade was buried in the earth. After countless years, there was no change, until one day, the soil loosened and 8 small centipedes arrived next to it. As if the jade had granted them intelligence, they began to absorb the jade's aura. Time slowly passed, and countless years went by. As the 8 centipedes absorbed from the jade, they began to emit the aura of cultivators. On a certain day, the 8 centipedes' bodies trembled and they died, but the origin souls they had cultivated entered the jade. They became treasure spirit-like beings. However, they were made by an external force and couldn't control the jade. They could only use 1/1000th of its power. Countless years passed. The earth trembled once more, and the originally buried jade was exposed to the surface. An old man with a bruised face was fleeing in panic. There were faint sounds of cursing coming from behind the old man, shouting things like crook and cheater. While the old man was escaping, his injuries seemed to worsen, and he coughed out blood. The blood accidentally fell on the jade, and it shined, allowing the escaping old man to notice it. The old man picked up the jade. After taking a look, he immediately fled. Wang Lin suddenly awakened. Although it seems this vision took long, it was only half a breath of time. However, outsiders wouldn't be able to see anything. Jinbiao stared at Wang Lin and saw the jade disappear from Wang Lin's hand. He felt pain in his mind as his connection with the jade was cut off. However, compared to his life, this jade was considered nothing. Jinbiao's eyes were filled with fear as he knelt down and began to howl. "Senior, forgive me. Senior, forgive me. Junior has never killed, and only occasionally cheats and frightens other. At best, I have taken some possessions, but I've never killed anyone. My sin is not worth death. My sin is not worth death, Senior. Please let me go, Senior. Junior will never cheat again and will be a good person. I'll never cheat again." This Jinbiao continued to kowtow. He was scared out of his wits of Wang Lin and began to plead. "This jade is too shocking. 8 ordinary centipede were able to cultivate to almost the Nirvana Shatterer stage. This Jinbiao was able to do as he wished across the cloud sea. He has cheated countless people, but was never seen through." Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't want to listen to Jinbiao talk. He waved his sleeves and immediately put Jinbiao into his storage space. This person's crime is indeed not worthy of death. He has cheated for many years, but that has nothing to do with me. However, he tried to cheat the Origin Sect, so he must be punished. Su Ligua, you always complain you're lonely, so I give this person to you. Teach him a good lesson or two. Wang Lin's divine sense fell on Su Ligua, who hadn't come out in a long time. Su Ligua was depressed and had been cursing in his heart over the past hundreds of years. He missed the beauties, and he especially thought of the evil he had done in all heaven. He constantly yearned for it again. While feeling lonely, he suddenly heard Wang Lin's message and saw Jinbiao fall into the storage space. His eyes filled with excitement. He almost roared in excitement. "Master, rest assured. Haha. Little Su will definitely teach this guy a good lesson and let him know my strength." Su Ligua excitedly rubbed his hands and revealed an evil smile. He slowly approached the old man called Jinbiao. The fear in Jinbiao's eyes became even stronger, causing Su Ligua's eyes to shine. "Damn it. How long has your grandpa Su been lonely for? How many years, huh? Today, God finally noticed me and let you offend that fiend. Good job." Su Ligua pounced at Jinbiao while laughing. "No matter how you listened, That laughter contained evil intent. Chapter 1269, Without a Home, 1. Wang Lin floated in the air and began to ponder. The key to his chance to survive was this jade form Lu Jinbiao. However, the jade had unexpectedly disappeared, and the heaven-defying bead had disappeared along with it. This change caught Wang Lin off guard. He was puzzled, and there was also a faint sense of uneasiness within him. The chance of survival has something to do with the jade, but now both the jade and heaven-defying bead have disappeared. How do I resolve this issue? Wang Lin frowned as he returned to the Origin Sect. Inside the Origin Sect, Lu Yanfei and others were waiting for Wang Lin. They immediately greeted Wang Lin when he arrived, but Wang Lin was pondering and only barely nodded. The jade Lu Jinbiao had sent out had become a normal jade and lacked the aura of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. This jade was quite simple. Lu Jinbiao had simply taken the centipede's aura from the jade, so it had real Nirvana Shatterer aura and revealed no flaws. Now that all 8 centipedes were dead, the aura had disappeared and the jade had become an ordinary object. Lu Yanfei looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Uncle Teacher, my Origin Sect has sorted everything and can leave at any time." Wang Lin silently pondered and looked at the Origin Sect. He still had some feelings for this place. This was where he had spent his first period of time in the Cloud Sea, and where he got his identity in the Cloud Sea. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin slowly said, "You all go first. I still have some other matters to deal with. If there is a chance, I'll find you all at the Rank 7 Sect." There was a hint of gloominess in Lu Yanfei's eyes, but she understood that with Wang Lin's cultivation level, there was no way he would stay at the small Origin Sect. She just didn't expect he to leave this soon. Biting her lower lip, Lu Yanfei bowed respectfully at Wang Lin. She wanted to say something, but in the end didn't. Letting out a sigh in her heart, she took the people of the Origin Sect and left through the transfer array. Every single Origin Sect member respectfully bowed at Wang Lin before leaving. Looking at these Origin Sect disciples leave, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He sat down in the empty square as he looked up at the sky with a cold gaze. Every future I saw resulted in death. Even if I leave with the Origin Sect to the Rank 7 region, it will be the same. Even if I escape now, it would still be the same. I, Wang Lin, have spent my entire life as a heaven-defying cultivator. Since there is no path, then I must struggle to make one. Third-step cultivator. If I don't die to this calamity, one day, I'll make third-step cultivators bow before me. Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. He waved his right hand, and his storage space appeared. 2 short swords came out. He had obtained them in the 7-colored realm. There was a seal on each of them, and he hadn't had the time to open them. Now that he was facing a crisis, he decided to open them by force to add to his strength. While Wang Lin was preparing for the life and death calamity, far away, in the Rank 9 region, in the heaven-breaking steppe, Qianmei was trapped by a formation set by 3 elders. Qianmei looked at her teacher and softly said, "Teacher, you don't want Qianmei to leave? Can you give Qianmei a reason?" Qianmei's teacher, the heaven-breaking sect's sect master, remained silent. It was as if he had lost all life and only left behind a body. Qianmei lowered her head and opened her mouth. "Teacher, Qianmei grew up by your side, and you taught me to cultivate. With the battle going on at the demon sect, Qianmei asks for nothing more than to go back to the battlefield." Qianmei's teacher pondered a bit and said with a hoarse voice, "Teacher has already sent a message to the demon sect. You will go back in 3 months. There's no need to rush." Qianmei's eyes narrowed as she looked at her teacher. Her mind trembled. She had tried to understand why her teacher was doing this, and he had even called out 3 elders. After all, with her cultivation level, there was no need to call 3 elders. These 3 elders were apparently playing the role of surveillance and witnesses. They were monitoring. Qianmei's face immediately became a bit pale. She originally thought that the 3 elders were not here to watch her, but her teacher. Originally, she thought her teacher was doing this because she had left the battlefield at the demon sect. However, seeing how her teacher had told her to return to the demon sect in 3 months, it seemed like this matter had nothing to do with the demon sect. What matter made teacher act like this? Qianmei felt shock. She wasn't worried about herself, but for some reason, Wang Lin's figure appeared in her heart. "Teacher, what did Qianmei do for you to force me to stay here for 3 months?" Qianmei raised her head. Her eyes were filled with determination as she looked at her teacher. Qianmei's teacher let out a sigh before looking at his most important and beloved disciple. There was kindness and complication in his eyes. After a long time, he slowly said, "You." Before he could finish speaking, one of the 3 elders clasped his hands and said, "I asked the sect master to think twice. I know what I'm doing." Qianmei's teacher, the heaven-breaking sect's sect master, coldly looked at the elder that had spoken up. Qianmei, do you know a person named Lu Zihao? The heaven-breaking sect master's gaze landed on Qianmei. Qianmei's expression was neutral, but a huge wave was set off in her mind. I know this person. Teacher once made me go to the rank 5 region to find senior brother Sima's Jade and Relic. On the way, Qianmei met this Lu Zihao. The sect master looked profoundly at Qianmei and slowly said, that is the reason I'm keeping you here for 3 months. Qianmei silently pondered as a force gathered inside her weak body. She would leave the demon sect for Wanglin. Now that she had heard her teacher's words, with her intelligence, she immediately felt a life and death crisis descend on Wanglin. This danger was so great, not even her teacher could do anything but call her back. Although it looked like she was trapped here, it was actually for her own protection. While pondering, Qianmei's expression gradually calmed down, but a sense of determination and bitterness filled her body. She slowly stood up. Just as she stood up, the expressions of the 3 elders became cold. One of them shouted, Qianmei, what are you doing? Teacher, Qianmei is an orphan, and you raised me. You gave me kindness, you taught me how to be an adult. Although I call you teacher, in Qianmei's heart, you're like a father. Qianmei's voice was calm, but filled with sincere gratitude. She looked at her teacher as she slowly knelt down and kowtowed once. Teacher, if Qianmei has another life, I'll die 10,000 times to repay it. Qianmei's teacher's mind trembled. He looked at Qianmei, and his gaze became even more complicated. He had raised Qianmei from a young age, so he understood her personality very well. You taught me cultivate and helped me refine pills, allowing Qianmei to reach the Nirvana Shatterer stage in just 1,000 years. Qianmei knows that you used a large amount of resources from the sect, even provoking some elders. They were not happy with you. Teacher, I can't forget this kindness. If there is another life, even if I become a cattle or a horse, I'll still repay you. Qianmei kowtowed a second time. She couldn't repay her teacher's kindness. Qianmei also knows that these elders always suspected that Qianmei was from a foreign clan due to the color of my hair. Because they suspected I'm not from the same clan, they were dissatisfied that you spent a large amount of the sect's pills on me. They were even unhappy that you taught me Dao. However, you didn't care about this, and you have been gentle with me like a father. You even helped me refine pills to consolidate my foundation at the expense of your own origin soul. How can Qianmei repay you? Chapter 1270, Without a Home, 2. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She rarely cried in her life. Even when she was ridiculed as a child, even when she felt like she was the only person in the world, she rarely shed tears. However, at this moment, she cried. While crying, Qianmei kowtowed a third time toward her teacher. Even if Qianmei dies, I won't forget all this kindness. But now, Qianmei has to leave. Qianmei raised her head and let tears flow down her cheeks. Is he worth you going? Qianmei's teacher looked at the girl he had raised. In his heart, he considered her his own daughter. She looked at the teacher that was like a father in her heart. There is someone else in his heart. That woman is engraved deeply within his heart, and no one can replace her. Disciple doesn't know what her feelings for him is, I don't know clearly. However, in 100 years of time, for some unknown reason, his shadow has always been here. As if in a previous life, I was a fish under the water, and he was a bird in the sky. I don't know. Even Disciple understands that his heart will not accept another person, but this can't be measured by worth it or not. I only know that if I know everything and don't go, I'll never be happy. Qianmei's voice was calm, but tears seemed to rise up. Qianmei's teacher silently pondered, and after a long time, he slowly said, the rank 8 sect competition was cancelled by the God sect. This sentence shook Qianmei's body. As a disciple of a rank 9 sect, she naturally knew that the only ones that could cancel the rank 8 sect competition was the God sect. Qianmei's teacher softly said, the people of the God sect have been investigating Lu Zihao ever since he appeared. Do you still want to go? The bitterness on Qianmei's face became even stronger, but her determination also became stronger. She looked at her teacher and nodded. I want to go. An ordinary person can't make the God sect stop the rank 8 sect competition. This order was issued by the God sect's head elder, Daoist Water. Can you do anything before Daoist Water? Can you stop him? Forget you. Even if my entire heaven-breaking sect went, would it be any help? Qianmei's teacher closed his eyes. Qianmei bit her lower lip until blood came out. The determination in her eyes didn't lessen but became even stronger. Disciple can't stop him, but I still have to go. Teacher, let me leave. Disciple must go. I knew your personality. That's why, after learning of this matter, I made you come back. There's no more need to talk about this. Cultivate here in peace for 3 months. and after 3 months, you can leave. Li Qianmei's teacher closed his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision. Li Qianmei's face revealed dense bitterness and seemed to have lost all color. A sharp pain came from her heart, so painful that it felt like it was going to drown her. Her body trembled, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. She coughed out a mouthful of blood, and her face immediately turned pale. Seeing Li Qianmei cough out blood, the determination in her teacher's eyes immediately collapsed, and he revealed a complicated look. Teacher, you can prevent disciple from leaving, but you can't stop me from dying. Li Qianmei lowered her head. Her voice was soft, but there was a hint of farewell within. You. Li Qianmei's teacher's eyes shined, and he quickly lifted his right hand. A mark formed. The mark went through the formation and landed on Li Qianmei's body. This caused the chaotic origin energy inside her body to immediately become suppressed. Li Qianmei's face revealed a miserable smile as she raised her head. There was still blood on the corner of her mouth as she softly said, Teacher, you can stop Qianmei for now. You can stop Qianmei for 3 months, but can't you stop me for my entire life? He still hasn't answered my third question. If he really dies, Qianmei will go the world he went to. I will wait for him to answer my third question there. You once told me as a child that in one's life, sometimes one needs an obsession and the courage to chase that obsession. One also needs the courage to struggle, to chase. If cultivators don't have the obsession and courage, they can't cultivate any grand Dao. Li Qianmei's teacher's face was extremely gloomy and filled with pain. He knew his disciple's personality well, but he didn't think she would resist by trying to kill herself. He could indeed stop her for now, for 3 months, but he really couldn't stop her for her whole life. Have you thought it through? Li Qianmei's teacher silently pondered for a long time, and his voice gradually became cold. Disciple has already thought it through. Please let me go. Li Qianmei looked bitterly at her teacher. Once you step outside the formation, you will no longer be part of the heaven-breaking sect, nor will you be my disciple. From then on, you won't need to call me teacher, because once you step out you will have no teacher. Think about it yourself. Li Qianmei's teacher waved his sleeve, and the formation around Li Qianmei collapsed. The formation scattered in all directions, and Li Qianmei was freed. The expression of the heaven-breaking sect elders changed greatly, and one of them shouted, Sect Master, what is your intent? Scram! Li Qianmei's teacher suddenly looked up and let out a roar. The aura of having passed through the third heaven's blight erupted from his body. The 3 elders coughed out blood and were knocked back. Li Qianmei, teacher is awaiting your choice. Li Qianmei's teacher's gaze fell on her. Although his voice was calm, she could hear a hint of trembling within it. Li Qianmei stared at her teacher, and the void in her heart became even bigger. It turned into extreme pain, making her heart even more torn. The heaven-breaking sect was her home, her teacher as her father. However, right now she had to face a choice. The surroundings were completely silent as Li Qianmei revealed a miserable expression. She lowered her head and knelt down, kowtowing 6 times. Looking at Li Qianmei, her teacher's eyes revealed regret and pain. You can go. Li Qianmei's teacher turned around and looked at the sky. His heart seemed to be torn. Li Qianmei quietly stared at her teacher for a very long time. Tears flowed down before she turned around and flew into the sky in a daze. There's no more home. Was it worth it? The confusion in Li Qianmei's eyes became even stronger. After Li Qianmei left, her teacher closed his eyes. The pain in his heart washed over his body. An elder that was knocked away roared, Sect Master. Once Li Qianmei offends senior Taoist water and angers the God Sect, my heaven-breaking sect won't be able to bear it. I must inform the God Sect of this matter. If the God Sect gets angry, you will have to pay the price. Li Qianmei's teacher suddenly turned around and roared at the howling elder. Scram, scram, scram. His heaven's blight cultivation erupted, causing the elder to constantly cough out blood and fly back like a broken kite. With a bang, his body collapsed and his origin's soul escaped in terror. The heaven-breaking sect has been a slave to the God Sect for tens of thousands of years. All of you have become like slaves. If you fear the God Sect, then once Li Qianmei provokes senior Taoist water's anger, I'll bear all the responsibility. Li Qianmei's teacher waved his sleeve and disappeared. His voice echoed like thunder and spread out across the heaven-breaking sect. However, his voice couldn't shake the heart of the heaven-breaking sect cultivators that had been enslaved by the God Sect for tens of thousands of years. Just like the fog in the cloud sea, how many people could see through the fog? Everything Li Qianmei had done, whether it was leaving the battlefield at the demon sect or cutting her ties with the heaven-defying sect, they were all things Wang Lin didn't know about. At this moment, Li Qianmei was like a woman without a home as she flew toward the rank 5 region in a daze. She was already a lonely woman who had been an orphan since her childhood. Due to her blue hair, she didn't have a happy childhood. It was due to her strength and serenity that she had come all this way. However, now that she lost her home, it was like falling into the abyss. The loneliness from her childhood filled her, making her more bleak and weak. It was as if she would be blown by the wind to some place no one could find, where she would silently await her death. At this moment, in the Origin Sect in the Rank 5 region, there were two short swords floating before Wang Lin, one white and one black. The two rays of sword energy crossed and created thousands of shadows. These shadows formed a vortex and stirred up the world. As he continued to refine them and break the seals, the two mysterious short swords he got from the seven-colored realm were slowly displaying their true power. As time passed, more and more black and white sword shadows appeared around Wang Lin. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, until 1 million. 1 million black and white sword shadows connected to form a sword that gave off a heaven-shaking sword hymn. Chapter 1271, Awaiting Your Arrival. The sword hymn shook the world. The swords seemed to form a dragon that wanted to break the sky. A dense killing intent appeared in this world. This killing intent was cold like the swords. Wang Lin's figure became a blur within the endless sword shadows. It was impossible to see him clearly, as he was surrounded by the endless sword shadows. I didn't think they'd be able to transform into 1 million sword shadows after forcibly opening 4 of the 9 seals. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and his eyes shined brightly. His gaze seemed to combine with the surrounding sword shadows and become part of them. The moment his eyes opened, all the sword shadows trembled as if they couldn't bear this pressure. It was as if a primal animal was about to charge gout. For seals already have such power. It seems I underestimated these two short swords. In this case, I'll forcibly open more with my cultivation. I want to let the person that wants to kill me know that I, Wang Lin, am not so easy to kill. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as his hands formed a seal and pointed at the two short swords. Those two swords, one black, one white, released an earth-shattering howl that was like the roar of the dragons. It was as if two dragons were roaring at the sky. The two swords suddenly moved and pointed toward Wang Lin as if they were going to rebel. Wang Lin let out a cold snort, and the Star of Law appeared. As it rotated, the new law that was created appeared. Thunder echoed across the sky and countless balls of thunder appeared and gathered. Also, at this instant, blue fire appeared around the two swords. A battle intent erupted. Wang Lin waved his right hand as he roared, "Fifth seal, break for me." Popping sounds came from the two short swords. In an instant, large amounts of cracks appeared before the two short swords and unexpectedly exploded. What appeared before Wang Lin was still two swords, but now they could only be called daggers, as their appearance had shrunk a lot. The moment the two daggers appeared, the sword shadows around Wang Lin erupted. 1.5 million, 2 million, until there were 5 million. 5 million sword shadows covered the sky and spread across the continent of Mo Luo. Even in the space outside Mo Luo, one could feel the terrifying, destructive aura. What was even more shocking was that each of the 5 million sword shadows contained the power of thunder, fire, and battle intent. It was as if they would battle the world without the need to control them. 5 seals allows 5 million sword shadows. Good. Then I'll help you once more and refine you 2 daggers with the blood of an ancient god to break the rest of the seals in one go. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his hands formed a seal. His face immediately turned rosy. Ancient god blood was filled with vitality and could dispel all demons in the world. He forced out a mouthful of ancient good blood and spat it out. It turned into a blood mist that surrounded the 2 daggers. When he coughed out blood, an ancient god shadow appeared within the blood. The shadow split into 2 and entered the 2 daggers. At this instant, popping sounds came out from the dagger and they collapsed once more. They collapsed twice in a row. A thunderous rumble echoed as the number of sword shadows around Mo Luo increased like crazy. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million, 9 million. In the end, there were exactly 9,999,999 sword shadows around Wang Lin. Just one more to collapse the world. Wang Lin sat there and began to ponder. 7 seals have been opened. Unfortunately, with my cultivation level, I can't break them in a short period of time. Otherwise, from the looks of these 2 daggers, once the 8th seal is broken, they would reach 10 million. Although it's only one more sword, the gap is great. No harm. Even though I can't open the 8th seal, I can still obtain the effect of the 8th seal. I'm an ancient god, and an ancient god's body is powerful. I will be the last sword. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he inhaled. The almost 10 million swords immediately howled and gathered toward him. It looked like he was inhaling the world. Countless sword shadows entered Wang Lin's body. As the countless sword shadows entered his body, a thunderous rumble came from within him. He gave off a powerful killing intent that could shake the mind of anyone who saw him. Ordinary cultivators couldn't handle so many sword shadows, but it was no problem for Wang Lin, who was an ancient god. When he inhaled them, even his body turned silver. Gather! Wang Lin roared, and the almost 10 million sword shadows inside his body condensed and eventually gathered inside his right index finger. These two short swords are strange. When the almost 10 million sword shadows condensed in his right index finger, the sky became clear. The two daggers had become two strands of black and white energy that also entered Wang Lin's finger. Two illusory deer let out long hisses and circled Wang Lin's index finger. Eventually, they turned into two tattoos that imprinted on his finger. At this moment, Wang Lin's index finger could destroy the body of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Even an ordinary pseudo-Nirvana Void Treasure was no match. If one touched Wang Lin's index finger, it would immediately disintegrate. What was even more frightening was that this index finger also contained the laws of thunder, fire, and battle intent. It also contained Wang Lin's strength as an ancient god. This one finger could shock even a ghost god. Even a Heaven's Blight cultivator would have to dodge this finger. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he let out a breath that fell on his right index finger. The two tattoos were hidden and his index finger returned to normal. No one could see anything special about them. If I can catch that person off guard, then these 10 million sword shadows can definitely put him in a sorry state. Wang Lin looked up at the sky with a smile, but his eyes were gloomy. There are too many mortals on the continent of Mo Luo for the battle to occur here. It is the responsibility of us cultivators. Wang Lin silently got up and turned into a ray of light that quickly flew away from the continent of Mo Luo. His figure was a blur among the stars, and it didn't take long for him to find a wild continent. In a flash, Wang Lin charged at the wild continent. With a bang, his feet landed on this wild continent. His powerful divine sense spread out across the continent. Since I can't escape, I'll use this place as the battlefield. Wang Lin chose the highest peak in a mountain range and sat down. When I fused with the All-Seer's soul, I found out that there are still 7 more days until this life and death calamity. 7 days is more than enough time for me to prepare. Wang Lin muttered to himself as he raised his right hand and hit his forehead. 100 strands of milky white gas flew out of his head and turned into 100 balls of light. The world is ever-changing. Gather 100 avatars, ancient clan ability. After Wang Lin spoke, the 100 balls of light moved and turned into 100 Wang Lins. These were all avatars and souls. This was an ancient god spell Wang Lin could use after his 6th star had slightly recovered. As his hand pushed forward, the 100 avatars scattered in all directions and rushed through the star fog. Wang Lin closed his eyes as if he was cultivating. Time gradually passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days went by. His 100 avatars all contained the power of an ancient god and were all very powerful. In these 2 days, with his understanding of the rank 5 region, his 100 avatars brought back 100 wild continents. These 100 wild continents were moved here like crazy and surrounded the wild continent Wang Lin was on. This scene was enough to shock all the cultivators in the rank 5 region. At this moment, the area where Wang Lin placed the 100 wild continent had already taken a large portion of the region. From far away, it looked like the home of a clan from the ancient star system. These wild continents surrounded Wang Lin to form a giant formation. This formation used these continents as the frame and reached a terrifying level of power. The 100 avatars all returned, and Wang Lin opened his eyes. He waved his hand, and the annihilation restriction flew out around him and slowly rotated. Staring at the restriction, Wang Lin revealed a sneer. His hands moved like wind and didn't stop. Restrictions continued to spread out, permeating through the wild continent. They continued to spread until they were on all the wild continents, and then connected as one. Creating this many restrictions had consumed a large amount of origin energy, but Wang Lin was half a foot into the Nirvana Shatterer stage, and therefore could absorb endless origin energy. He also had large amounts of origin crystals, and didn't hesitate to take them out and absorb them. He also summoned the woman in silver, and ordered her to use the life and death restriction. The woman in silver used it without hesitation, and with enough origin crystals, her life and death restriction also covered the continent and synchronized with Wang Lin's restrictions. If this was it, it won't revealed Wang Lin's method. After he left the seven-colored realm, he had begun studying the time restriction. Although he hadn't fully learned it, as the inheritor of the annihilation restriction and with his understanding of restrictions, he had grasped a bit. At this moment, he used it, and the time restriction started to appear. On the fifth day, the time restriction also filled all the continents. The power of time restriction depends on time. I have the flower time spell and can reverse time to help the time restriction reach a certain peak in a short period of time. The fusion of the three great restrictions has heaven-shaking power. Person who wants to kill me. Even though you are a third-step cultivator, you won't know all the things I have prepared for you. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Chapter 1272. The God-slaying chariot appears once more. Time was like a deadly knife hanging in the air that was rapidly falling toward Wang Lin. There were 2 more days. Now there were 100 wild continents around where Wang Lin was. They were arranged in a strange way, containing origin energy, along with a hint of law. Wang Lin and the woman in silver had shrouded the continents with 3 of the great restrictions, forming a storm that could destroy the heavens. However, Wang Lin continued to suppress it, not letting it explode until the surrounding continents had been refined into a giant restriction treasure using the 3 great restrictions. Master Flamespark had borrowed the Thunder Celestial Realm fragments to refine a treasure. Although Wang Lin's materials weren't as good, this method was equal and even a bit superior due to the 3 great restrictions. If Master Flamespark were to fight Wang Lin now, he would certainly lose. These 100 wild continents gave off a powerful pressure, but Wang Lin continued to suppress it until it was hidden. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could fool a third-step cultivator, but he wanted its power to condense to a certain point before it erupted. Wang Lin had rarely prepared this crazily in a short period of time in all the life and death battles he had so far. Every extra thing he prepared would be an extra lifeline in this struggle. This time, Wang Lin knew that a third-step cultivator wanted to kill him, and he had almost no chance of survival. If it was anyone else but Wang Lin, they would have likely already collapsed in despair and wouldn't have the will to resist. After all, it was a third-step cultivator, so all preparations done would be useless. However, Wang Lin was heaven-defying cultivator and royal ancient god. His pride, his dignity, his heaven-defying nature wouldn't allow him to yield. Not even a third-step cultivator could make him yield. I can die, but I will die fighting, not suffer a humiliating death. If you want to kill me, you must pay the price. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he had prepared for 5 days straight. He took a deep breath as his hands formed a seal, and then he suddenly opened his arms. As Wang Lin's hands moved, a bloodstorm spread out with Wang Lin as the center. In a short period of time, it spread across the wild continents until all of them were enveloped by it. There were large amount of fierce beasts on these wild continents. When Wang Lin moved the wild continents here, he didn't move the fierce beasts. As a result, the amount of fierce beasts gathered here was terrifying. The Tattoo clan ancestor once taught me tattoo spells, and Tashan also secretly told me what he learned as well. Tattoos are refined from animal skins, taking the essence of the beast to form a tattoo. They have heaven-shaking power. However, this spell is simply too terrifying and requires too many lives. I didn't want to use this, but now I'm forced to. There was a flash of red light in Wang Lin's eyes as he began a complicated chant. This chant turned into tattoos around him. They charged into the blood storm and, in a flash, covered all the wild continents. The fierce beasts on the wild continents all trembled and let out miserable screams as their bodies and blood quickly withered. Even their bones melted as the essence of their bodies condensed on a piece of skin between their eyebrows and formed a blood-colored tattoo. The countless fierce beasts let out earth-shattering roars that echoed across the Rank 5 region. All the cultivators in the Rank 5 region sensed this shock, and those with low cultivations levels even began to hallucinate as they couldn't control their minds. As the fierce beasts collapsed, these tattoos floated above all the wild continents, creating an astonishing pressure. This pressure was enough to destroy a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Their body would instantly collapse, and it would be difficult for their origin soul to escape death. 10 million swords condensed into one is the first counterattack I prepared for the third-step cultivator that wants to kill me. 100 wild continents fused with the 3 great restrictions is the second counterattack I have prepared for him. Countless Tattoo clan tattoos formed by countless fierce beasts that could destroy the world will be the third counterattack. The endless origin crystals that piled up around Wang Lin all collapsed and dissipated as the origin energy inside was drained away. Even people at the Heaven's Blight stage would without a doubt die if they got hit by these 3-kill moves. But this isn't the limit of my 2,000 years of cultivation. Wang Lin had given it his all for this battle. He took a deep breath as his hand reached out and his storage space opened. A bolt of thunder flew out. The moment the thunder appeared, there was a roar. The thunder beast formed by the god-slaying war chariot appeared. As soon as it appeared, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and all the decorations Master Flame's Park had added on to it collapsed, and it returned to the mighty form of the past. Roar! This thunder beast let out a roar, and its eyes revealed a powerful gaze. It had already gained intelligence, so it knew Wang Lin was facing a crisis. There are still several seals left on this god-slaying war chariot. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have opened them, but now I can. Wang Lin took a deep breath and blew forward. A gust of wind came from his mouth and landed on the thunder beast. The thunder beast trembled violently and released cracking sounds as if a mirror was shattering. Release all the seals on the second god-slaying war chariot. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened, revealed a cold gaze. As the wind fell on the war chariot, he spat a mouthful of blood that landed on the war chariot as well. The thunder beast let out a painful cry as its body expanded rapidly. The seals on its body rapidly collapsed until all of them were released. The god-slaying war chariot that didn't get to storm the celestial realm before it collapsed revealed itself once more to the world. As the thunder beast's body expanded, it became tens of thousands of feet tall. Its body quickly changed, its bottom half turning into a giant war chariot. Its upper body changed drastically as well, becoming a giant spear. This spear was connected with the war chariot and gave off endless thunder when it appeared before Wang Lin. A heaven-shaking aura exploded from the war chariot and onto Wang Lin's body, causing him to stop breathing for a moment. Even the earth began trembling, and the 100 wild continents covered by the 3 great restrictions also trembled. Now it is worthy of being called God-slaying. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he waved his right hand, and the giant war chariot fell down on his left side. The spear gave off a powerful killing intent as it pointed at the sky. Wang Lin's right hand reached out once more, and a 5-colored butterfly came out and began circling him. There was also a blood swallow accompanying the butterfly. This third god-slaying war chariot is the strongest. Even now, I can't open it all, but aside from the last one, I'm confident in opening the rest. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and blood flew out and landed on the butterfly. In an instant, the butterfly trembled, and even its wings seemed to stop moving. Then a giant cocoon gradually appeared around it. This cocoon was similar to when it became a butterfly. The moment it appeared, endless origin energy began to gather. Even Wang Lin had his origin energy rapidly absorbed. As it absorbed origin energy, the cocoon grew bigger and bigger until it was 10,000 feet tall. Wang Lin's eyes closed as he continued to take out origin crystals for the cocoon to absorb. Soon, the cocoon stopped growing in size, but the aura inside became more fierce. Time slowly passed, and one day went by. The cocoon that was floating there suddenly collapsed and created a powerful blast that blew everything back. Even Wang Lin was pushed back over 10,000 feet, but his eyes were filled with ecstasy. As the cocoon collapsed, a 7-colored war chariot thousands of feet large appeared. This war chariot didn't have a spear, but possessed 7 terrifying thorns. As the thorns absorbed origin energy, they gave off a 7-colored glow. It suddenly landed, and as Wang Lin moved, the 2 war chariots stood on his left and right. These 2 war chariots are my 4th counterattack. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time. If I had more time, I would be able to prepare a few more. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. There was only 1 day left. There was only 12 hours left. He predicted that in 12 hours, the person that wanted to kill him would come and the life and death crisis would begin. My last preparation will be to suck out the rust from the broken iron sword in the next 12 hours. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the broken iron sword flew out. Even if this iron sword was repaired, it wouldn't be enough to resist this crisis, and Wang Lin didn't intend to repair it, as it was too late. What he wanted were the blood stains on the iron sword. I can't find any clue about this blood, but I can feel that it contains an unimaginable force. It is similar to ancient god blood, but at the same time different. It is even a bit similar to the heaven's blood the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor mentioned. Wang Lin suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. He swallowed the iron sword and began refining it inside his origin soul. Chapter 1273, Arrival. A lonely figure moved among the stars, wearing white with a head of flowing, blue hair, giving off a superb sense of beauty. Qianmei flew ahead with confusion and determination. There were still tears on her face as she bit her lower lip and flew faster and faster. There are some things in this world that have no logic, and one can only rely on their feelings. It doesn't matter whether it was worth it or not. It had to be done. She let out a sigh as she endured the sadness and bitterness in her heart. She flew even faster. Rank 9 region, where the god Sect was, hidden deep within the fog, was a cultivation planet. There was a large formation here. In the center was a very gorgeous palace. Inside the palace, Mu Bingmei sat there as she stared ahead. Her beautiful face revealed an indifferent expression. "Why are you trapping me here?" Wang Shanshan was sitting outside the palace and frowned as she said, "Big sister Mu, it is difficult to violate teacher's order. Little sister is also very puzzled. Perhaps teacher gave this order because he wants you to recover as soon as possible." Mu Bingmei silently pondered. She didn't understand why the god Sect's head elder was like this, and it gave off a strange feeling. There was a tingling sensation in her heart that she couldn't make out. It was as if something big was going to happen, and it was going to happen to someone she knew. At this moment, Mu Bingmei didn't know that the rank 8 sect competition had been cancelled or that Qianmei had left the heaven-breaking sect. She didn't know that Wang Lin was facing his biggest crisis yet, his fate unknown. If she knew all of this, how would she choose? Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin still sat on the wild continent. His origin soul had turned into fire under the 2 pieces of the broken sword, forcing out the blood stains on them. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, until 10 hours had passed. After consuming all the origin crystals, he had finally forced out 30% of the blood stains from the iron sword. This dark blood turned into a bean-sized pill that gave off a strange aura and floated around Wang Lin. Forcing out 30% of the blood from the iron sword was Wang Lin's limit. Even if he had more time, he wouldn't be able to force out more. If it wasn't for the danger forcing him into peak condition, he wouldn't have been able to force so much out. He then put away the iron sword and the woman in silver. He sat there and adjusted his body. His heart rate slowed down until it took several breaths for it to beat once. It was dead silent. The last 2 hours slowly passed. At the last moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly looked at the sky. At this instant, the star fog began to surge, and an unimaginable pressure slowly came out of the fog. "He's arrived." Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank, but soon returned to normal as he coldly stared at the sky. That pressure was heaven shaking. The moment it appeared, the earth trembled and showed signs of collapse. At this instant, all the fog shrouding the rank 5 region was suddenly pushed back. The fog moved like a wave, and the roars from the fog became even more intense. It was as if all the fierce beasts inside the fog were terrified. At the same time, a giant vortex made of fog suddenly appeared at the edge of Wang Lin's vision. A thunderous rumble echoed as a giant arm came out from the vortex and shot toward Wang Lin. The arm was very old and was filled with wrinkles. It was the hand of an elder. At this moment, it reached toward Wang Lin, and it seemed as if the entire world was going to collapse before it. The origin energy of the world seemed to be sealed by a strange force. None remained within this region. The speed of that giant hand was indescribable. The moment Wang Lin saw it come out of the vortex, it was above his head, reaching toward him like grabbing an ant. There were no words, no questions, no chance for survival as the hand descended. Wang Lin had encountered this in the 7-colored realm before as well. It seemed every third-step cultivator liked spells like these that would crush those they considered ants. It seemed like aside from other third-step cultivators, no one could make these people appear in their real bodies, much less an ant like Wang Lin. However, an ant could still bite, struggle, and resist. Not to mention Wang Lin had never considered himself an ant. Even if he did, he would still want to devour the world, filled with defying intent. The moment the hand reached down, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a frenzied gaze, and he let out a cold snort. He leaped at the hand like a meteor. Not even third-step cultivators can make me yield. The battle intent inside Wang Lin's heart ignited, and the star of law between his eyebrows rotated like crazy. The moment he charged out, he closed in on the hand, and when it reached at him, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. 10 million sword shadows. Wang Lin's right index finger pointed at the hand that was closing in on him. The sword energy hidden inside suddenly erupted. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 5 million, 8 million, 9,999,999. Just one sword shadow short of 10 million erupted from Wang Lin's right index finger. At this moment, Wang Lin's right index finger became the last sword shadow, and the sword shadows reached 10 million, a level of completion. The moment that completion was reached, the shadows of 2 deer appeared, and surrounded Wang Lin's index finger as it collided with the hand. This was the collision of a palm and a finger. It was 10 million sword shadows condensed into one. It had the power to kill all Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, and even Heaven's Blight cultivators would be shocked. This was Wang Lin's first attack against the person that wanted to kill him. A thunderous bang echoed across the world. This shockwave spread across the entire Rank 5 region and caused all the various cultivators to cough out blood. Their faces were pale and filled with indescribable horror. Everything in the world seemed to slow down. Wang Lin's finger landed on the hand at this moment, and the 10 million sword shadows hidden inside his finger erupted. The sword shadows rushed into the huge hand like crazy. The 10 million sword shadows carried Wang Lin's madness, unwillingness, and his spirit as a heaven-defying cultivator into the hand in an extreme fashion. The two deer shadows rushed out with the 10 million sword shadows and turned into black and white gas that entered the palm. Popping sounds echoed from inside the hand and seemed to replace all sounds in the world. It was as if the heavens themselves had stopped moving. The only thing left in this world was the scene of Wang Lin's finger colliding with that palm. The giant, desolate palm suddenly paused for a moment, and endless popping sounds echoed. If one looked closely, there seemed to be 10 million silver snakes moving around under its skin, causing the popping sounds to become even more intense. A thunderous rumble echoed as if the world was going to collapse. The skin of the hand burst, but, strangely, there was no blood, and not even a sliver of origin energy came out. The hand rose after the pause, and a soft exclamation came from the endless fog behind the hand. An ancient voice came from the fog as a powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky. You have some skill? However, how can a firefly compare to the moon? You dare to rise into the air before me? Get back down. That pressure was extremely powerful. If a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator touched it, they would immediately die. When it landed on Wang Lin, he coughed out blood. It felt like a carriage weighing 10 million tons or countless cultivation planets were smashing into him. Popping sounds came from his bones as the pressure crushed down and he was smashed into the ground. He had no power to resist at all. However, Wang Lin had the body of an ancient god. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he roared, 10 million sword shadows, collapse, collapse, collapse. Wang Lin's voice was filled with a crazy amount of killing intent. He had been a heaven-defying cultivator all his life. He defied the world and would never yield. The moment his voice echoed, the 10 million sword shadows that had entered the hand suddenly trembled and exploded. The explosion of the 10 million sword shadows was impossible to describe, and a rumble that could collapse the Rank 5 region echoed. In a flash, a heaven-defying aura spread out from the hand. It was as if 10 million cultivators had turned into flying swords, entered the hand, and launched a crazed, self-destructive attack. The roar seemed to come from ancient times, shocking the world. This spell was enough to kill any Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, and even Heaven's Blight cultivators would be forced off in an sorry state. However, at this moment, the giant hand suddenly trembled and a strange force appeared. The collapse of the 10 million sword shadows suddenly dissipated. The hand was left unscathed. There was only a red point at the center of the palm, and a drop of blood fell. Wang Lin's spells were able to destroy 4 fingers from Taoist Blue Dream. Now his power had increased greatly, and the power of the unsealed swords were not ordinary. In Wang Lin's first exchange with Taoist water, Wang Lin coughed out blood. Intense pain came from his bones, his body felt like it was being torn apart, and he was smashed down from the sky. However, Taoist water was injured. Even thought it was only a small wound. He was still injured. Chapter 1274, Expression changed. A third-step cultivator that wanted to kill a small Nirvana Shatterer cultivator had suffered a small wound from the Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Wang Lin knew that if news of this spread out, it would be enough to shock everyone in the sealed realm and the outer realm. The third step was a legendary cultivation level. In the sealed realm, third-step cultivators were extremely rare. Even in the outer realm, they were extremely rare. A third-step cultivator could sweep the world and would even dare to battle heaven itself. They were like the emperors among cultivators. All cultivators were like ants before them and could be easily wiped out. A Nirvana Shatterer cultivator could be a teacher in a sect, and a Heaven's Blight cultivator could be a high elder, but before a third-step cultivator, they were all like ants that could be killed at will. This was strength. This was the cruel truth of the cultivation world. The law of the jungle. If Wang Lin was a third-step cultivator, Taoist water would have been extremely cautious with his desire to kill him. He most likely wouldn't have chosen to fight at all, and instead would have invited Wang Lin as an esteemed guest. Then the two would sit down and trade for what they wanted. If Wang Lin was a third-step cultivator, he could have swept through the Alliance, Cloud Sea, and all heaven. Even Master Lu Fu would be very polite and would show respect. Neither side would provoke the other. Strength was everything, and it was the key to surviving in this cruel cultivation world. I underestimated you, little ant, but the more you struggle, the more this old man wants to kill you. The ancient voice echoed throughout the world like thunder. The fog tumbled violently as a boy wearing a Taoist robe walked out. This boy had a head of white hair, but his skin was white and clear. When he came out, his gaze fell on Wang Lin below. Third-step cultivators rarely appeared in person, as they could merge with the world and create a third-step avatar anywhere. Only life and death battles between third-step cultivators would cause them to fight in their real bodies. But Taoist water had unexpectedly come in his real body. This obviously showed his will to kill Wang Lin, but also showed how cautious and important he thought of this matter. He was worried that Wang Lin was really the reincarnation of his master. He was worried that Wang Lin had heaven-defying treasures. The moment the white-haired boy walked out of the fog, killing intent erupted from Wang Lin's eyes. He was waiting for this moment, waiting for the enemy to reveal their true body. I can't think about that chance of survival I predicted, or I'll have a fallback plan and there won't be that fierceness in my heart. As a result, I'll without a doubt die. Only by putting my back against the wall and throwing away my life can I obtain peak power. Wang Lin revealed a ferocious and crazed expression. He cut off all thoughts of retreat and pushed himself into a dead end. In truth, the moment the white-haired boy appeared, he was already at a dead end. The moment the white-haired boy came out of the fog, Wang Lin waved his hands and let out a roar. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay a price. As Wang Lin roared, he flew into the air once more without retreating. Just at this moment, the 100 continents around Wang Lin began to roar and a bloodlight shined. Endless blood tattoos flew out. They completely filled the area, and it was impossible to calculate how many there were. As Wang Lin roared, the blood-colored tattoos flew at the white-haired boy, carrying with them the power to destroy the heavens. The howling was horrifying. Every single blood tattoo was formed by the blood essence of a fierce beast. They also contained Dao intent unique to the beasts in the Cloud Sea, causing the power of the blood tattoos to be far more powerful than ones refined in the other star systems. As they flew at the white-haired boy, the sky was dyed red, and a thunderous howl covered the sky. You know the Tattoo Clan spell, but this spell is useless against this old man. Taoist Water's expression was neutral, and the moment the boundless tattoos closed in, he casually waved his right hand. Carefree Dao collapse. Taoist Water's voice was calm, but it gave the illusion that a god was roaring. His voice became more intense as it spread out like crazy. All the blood tattoos that collided with the invisible sound wave collapsed and couldn't get near Water Taoist at all. The collapse was endless, just like the amount of blood tattoos. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the entire Rank 5 region trembled violently. There was a tearing sound as a spatial crack split the Rank 5 region in half. Tattoos turn into blood. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a demonic glow, and the moment it appeared, all the blood from the collapsed tattoos gathered. In an instant, the blood before him gave off a bright red light and charged forward, breaking all spells in its path as it shot toward Taoist water. However, as the blood closed in, one gaze from Taoist Dao caused it to collapse. At this moment, the white-haired boy reached out, and one drop of blood stopped collapsing. It quickly flew into the boy's hand. The white-haired body held that drop of blood and swallowed it. Then his eyes began to shine. He's not his reincarnation. The collapse of the blood tattoos wasn't outside of Wang Lin's expectations. His 10 million sword shadows were able to leave a small wound. However, now that the other party had used third-step spells, all other spells would collapse. The Tattoo Clan spell was still a spell, so it naturally would have no effect. But this was exactly what Wang Lin wanted. As the blood collapsed and the tattoos were destroyed, the world was almost completely dyed red. At this moment, Wang Lin waved his hand and shouted, "Restriction Dao." A restriction wasn't a spell. It was formed from a strand of aura from ancient times that turned into its own Dao. In particular, Wang Lin had fused the 3 great restrictions, almost reaching the origin of restrictions. At this moment, the 100 wild continents began to shake and rapidly rotated under Wang Lin's control, smashing toward Taoist water. Annihilation restriction, seal the world. Life and death restriction, seal the body. Time restriction, seal the origin soul. 3 great restrictions as one, seal, seal, seal. Seal your world, seal your body, and seal your origin soul. Wang Lin pointed forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Aside from the wild continent under Wang Lin, all of the other wild continents circled around Daoist water, creating a formation. A powerful pressure appeared and crushed down on Daoist water. The restrictions on these 100 wild continents that had been suppressed this whole time erupted. The annihilation restriction burst out, forming a giant cage that trapped the world. The life and death restriction formed two auras, one of life and one of death. They surrounded the white-haired boy, forming the life and death restriction. The time restriction had reversed 5,000 years due to Wang Lin's flowing time spell. Now it erupted with an ancient aura that shrouded the white-haired boy's origin soul. As Wang Lin spoke, the three great restrictions suddenly erupted. Three great restrictions. Unfortunately, the fourth restriction isn't present, or it might have had some power. Daoist Water's eyes lit up as he waved his right hand once more. With a wave of his hand, the world collapsed. The carefree Dao collapse he had just used hadn't dissipated, and the wave caused its power to reach a peak. It could collapse all living things in this world. The endless collapse echoed like crazy, causing cracks to appear on the 100 wild continents, and in the blink of an eye, they started collapsing one by one. It took a lot of power to collapse 100 wild continents. It was something only third-step cultivators could do. However, although the wild continents were collapsing, the three great restrictions were absorbing the blood left from the blood tattoos. The restrictions formed an octagon and sealed the white-haired body inside. The three restrictions could seal the world, the flesh, and the origin soul, but they couldn't seal the soul, because they were lacking the last restriction to truly fuse into one. However, Wang Lin was very smart. He had used the blood of the countless beast tattoos destroyed by this white-haired boy to dye the restriction. This allowed its so-contained soul and show signs of a deformed completion. The spell of a myriad. Even if you use the blood to complete it, it is still useless. The white-haired boy took a step forward and no longer used any spells. Instead, he forced his way forward. He had reached the third step and had completed his law. Where there was law, spells couldn't stop him. As he walked forward, the world seemed to create a path for him. Even the fusion of three restrictions trembled as no spells could stop him. The time restriction broke first, no longer sealing his origin soul. Then the life and death restriction collapsed, no longer sealing his body. Finally, the annihilation restriction dissipated, no longer sealing the world. Although those three great restrictions were destroyed, because they weren't spells or laws, the white-haired paused for just an instant. Everything Wang Lin had done was for this pause. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, his hair became disheveled, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. God-slaying war chariot. The spear on the war chariot formed by the thunder beast shot out as a ray of light toward Daoist water. It was powerful, and as it flew through the air, it split the rank 5 region. After the spear, the 7 thorns from the 7-colored war chariot formed a rainbow that condensed and shot at Daoist water. At this moment, all law collapsed before these god-slaying war chariots. Laws couldn't stop them, the world couldn't stop them. No power could stop these two god-slaying war chariots. This was the real god-slaying war chariot. It had the power to slay the gods. Daoist water's expression changed for the first time. Chapter 1275, The Four Void Realms. The god-slaying war chariots were refined by the well-known refining madman of the celestial realm. He was still looking for materials to complete them when the celestial realm collapsed. During that calamity, he died with monstrous regret. He had spent everything he had learned and cultivated on producing these war chariots. He didn't hesitate to travel the world to find materials and spend all his effort, causing his endless lifespan to rapidly wither. Near the end, he was white-haired and almost out of vitality. Even if the calamity hadn't come, he would have died after the god-slaying war chariots were complete. His dream was to create the strongest treasure in the world, to kill even the gods, to destroy law, and split the world open. His regret was left in the Jade, and in the end it fell in Wang Lin's hands. Today, at this moment, it was in Wang Lin's hand that it revealed its terrifying power to destroy the gods. Even though Daoist water had lived for tens of thousands of years, even though he was the disciple of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, even though he was the head elder of the god Sect, he couldn't have known about everything that happened in the 4 celestial realms, let alone a celestial that had made a heaven-defying treasure that could threaten third-step cultivators. It's not a nirvana void treasure. It is impossible to figure out its rank. What kind of treasure is this? The white-haired boy's expression changed. He was here to kill Wang Lin, and he was 100% certain he would. The only thing he was worried about was the heaven-defying bead. He didn't think Wang Lin would have this kind of terrifying treasure. There wasn't time for him to think as the spear from the Thunder Beast broke through the sky. It split the rank 5 region in half and charged straight at Daoist water. There was no howling sound, only an indescribable killing intent. It was as if the spear had its own will. Once it flew out, it had to kill. After entering the third step, Daoist water had rarely used his full power to fight an enemy. However, at this moment, he revealed a serious expression. The moment the spear closed in, he waved his hands before his body. His right hand formed a claw and mercilessly slashed forward. Carefree slicing Dao. As Water Daoist's words echoed across the world, his right hand seemed to form the strongest slicing Dao. As he waved, popping sounds echoed, and it even felt like the void before him was being sliced up. The collapsed void suddenly expanded in a jagged shape and spread out. The popping sounds instantly reached a limit and echoed across the world like a roar. It quickly collided with the spear, creating a deafening roar. This violent roar quickly spread across the rank 5 and 6 regions. Countless cultivators coughed out blood, their eyes filled with horror. The spear was surrounded by the jagged void. Thunder rumbles echoed, becoming louder and louder. The sound of friction spread out, and it was extremely sharp. When it entered Wang Lin's ears, it made him bleed from his orifices, as if his body was being cut up. Intense pain filled his body, and he quickly retreated while coughing out blood. Water Daoist's eyes became even more serious and shined brightly. He raised his right hand up and mercilessly sliced down. Carefree cutting blade, destroy all laws. A thunder boom echoed and a giant crack appeared before Water Daoist. This crack had an irregular shape, as if it separated the heavens and earth. The moment it appeared, it shot forward. Everything it passed by was cut in half. In an instant, it closed in on the spear and mercilessly swept by. Rumble, 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 rumble. As the thunderous rumble echoed, the last wild continent Wang Lin was on collapsed into countless pieces. His face was pale and blood was spewing out from many parts of his body. He was covered in blood. As for the spear, it trembled as the spatial crack passed, and then was split in half. It was forced in half by Water Daoist's spell. After destroying the spear, Water Daoist didn't relax at all. His eyes became even more serious. After the spear collapsed, a ray of 7-colored light shot out toward Daoist water. This was the third god-slaying war chariot, the strongest of the 3 war chariots. This bright, 7-colored light was what Daoist water was really worried about. He felt like it was somewhat terrifying. The 7-colored light was too fast, and for the first time, Daoist water retreated 3 steps as he waved his right hand. The spatial crack swept by and was about to cut the 7-colored light. However, the moment the crack touched the 7-colored light, the crack began to rapidly shrink. It took an instant for it to completely close as if it was never there. This sudden change caused Daoist water's expression to change greatly, and he retreated a few more steps. His hands formed seals as his eyes lit up, and he spat out a cloud of fog. This fog was black, and an earth-shattering roar came from inside. There were 9 large and hideous ghosts inside. They immediately charged out at the 7-colored light and roared. Every single ghost was equal to the full power of a 3rd Heaven's Blight cultivator. Forget the 2 carefree Dao spells. Just these 9 ghosts would allow him to do as he wished in any star system, rarely meeting any resistance on the way. At this moment, these 9 ghosts let out hideous roars and closed in to devour the 7-colored light. They trembled as the 7-colored light shined brightly. The 9 ghosts let out mournful screams and quickly retreated, not daring to stop it. 2 of the ghosts that were too slow were slammed by the 7-colored light. They immediately disintegrated into large amounts of origin energy and dissipated. Daoist water's expression was gloomy as he retreated once more. His hands formed seals again as he used another spell. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was pale, but killing intent filled his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, the trident appeared, and his body quickly grew into an ancient god thousands of feet tall. He took a step forward and threw the trident at Daoist water. As he moved forward, his left hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. Call the winds suddenly appeared, turning into black dragons. As the destructive wind grew, the black dragons turned into a heaven-piercing spear that charged at Daoist water. Summon the rain also appeared. The raindrops turned into ice swords that shot out. At the same time, magic arsenal activated, and the celestial sealing print flew out from inside Wang Lin's mouth. Countless battle souls appeared, and a series of mournful roars echoed. They charged at Daoist water under the lead of Master Void and the All-Seer. Mountain Crumble also appeared as Wang Lin moved forward and roared with his footsteps. Illusory volcanoes erupted one by one. releasing heaven-shattering destructive power. Taoist water didn't care about any of this at all. The only thing he cared about was the seven-colored light that was charging at him like crazy. His hands formed a seal, and he closed his eyes. He opened his eyes an instant later. The moment he opened his eyes, his gaze seemed to turn solid and landed on the seven-colored light. There was a bang, and then a heaven-shaking impact spread out. The moment Taoist water looked at the seven-colored light, one color collapsed. However, the other six didn't, and they closed in like crazy. Water Taoist closed his eyes and opened them once more. In a short period of time, he closed and opened his eyes several times. Rumble, 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 rumble. This no-name spell caused some of the seven lights to suddenly collapse, leaving only three colors. It was now only 100 feet away. With its speed, it couldn't even be described as an instant. At this moment of danger, Taoist water's eyes revealed a strange light, and her said, "Stop spell." The moment those words appeared, he stopped the heavens, he stopped the earth, he stopped all laws, he stopped all movement, he stopped all spells, and he stopped all living things. At this instant, all the spells Wang Lin had used paused in the void. Even his body stopped. His eyes were filled with shock. All the origin energy inside his body seemed to have stopped, and he wasn't able to move even an inch. The only three colors left, red, yellow, and blue, released a thunderous rumble, as if someone was pulling the reins on countless wild horses. They struggled fiercely before they completely stopped 30 feet before Taoist water. What a powerful treasure. Unfortunately, there is obviously still one seal left. Otherwise, even with my early-stage Nirvana Void cultivation, I would have been injured. Even more, this old man was forced to use the stop spell. Lu Zihao, for you to be able to do this, you can be considered a heavenly genius. Nirvana Void, Spirit Void, Arcane Void, and Void Tribulent. The third step has 4 realms. Only after reaching the Spirit Void stage would I not be injured by this treasure once completely activated. Taoist water's eyes lit up. This god-slaying god Chariot shocked him a bit. If not for the fact that he knew a spell that didn't belong to this world, it might have been an issue. Although he wouldn't have died, he would have suffered injuries before he could kill this Lu Zihao. And as a third-step cultivator, to suffer the counterattack of an ant was in disgrace. You don't have the right to use this treasure, so this old man will take it. Taoist water waved his sleeves and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. The moment it appeared, it rushed out and devoured the red, yellow, and blue rays of light. The cultivation level difference between the two was like an uncrossable gully. Wang Lin looked at all of this, stunned, but there was an unwilling flame burning inside his heart. I'm unwilling. I still have 3 more killing aces. Even if I die, I want this person to pay an unrecoverable price. Chapter 1276, Counterattack. At this moment, in the wind celestial realm, the endless wind continued to flow through the realm. This gave the whole realm a desolate feeling as the wind howled, and this sense of desolation was so strong that it wouldn't dissipate at all. Herds of mosquito beasts moved with the wind. They were the only masters of the wind celestial realm. In the deepest part of the wind celestial realm, there were 3 floating continents, and one of them was dark red. The smell of blood lingered in the air as countless mosquito beasts floated in the sky, buzzing. There was a stone human statue on this dark red continent. At this moment, the stone person's eyes began to move and opened, revealing his ancient eyes. A strange aura slowly spread out from this person, but, strangely, it didn't attract the attention of the mosquito beasts. It was as if this stone person didn't exist in their eyes. How can that Taoist water kill a piece I spent so much effort to place? The eyes of the stone man shined, and he let out a cold snort. However, by borrowing his power, I can see if that child is really the reincarnation of that old man sealed realm lord, or if the heaven-defying bead is really in this child's hands. The wind of the celestial realm became even stronger. A wisp of wind flew out from the celestial realm's door and disappeared among the stars. The vortex between Taoist water's eyebrows devoured the 3 rays of light, and then he closed his eyes for a moment to absorb them. When he opened his eyes, there were red, yellow, and blue lights rotating in them. It was a shocking scene. His stop spell was very different from Wang Lin's. At that moment, he stopped the world, and he was the only thing left. All the spells stopped in the air but, strangely enough, didn't dissipate. It was as if without this white-haired boy's will, they would just linger there for tens of thousands of years. The spear formed by Summon the Wind floated in the air motionlessly. Even the destructive wind surrounding it stopped. The ice crystal swords formed by Summon the Rain stopped in the air. They looked like icicles floating in the air. There were still the countless battle souls from Magic Arsenal, including Master Void and the All-Seer. They all just floated motionlessly. Some of the many illusory volcanoes that had appeared before were previously giving off black smoke, and magma had begun to flow out of them. However, at this moment, the black smoke was still and the magma had stopped. Everything had stopped, including Wang Lin, who was stepping through the void above the black smoke. Wang Lin was still holding the trident tightly in his hand. 6 of Thunder Celestial by Fan's triple celestial spell. If this Li Zihao had learned them all, it might have been a bit difficult to kill him. Even if he had just learned Dark Moon, Clear Skies, this would have been a bit difficult. However, compared to Dark Moon, Clear Skies, these are all mere tricks. Water Daoist shook his head and no longer paid attention to Wang Lin. Instead, he arrived next to the god-slaying war chariot formed by the Thunder Beast. His gaze swept the god-slaying war chariot, and he let out a cold snort. He raised his right hand and smashed down, causing the war chariot to collapse. The Thunder Beast was destroyed while still frozen. There are too many flaws with this treasure. Since I don't need it, I'll destroy it. Daoist Water was extremely arrogant and had a rather eccentric personality. He liked to destroy things other people treasured, provided they were useless to him. As a third-step cultivator at the early stage of Nirvana Void, Daoist Water was indeed qualified to do this. When the war chariot formed by the Thunder Beast collapsed, Wang Lin's eyes filled with sorrow. The pain in his heart turned into a boundless, invisible flame that burned inside his body. However, it was all trapped inside his body. The grief caused 2 lines of blood tears to flow from his eyes. The god-slaying war chariot had accompanied him for a long time, but now it was destroyed. The cry in his heart set off like a storm as he stared at Daoist Water with a gloomy gaze. If I, Wang Lin, don't die from this calamity, I swear I'll kill this person. I must kill this person. I'll make him endure all kinds of torment before death. If I don't fulfill this oath, then let me be destroyed on the heaven-defying path. Daoist Water's gaze swept past Wang Lin. His favorite thing to do was look at someone when their powerful treasures were destroyed. That look of anger made him feel powerful. It made him feel the dignity he had lost many years ago. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, Daoist Water felt even more pleased as he thought that Wang Lin was the owner of the heaven-defying bead and his master's descendant. While walking forward, Daoist Water arrived next to the 7-colored god-slaying war chariot. His eyes revealed a strange light as he waved his sleeve to take it away. However, there was a flash of light, and the 7-colored butterfly appeared. The butterfly flapped its wings and dissipated into specks of light. When it dissipated, the 7-colored god-slaying chariot became an ordinary object. The treasure spirit would rather self-destruct than be taken by this old man. Daoist Water's eyes flashed cold as he raised his hand and smashed down. The god-slaying war chariot with the treasure spirit was torn apart. Now let me see if you have the heaven-defying bead. Daoist Water let out a cold snort and turned around to look at Wang Lin. At this moment, it felt like the world was trembling and all the stars had dissipated. Wang Lin and Daoist Water were the only 2 people left. His gaze contained a powerful penetrating force when it landed directly on Wang Lin. At this instant, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. He felt like his body was being torn apart. Even his origin soul and soul felt like they were being pierced. All the secrets in his body were clearly revealed before this gaze. The intense pain caused the veins on Wang Lin's face to bulge. His body strained, and sweat fell down like rain. However, he couldn't make a sound, as all of it was confined inside his body. Daoist Water swept Wang Lin's body inch by inch. In particular, he carefully examined Wang Lin's origin soul, and he gradually frowned. Nothing's there? Master said that the heaven-defying bead will merge with the origin soul, but his origin soul doesn't have the heaven-defying bead. He isn't Master's reincarnation, nor does he have the heaven-defying bead. Did I get the wrong person? Daoist Water frowned as he arrived next to Wang Lin. He raised his hand and chopped down. A thunderous roar echoed and a spatial crack opened. It was Wang Lin's storage space. Daoist Water used his shocking cultivation to easily open Wang Lin's storage space. His divine sense swept inside. If this storage space doesn't have heaven-defying bead, I'll search his soul. There was a flash of coldness in Daoist Water's eyes as he searched Wang Lin's storage space. There are many low-rank things, but all of them are trash. Collapse. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside Wang Lin's storage space. All treasures that were looked at by Daoist Water collapsed into ashes. As he swept through, his eyes narrowed when saw Su Ligua inside Wang Lin's storage space. This is an interesting sword spirit, but it's still trash. Under his gaze, Su Ligua's body trembled, and he was about to us his flattery skills. However, before his could, the old man's destructive will descended. Just as the will was about to destroy Su Ligua, Daoist Water was suddenly shocked and moved towards Suligua. He immediately locked onto what he saw, which was a boundless group of mosquito beasts. Although they were in another storage space, it was connected to this one, so Daoist Water was immediately able to see them. This many giant mosquito beasts. Daoist Water was surprised, and his divine sense swept once more. This time he saw a coffin giving off a silver glow. There was a sleeping woman inside the coffin. Not everything inside his storage space is trash. He even has the Lightning Celestial Emperor's heaven-avoiding coffin. This heaven-avoiding coffin is a good treasure and is useful to me. Daoist Water split a portion of his divine sense toward the coffin and was about to take it, along with the woman inside. Just at this instant, Wang Lin's body trembled violently, and his eyes revealed a never-before-seen madness. His bottom line wasn't the heaven-defying bead, his ancient god body, or the secrets in his soul, but this coffin, the woman inside this coffin. Water Daoist paused for a moment and noticed Wang Lin's abnormality. There was a flash of mockery in his eyes. You seem infatuated. This woman must be very important to you. I originally wanted to take this woman's body out later, but now I'll take her out in front of you. Rumor has it that a body not taken out from the heaven-avoiding coffin correctly will perish completely. Let's see if this rumor is true. Daoist Water's divine sense moved and surrounded the coffin to open it. His divine sense split off into many parts, looking for the heaven-defying bead. Just as he was about to open the heaven-avoiding coffin, one of his divine senses trembled as it saw the woman in silver inside the storage space. The moment his divine sense arrived, the woman in silver opened her eyes, and her gaze collided with Daoist Water's divine sense. You are. Even with Daoist Water's mental fortitude and status as a third-step cultivator, his expression unexpectedly changed. There was a hint of panic and his mind became a mess. While his mind was a mess, an indescribably powerful force erupted from Wang Lin's body, and his eyes became filled with monstrous killing intent. The moment Daoist Water was going to open the coffin, he devoured the blood he had refined from the iron sword that for some reason wasn't discovered by Daoist Water. Borrowing this destructive aura, his body rumbled. With this explosion of power, his imprisoned body gained some mobility. Seven-colored nail. Wang Lin let out a heaven-shaking roar. From an area in his storage space Daoist Water hadn't searched, yet came a seven-colored light. The seven-colored nail shot out toward Daoist Water's divine sense. A thunderous rumble echoed and Daoist Water's expression changed greatly. The seven-colored nail was too fast as it pierced through his divine sense and shot toward the area between his eyebrows. Daoist Water was very close to Wang Lin. The moment he saw the seven-colored nail, his pupils violently shrank. Sovereign's seven-colored God Void Nail. You have this. Chapter 1277, Rebirth. In this battle, Wang Lin had shocked Daoist Water many times. Now Daoist Water saw the strange meteorite that had charged into the ancient star system countless years ago and was refined by the Sovereign. This meteorite was composed of an unknown metal and was refined by the Sovereign for 10,000 years into 108 seven-colored nails, named the seven-colored God Void Nails. Rumor has it that this unknown metal meteorite was extremely mysterious. The Sovereign wanted to use a time spell to see where it was from. When he was about to succeed, a mysterious force interrupted him, and he was almost seriously injured. However, even so, because the Sovereign's was so powerful, he was able to see a blurry past of the meteorite when he was interrupted. The world was born and turned into the ancient star system. Then it was split into the inner and outer realms. However, in this vast universe, it seems the ancient star system wasn't the only one. In the beginning of the world, the ancient star system wasn't the only one created. This meteorite seems to have come from another star system that was equal to the ancient star system, but is separated by an eternal gap. This was something the Sovereign said after he saw through time, and he didn't hide this matter but declared it to the world. Therefore, the seven-colored God Void Nail's reputation soared. All the powerhouses knew of them. Daoist Water had personally witnessed the Sovereign use them against his master. Daoist Water wasn't the main force in that battle. But when his master was studying the heaven-defying bead in closed-door cultivation, the Sovereign used an extremely vicious treasure refined with the help of the ancient celestial realm cultivators to injure his master. Then the three lords of the ancient star system and several ancient celestial realm cultivators began a life-and-death battle against his master. What the Sovereign used were the 108 seven-colored God Void Nails. At this moment, when he saw the seven-colored God Void Nail, he was shocked and quickly retreated. He was well aware of the power of this nail. If an ordinary third-step cultivator at the Nirvana Void stage had a nail pierce their body, they would suffer serious damage. These nails weren't made to kill cultivators, but to specifically kill third-step cultivators. This strangeness of the seven-colored nails was something not even the Sovereign had figured out. He only knew that the nails were strong against someone strong and weak against someone weak. The higher the cultivation level, the greater damage it would inflict. It was impossible to figure this strange aspect of the nails out without knowing the origin of the meteorite. Nirvana Shatterer cultivators could survive a hit from the nails, such as Sima, who had come up with a method of breaking free, or Wang Lin, who had a body powerful enough to force it out. However, it was extremely difficult for third-step cultivators to force it out. After reaching the third step, there would be a strange change in the body. This change was an increase in power, but also a bizarre change. However, this change was stopped by the seven-colored nail. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it was to break free from the seven-colored nail. This matter was very strange and couldn't be explained. Daoist Water was first shocked by the large mosquito herd. Then he met the woman in silver. The moment he saw her, he immediately recognized her. The shock caused his mind to enter a rare state of chaos. While his mind was a mess, he didn't think a mere ant like Wang Lin could break free from his stop spell and use the seven-colored nail. All of this caused Daoist Water's expression to change greatly. The seven-colored nail swept through the strange space and rushed at Daoist Water's divine sense. After it tore his divine sense to shreds, it charged out from the storage space and headed directly for the area between Daoist Water's eyebrows. He was too close, so Daoist Water retreated like crazy, but the seven-colored nail was also fast. It appeared and released a roar as it broke through the world, appearing between Daoist Water's eyebrows in a flash. There was a thunderous bang as the seven-colored nail stabbed 1 inch into Daoist Water's skull. It rotated like a drill as it attempted to enter his brain and destroy his Dao. Daoist Water's face was deathly pale as his hands formed a seal, attempting to resist the seven-colored nail. However, he had underestimated Wang Lin once more. He wanted to take out the woman from the coffin and touch Wang Lin's bottom line. Li Muan was Wang Lin's bottom line. If Wang Lin was already crazy facing the life and death crisis, then when Daoist Water was going to take out Li Muan, he became insane. This kind of insanity was no different from being stabbed by the seven-colored nail. This was no longer a fight for his life, but something even more important. Under this insanity, there was also the blood from the iron sword that had fused with Wang Lin's origin soul. This was the blood of a 9-star ancient god, and also the blood of the heavens. When it fused with Wang Lin's origin soul, his body began to burn, his origin soul began to burn, and even his soul began to burn. It was as if there was an indescribable force erupting from his body. Popping sounds echoed as the stop spell around him collapsed. Wang Lin charged out with a roar as his ancient god stars rotated, and his star of law appeared as well. Holding the trident, Wang Lin charged straight at Daoist Water. His eyes were red, and the red light extended several feet out from his eyes. Popping sounds came from his body like crazy. It was impossible to tell if it was his heartbeat or his bones colliding. Even Daoist Water felt shocked when he saw this. In particular, the monstrous red light coming from Wang Lin's body made his pupils shrink. He took a step back and his speed suddenly increased while retreating. What he feared wasn't Wang Lin's spell, but the red light inside Wang Lin's body. At this moment, all his power was being used to resist the seven-colored nail between his eyebrows, so he had no time to pay attention to Wang Lin. His eyes lit up, and the speed of his retreat could collapse the void. How could Wang Lin let him retreat? All his preparation, all his spells, and all his treasures were used to create this situation. If the enemy had time to resist the seven-colored nail and suppress it, he would without a doubt die. The moment Daoist Water retreated, Wang Lin charged out like crazy. The blood that he had devoured began to burn, and he was like a burning meteor. As he rushed, he threw the trident in his hand. His body trembled as he used all the power in his body on the trident. The trident turned into a vicious dragon that charged at Daoist Water. The seven-colored light between Daoist Water's eyebrows shined brightly and was rotating rapidly to break into his skull. However, Daoist Water was using all his power as a third-step cultivator to resist it. The dragon formed by the trident closed in, and as Daoist Water retreated, his eyes lit up. Even with the seven-colored God Void Nail, it's useless. Let me show you the gap between third-step cultivators and ants like you. There was indifference in Daoist Water's eyes as he waved his right hand. A portion of his power gathered in his right hand. I wanted to search your soul, but since you're looking for death, this old man will fulfill your wish. Carefree Extinction Dao. extinguish everything before him. Daoist Water's right hand formed a seal and pushed forward. This palm caused a thunderous roar, and a blast of air gathered from all directions within 10 million kilometers. White lines began to form. If one looked from far away, they would clearly see that a giant diamond shape was forming within the 10 million kilometer area. The moment the diamond shape appeared, there was a thunderous roar and the diamond rapidly contracted. As it contracted, the shockwave became even more powerful. It was as if the world inside the diamond was separated from the outside, forming an unimaginable pressure. Daoist Water wanted to use this method to squeeze Wang Lin to death. The diamond shape rapidly contracted and soon shrank from 10 million kilometers to 1 million, 100,000, 50,000, 30,000, 10,000. A destructive aura filled the area as the diamond shrank once more to 8,000, 5,000, 3,000, 1,000, 500, until it was only 1,000 feet wide. It instantly contracted from 10 million kilometers to 1,000 feet. This rapid contraction formed an earth-shattering pressure that could crush all existences in the world. At this moment, this powerful pressure crushed down on Wang Lin and the dragon formed by the trident. Destroy, extinguish, collapse. Daoist Water retreated as words came from his mouth. The moment he spoke, the diamond-shaped lines contracted like crazy toward Wang Lin. It gave off a flash that lit up the entire star field and wrapped around Wang Lin's body. The power of 10 million kilometers of space condensed onto one person was the same as almost a dozen cultivation planets exploding. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars and shook the star system. At this moment, the rank 5, 6, 7, and even 8 regions could hear this thunderous rumble. Wang Lin's body suddenly collapsed under this destructive force. His flesh and blood shattered. Even his head exploded. The trident immediately shattered and let out a miserable groan. The soul of the trident died. Absolute power. The might of a third-step cultivator that couldn't be challenged was displayed by Daoist Water. From ancient times, no second-step cultivator could overcome a third-step cultivator. This was almost the same as the law of the heavens. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's exploded body gave off a demonic red light. Time seemed to reverse as the light gathered, and, like he was being reborn, Wang Lin's body reformed. Rebirth. This is impossible. Daoist Water was stunned for a moment. Chapter 1278, 100 Punches. The demonic red light surrounded Wang Lin's entire body. This red light came from the blood that fused with his origin soul. With the power of this strange blood, Wang Lin was able to reform his body in an instant after collapsing. Not even Wang Lin had time to think about this sudden development. He could clearly feel that the power from the blood was rapidly dissipating. It wouldn't take long for the power of the blood to completely dissipate. However, Wang Lin no longer cared about all of this. Now that his body had reformed, a crazy idea filled his body. He looked at Daoist Water and charged out. As he charged out, his body rapidly changed and he changed into an ancient god that was thousands of feet tall. The 6 stars between his eyebrows rapidly rotated, and the Star of Law appeared a well. At a glance, he looked like a 7-star ancient god. A crazed aura came from his ancient god body. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin had devoured countless celestial ascension fruits. He couldn't die, he must not die. He had to kill everything. Kill everything before him, no matter the cost. Roar. As Wang Lin roared, he was like a vicious spirit from ancient times. His right hand formed a fist and smashed down on Daoist Water. At the same time, a complex chant came from his mouth. The ancient god clan didn't have many spells, but each one was extremely powerful and not something cultivators could understand. As Wang Lin's words echoed, a powerful vitality force erupted from his body. In this world, nothing could match an ancient god's vitality. Ancient god spell, life exchange. Wang Lin let out a roar and threw a punch. This punch was so earth-shattering that the void before him suddenly collapsed. With this punch, Wang Lin's vitality dissipated rapidly, and the impact in that punch shot straight at Daoist Water. There was a thunderous bang, and the entire rank 5 region was about to collapse. Wang Lin's fist collided with Daoist Water's right palm. Bang! Wang Lin coughed out blood, and his body was thrown back, but he stopped himself after flying 10,000 feet. He revealed a mad expression and charged out once more. Daoist Water's expression was unchanged, but his right felt slightly numb. He was using all his power to resist the 7-colored nail and had only split off a bit of power, but that palm was enough to destroy a peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. To exchange life for power, this is only a temporary boost. I want to see how many punches you can throw. As he spoke, Wang Lin had come again and thrown the second punch. As he threw the second punch, a portion of his vitality dissipated. His originally white hair was now gray, and the stars between his eyebrows were dimmer. The second punch arrived. The moment it collided with Daoist Water's palm, Wang Lin endured the injury in his body and revealed a bitter smile. Even though he was injured, he threw the third punch, fourth punch, fifth punch, sixth punch, In a flash, Wang Lin threw 10 punches. These 10 punches wasted too much vitality. When the 10 punches landed, the shockwaves spread, and the entire Rank 5 region collapsed. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the Rank 5 region, and the cold wind swept the Rank 5 region. Wang Lin's hair fell, wrinkles appeared, and he suddenly became old. However, his eyes were still red and gave off a crazed battle intent. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo as the punches continued to fly at Daoist Water. Daoist Water's expression was still the same after the second punch, but after the sixth punch, he pulled his right hand back. He retreated a few steps and spat out fog. He used this fog to resist Wang Lin's remaining punches. Even if you have the body of an ancient god, you can't withstand this kind of spell that expends life. To fight his old man with this kind of spell is laughable. Daoist Water sneered. He had been able to hold off the 7-colored nail between his brows. No matter how hard it drilled, it couldn't break into his skull, but that heart-wrenching pain was still present. The sovereign's 7-colored god void nail is too strange. Fortunately, this child doesn't know how to properly use it. However, it is best to prevent any sudden changes. Daoist Water let out a roar as he erupted his full cultivation in an attempt to force the 7-colored nail out. A majority of Wang Lin's vitality had dissipated from his body. He was like an old man who was near the end and gave off waves of death aura. The stars between his eyebrows were dim and wrinkles filled his body. It seemed like his body was aging rapidly. However, the fire in his eyes became even stronger. He let out a desolate roar and rushed out like a moth flying to a fire knowing he was going to die. How many knew that a moth flying toward a fire sometimes wasn't a yearning for the fire, but the determination to put that fire out? As he rushed out, Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist and waved. Thunderous rumbles replaced all sounds in the world as he threw the 11th punch, 12th punch, 13th punch, until the 19th punch suddenly erupted. Every single punch was the peak of Wang Lin's cultivation, a powerful blow from an ancient god, all in exchange for his vitality. The thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Blood came out from Wang Lin's orifices, and he was on the brink of death. But those punches didn't stop, and even Daoist Water was moved by this. As the rumbles echoed, Daoist Water's fog resisted it all. Not only did it not collapse, it was about to devour Wang Lin. Unfortunate. If you can last for more than 100 punches, you might be able to injure me while I'm resisting the 7-colored nail. However, 19 punches is your limit, and all the vitality in your body has collapsed. Without even me killing you, you would die in just a moment. Daoist Water's indifferent voice spread out, but Wang Lin could not hear it anymore. His ears were filled with blood, and he couldn't hear much. He was very tired and death aura had filled his body. A sense of the end filled his heart, seeming to want to take him far away. Away from this cruel cultivation world, from all this pain. Even the red light in his eyes dimmed, and they were without light. However, just as the fog pushed Wang Lin, he suddenly raised his head, and his dimmed eyes shined brightly. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. I understand. This battle isn't a battle intent, but the determination to resist, even knowing death is coming. Wang Lin revealed a miserable smile as he took a step forward and threw another punch. 20th punch. After that punch, black blood leaked out of the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, and he began to laugh. This laugh was filled with the pride of an indomitable spirit that ruled above all living things. I, Wang Lin, began cultivating at 16 years old. The 21st punch flew out. The fog didn't stop and charged at Wang Lin. I entered the Heng Yu Sect, killed Teng Li. The 22nd punch flew out, and the fog suddenly stopped. I escaped to the Sea of Devils and formed my golden core. The 23rd punch. The fog shrank and let out a sharp roar. Reached the nascent soul stage, wiped out the Teng family, shocked planet Suzaku, became the All-Seer's disciple. Wang Lin continued to walk forward as he seemed to mutter to himself while laughing. This punch bombarded like crazy. The 24th, 25th, and 26th punches. The fog burst open and was forced back 30 feet. Yin and Yang stages, 3 realms of nirvana. I faced a lifetime of crisis, never yielded, and killed countless people. The 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th punches. The fog retreated as it roared even more violently. It was frightened and retreated in panic. I have killed countless people since then. It took more than 2,000 years of cultivation to reach where I am now. The 31st punch. 39th punch. I battled the heavens, battled the earth, and today, I battled a third step cultivator. So what if I die? The 40th, 41st, 42 ND. 53rd punch. The only regret is that I can't resurrect my love, since I'll die with her. But so what? The 54th, 55th, 56th, 64th punches. The fog that was knocked back dissipated into the void. Even if I give up all my vitality, so what? The 65th, 66th, 67th, 75th punch. Blood spewed out from all over his body. He was now covered in blood. His body rapidly shrank, and he began to rapidly age. Stiffness filled his body, making his internal organs decay, and his vitality was all gone. In truth, at the 23rd punch, his vitality was used up. The remaining punches all came from the power from the blood that had fused with his origin soul. I walk through the world standing upright. If I die in battle, so what? Wang Lin's voice was hoarse, as if even his voice contained the taste of blood. It could shock the mind of anyone who heard it. The 76th, 77th, 78th, 84th punch. My vitality ran out, and I'm about to die, but the punches from this spell aren't over. Flowing time, reverse time, 5,000 years. Give me 5,000 years of vitality. Wang Lin looked up and smiled. After 84 punches, he continued to walk forward like a battle celestial walking forward with the determination to die. There was nothing before him that could stop him. There was a rare sign of seriousness in Daoist Water's eyes. For the first time, he felt like the experience this person had was not simple. As Wang Lin spoke, the collapsed void around him turned into a sea. Then a giant, stone door appeared. A desolate aura spread out and shrouded Wang Lin. The 85th, 86th, 87th, 100th punch. In this short period of time, Wang Lin had consumed all the power of the blood, all the vitality in his body, and used flowing time to gain 5,000 more years of vitality to complete the shocking 100 punches. This was Wang Lin's strongest 100 punches. This was his entire life. Chapter 1279, Injured. 100 punches. There seemed to be no force in this world that could resist the 100 punches Wang Lin that had used his entire life to throw. These 100 punches contained Wang Lin's endless vitality, his 2,000 years of cultivation, all of his origin energy, and all the power from that mysterious blood from the iron sword. This was a pinnacle of Wang Lin's life. This was the strongest attack he had used with the intent to die. These 100 punches were Wang Lin. Like a moth going at the flame, these punches charged at Daoist water. A moth flew at the flame to put it out, to use its own body to put out this ancient flame. Daoist water's eyes became serious and were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The ant before him had managed to use vitality to punch 100 times. These were no ordinary 100 punches. They were created by the essence of his entire being. It was brilliant. It gave Daoist water a powerful sense of danger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was using all his power to resist the seven-colored nail, there would have been no danger. After all, the power of the third step was difficult to imagine. However, right now these 100 punches shocked Daoist water greatly. Thunderous rumbles turned into an endless storm that swept toward Daoist water. Daoist water's eyes lit up as his hands formed a seal, and he pointed forward. A giant vortex of water appeared before his chest. The moment it appeared, it shot out like a big mouth ready to devour. The heavens and earth are infinite. Water, Dao Devour Spell. Daoist water let out a roar as the huge vortex began to devour everything before it. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The endless rumbles almost caused the rank 6 region to collapse. There was no star fog left, as if a giant hole had appeared within the star fog. As the roar rumbled, Wang Lin's entire body was covered in blood. His heart beat weakly before it suddenly shattered. There was almost no light in his eyes. The collapse from the 100 punches was strong enough to destroy everything. Even someone at the Heaven's Blight stage would die. The shockwave spread out in all directions and swept across the cloud sea. As the shockwave spread out, all the star fog collapsed. All fierce beasts died, and even many wild continents collapsed. Even the rank 6 region suffered the same fate. It was as if a giant hole was opened in the cloud sea. Wind howled from the hole, as if a terrifying demon was going to crawl out. Under this bombardment and shockwave, popping sounds echoed around Daoist water. His hand continued to move, and he quickly retreated. The water vortex was pushed back and immediately went back into his body. Daoist water's clothes exploded and turned into fragments. Even his hair was scattered. His face was pale and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. A third-step cultivator was actually injured. I underestimated him. Since Daoist water was injured, he could no longer suppress the seven-colored nail. The seven-colored nail shined brightly. HD roared once more as it drilled in 3 inches more, breaking his skull. Intense pain washed over him as Daoist water coughed out blood. The blood turned into countless runes that turned into seals to seal the nail. Good. For an ant like you to injure me. Even if it was when I was resisting the seven-colored God Void nail. You have shocked the world and can laugh in the afterlife. Daoist water wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then monstrous killing intent filled his eyes. He took a step forward toward Wang Lin and raised his right hand. His right hand instantly covered the sky and descended on Wang Lin. You can now die? Even if you are reborn, I'll kill you. Carefree reincarnation Dao. This old man will kill you in 100 reincarnation cycles. I want to see how you will be reborn. Daoist water's voice was like a cold wind. As he waved his right hand, he seemed to extract all the reincarnation law in the world and formed his own reincarnation cycle. A giant wheel appeared as his hand moved. There was a howl as it smashed down on Wang Lin. Once Wang Lin was hit by this, he would be destroyed 100 times, and there would be no chance for survival. Just at this instant, a gust of wind tore through everything in this collapsed battleground. Slave Daoist water, if you kill him, I'll kill you. An ancient voice came from the void and echoed in this battlefield. Water Daoist's body suddenly stopped. He suddenly looked around at the void and his expression became gloomy. Old fellow, you want to stop me? You were sealed by the ancient celestial realm into a stone. They trapped you for 100,000 years to refine you into a magic treasure. Right now you are borrowing the power of the outside star system from the mosquito beasts to survive. Yet you want to interfere? You want to stop me? What qualification do you have to stop me? Daoist water let out a cold snort. He no longer hesitated, and his right hand slammed down on Wang Lin. However, just at this instant, the wind turned into a giant hand that reached for the reincarnation cycle that had appeared. Junior slave, back then, you were only a slave before the Lord of the Sealed Realm, and had to be respectful toward his old man. Now you have entered the third step, but have become extremely arrogant. Even the evil ancient celestials couldn't kill me. They could only seal me for 100,000 years to refine me. You're a mere slave, a frog at the bottom of the well. The ancient voice was calm as the wind hand grabbed the wheel and suddenly pulled. A sharp howl suddenly echoed. Daoist water's expression changed and his hands formed a seal. Then he pointed and shouted, "Stop spell." The moment he roared, the hand formed by wind stopped for a moment. It was just for a moment. Then popping sounds echoed and it broke free. It grabbed the wheel and mercilessly squeezed. The wheel collapsed and dissipated. Daoist water's pupils shrank violently and he exclaimed, "It's impossible. You have clearly been sealed. How can you resist my stop spell? I know you absorbed the source origin from the outer star system. You can absorb power from the outer star system. You have some insight." The ancient voice let out a cold snort as the hand formed by the wind reached for Daoist water. Daoist water let out a scream as his hands formed a seal and pointed at his chest. His cultivation suddenly exploded and a giant cultivation planet appeared behind him. This cultivation planet contained dense origin energy and gave off powerful vitality. There was enough vitality to match a rank 5 ancient god. Endless mutters come from the cultivation planet. The mutters turned into a strange energy that entered Daoist water's body. His eyes lit up and he roared. 2 billion yin and yang disciples. Roar, roar, roar. Daoist water pointed at the sky, and then quickly pointed 3 times at the wind arm that was reaching towards him. Every time he pointed, the giant cultivation planet behind him would tremble. The shadow of a cultivation planet would appear and fly toward the arm, charging at Daoist water. When the finger pointed 3 times, 3 large cultivation planet shadows shot at the wind hand. A shocking pressure descended in this void. Just like your original body, these 2 billion yin and yang disciples are neither male nor female waste. The ancient voice sneered. The wind arm didn't stop and charged forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 3 loud bangs echoed. The 3 cultivation planet shadows exploded into a destructive aura that rushed at the wind hand. The hand formed a seal that was also made of wind and collided with the destructive force from the 3 cultivation planet shadows. A thunderous rumble echoed. The hand didn't dissipate, but it was heavily damaged. It rushed toward Daoist water and pressed down between his eyebrows. Old fellow, you're meddling. Your original body can't come, and this is a mere avatar. Die for me, die, die. It was as if something had touched Daoist water's weak spot. He revealed a hideous expression and his right hand reached out. He pulled the giant cultivation planet and mercilessly threw it. This old man has gathered 2 billion water Dao disciples to worship for tens of thousands of years to create Joss flames for me. Today I'll destroy 500 million water Dao disciples to form Joss flames and kill your avatar. Then I'll go to the wind celestial realm and kill your real body. Daoist water let out a roar as the giant cultivation planet was smashed down by him and collided with the damaged hand. A loud rumble echoed. The moment the cultivation planet smashed down, a powerful force appeared. This was an energy unique to third-step cultivators. It was created from the collapse of 500 million water Dao disciples. The damaged arm immediately collapsed. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The ancient voice let out a muffled groan as he was injured. The voice and the wind hand disappeared. Old fellow, you coming to stop me means that this ant is important, which makes me want to kill him even more. Now that your avatar has died to the Joss flame of my water Dao disciples, who can stop me? Daoist water's expression was extremely hideous. The 7-colored nail was rotating between his eyebrows, but couldn't penetrate more than 3 inches. However, the part that entered his skull had begun to melt, causing a hint of madness in Daoist water. Daoist water suddenly turned around and charged at Wang Lin. His fingers opened up, and he closed in with killing intent. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. A finger made of wind suddenly appeared between Daoist water's eyebrows and pressed down on the 7-colored nail. Daoist water's expression changed greatly, and he stopped. Countless shadows appeared before him to block it, and he quickly retreated. You're still not dead. Chapter 1280, 3 Essences. This finger appeared too suddenly, without any warning. Daoist water thought he had destroyed the other person's avatar, and his mind was being affected by the madness from the 7-colored nail when it appeared. This finger appeared at a heavenly opportunity. There was no better time for it to appear. It was right when Daoist water was defenseless. Daoist water's expression changed greatly, and his speed of retreat reached a limit, but he still couldn't dodge. The shadows that appeared before him attempted to dodge, but they suddenly collapsed. Rumbling sounds echoed across the world as the shadows were all destroyed by the finger. Finally, after destroying everything, the finger rushed out and pressed down on the 7-colored nail between Daoist water's eyebrows. An indescribably powerful force rushed out, and Daoist water screamed. The 7-colored nail mercilessly stabbed in. It broke through everything by force. 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches. This nail was only 7 inches long, and now it was embedded 5 inches deep. Just 2 more inches, and it would be completely inside, and at that time, Daoist water would be seriously injured, because this nail had pierced the spot between his eyebrows. It was a weak point for cultivators, unlike the shoulder, where Wang Lin was stabbed. At this moment of crisis, Daoist water's face turned pale and fear filled his eyes. He was well aware of how powerful the 7-colored God Void nails were. When he saw his master being stabbed by 94 nails, that painful expression was something Daoist water could never forget. Master, save me. Daoist water retreated, but the finger followed to push the nail in even more. At the moment Daoist water cried out, a powerful force came from within his body. This powerful force condensed on the back of Daoist water's right hand and turned into a charm. The moment the charm appeared, a golden light lit up the dark space and spread out. The finger pressing down toward the 7-colored nail was hit by the golden light and dissipated, releasing a hiss in the process. Lord of the Sealed Realm, back then you said this slave that had helped you a lot, so you gifted this slave a charm that would protect his life 3 times. When he betrayed you, you clearly had 2 chances to kill him, but you let him go, wasting 2 uses of the charm. In the end you died. Now tens of thousands of years have passed, and the 3rd use of the charm is being used. You're still going to protect the Dao slave that betrayed you. I admire your cultivation, but I disdain your ways. Your ideals are too inflexible. The ancient voice let out a sigh and slowly dissipated. Daoist water was soaked in sweat. At this moment, enduring the pain between his eyebrows, he felt a lingering sense of fear. He grinned and let out a roar at the sky. Master, thank you. You still have to protect me after death, which makes me somewhat sorry about what happened, but you must die. You must die. Daoist water had been shrouded by the madness from the 7-colored nail, but he was suppressing it with his powerful cultivation. However, that madness had changed his personality. Otherwise, given his cultivation level and age, he wouldn't speak like this. As long as it hasn't drilled all the way through, once I kill this ant, I can enter closed-door cultivation to force this nail out. Daoist water's eyes lit up. He no longer hesitated and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were still open. He felt himself slowly walk toward death as watched everything that had happened. When he saw Daoist water charge at him, there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, there was absolute calmness, as if all the madness from before had been released with his vitality. Life and death, karmic cause and karmic effect, true and false. All of these are opposite existences. After life, there is still death. I have used a fist of life, but I can still explode all the death within me. Let us both die together. I can collapse all my ancient god stars in exchange for one more attack at my peak. I can destroy my star of law in exchange for endless origin energy and split the heavens. Wang Lin seemed to become enlightened in something, and his eyes revealed a strange light. The death aura within him suddenly formed a vortex. This vortex could destroy the world, break yin and yang, and shatter reincarnation. Unexpectedly, there was a hint of essence coming from this vortex. This was essence. This was the most important thing to becoming a third-step cultivator. Wang Lin was no stranger to essence, as he had obtained some before. However, he had obtained it from the battle scrolls. It wasn't Wang Lin's own essence, but an external force. At this moment of life and death, Wang Lin gained enlightenment in life and death. The moment his death aura erupted, he comprehended his own life and death essence. Even though this essence was very little, this meant that the door to the third step had opened a crack for him. This was like a bucket of cold water being poured on Daoist water. The madness in his eyes dissipated greatly and was replaced with shock. This child has the potential to become a third-step cultivator. He actually comprehended his own essence. There are countless cultivators in this world, but third-step cultivators are extremely rare. This child could actually reach this point. If given enough time, I fear that he could become a third-step cultivator in just 1,000 years. Daoist water's expression became gloomy, but his determination to kill Wang Lin grew even stronger. He must die. Daoist water charged at Wang Lin. He raised his right hand, and the giant cultivation planet appeared before him. He was about to use the power of this cultivation planet to crush Wang Lin, who he thought of as an ant that had turned into a mortal that had turned into someone with the potential to become a third-step cultivator. The death aura around Wang Lin rotated like crazy. The life and death essence inside was growing. Although it was slow, it was real. It seemed like it was going to break free from the death vortex and appear in this world. At this instant, the royal ancient god stars, including the just recovered sixth star, all shattered. Shattered stars. All 6 stars exploded. At this moment, an even larger vortex appeared outside the death aura vortex. This vortex was filled with unimaginable ancient god aura, and another essence came out of this vortex. This essence was born from reaching completion in the karma domain. The ancient god shattered stars were an action of karma. Without the stars shattering, how could there be power? Shatter and power were karma. In this moment of life or death, Wang Lin's shattered stars allowed him to comprehend his second essence, karma essence. This Daoist water's expression changed greatly. Wang Lin's life and death essence had already shocked him, but at this moment, a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. There was actually a second essence. Just one essence is enough to become a third-step cultivator, but having 2 essences is extremely rare. Only people like Sovereign, Qin Lin, and other amazing talents could enter Dao with 2 essences and reach the third step. If this child can reach the third step, then the moment he enters, I will be no match. My only choice will be to escape. Daoist water had only ever met 2 people with 2 essences, Sovereign and Qin Lin. These 2 people were all extremely powerful, so much so that Daoist water could not compare to them. However, now he was looking at a third person with 2 essences. At this moment, he even had the thought of taking Wang Lin in as a disciple. However, the moment this idea arose, it was erased by him. This child hates me to the bone, but his talent is extremely rare. Even in both the inner and outer realms, such a talent is one of a kind in tens of thousands of years. This kind of person will die by my hand. This gives me more joy than the destruction of any amount of magical treasures. Such a gifted person will be killed by me. The madness in Daoist water's eyes became even stronger as the cultivation planet closed in on Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the star of law between Wang Lin's eyebrows suddenly collapsed. The collapse of this star of law formed a third vortex that swept the world and surrounded Wang Lin. In this third vortex, there was actually essence as well. The true and false domain was contained inside his star of law. The moment this new law collapsed, the true and false domain reached completion. A true and false essence came from the vortex. This was Wang Lin's third essence. Life and death was the first essence. Karma was the second. True and false was the third essence. 3 essences suddenly rushed out from the 3 vortexes. However, they were still weak and needed a long time to grow. When they reached a certain point and became complete, Wang Lin would be able to enter Dao with 3 essences and become a heaven-shaking third-step cultivator. This scene caused Daoist Water's attack to stop, and his eyes almost popped out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 3 essences. 3 essences. No one in this has entered Dao with 3 essences. This child is heaven-defying. If he enters the third, even if he has just entered, I won't even be able to escape from him. 3 essences. Sovereign and Qing Lin only have 2 essences. Even Master only had 2.5, unable to completely realize the third one. How could his child have 3 essences? This kind of person is someone even the heavens will want to destroy. If he becomes a third-step cultivator, even void turbulent cultivators will be no match. He could destroy the world and rule supreme. Who the hell is he? He can't be an ordinary cultivator, but the reincarnation of some powerful cultivator. What kind of powerful cultivator would have the ability to reincarnate and cultivate 3 essences? Unless he is the reincarnation of a legendary, 4th-step heaven-trampling cultivator. Daoist Water was a 3rd-step cultivator, but at this moment he was frightened by everything he saw. Since I have provoked such an existence, I must kill him, or else there will be no place left for me. Daoist Water's face was pale as he clenched his teeth. His power as a 3rd-step cultivator erupted as he fused with the cultivation planet and smashed down on Wang Lin. Even if you are the reincarnation of a 4th-step heaven-trampling cultivator, you will still die for me. For this old man to kill this kind of person, it was worth it. Die, die, die. Chapter 1281, Jade of the Sealed Realm. Daoist Water was scared out of his wits from the essences that had come from Wang Lin's body, and his eyes almost popped out. Wang Lin's 3 essences were far beyond his imagination. He didn't dare to think about the destructive power Wang Lin would have if he lived and became a 3rd-step cultivator in 1,000 years. The moment he reaches the 3rd step, he will be powerful enough to face those that have been at the early stage of Nirvana Void for tens of thousands of years. In fact, they will be no match for him at all. Such a heaven-defying figure would even make the heavens jealous. He should never appear. I will kill him. I must kill him. If not, there will be no place for me in the future. At this moment, Daoist Water didn't even know that 3 essences weren't even Wang Lin's limit. He had given up his life and comprehended his first essence, the life and death essence. He had shattered his ancient god stars and comprehended his second essence, the karma essence. He had destroyed his star of law and comprehended his third essence, the true and false essence. However, within his body, which hadn't dissipated yet, there was still the fire of the vermilion bird. This vermilion bird fire had already gone through 3 metamorphoses. Each metamorphosis had greatly increased his comprehension of fire. The 3rd metamorphosis allowed Wang Lin's mastery of fire to reach a terrifying degree. All fire spells had to yield before him. If there was a cultivator that cultivated fire spells, Wang Lin could wave his hand and trigger the other person's fire to kill them. Even if they didn't cultivate fire spells, Wang Lin could use their anger and burn them to death. In this world, the most powerful fire was the flame of anger. Everyone had it, and it was invisible, but once it began to burn and you couldn't hold out, you would die. Above the fire of anger, there was also the burning fire which had earth-shattering power. The burning fire was burning fire itself, allowing the fire to burn a second time, resulting in incredible power. However, above the burning fire there was still Dao fire. If Wang Lin could reach that realm, he could directly burn another's domain. This was no longer a spell or ability, but something infinitely close to a Dao spell. Wang Lin's comprehension of fire was not at all inferior to his comprehension of life and death, karma, and true and false. If those 3 could give birth to essences, then naturally the fire would also give birth to an essence. However, this essence was well hidden, and Daoist Water simply couldn't notice it. This was due to his cultivation level. If there was a 3rd-step cultivator at the Spirit Void stage, they would be able to see the 4th essence that would shock all 3rd-step cultivators. For essences, 4. More than Sovereign, Qing Lin, and even more than the Lord of the Sealed Realm. More than any cultivator that had gained enlightenment in both in the inner and outer realms. If the Sovereign knew of this, he would do whatever it took to take Wang Lin as his disciple, no matter the cost. If Daoist Water knew of this, he would be even more shocked. To him, Wang Lin was like a seed that could become the true ruler of the ancient star system, a real ancient celestial, and a legendary 4th-step cultivator. Although this person was still growing, it was still shocking. However, for wasn't Wang Lin's limit. Under the hidden fire essence inside Wang Lin's body was his last essence, The fifth essence. Thunder. Heavenly Thunder Essence. He had devoured half an ancient Thunder Dragon origin soul, transformed his origin soul for over 1,000 years, and absorbed the thunder from the ancient scattered Thunder clan. This allowed him to exercise the right over thunder in place of the heavens. But if we're to go one step further, he could replace, in place, and command his own thunder. Then, if he gained enlightenment and devoured 9 different kinds of thunder, he could become the master of thunder and complete his Thunder Dao, giving him incredible power. Others would be acting in place of the heavens, but Wang Lin would be acting according to his own will. These 2 essences were hidden deep within his body, and Taoist water couldn't detect them at all. If he knew Wang Lin actually had 5 essences, what kind of shocked expression would he have? However, all of this was extremely weak and dangerous. As long as Taoist water's attack descended, he would completely kill Wang Lin and make Wang Lin die right now. Once dead, these 5 essences would disappear. The birth of 5 essences on one person, which had never happened in the inner or outer realms, would be lost. Right now Wang Lin was too weak before a third-step cultivator. However, as long as he had time and opportunity, Wang Lin could quickly become a powerful existence that even third-step cultivators would have to yield to. None of this was completely certain, but when faced with Taoist water's life and death crisis, Wang Lin had given birth to 5 essences under the pressure. Everything changed, and Wang Lin became the cultivator with the most essences in history. Die for me. Taoist water revealed a crazed look with a hint of terror and excitement. These expressions together showed his perverted personality. He wanted to kill this heaven-defying, talented person. He wanted to kill this person he suspected to be the reincarnation of a 4th-step cultivator. He wanted to kill this person that could match the most powerful treasure in the world. On the cultivation planet he threw, the 1.5 billion water Dao disciples gave off a shocking force and descended on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were completely calm. At this point, he had let go of everything. Live or die, it didn't matter as everything was flashing by. The only things he couldn't cut off were his parents, Wang Er's love, and his friendship with Situ and Qing Shui. He didn't want to cut those off. He was unwilling to cut them off. He would simply take them all and walk toward death together. The fire of death could be brighter than any star. If one died with no one near their heart, their death would be lonely and cold. However, if there were still lingering feelings in the heart, even death could be as bright as a star and shine far and wide. You want to kill me? Then let us die together. As the giant cultivation planet smashed down, Wang Lin opened his arms. The 3 vortexes moved like crazy, and the fire and thunder essences inside his body rushed out. This attack was beyond the 100 punches of life, more powerful than the god-slaying war chariot. This was an attack using the essences Wang Lin had just comprehended to launch the most brilliant attack in his life, his last spell. The heavens and earth rumbled as the star fog collapsed and dissipated. The entire Rank 5 region shattered, and 5 giant spatial cracks appeared in the Rank 6 region. They become an eternal separation line in the Cloud Sea. Even in the Rank 7 region, a spatial crack split it in half. This attack was infinitely close to a 3rd-step spell. It was enough to destroy any Nirvana Shatterer cultivator and Heaven's Blight powerhouse. Even the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor would without a doubt die. Wang Lin could only use this attack once because it was used at the cost of collapsing the 5 essences he had just gained. By destroying his 5 essences, this little cultivator was able to launch an attack comparable to that of a Nirvana Void cultivator. It was brilliant and amazing. There was no hesitation in Taoist water's eyes. His shock could lift the world, but he had to attack and kill Wang Lin. Even if it would result in an injury that would make him have to go into closed-door cultivation for thousands of years. Even if he would have to destroy the 1.5 billion water Dao disciples he had gathered, he still had to attack. If he retreated now, he would without a doubt die in the future. It would be better if he killed Wang Lin here and destroyed any potential issues. Die. Taoist water's eyes revealed monstrous killing intent as the large cultivation planet descended and touched the vortex containing 5 essences. However, just at this moment, a shocking change that no one could have thought of occurred. Before this battle, Wang Lin had combined with the All-Seer and used a Defying one's bead to break the fog and see a hope of survival. That chance of survival was a jade that belonged to Lu Jinbiao. At this moment, Taoist water's cultivation planet was about to collide with Wang Lin's essences vortex, and Wang Lin was about to explode his essences so they would both die together. The jade that had integrated with his origin soul that disappeared with the heaven-defying bead and couldn't be found by Taoist water suddenly appeared. The jade shined brightly as it came out from Wang Lin's body and floated before him. The moment the Jade appeared, Daoist water trembled violently, and his eyes became filled with fear and panic. His face became pale without any trace of blood. Even the cultivation planet formed by his spell stopped in the air, and the 1.5 billion water Dao disciples all trembled violently. An indescribable pressure came out of the Jade like crazy and spread out among the stars. It's Master. This is Master's aura. This is Master's Jade. And this is the sealed realm Jade. This is the only thing Master brought with him from the ancient celestial realm. Ever since his master died, he had always been nervous. Now that he saw the Jade, the fear he had for his master erupted. Just at this instant, the Jade floating before Wang Lin released a golden light, and a finger suddenly appeared. This finger shot out as a ray of golden light and pressed down mercilessly on the nail between Daoist water's eyebrows. Its speed was unimaginable. Daoist water seemed to have forgotten to resist, as his fear for his master had filled his body. He didn't dare to resist. He also had no time to resist. The finger landed on the 7-colored nail, and it sunk in 2 more inches. The 7-colored nail that had already sunk in Daoist water's skull 5 inches had been completely embedded into Daoist water's head. Chapter 1282, Beginning of a Great Opportunity. Daoist water let out a miserable scream, and at this moment, an invisible flame seemed to burn his soul. This caused a violent pain that erupted inside his body. The 7-colored nail was specially made for killing third-step cultivators. The mysterious meteorite that was refined by the sovereign contained a power not even the sovereign himself understood. This power could damage a third-step cultivators to an unimaginable degree. Even the Lord of the Sealed Realm died after being stabbed by over 97 colored nails. The incomprehensible force caused unimaginable damage. Right now, if this 7-colored nail hadn't completely entered Daoist water, he wouldn't be in a life and death crisis. However, the avatar of the old man from the Wind Celestial Realm arrived, and his surprised finger had pushed the nail 5 inches deep. This made Daoist water almost crazy, and he couldn't suppress it. Using his powerful third-step cultivation, Daoist water barely suppressed it by force. He was going to kill Wang Lin and enter closed-door cultivation to heal. However, he could have never expected that the moment his spell arrived to kill Wang Lin, his master's Jade would appear. The shock the Jade had brought him wasn't any weaker than seeing the heaven-defying Bead or his master. However, none of this brought him despair, until the finger appeared. Daoist water was too familiar with this finger. He recognized at a glance. It was this master's finger. This discovery made him almost lose his wits. He didn't have time to beg before the finger descended, causing the 7-colored nail to completely enter his skull. At this moment, when the 7-colored nail had completely entered Daoist water's skull, the 7-colored nail began to melt. It gave off a powerful 7-colored glow that filled his brain. At this moment, Daoist water's orifices all gave off 7-colored light. His head was like a cork with 7 holes where 7-colored light could shine out of. While screaming miserably, Daoist water seemed to have gone crazy, and he rapidly retreated. His eyes were filled with a monstrous struggle as he resisted the 7-colored light in his mind. It was just that no matter how much he struggled, it was useless. The 7-colored nail had turned into liquid in an instant and filled his mind. The pain was heart-wrenching, and Daoist water let out painful screams. The struggle in his eyes became even weaker, and he almost lost his mind. Master, you gave me a charm to exempt me from 3 dangers. Now that the 3 times have been used up, you came to kill me. Karma, karma, karma. Daoist water let out a miserable smile, but his face looked ferocious. I won't obey. After you died, I reached the 3rd step and became a powerhouse. I'm the Lord of the God Sect. I'll take your place. 1.5 billion water Dao disciples, explode for me. Give me your Joss flames to resist the 7-colored God Void nail. Daoist water let out a mournful roar as he retreated like crazy. He broke through the void and retreated back toward the God Sect. The giant cultivation planet closely followed him. The 1.5 billion water Dao disciples collapsed, and the Joss flames that belonged only to 3rd-step cultivators rushed into Daoist water's brain to resist the 7-colored light. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside Daoist water's body and disappeared with him. Daoist water was crazed the whole way. He constantly suppressed the destruction inside his body and quickly disappeared. The thunderous rumbles gradually weakened after he left. Only silence remained. It was so quiet, it was as if no other existence was left. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes. He had broken everything. Even though he hadn't self-destructed to take Daoist water down with him, his injuries were far more serious than the ones he sustained back in the demon spirit land. All his vitality had been consumed, and he had become old. The moment he closed his eyes, the 3 vortexes returned to his body and the 5's essences moved to inside his body. However, no matter what, they could not recover the lost vitality. Just as he closed his eyes, a vortex appeared between his eyebrows, and the heaven-defying bead slowly flew out. The moment it appeared, it melted and spread out across his entire body. At this moment, Wang Lin seemed to become a stone person, a statue of an old man. At the same time, the jade floating before him also melted and entered Wang Lin's eyebrows, disappearing without a trace. Shortly after, not far away, where the trident collapsed, there was a cloud of crystal light. The light closed in on Wang Lin and disappeared into his right hand. Also, at this moment, where the 3rd god-slaying war chariot's butterfly had collapsed, there was a weak, 7-colored glow. A vague 7-colored butterfly formed and struggled to flap its wings. It slowly flew toward Wang Lin and dissipated into specks of 7-colored light that entered Wang Lin's body. There were also those 2 black and white short swords. They reformed as phantoms, as if a mysterious force had brought them back to life. They turned into black and white deer before entering Wang Lin's body. Everything was over. Wang Lin's consciousness was immersed in darkness, and he slowly fell asleep. His body became stone under the mysterious power of the heaven-defying bead and slowly floated among the stars. The rank 5 region had collapsed. It was now filled with spatial cracks and the cold wind coming from within them. There was also a large amount of hidden vortexes. Wang Lin floated through the rank 5 region. After an unknown amount of time, it could be 1 day, 10 days, or maybe 1 month, Wang Lin had turned into a statue of an old man and continued wandering the rank 5 region. Sometimes he would encounter a vortex and get thrown far away. Sometimes he would encounter a spatial crack and cracks would appear all over his body. There was also a woman in the rank 5 region. She had arrived an unknown amount of time ago. When she arrived at the battleground where Wang Lin and Daoist water had fought, tears flowed down her face. Am I late? The woman bit her lower lip until blood came out. She looked sadly ahead. At this moment, it was as if her heart had died. A death aura surrounded her body and lingered. Do you want to save him? An ancient voice came from the stars and landed in the woman's ears. The woman's body trembled. He isn't dead, but he is dead. You need to find the stone statue he turned into, and then I'll teach you of a way. Maybe it can bring him back, but this method has a big price. The voice became weaker until it felt as if it was never there. However, his words had the woman's eyes shine with determination. She gently nodded as she wiped away her tears and began searching through the collapsed rank 5 region. Time passed by. 3 days, 10 days, 19 days, until 30 days later. In the corner of the rank 5 region, the woman saw the statue of an old man filled with cracks. She hugged the statue and her tears fell down on it, but no sound came from the statue. Holding the stone statue and shedding tears, the woman gradually left to a place no one could find. To a wild continent hidden in an unknown region of the Cloud Sea. There were many fierce beasts on this continent because very few people had found this place over the countless years. When the woman arrived, the fierce beasts began to roar, but they immediately became silent. It seemed the aura coming from the woman's body had made the beasts tremble, and they didn't dare to make a sound. In the northern part of this wild continent, the woman descended into a valley with the stone statue. She tidied the valley up and silently looked at the stone statue as they settled down together. Every day, the woman would stand before the stone statue, bite her fingertip, and cover the stone statue with blood. The stone statue was very rough, so the pain in her finger was intense. However, the woman looked at the eyes of the stone statue as if she didn't know what pain was. The stone statue was very big, the size of a person. To cover it in blood would take a long time, and her wound would often heal halfway. After doing this many times, this pain was like torture. Day after day, this pain was worse than any torture. Every time she covered the statue with blood, the statue would absorb the blood. It would shine as if it had recovered some vitality, and it even looked less old. At the start, after covering it in blood, it would take a full day to absorb, but as time passed, the speed increased and the blood would often dissipate in 10 hours, causing the woman to have to cover it again. 1 month, 2 months, 4 months, 7 months, 1 year. A whole year had passed. The woman needed to cover the entire stone statue with blood without missing a spot. She looked very beautiful while carefully covering the statue. In this year of time, the stone statue had become brighter and brighter. Its appearance slowly changed from an old man and became younger. Only the woman's face had become more and more pale. The large amount of blood loss that contained origin energy made her look like a blooming flower that was wilting. He has lost his vitality. If it was ordinary vitality, it could be restored. However, what he lost was the vitality of his mind, his origin soul, and his soul. If you want to revive him, you must nourish him with vitality. The woman silently looked at the statue. Her gaze seemed eternal. At this moment, Wang Lin was seeing a dream while he slept. A dream with one of the biggest opportunities in his life, and it was related to the heaven-defying bead. Chapter 1283, Lord of the Sealed Realm. This dream was very deep, so much so that it was impossible to separate it from reality. Before Wang Lin, there was fog. Some elongated light sources inside the fog quickly flashed by. Wang Lin was only an invisible soul as he wandered the foggy world in a daze. He slowly moved and gradually dissipated, until one day his soul would completely disappear and would cease to exist. He was very cold, and the cold was intense as it spread across his soul. He had moved for an unknown amount of time. There was no sun or moon or even the concept of time. It was different from the outside world. As he moved forward, Wang Lin gradually realized that the light moving within the fog contained the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. They gave him a very familiar feeling, as if all 5 elements felt very familiar to him. This is the world of the heaven-defying bead. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, or 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Wang Lin didn't know how much time had passed, but his soul didn't dissipate. During these countless years, a warm, blood-red light would sometimes come from all directions and dispel the coldness within Wang Lin. This gradually nourished his soul, causing him to slowly turn from transparent to half-corporeal. The confusion surrounding Wang Lin gradually dissipated as the blood light nourished him. He looked around and gradually remembered many things, including the world he saw almost 2,000 years ago. I collected the 5 elements here. Wang Lin silently pondered when the confusion dissipated. A feeling of awakening washed over him, only to find that after awakening, he was still in a dream. He silently felt his surroundings and looked back. During this unknown amount of time of wandering, he had entered deep into the heaven-defying bead. Now he was unable to find his way back. Even if he found it, there was no path out. He seemed to be trapped here and would have to wait for an eternity. Wan Er is also here. Wang Lin was used to being lonely, used to being the only person in the world. He felt no discomfort here. However, I remember that I have already collapsed everything. Why did I appear here? Wang Lin frowned as he looked at his body and revealed a bitter expression. He saw his body in a half-transparent state. It was obvious he was only a soul. He also saw the warm blood light coming from all directions nourishing him, allowing him to get rid of his confusion and for his soul to take shape. This blood light is... Wang Lin was stunned as he watched the blood light enter his body and give him a warm feeling. However, no matter what, he couldn't think of what the blood light was. Could it be a mysterious force within the heaven-defying bead that can nourish the soul? Wang Lin pondered for a moment. It seemed like only this answer could explain everything. However, he felt like there was something wrong. Just as he was about to think about it more, a whisper suddenly came from the distance inside this dream. Here, here. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This whisper entered his ears and turned into a ripple that echoed inside his soul. Staring ahead, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This voice is strange. It can shake the soul. I'm the owner of the heaven-defying bead, so I want to see what this voice is. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin slowly moved forward. He didn't move fast, and because he was only a soul, he moved like a breeze floating forward. He entered the fog and disappeared. Wang Lin moved faster and faster. As he moved forward, he clearly felt the blood that was always there. The blood light chased after Wang Lin and nourished his soul, causing that warm feeling to become stronger and stronger. What is this blood light? As Wang Lin moved forward, he frowned. He couldn't think of the origin of this blood light. As he moved forward, his speed was faster than lightning. He broke through the fog with a thunderous rumble. Now he moved countless times faster than when he was confused. The fog was pushed back and immediately collapsed before Wang Lin's speed. Wang Lin pierced his way through. Time slowly passed. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Wang Lin continued to fly. He was a soul and used no origin energy. This was the heaven-defying bead, and he was its owner, so he was like a fish in water. As he moved forward, the fog became thinner. Throughout these years, the blood light didn't stop at all, continuing to nourish Wang Lin's soul. This caused his soul to no longer be transparent. It had turned corporeal. However, Wang Lin could feel that although this blood light was still warm, it was weakening and gradually becoming cold. An unknown amount of time had passed. As Wang Lin flew throughout the years, the whisper would come and become more and more clear. Here, here. Wang Lin moved faster and faster. On this day, he suddenly stopped and stared ahead. Before him, within the thin fog, a heaven-piercing door suddenly appeared. Wang Lin was no stranger to this door. He had seen it several times. This large door stood in the heaven-defying bead and was boundless. Anyone who stood before it would have the illusion they were an ant. At this moment, as Wang Lin closed in, the giant stone door rumbled and slowly opened. A giant crack opened, causing a thunderous rumble. Here, here. The voice came from the crack, and it was even more clear. At this close distance, the voice passed into Wang Lin's ears like ripples and caused his origin soul to distort. It indeed is him. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he stared at the stone door and became silent. He had thought of some guesses about the voice during these several years, and naturally thought of the door that appeared from the heaven-defying bead. Seeing it now, although he was shocked, it was a surprise. As he was being nourished by the blood light over the years, his origin soul had become even more solid, and he had regained more memories. He remembered the jade that suddenly appeared in his battle with Taoist water. He also remembered what Taoist water exclaimed. This jade was the jade of the sealed realm, and it was something that belonged to Taoist water's master. Wang Lin had always been confused about something, and now he vaguely had an answer. What he was puzzled about was why the white-haired boy wanted to kill him. However, now, after awakening his memory and after his battle against Taoist water, Wang Lin had figured out that Taoist water's master was the lord of the sealed realm and the heaven-defying bead's last owner. The white-haired boy had obviously felt his master's aura and had come to kill Wang Lin. That's why, after devouring Wang Lin's blood, he said, "Not a reincarnation." Then he searched Wang Lin's soul for the heaven-defying bead. His goal was to find his master and kill him. Wang Lin had seen through all of this. That's why the white-haired boy was so alarmed and revealed endless fear when he saw the jade. The lord of the sealed realm was obviously not dead. When Wang Lin's memories awakened, he clearly remembered that a finger had come out of the jade. It pressed the seven-colored nail into the white-haired boy's skull, causing him to escape with serious injuries. "Here, come in. Here." Standing before the stone gate, the muttering became even more clear. It slowly swept forward and changed the world inside the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin was calm as he stared at the stone door and slowly said, "Who are you?" After a long silence, a muttering voice came out. I'm the lord of the sealed realm, the ruler of the sealed realm. Come in. I have no malice. I won't hurt you." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He vaguely felt like there was a heaven-shaking secret inside that door. A secret related to the heaven-defying bead and a path for him to leave this place. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin no longer hesitated and flew at the door. He closed in an instant and stepped into the gap of the stone door. Cloud Sea, Rank 2 region. There was a remote, wild continent hidden deep within the fog. Cultivators rarely came here, and it was a desolate place. There was a valley on this continent. Qianmei was sitting inside the valley, and before her was a crystal-clear statue. The stone statue was covered in blood, and the blood gradually dissipated. Qianmei's face was extremely pale, with no trace of blood. Her blue hair was no longer shining, and she slowly opened her eyes. There was no light in her eyes, only sadness. She raised her right hand. Her 5 fingers were cracked and dried. This was not the hand of a young woman, but the hand of an old woman. After taking off a scab that hadn't healed yet, Qianmei's eyes gradually lit up and became filled with determination. She began covering the stone statue in blood once more. For years had passed. In these 4 years, Qianmei hadn't left this place. She silently accompanied the stone statue and nourished it with her blood. For years ago, she only needed to cover the statue in blood and then had 10 hours to rest. For years later, the stone statue became even more shiny and required more blood. She had to cover it in blood 4 times a day, and her time to rest was less than 4 hours. "I'll awaken you." Qianmei looked at the stone statue. There were no tears coming out from her eyes. There was only a crack formed by tear constantly flowing. Within these 4 years, she had asked herself many times, was all of this worth it? Chapter 1284, The Origin of the Heaven-Defying Bead. Wang Lin didn't know any of this was going on. At this moment, he stepped into the door in the heaven-defying bead. With one step, he seemed to have entered another world. This place had an endless starry sky. There was no fog, only bright stars. It looked very beautiful. This starry sky was very, very quiet. It was also very unfamiliar to Wang Lin. "You're the 3rd person to enter this door." The murmur echoed slowly in the starry sky. At this moment, the stars began to shine and light erupted from the endless stars. The light condensed before Wang Lin to form a starlight vortex. "Come in." The The third person faded with me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering a bit, he stepped into the vortex. The moment he entered, his soul disappeared, and when he appeared once more, what appeared before him was a blue sky and black earth. There was a planet in the door. The black earth contained grass that rustled as the wind blew. The sky was blue without any clouds. It was like the sea upside down in the air. There was a giant tree piercing the heavens before him. The tree was as tall as the heavens, and a green light was coming from the tree, but it couldn't hide the damage the tree had suffered. This giant tree seemed to have lost all life and was slowly dying as it struggled. Wang Lin looked at the giant tree before him and sucked in a breath of cold air. The murmur came from the giant tree and echoed across the world. This tree was formed by my life Nirvana realm treasure. It is the only reason I have survived until now. Wang Lin's mind trembled as he looked at the giant tree. It was very big, enough to compete with the ancient gods. I came from the ancient celestial realm. I have long forgotten my name. After arriving, people called me the Lord of the Sealed Realm, or Ruler of the Reeled Realm. Before you, 2 more people came here. I don't know their names, but to be able to enter here means they are fated with me. I gave the first person a superb Dao Spell and my comprehension of the world. The second person that entered, I gave him half a body of law, making his talent shocking. You are the third cultivator to enter here. What do you want? Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, he looked at the giant tree and slowly asked, You forced Taoist water to retreat? If you hadn't found my Jade, I wouldn't have been able to help you. But you found Jade, so I can use it to help you a bit. That slave betrayed me, but I gave him a charm to protect him 3 times. The last time had been used, and that's why I attacked. Wang Lin suppressed the shock in his heart and calmly asked, Why are you helping me? Wang Lin's words caused the giant tree to become silent. After a long time, a whisper came from the old tree. A long time ago, there was no inner or outer realm in the ancient star system. In this boundless star system, there was a holy place called the ancient celestial realm. The ancient celestial realm ruled the ancient star system and caught people. All living beings, after reaching a high enough cultivation level to open their own space, could enter the ancient celestial realm and become a member of the ancient celestial realm. Everything was moving as it should, but a treasure that came from a foreign star system caused a dramatic upheaval. This upheaval caused the ancient celestial realm to split in half and dissipate. The path to ascension was closed and all passages were shut off. Due to this, the ancient star system was split into the inner and outer realms, and the sealed realm formation was created. The part of the ancient celestial realm on the outside became the holy place for the outer realm. And in the inner realm, there was the other part of the ancient celestial realm. I came from there. As Wang Lin listened to the ancient voice, a shockwave spread through his mind. This secret was known by very few people. He also never thought the inner and outer realms had such a connection. The ancient celestial realm had split in 2 and caused the ancient star system to split into the inner and outer realms. The ancient celestial realm suffered heavily under that upheaval, and countless people died. Even the celestial emperor, who existed since the beginning, was seriously injured by that treasure. He went into closed-door cultivation and no longer asked about the outside. However, the ancient celestial realm people that went to the outer realm always eyed the inner realm under the leadership of the 9 celestial concubine. What they wanted was that treasure and the path to the ancient celestial realm. As the ancient Dao Celestial, I descended from the ancient celestial realm to rule over the inner realm to resist the outer realm's invasion and battle them. However, before I could complete my mission, I was betrayed by my Dao slave. I was seriously injured by the people of the outer realm and the ancient celestials of the outer realm. In the end, a celestial concubine attacked, destroying my body. I was forced to enter the heaven-defying Bead and exist as the treasure spirit. Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he quickly asked, What is the heaven-defying Bead? The thing that caused the huge upheaval in the ancient celestial realm, the treasure that came from a foreign star system, was the heaven-defying Bead. But the real treasure was a compass. There were 9 heavenly treasures on this compass. When we got the compass, there were only 3 treasures left, and the heaven-defying Bead was placed at center. The ancient celestial realm of the inner realm got the other 2. I was supposed to rule the inner and outer realms, so the celestial emperor had given me this bead. However, I wasn't the first owner of the heaven-defying bead. In my countless years of study, I found that there were 2 more masters of the heaven-defying bead. Each of them was far stronger than me. They must have been cultivators from a foreign star system. Also, I inferred that the heaven-defying bead was the most important part of the compass. Unfortunately, the celestial emperor was in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, he would have been able to break through and find the final secret of the heaven-defying bead. The location of the Ancient God Realm. Ancient God Realm. Wang Lin obtained more and more shocking secrets, each one more shocking than the last. He had just heard of the origin of the ancient celestial realm and the heaven-defying bead. Now he was hearing about the Ancient God Realm. The Ancient God Realm should exist. I don't know much about it either. At present, I should be dead, but my mission isn't complete. The Celestial Emperor is still in closed-door cultivation, and the ancient celestial realm is still sealed. We mustn't let the outer realm people enter. Otherwise, the consequences will be unthinkable. The two other people that entered here didn't become the masters of the heaven-defying bead. They are only my pawns. However, you are different. You made the heaven-defying bead accept you as its master, so I want to help you. I want you to become the Lord of the Sealed Realm and guard the Sealed Realm for me. Resist the invasion of the outer realm until the Celestial Emperor comes out of closed-door cultivation, until the seal to the ancient celestial realm opens. After I help you, I'll completely dissipate. I will turn into a Nirvana realm treasure and fuse with the heart of the Sealed Realm formation to strengthen it and give you more time to grow. If you can complete this great task and hand the heaven-defying bead to the Celestial Emperor when he awakens, you will be greatly rewarded. All your wishes will come true, even if you wish for the woman inside the coffin to be reborn. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and stared at the giant tree. He became silent. This person has observed me for a long time and knows everything about me. He knows my desire to resurrect one heir. He is using this to make me yield to the so-called Celestial Emperor. He wants me to hand over the heaven-defying bead once the Celestial Emperor awakens. Once I obey, I will be in complete control of the Celestial Emperor. Everything will be in his control. If he is happy, he can revive one heir, and if he isn't, he could kill us both. How could I do such a thing? However, if I want to leave, I must deal with this person. This person doesn't have ill intent towards me. He is just old-fashioned to an extreme. After Taoist water betrayed him, he still kept his word on protecting Taoist water 3 times, missing the chance to kill the traitor until now. Wang Lin pondered for a moment and slowly said, "What can you give me?" Just after he spoke, the giant tree trembled and a shocking pressure came out. This aura was like a storm, and it charged straight for Wang Lin. After surrounding Wang Lin, it directly pulled Wang Lin into the giant tree. I have studied the heaven-defying bead for many years. There are too many secrets in here, and I can't find them all. However, I found the ability to extract power from outside the ancient star system and imprint it on your soul. This won't make you step into the heavens, but it'll allow you to enter the Dao realm. As for what you can obtain, it will be up to you. The old voice echoed and shook the world before it gradually dissipated. Time reversed, and the wheel of time was revealed. Unknowingly, autumn left, and spring arrived. The sun and moon alternated, and another 2 years passed. On the wild continent in the Rank 2 region, Qianmei had accompanied Wang Lin's stone statue for almost 6 years. 6 years was slow for mortals, but there was also the phrase 10 years in the blink of an eye. 6 years wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. For a cultivator, 6 years was like the flick of a finger, and it would pass in an instant. However, Qianmei had spent these 6 years covering the stone statue in blood. These 6 years were like 600. Although she was still beautiful, she looked sickly and had become a lot more slim. However, her eyes were still filled with determination and persistence. Right now she had less than 2 hours of rest a day. She would spend these 2 hours pouring all her effort into cultivating to strive to recover more vitality before covering the statue in blood once again. Her fragile appearance was like a fallen flower. Anyone who saw her would feel heartbroken for her. Chapter 1285 Awakening 1. Inside the valley, Wang Lin's stone statue had turned from an old man to a youth. He looked the same as he did before he turned into a stone statue. Qianmei silently stared at the stone statue. Every time she looked at it, she felt like Wang Lin was standing before her. "You promised me you would send me off," Qianmei whispered as if she was talking to herself and at the same time to Wang Lin. Her memories of Wang Lin had often appeared in her mind over the last 6 years, becoming more ingrained. However, she would sometimes ask herself why everything had become like this. She didn't understand why, but Wang Lin's figure in her heart had become even stronger. What she thought about the most, and what kept going through her mind when she cultivated, was the eyes of the fish in the water staring at the bird in the sky. The bird fell down once and shook its feathers. While drinking water, its gaze met with the fishes in the water. Although it was only for an instant, it seemed to last for an eternity inside Qianmei's mind. Is there really a past life? Qianmei bit her lower lip as she tore off the scabs on her 10 fingers and continued to cover Wang Lin's statue in blood. Time unknowingly passed. In the blink of an eye, another year went by. During this year, Wang Lin's stone statue began to absorb even faster. Qianmei only had half an hour a day to rest. She spent the rest of the time looking at the statue. Before the blood had been fully absorbed, she had to cover it again, over and over. This year of time was almost equal to the previous 6 years combined. There wasn't much time to recover, so she could only continue this constant consumption of her vitality. The pills in her storage space had been almost all used up. She had consumed them to turn them into origin energy and restore her vitality. However, the consumption of pills couldn't compare to the vitality she used. Even more pills wouldn't help. They would be useless, because Qianmei had no time to digest the pills. She only had half an hour every day. If the pills interrupted her from covering Wang Lin with blood, then her 7 years of effort would be lost. Qianmei's face was pale and gloomy. Only her eyes still shined. She didn't think about whether it was worth it or not. She only knew that she wanted to do this, that she had to do this. There was no regret. This was enough. After covering Wang Lin's statue with blood, Qianmei took out a pill and quickly put it in her mouth. She used all the time she had to absorb it, and after half an hour, she gave up, allowing the pill to dissipate. She barely exchanged it for some more origin energy before forcing her own vitality to produce more blood to cover the statue. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. A woman with her tenacity, her obsession, and her determination to last 8 years. She didn't wait hundreds of years like Li Muin or the Lonely Music, but she had the same obsession. Whether it was 8 more years or until the end of her life. You still haven't answered the third question. I still haven't heard your answer to the third question. Qianmei bit her lip as she continued to cover the statue in blood until the end of eternity. After 8 years, she didn't have that half hour of rest. Wang Lin's stone statue's absorption had reached a terrifying degree. The statue would absorb the blood almost as soon as it was covered, and she would have to begin covering it in blood once more. This method made her even more fragile. She had no time to rest or cultivate, and she relied on her Nirvana Shatterer cultivation to overdraft her life force. A woman could do all of this. Asking whether it was worth it or not was blasphemy. She had lost her ability to think and stopped thinking about anything. Her memories of Wang Lin flashed in her mind and turned into a force that helped her get through the 8th year. However, the most terrifying was the 9th year. Wang Lin's stone statue's absorption had reached a terrifying degree. Often, before she even finished covering him in blood, a part that had been covered earlier would have already dissipated. This exceeded Qianmei's limit. Even if she used both her hands, she couldn't keep up. After discovering this, she revealed a miserable expression and didn't hesitate to bite the tip of her tongue to use her essence blood. Essence blood was very important to a cultivator. The amount one had determined everything for a cultivator. It didn't exist in the limbs, only at the tip of the tongue and the heart. 1 drop of blood here was equal to the entire body. After she spat out the essence blood from the tip of her tongue, her hand formed a seal and turned it into a blood mist that covered the stone statue. Only by using this method of extreme consumption could she keep up with the rapid absorption. However, every time she spat out essence blood, her face would become even more pale. She looked like only skin and bones, and her previous beauty was no longer there. However, all of this changed in the second half of the 9th year. Wang Lin's absorption rate increased, and not even the essence blood from the tip of her tongue was enough. Qianmei's body was extremely weak and despair appeared in her eyes. However, she clenched her teeth and waved her hand. A small silver sword appeared, and she stabbed her own heart. There was still essence blood in her heart. The intense pain caused her body to tremble. However, none of this stopped her. But she became even weaker. With this unimaginable method, Qianmei got past the 9th year and went into the 10th year. That voice said that if I can last 10 years, there is a chance for him to awaken. Now it is the last year. Qianmei had changed a lot in the last 9 years. With the arrival of the 10th year, the essence blood at the tip of her tongue and her heart were no longer enough to cover the stone statue. Qianmei chose her origin soul Dao blood. The origin soul Dao blood was her understanding of Dao that had fused into her origin soul, her foundation. She refined it and forced it out as an aura. Although it wasn't blood, it was much more valuable, and it was Qianmei's everything. In this last year, Qianmei also hesitated. However, her hesitation turned into a blooming smile when she looked at Wang Lin's statue. Just like when they first met, her smile was extremely moving. There is another woman in your heart. I will not steal you or make you choose. I presume you must have suffered a lot for her over the years. How can I force you? It's fine if you don't care. There are always things in this world that can't be explained. I believe that if the woman in your heart came in these 9 years, she would have done the same and done it even better than me. Even if that Mu Bingmei found out about everything and came here, she would have done the same. I don't expect anything. I just want to complete that picture in my heart. You were a bird, and I was a fish. Over the years, I have thought a lot and understood a lot. Perhaps it was all an illusion, but I saw a lot. In a blur, I saw you, who was a bird, land near my pond twice. Once when you came to drink, and once when you were injured. I used my strength to push you from the pond to the shore so you could breathe and fly away. Qianmei carried a gentle smile as she looked at Wang Lin's stone statue and closed her eyes. As she closed her eyes, her origin soul began to move and a vortex appeared between her eyebrows. Dao blood flew out drop by drop and covered Wang Lin. Qianmei was like a fallen flower, and she continued to wither. However, this 10th year seemed extremely long, much longer than the previous 9 years. On the 9th month, she opened her eyes and looked at the stone statue. She pondered for a very long time. She gradually got up and looked at the sky as if she was seeing the scene of her previous life when she pushed the bird onto the shore. Qianmei gently shook her head and took the necklace with a jade on it hanging around her neck. This jade contained her life soul. She looked at the stone statue and then gently hung the necklace around the statue. Even with my everything, I can't help you get through the last 3 months. I can't do it. However, when a cultivator that goes to the battlefield in the demon sect is recognized by the demon sect, they have their soul blood extracted by a high elder. It can be stored, and once they die, they could have their soul reformed. Then they can reincarnate to cultivate again. I was recognized by the demon sect, and had my soul blood extracted. I'll go the demon sect for it. Maybe it can help you get through the last 3 months. Qianmei looked at Wang Lin's statue, and after a long time, she withdrew her gaze. Qianmei took out 9 flying swords and placed them down around the valley to form a sword formation. This was her strongest treasure, and it had helped her kill countless fierce beasts on the battlefield. After placing the sword formation, Qianmei bit her lip. With her weakened body, she swallowed pills and left the valley for the first time in 10 years. She charged straight for the demon sect in the rank 9 region. I don't have much time, and my life soul jade can only last 1 month, so I have to get it within 1 month. It's just that soul blood won't be easy to obtain. Qianmei turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the stars. She couldn't take Wang Lin's statue away. 3 years ago, the statue seemed to fuse with the wild continent. After Qianmei left, she never came back. The last 3 months passed. Without the woman in the valley became more lonely. The roar of the fierce beasts became even more intense, and they closed in on the valley. However, with the sword formation present, all the fierce beasts that entered the valley let out miserable screams and died. The fierce beasts gradually retreated and didn't dare to approach. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. The jade Qianmei had left around Wang Lin's stone statue gave off a soft glow. It was as if Qianmei had never left and had been nourishing Wang Lin's stone statue. The jade held her warmth, her 10 years of effort, her heart, and turned into a force that accompanied Wang Lin. The 11th day, 12th day, until the 20th day. Chapter 1286, Awakening. 2. Qianmei still didn't return. It was as if she had disappeared from the world and had never been in this valley. The sword formation and jade were the only evidence to everything that had happened. The valley was completely silent, and the stone statue gave off a glow along with the jade. However, the light from the jade became even more dim and was like a candle in the wind, seeming like it would dissipate at any time. Time slowly passed. On the 27th day after Qianmei left, an old woman wearing white slowly arrived on this wild continent almost no one went to. This old woman was gloomy and held a jade in her hand. She kept checking her direction as she moved and gradually closed in on this wild continent. After a day, the wild continent Wang Lin was on appeared in the fog before the old woman. The old woman let out a cold snort and stepped forward. She disappeared and reappeared on the wild continent. The old woman's divine sense spread out, revealing her peak nirvana shatterer cultivation, and swept across the wild continent. She instantly found the valley she was looking for. After finding the valley, the old woman moved like a bolt of thunder toward the valley. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and she immediately appeared outside the valley Wang Lin was in. This is the place. The old woman frowned and was about to enter the valley when 9 swords suddenly rushed out from the valley and prevented her from entering. The old woman's expression was neutral, but there was a hint of complication as she looked at the flying swords. She let out a sigh as she threw a jade, and the jade immediately touched the 9 swords. The jade released a flash of light and gave off a gentle aura that surrounded the 9 swords. The swords immediately trembled and gave up resisting before dissipating. Without the sword stopping her, The old woman stepped into the valley and saw Wang Lin's statue at the center. She also saw the jade hanging around his neck. Looking at the stone statue Wang Lin had turned into, the old woman revealed a complicated gaze. After a long time, she let out a sigh. Qianmei, you sacrificed so much just for this man. This old woman promised you I would deliver your soul blood, and I have completed my promise. The old woman waved her sleeve and a storage space crack appeared. A fist-sized ball of blood flew out. This ball of blood didn't look like real blood, it was more like a soul. After it appeared, the old woman waved her hand, and it entered Wang Lin's statue. The moment the soul blood entered Wang Lin, the statue shook and a monstrous bloodlight shined. However, this bloodlight contained no killing intent. Instead, it was filled with vitality and 10 years of companionship. As the stone statue trembled, an aura seemed to be attempting to break out. Cracking sounds echoed and large amounts of cracks appeared around its eyes. After sleeping for 10 years, Wang Lin opened his eyes for the first time. As his eyes opened, the stone on his face collapsed. It seemed like it would still take some time for him to completely break out. There was confusion in his eyes. Wang Lin seemed to have had a dream, and during that dream, he entered a strange realm. It was the Dao realm. You're awake. A cold voice interrupted Wang Lin's confusion. This caused Wang Lin's eyes to immediately recover. He looked at the old woman in white, standing in the distance. You are. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he looked at the old woman. He clearly saw an origin soul inside the old woman, and all the spells flashing inside the origin soul. Under his gaze, all those spells seemed to stop, and if he willed it, he could easily see through the root of all those spells. As his gaze moved, he saw a seal on the right of the old woman's heart. This seal was used for healing and had been there for at least 1,000 years. Before his gaze, the old woman's face changed greatly. She subconsciously took a few steps back and cold sweat covered her forehead. At that moment, she felt as if this person had seen through her and all her secrets. She even had the terrifying illusion that if this person wished it, all her spells would be wiped from her memory. What terrified her even more was that the healing seal placed on her by a high elder of the demon sect 1,000 years ago almost collapsed from his gaze. It was enough to reverse the 1,000 years of healing and cause the serious injury she suffered 1,000 years ago to reappear. Although she was terrified, her personality had always been fierce. While she retreated, she shouted, "This old woman came from the rank 9 demon sect to bring you Qianmei's soul blood to help you awaken. What are you going to do? Are you going to kill this old woman?" Qianmei. Wang Lin was startled. When the old woman saw Wang Lin's expression, she suppressed her terror. She revealed a sad smile and said, Qianmei. Qianmei, you did all of this, and he doesn't even know about it. Forget it. This old body has already brought your soul blood here and returned your favor. I no longer owe you anymore. The old woman suddenly turned around and was going to leave. Wang Lin seemed to have guessed something and quickly said, "Fellow cultivator, please don't leave so quickly." As he spoke, the law of the world seemed to change. The old woman in white trembled, and she unexpectedly found that she wasn't able to leave. She looked at Wang Lin and gloomily said, "You're powerful and can kill me easily. Now you don't want me to leave. What is the meaning of this?" Wang Lin looked at the old woman and slowly said, "I have been in a coma for a long time and don't know what happened. I hope you can tell me what happened in detail." The old woman sneered. After a long time she said, "You want to know? All right, I'll tell you everything. Do you know a woman named Qianmei? You don't have to answer. You must know her. I don't know how you met, but did you know that 10 years ago, Qianmei gave up the great opportunity to become a demon sect disciple and abandoned the demon sect? She became the first person to leave the battlefield, only to meet someone in the everlasting sect. The demon sect naturally didn't want this, and even her heaven-breaking sect was not happy. Once this precedent was set, then naturally others will no longer abide by this rule as well. What she lost has nothing to do with you, and even if you didn't know, it wouldn't hurt you." Wang Lin was startled. He really didn't know about this. When he met Qianmei at the everlasting sect, she didn't say any of this. Did you know that 10 years ago Qianmei returned to her sect due to an order from her teacher? You should know this. Did you know that after she returned, she was immediately trapped by her teacher and was not allowed to leave for 3 months? Why trap her for 3 months? Because a certain person was facing a life and death crisis. This old woman doesn't know much about this, but I presume you understand. Wang Lin's mind trembled. He naturally knew of this, but this was the first time he had heard about what happened to Qianmei at the heaven-breaking sect. Did you know that in order to save you, Qianmei severed her relationship with her teacher, who was like a father to her, in exchange for a chance to leave? She then became someone without a sect or home. Did you know that in order for you to awaken, Qianmei covered your body with her blood over the last 10 years? After her blood was exhausted, she used her essence blood, and when that wasn't enough, she used her own domain. Do you know how painful all of that was, to continue for 10 years and never stop? Did you know that in these 10 years, aside from the last few months, she never left the valley and accompanied you the entire time? Did you know in these 10 years, not only did she use her blood, but her vitality, her everything? She consumed her life to cover you with blood, and then became extremely weak. Did you know when her domain wasn't enough, she went to the demon sect? Then, at a cost unknown to me, she retrieved her soul blood and asked this old woman to bring it to you. Did you know that even though she left her soul Jade to nourish your body? All of this you don't know? You don't know? The woman looked at Wang Lin with a sad expression as she spoke. These words were like rumbling thunder in Wang Lin's ears, and they echoed through his body. He now knew what the uninterrupted bloodlight that gave him warmth in the heaven-defying bead and never stopped even when he was in the Dao realm was. He lowered his head and saw the jade around his neck. The light from it was very dim, and it seemed like it could dissipate at any moment. For some reason, when he looked at it, a small crack appeared. Do you know where she is at this moment? The old woman's voice was filled with sorrow. You don't know. You don't know what kind of condition she agreed to at the demon sect to retrieve her soul blood. How could you know? If not for the fact that I watched her grow up, that I am her senior sister, and that I forced her to tell me everything at the demon sect, I wouldn't know either. Wang Lin pondered and softly asked, Where is she? Where is she? How could retrieving her blood soul from the demon sect be so easy? She left the battlefield 10 years ago and didn't return for 10 years. She also was kicked out of the heaven-breaking sect. How can the demon sect not punish her? If she wanted her soul blood, she had to pay a price. In order to retrieve her soul blood, she promised the demon sect she would go into the deepest part of the spatial crack battlefield, to explore the area filled with fierce beasts to see if there was a passage to the outer realm. If there is really a passage to the outer realm, how could she return safely? Even if there isn't, there are powerful fierce beasts deep inside. She will die? Not to mention, at this moment, she has lost a majority of her life force, and her cultivation level dropped greatly from overdrafting her life. How can she survive? The demon sect wants her to die on the battlefield to serve as an example. In order to retrieve her soul blood, she has already gone deep into the battlefield inside the spatial crack. The people of the demon sect won't let her come back, so all she could do was ask me bring this soul blood. Now you know? She wouldn't let me tell you, but since you asked, what right do I have to not tell you? Why shouldn't I tell you? I want you to know all of this. The old woman's voice was cold, and every word was like a painful stab at Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin's body trembled. The stone on his body that originally required some time to break trembled violently. The cracks spread quickly, and it collapsed in a thunderous rumble. This stone was connected to Wang Lin's body, and now that it had collapsed, Wang Lin was covered in blood. However, how could he care about any of this now? The stone statue he turned into was connected to the wild continent. Now that the statue had collapsed, the wild continent trembled and instantly collapsed. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the entire wild continent began to collapse. A giant gully appeared, causing the wild continent to be torn apart. The moment the wild continent collapsed, Wang Lin charged out. A powerful cultivation aura spread out from his body. This aura was powerful enough to shake the heavens. After he came out, he looked at the stars and took a step. His hand reached out and grabbed the old woman. Lead me. I want to go to the demon sect's battlefield. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it gave off a majestic that couldn't be rejected. Not even peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators could reject him. They wouldn't dare to reject him. You. The old woman's origin soul trembled. She couldn't even use any spells before Wang Lin's aura. She couldn't dodge at all and was instantly grabbed by Wang Lin. I'm going to save her. Chapter 1287. Even if tens of thousands of people try to stop me, they'll still charge forward. 5 very simple words. I'm going to save her. This was a determination, a firmness, something that had to be done without the fear of death. After hearing the old woman in white, these words were like thunder, these words were like tears, their words were like blood, and they were engraved into Wang Lin's heart. This imprint was blood-colored, but it gave off no killing intent, only sadness and warmth. It was as if millions of thunderclaps had exploded in Wang Lin's heart, causing him to be startled in place. An intense pain came from his heart, from his blood, and from his soul. You promised to send me off. Qianmei's parting words still faintly echoed in Wang Lin's ears. Her request was never that demanding. She only wanted a goodbye, a parting smile, a blessing, to never forget an agreement with her. She wouldn't steal Li Muan's place in Wang Lin's heart or replace Li Muan. She only did this because of a dream about her past life. She only wanted this. Such a woman named Li Qianmei, silently gave her everything. Perhaps she didn't wait for hundreds of years like Li Muan or ripped Wang Lin's heart open like Lu Mei, but she had made Wang Lin feel guilty with the 10 years he could never pay back. This made Wang Lin's heart feel pain. If one day I'm no longer here, will you remember that in your life, there was a woman named Li Qianmei that quickly passed by? Li Qianmei's words seemed to become an eternal existence that wandered Wang Lin's heart. If I never come back, I hope you remember. Even though this woman was going to disappear, she didn't want Wang Lin to know everything she had done. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to tell the old woman everything to get the old woman to bring the soul blood, Li Qianmei wouldn't have said anything. If it wasn't for the old woman questioning Li Qianmei in detail after seeing Li Qianmei's weakened state, she wouldn't have known everything. Li Qianmei didn't want Wang Lin to feel guilty and pity her after learning everything. She wanted him to accept her existence. She didn't want affection like this. She also didn't expect to be with Wang Lin until their hair turned white and they died. All she wanted in this vast world was for Wang Lin to remember a woman named Li Qianmei. Whether she lived or died, this would be enough. All she wanted was for two people that might be lonely for different reasons to both look at the same sky. As long as the two people were under the same sky, even if they were separated by life and death, separated by an uncrossable gully and distance, it was enough. She didn't want them to forget each other. What she wanted was that after they crossed paths, their memories of each other would remain clear deep in their hearts. This memory would be sealed and kept until they grew old. When death came, they could hold this memory and not be lonely, and they could close their life for an eternity with a content smile. Her request wasn't much. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the dark sky. His heart felt pain. He was going to save Li Qianmei, the woman who had given him her everything over the last 10 years. Even though the spatial crack battlefield might be connected to the outer realm, Tuo Sen was in the outer realm, and once he stepped 1 foot into that place, Tuo Sen would notice him. He would likely face danger. Even though right now he needed time to go into closed-door cultivation to comprehend what he had gained in the Dao realm, so he could reach the heaven-shattering 3rd step. However, all of this was thrown aside by Wang Lin. He didn't want to think about it. He only knew that there was a woman named Li Qianmei that was facing life-threatening dangers. If he didn't save her, he could never be happy, because he owed her 10 years that were difficult to pay back. Those simple 5 words contained everything. With one step, the sky trembled. Wang Lin moved like a burning meteor as he charged forward. The old woman in white was held by him in the void, and the two of them disappeared without a trace. The old woman in white stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin. This roaring speed made it feel like space was being torn apart. It was as if a large sword was piercing space itself. This speed shocked her. She also felt Wang Lin's determination from this speed. This was an aura that wouldn't be stopped even if tens of thousands of people wanted him dead. There are no transfer arrays in the rank 3 or lower regions. The rank 4 Sea Soul Sect has a transfer array to the rank 6 Celestial Music Sect, which is a branch of the Everlasting Sect. They have a transfer array to the rank 8 Everlasting Sect. The Everlasting Sect also has a transfer array to reach the rank 9 region at the fastest speed possible. Once we are at the rank 9 region, I'll tell you where the Demon Sect is. This is the fastest speed, but the transfer arrays require a lot of origin crystals, and I don't have enough. The transfer arrays aren't usually open, and they don't let people borrow them so easily. The old woman's words didn't get any response from Wang Lin. After he spoke those 5 words, he had been silent. This silence created a powerful pressure that terrified the old woman. She unexpectedly felt regret telling him everything. She vaguely had a feeling that after the youth had heard everything she had said and spoke those 5 words, he turned from a celestial into a devil. The thunderous rumbles in space echoed like crazy as Wang Lin moved even faster. His white hair waved and the veins on his face were swollen. Even if there was something blocking him, it wouldn't make him retreat. The rank 2 region was vast, but thanks to Wang Lin's speed, the fog in the rank 2 region was pushed back as if it didn't dare to get close. All the beasts hidden in the fog retreated. They had a feeling that a slaughter god was rushing through, and if they dared to block him, they would without a doubt die. The rank 2 region flashed by as Wang Lin moved through. A thunderous rumble passed, and a large crack appeared. This crack almost split the rank 2 region in half. At this speed, Wang Lin charged out from the rank 2 region and the rank 3 region. He entered the rank 4 region and stepped onto the continent where the Sea Soul Sect was located. The Sea Soul Sect was a branch of the Silent Soul Sect. Since the Silent Soul Sect was the strongest rank 8 sect, the Sea Soul Sect had always been domineering in the rank 4 region, and rarely did anyone dare to provoke them. The Sect Master was a peak Nirvana Scryer cultivator. He was powerful enough to dominate the rank 4 region. Right now it was night on the continent the Sea Soul Sect was on. All the cultivators were cultivating, and even the Sect Master was sitting inside his secret chamber. At this moment, a thunderous rumble echoed and the entire continent trembled. This tremble wasn't strong, but it was enough to awaken all the cultivators. The Sea Soul Sect's Sect Master opened his eyes and quickly left the secret chamber. The elders of the Sea Soul Sect also rushed out. The moment they appeared, they immediately saw the protection formation shine brightly. They were dumbfounded as they watched the protective formation collapse as a pair of giant hands ripped it open. A figure stepped into the continent after the protection formation collapsed. Before they could speak, a voice as cold as never-melting ice echoed across the world. It was earth-shattering. Open the transfer array and bring me all your origin crystals. Otherwise die. With these words, a white-haired youth appeared with a gloomy expression. This person had only said one thing, but the meaning of the sentence terrified the people of the Sea Soul Sect. The Sea Soul Sect's Sect Master trembled. Although he couldn't see through this person's cultivation, ripping open the protection formation like this was not easy. After hearing those words, he clasped his hands and was about to speak. However, his gaze met Wang Lin's gaze. His mind trembled and he coughed out blood, then his face immediately turned pale. Wang Lin didn't do anything. It was just that the Sea Soul Sect's Sect Master was too weak. When he met Wang Lin's gaze, his mind became unstable and he injured himself. It had nothing to do with Wang Lin. Yes, the Sea Soul Sect's Sect Master respectfully responded and rushed out without hesitation. He took the shocked elders to open the transfer array and respectfully handed over all Fiat origin crystals. He didn't doubt that if he was slow or hesitated for a bit, the other side would start killing. He felt that the person before him wasn't a cultivator, but a primordial beast that had descended on this world with monstrous killing intent. It would take some time for the transfer array to open. At this moment, all the elders sat down to speed up the process because the slaughter god was looking coldly from above. Wang Lin didn't have time to wait. Even if the Sea Soul Sect's Sect Master opened it personally, it would take half an hour. He couldn't wait this long. As the formation slowly activated, Wang Lin stepped out and his right hand pressed down. The world trembled as all the origin energy in the world gathered like crazy toward the transfer array. It was as if it was trying to inflate it until it exploded. Wang Lin used this method that would seriously damage the transfer array to open it in an instant. Wang Lin stepped inside, and the old woman followed. After taking the origin crystals the Sea Soul Sect prepared, Wang Lin and the old woman disappeared inside the formation. The moment the two of them disappeared, cracking sounds came from the transfer array. Several cracks appeared, and it suddenly collapsed. I must leave because I'm in a rush. I've destroyed your formation and took your origin crystals. In the future, I'll return them you tenfold. Wang Lin's voice echoed in the ears of the cultivators of the Sea Soul Sect. Chapter 1288, Fame from 10 years ago. There was a transfer array on a continent in the rank 6 region. There were more than 10 cultivators sitting around it, including a man and woman who were talking to each other. The woman would sometimes smile and look at the man with an alluring gaze. I don't believe you at all. If Lu Zihao was as powerful as you said, powerful enough to kill our sect's Sect Master, Elder, and Senior Disciple, the Everlasting Sect would definitely protect him. How could he have died? Junior sister, everything I said is true. It was said that Lu Zihao offended the God Sect and was hunted by them. He died in the rank 5 region. The man laughed. Lu Zihao was considered a genius of the Cloud Sea. Unfortunately, he was arrogant and provoked the God Sect. As the man spoke, the transfer array they were guarding activated and gave off a dazzling glow. The man stopped speaking and looked over. I wonder which low-rank region opened the transfer array. The man was haughty. He was a disciple of the Celestial Music Sect. He was in charge of guarding the transfer array, and every time someone came, they would gift the guard some origin crystals. This had become a rule in the Cloud Sea. However, just at that moment, the transfer array shined even brighter and the light reached a peak. The world rumbled, the wind howled, and the sky changed colors. Endless rumbles came from the transfer array, and cracking sounds echoed as a crack appeared on the transfer array. This sudden occurrence caused the expressions of the cultivators around the transfer array to change, and they all stood up. They sure have guts to force the transfer array to accelerate its opening like this. Once this transfer array is destroyed, none of the lower rank sects can afford this responsibility. I want to see what sect dares to be so arrogant. The man that spoke before became gloomy. He waved his right hand, and a flying sword appeared. With the point of his finger, the flying sword shot toward the transfer array. However, just as the flying sword closed in, a thunderous rumble came from the transfer array. The light from the transfer array shined even brighter, and it exploded. Two figures charged off into the starry sky. You. The person who used the flying sword was about to speak, but immediately stopped. When the two figures charged out, he vaguely caught a glimpse of one of them. This caused his expression to change greatly. Lu Zihao. This man was at the Everlasting Sect, and personally saw Wang Lin's superb battles. He had also personally witnessed the death of his sect master, head elder, and senior disciple. Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to these juniors. After he charged out, he charged forward, creating a thunderous rumble as he flew away. The closest place to here is the Celestial Music Sect. From there you can teleport to the Everlasting Sect. The old woman's face was pale as she looked at Wang Lin with fear. This person is crazy. Crazy. In order to speed up the transfer speed, he wasn't even willing to wait half an hour. He chose the extremely dangerous method of infusing origin energy into the transfer array to make the transfer instant. This is something only a madman would do, as the smallest mistake would mean death within the torn space. The old woman felt lingering fear when she recalled what happened during the transfer. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy as he charged into the starry sky. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, he followed the old woman's directions toward the Celestial Music Sect. He used almost his full speed and moved like thunder through the Rank 6 region. It didn't take long for the Celestial Music Sect to appear before his eyes. The Celestial Music Sect was a Rank 6 sect with 3 continents, and they had a more powerful protection formation. Ordinary people would find it difficult to break. Even a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator would find it difficult to open in a short period of time and would need to spend some time. However, if the Celestial Music Sect's Nirvana Shatterer cultivators came out to reinforce it, the formation would become even stronger. Wang Lin walked through the stars. He was so fast that he set off a thunderous rumble. There was also a frenzied aura that charged forward, alerting all of the Celestial Music Sect. The newly appointed sect master and elders all came out of their closed-door cultivation. They looked ahead gloomily while floating in the air. What they saw caused their expressions to change greatly. Lu Zihao. Lu Zihao. The Lu Zihao that killed the previous sect master and head elder. Wasn't this person killed by the God Sect? How could he not be dead? It is said that 10 years ago, the God Sect killed this person in the Rank 5 region. However, not only is he not dead, but he is even more powerful. Could it be that not even the God Sect can kill him? The moment they saw Wang Lin, the people from the Celestial Music Sect that saw Wang Lin at the Everlasting Sect were all in an uproar. They were shocked, and their eyes were filled with endless fear and panic. Wang Lin's figure was too deeply engraved in their minds. Under their gazes, Wang Lin didn't pause at all and arrived next to the transfer array outside the 3 continents. His gaze was cold, and he didn't even look at the cultivators that were shocked due to his arrival. He raised his hand and mercilessly pressed down on the formation. The moment his palm touched the formation, Wang Lin gave off a shocking aura. Collapse for me. Thunderous rumbles echoed throughout the world, causing the 3 continents to shake. The formation shook violently and began to shine. Cracking sounds echoed as 5 cracks appeared along Wang Lin's 5 fingers. These 5 cracks were like 5 vicious dragons that quickly spread and, in the blink of an eye, covered the entire formation. The formation that even a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator would need some time to break suddenly collapsed and disintegrated before the eyes of the Celestial Music Sect cultivators. An unimaginable impact scattered when the formation shattered. The formation broke like a mirror, and the countless fragments scattered. The fragments contained a powerful force as they scattered. This scene shocked all the Celestial Music Sect cultivators, and they quickly retreated in fear of being injured by these fragments. One person, one palm. The force of one step shook the world. Open the transfer array to the Everlasting Sect, and take out all your origin crystals. Wang Lin's gaze coldly looked at the cultivators before him. There was no chance to reject. These words descended like the heavens' might, and spread across the Celestial Music Sect. All the cultivators' minds trembled, and none of them dared to refuse. The new Celestial Music Sect's sect master's forehead was covered in sweat. He looked at Wang Lin with fear and awe in his eyes. He had witnessed Wang Lin's brilliance at the Everlasting Sect, and personally saw the previous sect master die. This person could instantly kill the sect master and head elder 10 years ago, and even the God Sect couldn't kill him. Now, 10 years later, he came back and is even more frightening than before. Such a person must not be provoked. The Celestial Music Sect's Sect Master didn't hesitate to give out a series of orders. The entire Celestial Music Sect began activating the transfer array to the Everlasting Sect. Wang Lin had picked these 2 transfer arrays for a reason. The Sea Soul Sect transfer array was 2 ways, so there was no need for the other side to activate it to use it. The Rank 6 Celestial Music Sect as a Rank 6 sect had the right to open the transfer array without the Everlasting Sect's permission in case of something unexpected happening. Of course, there was a limit to this transfer. A single transfer couldn't exceed 3 people, and they would be strictly questioned. If there was no important matter, they would be severely punished. 10 years ago, Wang Lin's prestige set off a wave within the people that witnessed what he did at the Everlasting Sect themselves. Also, 10 years was considered very short for cultivators. When he appeared this time, he set off a wave in the Celestial Music Sect. After all, the Celestial Music Sect was even more familiar with Wang Lin because their sect master, head elder, and head disciple had all been killed by Wang Lin. At this moment, the entire Celestial Music Sect began to work to quickly activate the transfer array. The new sect master cried bitterly in his heart. He only wanted to send this fiend away as quickly as possible. He was afraid of provoking Wang Lin. Back then, Wang Lin was willing to kill the previous sect master, and today he was likely to kill again. After taking the bag of holding containing all the origin crystals, Wang Lin stepped into the formation with the old woman. The old woman was extremely shocked by everything. She had spent all her time in the battlefield at the demon sect and didn't know what happened 10 years ago. When she saw what happened here, she couldn't believe her eyes. She could see that the elders and the sect master of the Celestial Music Sect looked at Wang Lin with unimaginable terror in their eyes. It was as if they were trying to send away a god. She was worried about the matter of origin crystals, but when she saw the Celestial Music Sect giving Wang Lin the bag, she smiled bitterly. The way the Celestial Music Sect gave away their origin crystals was as if Wang Lin was the master of the sect. With a word from him, they had gathered all their origin crystals. I fear even if the Everlasting Sect came to ask for origin crystals, the Celestial Music Sect wouldn't move so fast. It's likely they would even hide some and not give all of it away. Wang Lin stepped into the transfer array with the old woman and disappeared. This kind of transfer array that went directly to the Rank 8 region didn't require any weight. It only took an instant to teleport to the Everlasting Sect. It wasn't until they saw Wang Lin leave personally that everyone relaxed a bit. The sect master finally relaxed a bit. When he looked at the empty transfer array and broken formation, he felt a lingering sense of fear. We finally sent this person away. Forget asking for all the origin crystals. Even if he wanted the entire Celestial Music Sect, I would have given it to him in hopes of him leaving quicker. Rank 8 Sect, on one of the planets belonging to the Everlasting Sect. The transfer array there suddenly lit up, and the light became intense. I have to get a treasure from inside the Everlasting Sect. Wang Lin walked out of the transfer array, arriving at the Everlasting Sect he was at 10 years ago. Chapter 1289, The Strong Are Respected. After entering the Everlasting Sect again, Wang Lin charged forward without pausing. The old woman quickly followed him. Due to the activation of the transfer array, the disciples of the Everlasting Sect immediately noticed. Some of the closest gatekeepers immediately flew over. However, before they could approach, Wang Lin moved like lightning and swept by the disciples of the Everlasting Sect. The storm he set off caused the Everlasting Sect disciples to retreat and reveal looks of terror. Wang Lin's speed had already reached a limit. He teleported as he moved, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the giant mountain peak from before. This is it. What Wang Lin wanted was the ancient god sword that turned into a mountain and he suspected was made by a 9-star ancient god. Only with this would he be confident in saving Qianmei from that dangerous battlefield. There wasn't enough time for Wang Lin to think too much. He only knew that he had to get this ancient god weapon, and he had to be fast. 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 At this moment, he closed in on the mountain and clasped his hands at the ground. I'm going to take this mountain, but I will definitely repay you in the future. I'm willing to pay any price. I hope you fellow cultivators of the Everlasting Sect could help me this time. With that, Wang Lin took a step forward and landed on the mountain. He didn't hesitate. The moment his feet landed, all his ancient god power activated. In a flash, the mountain seemed to awaken and an ancient aura erupted from within. This aura was very strong and heaven-shaking. It contained a powerful ancient god aura and suddenly roared. It caused a giant vortex to appear outside the mountain, and the vortex began to rotate. In a flash, the ancient god aura erupted from the mountain. The entire mountain shook, and even the earth trembled. More and more ancient god power surged like crazy into Wang Lin's body from his feet. At this instant, The ancient god stars appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Although his ancient stars had shattered, the ancient god power hadn't left. When he turned into stone, the ancient god power had returned into his body in a chaotic state. Now that the ancient god energy from the mountain surged into Wang Lin, an ancient god star suddenly appeared. Shortly after, the second ancient god star flashed and reappeared as well. As the ancient god aura that had been asleep for countless years entered Wang Lin's body, popping sounds echoed through his whole body. The mountain trembled even more violently, and the origin energy of the world began to stir. The sky changed colors, and the clouds were scattered. It was as if an ancient god was struggling to open its eyes under this mountain. It was roaring as it struggled to escape. Large amounts of cracks appeared on this mountain, accompanied by popping sounds. The mountain seemed like it was going to collapse. Rocks fell off, and the earth shattered. All of this happened in an instant. As Wang Lin absorbed the ancient god aura, 6 extremely powerful auras came from all sides, including 2 coming from the mountain. These 6 auras were all extremely powerful cultivators at the first Heaven's Blight stage. Li Zhihao, it's you. What are you doing? A roar echoed from one of the 2 auras coming out of the mountain. He had white hair and wore a black robe. After roaring, he saw what Wang Lin was doing, and he revealed killing intent. Wang Lin hadn't seen this old man before, but from his cultivation level, it was obvious that he was one of the Everlasting Sect's High Elders. The old man's eyes revealed killing intent as he waved his right hand, and thunder echoed. Endless thunder appeared in the sky, and it was all absorbed by the old man's hand. Then 19 heaven-shattering balls of thunder shot toward Wang Lin. There was another person beside him. This person looked gloomily at Wang Lin. It was the Everlasting Sect's Sect Master. When the 19 balls of thunder closed in, Wang Lin suddenly looked up. At this moment, he was rapidly absorbing the ancient god power from the mountain, and the third ancient god star suddenly appeared. Thunder. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. The moment that word came out of Wang Lin's mouth, the balls of thunder suddenly stopped and began to tremble. Then they stopped attacking Wang Lin and charged toward the old man in black. It was as if Wang Lin was their real master, the master of all the thunder in this world. The face of the old man in black changed. He waved his sleeves and collided with the balls of thunder. A thunderous rumble that shook everything echoed. Fellow cultivator Li, my everlasting sect has been good to you. Back then you wanted extreme Een, and this old man gave it to you. You killed the Celestial Music Sect's Sect Master, and I didn't pursue the matter. I even moved the Origin Sect into the Rank 7 region. Even though you have been missing for the past 10 years, and were rumored to be dead, this old man still treated the Origin Sect the same. You appeared again and originally would have been a guest, but now you want to take my Everlasting Sect's mountain. Do you think you're qualified to fight my Everlasting Sect? The Everlasting Sect's Sect Master stared at Wang Lin, and his words were like thunder. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the Everlasting Sect's Sect Master. After a long time, he slowly said, I will owe the Everlasting Sect a great favor and will definitely return what is inside this mountain in the future. Due to certain reasons, I must take it with me. In the future, I'll return and repay you all. The ancient god aura under Wang Lin moved once more and charged into him. This caused his clothes to move, and the ancient god aura inside him surged. The 4th star between his eyebrows formed. Favor? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to owe the Everlasting Sect a favor? Do you think you're the god sect's head elder? The old man in black that had launched the thunder attack at Wang Lin had finally resisted his own spell. His face was a bit pale, and he sneered sarcastically. He charged at Wang Lin, and his hands formed a seal. A heaven-shaking spell began to form, and purple thunder appeared around him. The Everlasting Sect's Sect Master became even colder. After he learned of Wang Lin's disappearance and supposed death, he hadn't kept the Origin Sect safe like he had said, but instead had kept them ready to be handed over to the God Sect. He wouldn't become the enemy of the God Sect for one person, one branch sect, much less protect the small Origin Sect that had no value left. At this moment, he also charged forward and pointed at the sky. A 7-foot sword appeared in his hand. This sword was shaped like a dragon, and the moment it appeared, the roar of a dragon echoed. The 2 of them moved at an unimaginable speed and closed in on Wang Lin. The moment their spell and dragon sword arrived, Wang Lin pointed forward with his right index finger. At this moment, a black and white aura appeared, turning into 2 small deer. At the same time, 100,000, 1 million, 5 million, 10 million rays of sword energy erupted. The 10 million dazzling rays of sword energy covered the sky. Even Taoist water was injured by these 10 million rays of sword energy, so its power was amazing. This was the second time it appeared in Wang Lin's hand and formed a storm. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the cultivation planet. Even the fog around the planet was pushed back, as if it were afraid to approach. When the black-robed man charged into the rays of sword energy, the thunder around him collapsed. He coughed out blood and immediately retreated. He revealed a look of fear he had never shown before. The sect master's expression changed greatly, and then he waved the dragon sword, creating countless swords. Popping sounds echoed as he tried to resist, but he was forced to retreat by the storm of 10 million rays of sword energy. He wasn't able to approach Wang Lin at all. This Lu Zihao was already very strong. After 10 years, he is even stronger. I don't wish to become an enemy of the everlasting sect. I only want to borrow what's inside the mountain. I'll surely return it one day. Wang Lin was surrounded by 10 million rays of sword energy, and his voice was filled with sincerity. The everlasting sect master avoided the sword energy and gloomily said, "Why should the everlasting sect lend it to you? Why should the everlasting sect believe you? The fact that the god sect's Taoist water wanted to kill me, but failed and instead was forced into closed-door cultivation with serious injuries. Or the fact that I'm willing to make a blood vow." Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. The blood turned into a blood-colored rune that contained a hint of Wang Lin's soul. The rune flew out of the storm of sword energy and floated before the everlasting sect master. Wang Lin's words were like thunder that shocked the mind of the everlasting sect master and the old man in black. The god sect Taoist water failed to kill you? The everlasting sect master gasped, and his eyes filled with disbelief. Nonsense. No one in the world would believe you. Your blood oath is useless in this old man's eyes. The old man in black had retreated from Wang Lin twice. With his cultivation level and status, this was something that had never happened before. He sneered as his eyes lit up and his right hand reached for the blood oath made by Wang Lin's blood. He mercilessly crushed it. The blood rune collapsed with a bang. Wang Lin's face immediately turned pale, but his eyes became cold. He had been benevolent. This ancient god treasure didn't belong to the everlasting sect, and due to the everlasting sect, he had been extremely sincere, not even hesitating to leave a blood oath. However, all of this was useless. Strength speaks in the cultivation world. The strong are respected. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Just at this moment, the other 4 powerful auras suddenly closed in. These 4 auras were 4 high elders of the everlasting sect. They were all powerful as well. When they closed in, they didn't even talk to Wang Lin. They just quickly shot spells toward Wang Lin, who was standing on the mountain peak. Chapter 1290, one line. The old man in black grinned as he stepped closer and launched a spell. The everlasting sect master's eyes were also filled with killing intent as he closed in. 6 First Heaven's Blight cultivators all launched their attacks. It looked like they were determined to kill Wang Lin. The old man in black immediately shouted. He said the god sect's head elder, Taoist water, failed to kill him. He is extremely absurd. This person has offended the god sect and escaped to Calamity. Then he came to provoke our everlasting sect. We will capture him and give him to the god sect for a reward. The 6 auras were heaven-shaking. This was a combined attack of 6 First Heaven's Blight cultivators. Only those at the Second Heaven's Blight would be able to counterattack. All others would die. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and the 10 million rays of sword energy held around him. A thunderous rumble echoed as the 6 everlasting sect elders attacked. At this moment, it felt like the world was going to collapse, and the earth trembled violently. The mountain below Wang Lin collapsed even more, and even more ancient god power rushed into his body. At the same time, a faint, indescribable aura spread out from the inner part of the mountain. It was as if some treasure was awakening and was going to charge out of the mountain. Wang Lin raised his right hand and was going to use a spell, but his expression changed. His right hand reached out, and a crack to his storage space appeared. A jade flew out and landed in Wang Lin's hand. This jade was formed by Qianmei's life soul. It was no longer warm, and the crack on it had suddenly spread half an inch. This jade already cracked when Wang Lin awakened, and now the crack was even larger. The crack on the soul jade meant that Qianmei was facing a life and death crisis. If the jade completely split open, that would mean that Qianmei had died. The expression of the old woman beside him changed greatly when she saw that the crack had extended half an inch. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Wang Lin stared at the jade. The pain in his heart became even stronger as the crack extended. In this short moment, Wang Lin felt like 10 years had passed. A moment later, the crack stopped extending. Qianmei's soul jade didn't shatter, but was extremely weak. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with blood light, and an earth-shattering aura erupted from his body, forming a storm connecting him to the world. A thunderous rumble echoed as the fifth star suddenly appeared, and a moment later, the sixth star appeared. Sixth-star Ancient God. A true sixth-star Royal Ancient God. However, Wang Lin wasn't happy. He felt anxious. Li Qianmei didn't have much time, and he had no time to waste at the Everlasting Sect. Right now no one could stop him. The 10 million rays of sword energy echoed as the 6 Everlasting Sect elders attempted to break through to Wang Lin. They were surrounded by spells filled with law, their power shocking. You're all courting death. Wang Lin's right foot mercilessly stomped the mountain. His ancient god power turned into unimaginable strength and entered the mountain through his feet. The power quickly spread, causing the mountain to collapse completely. The Everlasting Sect's mountain collapsed. Large amounts of dust were kicked up, and the shockwave formed a storm. Wang Lin originally didn't want to do this, because he didn't want to destroy the mountain. That's why he was only gently absorbing the ancient god aura, and was only going to take the treasure while preserving most of the mountain. However, right now he had to destroy the mountain to obtain what was below. The moment the mountain collapsed, a powerful ancient god aura rushed out and went into Wang Lin's body. The popping sounds echoing inside Wang Lin's body were louder than thunder. The 6 ancient god stars between his eyebrows rapidly rotated. As the powerful ancient god aura entered his body, even the 7th star began to take shape. Although it hadn't completely formed, a vortex formed. At this moment, Wang Lin jumped into the air, and his right hand reached at the collapsed mountain. The sky changed colors, and an extremely powerful aura charged out from the mountain. It was a ray of red light, a blood-red light. Inside the red light was a fist-sized sword. This sword was made of blood, and the blood inside of it flowed, giving off a red light that permeated the world. There was sword him that contained a hint of excitement and joy from being released from countless years of suppression. The instant the blood sword fell in Wang Lin's hand, Wang Lin felt a sense of blood connection with it. It was as if this blood sword originally belonged to him, had always been his. As he held the blood sword, the surrounding 10 million rays of sword energy were being weakened by the 6 people of the Everlasting Sect. The moment they charged in, Wang Lin's ancient god power rushed into the blood sword, and he sliced at the surroundings. A thunderous rumble shook the world. It was impossible to describe this slice. This slice could break the heavens and earth. It could pierce the sky and shake all life. The moment he sliced down, the old man in black that was closest to Wang Lin was filled with horror as his body collapsed into a bloody mess. His origin soul struggled to retreat, and his face was filled with fear. There was another Everlasting Sect elder beside him, whose body also collapsed. The other 4 all coughed out blood and retreated like crazy. Their bodies were pierced by the bloodlight, and started emitting red smoke afterward. Then their bodies rapidly withered, and soon were like bags of bones. What a sword! What kind of treasure is this? What is Lu Ziheo's cultivation level? 1 slice. Out of 6 First Heaven's Blight cultivators, 2 had lost their bodies, and the rest were all injured. This was only because Wang Lin didn't want to kill. Otherwise, those 2 that had lost their bodies wouldn't have been able to escape at all. This sword completely shocked everyone and caused a huge wave in their hearts. Wang Lin's body flickered, and then he took the dumbfounded old woman straight into the sky. The 6 people from the Everlasting Sect didn't dare to stop him at all. I'll be back. If the Origin Sect is damaged at all, I'll remove your Everlasting Sect from the Cloud Sea. All 6 of you will die. Wang Lin coldly looked back at the 6 of them in the air. He had tried being polite and sincere. He had even made an oath, but it was all useless. In the cultivation world, strength was the only thing respected. 1 sword and 1 line were 10,000 times stronger than any blood oath. Chapter 1291. The Spatial Crack at the Demon Sect. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the 6 elders of the Everlasting Sect before retracting his hand. The blood sword in his right hand flashed red and turned into a drop of blood. It landed between his eyebrows and engraved itself there before gradually disappearing. He waved his right hand, and a storm appeared. He took the old woman, and they disappeared before the people of the Everlasting Sect. This treasure refined using an ancient god star by an ancient god of unknown stars is indeed amazing. As a 6-star ancient god, I can only use about 30% of the sword's power, but that 30% is enough to cut down any First Heaven's Blight cultivator. Wang Lin moved extremely fast as he flew through the stars. The old woman beside him was numbed by everything she saw. The strength Wang Lin had displayed filled her with disbelief. Before I battled Taoist water, I was half a step into the Nirvana Shatterer stage and could battle First Heaven's Blight cultivators. However, it would be a bitter battle. In order to win, I would have had to pay a price, and it would be very difficult. However, right now I still haven't opened the seal on my cultivation. After comprehending my first Dao Spell in the Dao realm, it strengthened my body, and I can already overcome First Heaven's Blight cultivators. As for Second Heaven's Blight cultivators, even though I'm not as strong as them, with this ancient god weapon, I can put up a fight. Among the Heaven's Blight stages, the gap between each stage was great. After all, if one failed at any of them, they would die, but if they succeeded, they would obtain unimaginable power. This was power obtained by risking one's life, so it was difficult to overcome. However, if I open the seal, my cultivation level will increase greatly. It has only been 10 years in the outside world, but I have comprehended for a long time in the heaven-defying bead. As a result, if my seal is released, I'll have a chance to reach the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer in one go. If I can reach the mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer, Second Heaven's Blight cultivators would be no match for me. I should even be able to battle Third Heaven's Blight cultivators. Wang Lin's eyes shined. He felt his own strength. This kind of strength made him feel like he held the world when he clenched his fist. Confidence filled his heart. My goal is to become a third-step cultivator to kill Taoist water and the ancestor from the ancient All-Heaven family that deceived me with the Qixi spell. 1. Before he battled Taoist water, Wang Lin considered the third step, the legendary, heaven-shattering realm, something that could only be reached by true gods. Every time he thought about it, it was like a powerful pressure that could destroy everything, something he couldn't resist. However, now, because Wang Lin's cultivation had improved, because Wang Lin had battled Taoist water, and because Wang Lin had comprehended in the Dao realm, the mysterious veil around third-step cultivators was torn apart. Their invincible legend crumbled, and the only thing that remained was Wang Lin's killing intent. Wang Lin broke through the rank 8 region with confidence and determination to save Li Qianmei. He entered the rank 9 region for the first time. When he stepped into the rank 9 region, someone was sitting in a secret room inside the god sect. The veins on his face were swollen, and his body gave off an endless 7-colored glow. The white-haired boy let out a mournful scream. His face rapidly aged. But when his age reached a limit, it reversed. This cycle continued. The alternation between life and death caused pain that no ordinary person could endure. Taoist water had suffered this pain for 10 years. Little bastard, I'll make you repay the pain this old man is suffering now 10,000-fold. Also, master, even though you didn't die, you must be extremely weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape 10 years ago. Taoist water's expression was ferocious, but soon he began screaming miserably again. There were no pupils left in his eyes. They were completely replaced by 7-colored light. Ignoring Taoist water for now, after Wang Lin entered the rank 9 region, the old woman immediately led the way. The two of them broke through the fog and charged for the demon sect. There were rank 12 beasts inside the fog in the rank 9 region, but Wang Lin had no time to kill them, and he didn't want to get blocked. The moment he entered the fog, his cultivation erupted and a monstrous killing intent shocked all the fog beasts. The fog was pushed back and the beasts hidden inside avoided Wang Lin. God sect, Taoist water, I'll definitely kill you. In the rank 9 region, Wang Lin's killing intent became even stronger. Along the way, Wang Lin moved at top speed. Thunderous rumbles erupted as he broke through the fog before him and charged toward the demon sect battlefield under the old woman's guidance. The demon sect, the most mysterious sect in the rank 9 region. Rumor had it that the demon sect didn't have many disciples, but every single one was an amazing cultivator. Being stationed at the battlefield for countless years and fighting off waves of fierce beast invasions had made the people of the demon sect filled with killing intent. In addition, they almost never left the demon sect, so in the minds of the people of the Cloud Sea, they could match the god sect. The rumors stated that the demon sect had separated from the god sect and no longer listened to the god sect. All of this was very strange. Whether it was true or false, it was enough to show the demon sect's strength. They had been stationed at the battlefield for countless years, ensuring the peace of the Cloud Sea. This lack of knowledge made the people of the Cloud Sea look at the demon sect in awe. They respected their virtue and feared their secrets. In the eyes of the Cloud Sea, the people of the demon sect could no longer be described as cultivators. They were more like an army, like the soldiers of a mortal imperial dynasty. They were ruthless, but they guarded the entire Cloud Sea. It was because of the existence of the demon sect that the Cloud Sea could have tens of thousands of years of peace. They were the reason the Cloud Sea cultivators could fight amongst each other and obtain resources. If one day the demon sect stopped existing and the first layer of defense against the fierce beasts that came out of the spatial crack disappeared, it would bring unimaginable calamity to the Cloud Sea. It was thanks to the ruthlessness of the demon sect and their special mission that every Cloud Sea cultivator that came to the battlefield was extremely respectful to the demon sect and had to listen to the orders of the demon sect. If there was anyone who defied orders, the demon sect would immediately kill that person. Only when someone extremely talented got the recognition of the demon sect would there be a chance of someone entering the demon sect. They would receive the attention of the demon sect. Qianmei was one of the three that had obtained the recognition of the demon sect. Even when she clearly disobeyed their order to leave, the demon sect didn't kill her to stop her. However, Qianmei had been gone for 10 years, so the demon sect had become angry. To the demon sect, there was no reason to leave for 10 years. If they didn't punish her, the demon sect wouldn't be the demon sect. At this moment, outside the spatial crack next to ring formed by the demon sect's 6 cultivation planets, thousands of geniuses from the Cloud Sea were frantically fighting. All kinds of spells were being used. Inside the spatial crack, different types of beasts roared and struggled to come out of the crack in order to kill everything before them. The ferociousness they gave off was very different from that of the fierce beasts in the Cloud Sea. They were far stronger. These fierce beasts had survived through endless slaughter. They were not something the fierce beasts that lived in peace in the Cloud Sea could compare to. The smell of blood spread out. As the fierce beasts rushed out, the thousands of cultivators fought fiercely. All kinds of magical treasures and spells filled the sky. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars. Among these cultivators, there were 6 extremely strong cultivators. Whenever a fierce beast appeared around them, they would immediately die, their blood splattering everywhere. This made it so there were a large open area around each of them. The surrounding cultivators obviously knew how strong the 6 of them were, so they stayed far away and wouldn't get close. They were very confident in the 6 of them. Of the 6, 4 were men and 2 were women. Among the 4 men, 3 of them were middle-aged and 1 was an old man. They were peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, and the old man was showing signs of reaching the first Heaven's Blight. The 4 of them were all extremely decisive and ruthless in their killing intent. Often, they would only require 1 blow to kill a beast that had charged out. As for the 2 women, one of them was a beautiful middle-aged woman, and the other was a young woman that looked around 25 years old. However, there was too many fierce beasts coming out of the spatial crack. As the thousands of cultivators fought, hundreds of people had their bodies torn apart by the fierce beasts. Some of their origin souls weren't able to escape and let out miserable screams as they collapsed. Behind the thousands of cultivators stood 3 people. They were surrounded by a blue mist, making it impossible to see what they looked like. Their auras were strangely connected, giving off the aura of a first Heaven's Blight cultivator. The 3 were obviously not at the first Heaven's Blight, but under the connection of the blue mist, they were able to attack with the power of a first Heaven's Blight cultivator. The death of cultivators, the collapse of fierce beasts, and the smell of blood didn't seem to exist to the 3 of them. They just stood there, looking at the spatial crack. No one knew what they were thinking. They were real demon sect disciples. When some of the cultivators would retreat to swallow some pills and recover, they would occasionally look at the 3 of them with awe in their eyes. Amidst the endless slaughter and thunderous rumbles, the fierce beasts inside the crack suddenly retreated. As their roars rumbled, a powerful aura erupted from the spatial crack. The surrounding beasts suddenly became even more ferocious. The amount of fierce beasts today is far more than before. I was puzzled, but it turns out a king beast has appeared. King beasts don't appear much, but every time they appear, a large amount of cultivators die. However, this king beast also represents an opportunity. If we can kill the king beast. Back then, Qianmei and other 2 killed a king beast each and became recognized by the demon sect. There is another king beast today. It is our chance. The moment the surrounding cultivators noticed the aura from the spatial crack, they were shocked. They immediately retreated and focused on the spatial crack. The 6 extremely powerful cultivators also retreated. One of the women, one with cold eyes, revealed killing intent. King beast? If Qianmei can kill it, I can kill it as well. The appearance of this aura made all the cultivators nervous. Only the 3 people surrounded by the blue mist weren't affected. At this moment, under the guidance of the old woman, Wang Lin was getting closer and closer to this place. ******. 1. Used to drain Wang Lin's life in an attempt to revive Li Muan. Chapter 1292, The White Figure Under the Red Light. At this moment, at the spatial crack battlefield next to the demon sect, as the surrounding cultivators retreated, the roars from the fierce beasts became even more violent. The entire star field trembled as an even more powerful aura erupted from the spatial crack. This aura was so strong that it immediately suppressed the roars of the surrounding beasts. A dragon-shaped fierce beast slowly came out of the spatial crack as the fierce beasts retreated. It was a completely black dragon. However, it was still different from a real dragon. This dragon was covered in scales and had 2 hideous horns. They weren't straight, but bent. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long, and after it appeared, it gave off a powerful pressure. Its dragon eyes was filled with killing intent as it looked at the surrounding cultivators. Eventually, its gaze moved to the 3 people surrounded by blue mist. After it saw those 3 people, the dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar. This roar was filled with madness, monstrous rage, and bloodthirst. It recognized the blue mist. In its memory, the people surrounded by blue mist were their mortal enemies that prevented them from charging out of the spatial crack. It's unexpectedly a young dragon from the 9 Abyss. This dragon can no longer be considered a fierce beast. Although it is rank 12, it can display power equal to a rank 13 king beast that can't take human form. It is indeed a dragon from the 9 Abyss. This kind of beast hasn't appeared for a long time. Elder once said that these kinds of groups far surpass the beasts that can turn human. Legend has it that it was one of the 6 beast companions that belonged to Jinbiao. This matter is important. We must report it to the elders. The 3 people inside the blue mist sent thoughts to each other. One of them took out a jade and crushed it. It immediately sent out a message. Just as this message was sent out, the 9 Abyss dragon roared and black gas came out of the crack on its body. The black mist turned into black skulls that could penetrate the soul. They scattered in all directions and charged out of the spatial crack. Thunderous rumbles came from the spatial crack as if it was trembling and was unable to bear the force. The endless black skulls charged out of the spatial crack and pounced at the surrounding cultivators. The fierce beasts from the crack followed after the black skulls, launching a shocking attack. However, the 9 Abyss dragon didn't rush out, but remained inside the spatial crack, coldly looking outside with a murderous gaze. The thousands of cultivators outside the spatial crack had all been fighting for hundreds of years and had strong mental strength. However, even they were shaking right now. But once they were here, they weren't allowed to retreat and had to fight. When they black skulls closed in, the cultivators began a life and death battle. The 6 geniuses charged out for the 9 Abyss dragon inside the spatial crack. If the 6 of us work together to kill this dragon, we can become members of the demon sect. One of the middle-aged men among the 6 shouted. His hands formed a seal, his body was surrounded by a purple light, and his aura increased. The remaining 5 people all used their strongest spells. The beautiful middle-aged woman's hair instantly became white. Her white hair swept and formed a white hair storm before her. It carried a shocking power as it charged at the 9 Abyss dragon. There was also that old man with the highest cultivation level. He waved his right hand, and countless golden cores appeared around him. This was similar to the golden cores cultivators had, but also very different. This was a spell the old man had created himself with his great wisdom. These golden cores were formed by origin energy, and their collapse could be exchanged for even stronger power. In a flash, almost 10,000 golden cores appeared around him. There was also that cold woman. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat blood onto the thin sword in her hand. The sword gave off a dazzling glow and melted to form a golden river. The river surrounded her and gave off a destructive aura. It then charged out with her. The 6 most powerful cultivators among the thousands of cultivators all attacked at the same time and began a battle against the 9 Abyss dragon. The surrounding cultivators all screamed miserably. The black skulls were too strange, as no spells or magical treasures had any effect on them. They directly penetrated into the cultivators' bodies, and as soon as they entered, they would explode. The destructive force would cause the cultivators' bodies to explode and their origin souls to dissipate. In addition to the fierce beasts charging out from the spatial crack, it was a moment of crisis. The 6 powerful cultivators had closed in on the 9 Abyss dragon and were launching their attack. However, as their spells closed in and they got close, the 9 Abyss dragon opened its mouth to spit out a mouthful of black mist. The moment the black mist was spat out, it formed a black skull 10,000 feet large. The skull shot at the 6 of them. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Out of the 4 men, only the old man didn't cough out blood. Their faces became pale, and they were pushed back. Large amounts of milky white aura came out of their orifices and was devoured by the skull. It was their vitality. Blood came out of the corner of the old man's mouth, and he treated. His eyes became cold as his hand moved, and he shouted, 10,000 golden cores, explode. With that, the 10,000 golden cores collapsed, creating a destructive power that landed on the giant skull. As for the two women, the white hair storm of the middle-aged woman collapsed. She coughed out blood and was forced to retreat. A large amount of her vitality was absorbed as she retreated. As for the indifferent woman, her face was pale and her right hand was bleeding. The golden river around her seemed to be flowing slower as well. However, she clenched her teeth and pointed forward. The golden river around her exploded into countless golden raindrops that fell on the skull. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the giant skull paused for a moment. Using this chance, the old man and indifferent woman quickly retreated after using their spells. The old man had prestige among the thousands of cultivators. As he retreated, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately shouted, "There are too many enemy beasts. First, activate the sacrifice formation to kill them." After he shouted, the surrounding cultivators all retreated and their hands formed a seal. Formation light starting coming from their bodies. "We offer life for the demon sect formation." Thousands of people sacrificed their vitality at the same time. The unified shout from the thousands of cultivators created a powerful pressure. As their voices echoed, a ghostly light came from the spatial crack. There was a thunderous rumble, and then the spatial crack became like a large mouth and suddenly closed. Some fierce beasts weren't able to dodge quick enough, and their bodies exploded. Even the nine-abyss dragon had to quickly withdraw its head to prevent itself from being chopped in half. When the old man saw this, he let out a sigh. He originally wanted to lure the nine-abyss dragon out halfway before using the formation to kill it. However, the six of them weren't strong enough to lure the nine-abyss dragon out. If Qianmei was here, with her strength and magic treasures, perhaps she'd be able to break the skull and make the nine-abyss dragon come out. The old man sighed and put those thoughts out of his mind. Taking advantage of the short moment when the spatial crack was closed, he waved his right hand. Countless golden cores appeared and charged at the skull. The indifferent woman was the same as him. These cultivators had worked together for many years and had a good understanding of each other. The other four didn't attack the big skull, but spread out to attack those small skulls and isolated beasts. The demon sect cultivators, shrouded in blue mist, floated there motionlessly as they watched the battle, watched the death of beasts and cultivators. Some of the skulls and beasts charged at them, but the moment they touched the blue mist, they died miserably. This place is a battlefield, and the weak won't survive. If you want to live, make yourself stronger and break through, then you must walk the line of life and death over and over. Back in the day, the three of us did the same. Of course, the nine-abyss dragon is very strong. After the formation has been used up, the three of us will deal with the nine-abyss dragon. Two voices came out of the three people inside the blue mist. The closed crack began to tremble after a moment. After being closed for a brief moment, it gradually opened. The roar of the nine-abyss dragon echoed from within. The old man and the indifferent woman were fighting with the huge skull. They had trapped it and were about to destroy it. The three people inside the blue mist stared at the spatial crack slowly opening and were about to step forward. However, their expressions changed greatly, and they suddenly looked into the distance. An indescribable roar came from the distance. This roar was heaven-shaking and contained a powerful aura. Not only did it attract the three people from the demon sect, but also the attention of the cultivators on the battlefield. Even the beasts outside couldn't help but tremble, and their eyes became filled with fear. They stopped attacking and began to retreat back into the spatial crack. Even the skulls all trembled and let out screams as if they had sensed an aura that terrified them. They quickly retreated. Even the eyes of the giant skull fighting the old man and indifferent woman released a ghostly fire filled with fear. It began to struggle violently in an attempt to retreat. This sudden change shocked the cultivators here, and they all looked toward the distance, where the roar was coming from. They saw a shocking, red light in the direction. There were two people inside the red light, closing in at a shocking speed. The person was wearing white and had white hair. He had a gloomy expression, but his powerful cultivation caused space itself to distort. Behind him was an old woman in white. Chapter 1293, Become My Mount, and I'll spare your life. The demon sect had 6 cultivation planets. These 6 planets formed a simple circle. The circle was simple but gave off a shocking aura. This was a formation. A huge formation composed of 6 cultivation planets. This formation was powerful enough to destroy the world. It was placed by the demon sect's sect master as the last line of defense against the fierce beasts. The demon sect had 6 different divisions, and each was stationed on a different planet. There were several elders managing each division, and they rarely interacted with each other. They often worked alone. This phenomenon was set by the first and only demon sect's sect master and had continued until now. There were 6 identical stone statues, one on each of the 6 cultivation planets. It was a middle-aged man with fluttering clothes with a cloud under his feet. There were 9 eyes in the sky that seemed to be looking at the earth. This middle-aged man looked at the sky. He seemed to be gazing at the 9 eyes. Behind the middle-aged man was a towering tree. It was so big that it seemed not even the heavens could stop it from growing. Every person in the demon sect knew that the middle-aged man was the demon sect's first sect master and the last. The giant tree was the demon sect's sect master's life treasure. Rumor had it that the demon sect's sect master was very strong and heaven-shaking. Rumor had it that the spatial crack was even larger before and that even more fierce beasts used to come through, including king beasts, emperor beasts, and even the legendary beasts that could take human shape. However, they were all destroyed by the demon sect's sect master, and the spatial crack was almost sealed. However, the moment he was sealing it, an accident happened. It seemed like someone inside had used an unimaginable spell to stop the demon sect's sect master from completing the seal. However, even so, the seal still played a role. The spatial crack shrank a lot, and thanks to the effect of the seal, not too many powerful beasts could charge out. As for the 9 eyes in the sky, ordinary demon sect disciples would know about them. Only the elders of the sect knew that those 9 eyes represented the ancient celestial realm. There were rumors among the elders stating that the reason the demon sect had split from the god sect was due to the order from the first-generation sect master. He had ordered a group of the god sect to be stationed here for generations and guard this place, to not allow a single beast come out of the spatial crack alive. Rumor had it that the god sect's sect master was the same person as the demon sect's sect master. It was said that he was from the ancient celestial realm. It was said that he had disappeared a long time ago, and whether he was dead or alive was unknown. The god sect was currently being controlled by one of his slaves on his behalf. This was why the demon sect didn't listen to the god sect's orders and had methods to deal with the god sect. Of course, all of this was rumor. The real history had disappeared into the river of time, and very few knew the real truth. Right now, a monstrous, red light shined outside the spatial crack. After rushing over without stopping, Wang Lin and the old woman in white had finally arrived. Along the way, Wang Lin had used an almost insane speed, rushing over from the rank 2 region using only a few days of time. Old Lady White. It's her. Old Lady White left half a month ago on the order of the demon sect to do something for Qianmei. Who is the person before her? I can't see through his person's cultivation, but I feel myself trembling before him. He is too powerful. I don't know which sect he is an elder for, but why is he here? This person is too powerful and too strange. Even the fierce beasts retreated in terror. Even those black skulls began to panic when they sensed this person. The old man among the 6 geniuses looked at Wang Lin with shock in his eyes. Could he be the reason that Qianmei is being punished by the demon sect and was sent into the depths of the spatial crack? The indifferent woman looked at Wang Lin, but her mind trembled. Her gaze and divine sense silently dissipated when they got close to Wang Lin. The 3 people surrounded by blue mist became wary and stared at Wang Lin. Their expressions hidden by the blue mist changed. One of the voices came out of the blue mist. Old Lady White, who is he? The old woman in white was about to speak when Wang Lin charged out toward the spatial crack that was slowly opening. As he closed in, the skulls and fierce beasts that were trying to retreat back into the spatial crack let out terrified screams. Noisy. Wang Lin was so fast that he closed in an instant. He casually waved his hand, and a storm swept by. The storm contained thunder, and as it swept by, the fierce beasts all collapsed and died. All of this was extremely easy for Wang Lin. He was worried about Qianmei's current state, and the screams of these beasts irritated him. With a wave of his hand, all the fierce beasts outside the crack turned into piles of blood and flesh. Even the 9 abyss dragon inside the spatial crack couldn't help but stop roaring. As for the skulls formed by the black mist, they all trembled as if they had encountered their natural enemy. They looked at Wang Lin with indescribable fear in their eyes. Wang Lin stood outside the crack and looked at the trembling skulls. His eyes gave off a strong light. The devils from the netherworld? Early in his life, he became a soul devourer in the foreign battlefield on planet Suzaku and devoured a large amount of devils. At this moment, he found the aura of a devil on these skulls. There weren't many devils here, but still quite a few. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he opened his mouth and inhaled. A giant vortex seemed to appear before him. The skulls trembled and didn't dare to resist. They collapsed one by one and turned into black gas that entered Wang Lin's mouth. Even though the largest skull trembled and collapsed. It became a large mass of black gas that was inhaled by Wang Lin. He had caused all the beasts here to collapse, and then inhaled all the black skulls. Such power and spell shocked everyone here aside from the old woman. The 6 geniuses among the thousands of cultivators were all shocked, and their pupils shrank. There was also the 3 people from the demon sect. They were shocked and began discussing Wang Lin's strength. He's at least the first Heaven's Blight. But why does he not have the halo? Perhaps he has some spell to hide the halo. This person can't be a no-name. But why did he come with Old Lady White? I remember Old Lady White went to take Li Qianmei's life soul somewhere. Could it be? Could it be that this person has something to do with Li Qianmei's life soul? The 3 of them passed messages to each other and were on guard. Only the old woman in white was numb to all of them. She had seen everything Wang Lin had done along the way, and even 6 high elders of the everlasting sect were too scared to stop him. 2 of them had even lost their bodies. Right now Wang Lin had only killed some fierce beasts. It wasn't much to her. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Wang Lin, but he didn't care at all. His time was short, and after absorbing the skulls, he looked at the slowly opening spatial crack. He could clearly feel a powerful aura within. This aura was hesitating and seemed to be waiting for something. Li Qianmei entered here. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the old woman in white. His voice was calm, like the silence before a volcano erupted. This is the place. The old woman in white immediately responded after Wang Lin looked at her. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He didn't have time to wait for this spatial crack to slowly open. His hands reached out, and his eyes shined brightly. A crazy aura erupted from his body, and with a roar, he tore the spatial crack open. He was going rip open the slowly opening spatial crack. Fellow cultivator, stop. There is a 9-abyss dragon inside, and it is extremely powerful. Once it comes out, there will be many deaths. I hope fellow cultivator can wait until we set up a formation before opening it. The person who spoke was one of the demon sect members inside the blue mist. The 3 of them charged out toward the spatial crack. Wang Lin turned a deaf ear as he let out a roar and tore it. Thunderous rumbles and cracking sounds echoed. The spatial crack was torn open by him. The moment the spatial crack was ripped open, the 9-abyss dragon let out a roar. It instantly closed in and tried to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin was extremely close to the 9-abyss dragon. The dragon's eyes revealed a look of madness as a large amount of black mist came out from between its scales. Even more black mist came from its mouth, and its large body was going to surround Wang Lin. Damn beast, you dare to devour me? Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he didn't even try to dodge. When the 9-abyss dragon closed in, he raised his palm and slammed forward. A thunderous rumble echoed with this palm. At this moment, endless origin energy gathered like crazy into Wang Lin's palm, creating a giant palm print, and collided with the 9-abyss dragon's face. The 9-abyss dragon let out a miserable scream as its body trembled. Popping sounds echoed as countless scales burst open and blood sprayed out, while it quickly retreated. The madness in its eyes went cold and was replaced by fear. Not dead. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. Then he stepped into the spatial crack. He raised his right hand and slammed down once more on the 2 horns of the 9-abyss dragon. There was thunderous bang, and the 9-abyss dragon roared miserably again. Its eyes were filled with fear and panic. The dragon still hadn't died after 2 spells. Wang Lin's body flickered and landed on the dragon's head. Become my mount, and I'll spare your life. Wang Lin was not familiar with the inside of the spatial crack. With this 9-abyss dragon around, it would be a lot more convenient. Chapter 1294, Dao Spell. The 9-abyss dragon let out a roar. It had to submit. It felt a terrifying, chaotic aura inside Wang Lin that made it tremble. There were 3 reasons why submitted. The first reason stemmed from the memories it had inherited from ancient times. The power of the gods. The second reason was the tremble from its soul. It was as if Wang Lin's soul had the power to restrain and devour it. The third reason terrified him the most. It was also from his inherited memories. It was the aura of the Emperor of Beasts. The aura of Jinbiao. In addition, the 2 palms from Wang Lin contained heaven-shaking power. So how could the 9-abyss dragon resist? It could only yield and become Wang Lin's mount. When Wang Lin used the 2 palms to subdue the 9-abyss dragon, everyone outside the spatial crack was shocked. Their eyes were filled with monstrous fear. This was even more shocking and unbelievable than when Wang Lin destroyed all those fierce beasts and skulls. Even the 3 demon sect members inside the blue mist were all shocked and filled with disbelief. Their hearts trembled, causing the blue mist around them to distort. The 9-abyss dragon was taken in by him as a mount. This matter. The three of us attacking together with the Demon Sect's secret spell can beat the 9 Abyss Dragon, but it would be impossible to make it yield, let alone make it our mount. What exactly is his identity to be able to do this? Although this 9 Abyss Dragon is not an adult, it is still one of Ji Qiong's 6 companion beasts. How could it be tamed just like this? The three of them were terrified and looked at Wang Lin with shock. If they were like this, then there was no need to talk about the rest. The cultivators outside the spatial crack were all dumbfounded. The 6 geniuses' origin souls trembled as they stared at Wang Lin standing on the head of the 9 Abyss Dragon inside the spatial crack. Wang Lin's figure was engraved into their hearts. Wang Lin's white clothes and white hair made him look like an invincible, heaven-shaking battle god that everyone would worship. Li Qianmei must have done it for him. He must have come for Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei, I have secretly been competing with you for 100 years. I thought you would die after being sent into the spatial crack, but I didn't expect such a powerful person would come to save you. The indifferent woman let out a sigh. Wang Lin stood on the 9 Abyss Dragon and ignored the shock of all the cultivators outside. He was about to rush into the depths of the spatial crack to save Li Qianmei. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful aura erupted from one of the 6 Demon Sect planets. At the same time, a person closed in. This person was too fast. With one step, he teleported in this space that you couldn't teleport in. After taking one step, he took a second step. After the second step landed, he appeared next to the 3 people from the Demon Sect and took a third step. He was so fast that no one could follow him as he entered the spatial crack and appeared before Wang Lin. Fellow cultivator, don't be in such a rush. Let this old man see if you are qualified to enter the depths of the spatial crack. As the person closed in, a gentle voice echoed, shaking the inside and outside of the spatial crack. As this person closed in, their right hand and pressed down on Wang Lin, who was on top of the 9 Abyss Dragon's head. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. The moment the palm arrived, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pushed forward. The power from the 2 palms collided in the air. Endless origin energy gathered like crazy. A destructive aura that could destroy space itself spread out between their 2 palms. An indescribable shock appeared and spread out like crazy. It was as if a powerful storm had swept by the surrounding cultivators, forcing them to retreat. Even the 6 geniuses turned pale and were forced to retreat. Only the 3 people of the Demon Sect were able to remain still before the shockwave. They stared into the spatial crack with solemn expressions. Wang Lin let out a muffled groan and popping sounds echoed inside his body. He was thrown back several dozen feet along with the 9 Abyss Dragon. The figure that closed in with 3 steps also let out a muffled groan, but instead of retreating, the figure took another step. You're courting death. Wang Lin's eyes shined, and he jumped off the 9 Abyss Dragon toward the figure. When he got close, his right hand formed a fist, and the ancient god stars between his eyebrows appeared. A large amount of ancient god energy erupted and entered his fist. There was a thunderous bang, and the person paused for a moment and was pushed back. Wang Lin looked gloomy as he chased. He waved his hand, and a drop of blood flew out from between his eyebrows, turning into a blood-red sword. Holding the blood sword, Wang Lin mercilessly chopped down while chasing. The retreating figure's expression changed greatly when Wang Lin took out the blood sword. He spat out a tortoise shell to block before him. The moment the tortoise shell appeared, the blood sword chopped down and collided with the tortoise shell. A thunderous rumble echoed, but the tortoise shell wasn't able to stop the blood sword at all. When they collided, the blood light pierced into the person. The person's body staggered and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. He retreated once more, but then he fiercely waved his hand. Origin energy began to gather like crazy. His voice suddenly echoed. Earth, Emperor, Dipper, Celestial, Explosion. War Spirit Print. 5 runes suddenly appeared, and together they formed a giant palm print. This palm print was the War Spirit Print, the real War Spirit Print. The moment it appeared, the origin energy in the world rapidly condensed and instantly turned solid. It charged toward Wang Lin's forehead with unimaginably strong momentum. Wang Lin didn't retreat, and as he charged out, his eyes glowed red. The blood sword in his hand disappeared and fused with his body. At this moment, his body gave off a monstrous, red glow. His body became the blood sword. He was the blood sword. His right hand's 2 fingers were the tip of the sword that could pierce the heavens and earth. He pointed at the palm with these 2 fingers. The 10 million rays of sword energy surrounded him, forming a sword storm that collided with the palm print. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavens and earth trembled when the 10 million rays of sword energy collided with the palm print. The rays of sword energy collapsed and the palm paused for a moment. At this moment, Wang Lin's 2 fingers covered in red light stabbed into the center of the palm print. The palm print collapsed with a thunderous bang, and the oppressive origin energy scattered. The expression of the person changed once more, and he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Wang Lin broke through the palm print and stepped forward. His 2 fingers pointed at the person's forehead. The figure shook and coughed out blood. He quickly retreated and left the spatial crack. There was a flash of cold light in Wang Lin's eyes as he chased the person out of the spatial crack. His left hand was pressed between his eyebrows as if he was going to rip something off. The figure's expression changed once more after seeing Wang Lin's left hand, and he quickly shouted, "Fellow cultivator, stop! Fellow cultivator, stop!" This old man was reckless on this matter. He stopped before the 3 members of the demon sect and turned into a white-haired old man. He then clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin stepped out of the crack, stared at the old man, and put down his left hand. The 3 demon sect members behind the old man respectfully said, "Greetings, elder." The old man nodded slightly, and then looked at Wang Lin with shock in his eyes. Then he clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator is extremely strong, and this old man is no match for you, especially against your blood sword. That treasure." The elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. The shock and horror this treasure had brought him was indescribable. Wang Lin coldly stared at the old man. Without a word, he withdrew his gaze and charged back into the crack. The 9 abyss dragon inside had been scared out of its wits and didn't dare to escape. The old man looked at Wang Lin's back and said, "Fellow cultivator, it was this old man who was rude. I believe fellow cultivator came to save Qianmei. Qianmei was scouted by this old man to be accepted into the demon sect, and it was also this old man who allowed her to leave." Then he waved his right hand, and a jade flew out toward Wang Lin. "This crack is very large. If you search randomly, it will be very difficult to find Qianmei. This jade contains a map, and I have marked her location. With fellow cultivator's speed, you might be able to catch up." Wang Lin stopped and caught the jade. After he scanned it with his divine sense, the coldness on his face softened. Then he turned toward the old man and said, "Go back and go into closed-door cultivation for 3 days. Don't use your Dao intent, and focus your mind. In the last 5 hours of the 3rd day, your Dao intent will collapse. Bear with it, and if you can withstand it, there will be no harm." After Wang Lin finished speaking, he left the shocked old man and entered the spatial crack. He landed on the head of the 9 abyss dragon and charged into the depths of the spatial crack. The old man looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to, and his expression changed. He carefully checked his body, and then his face gradually turned pale, becoming terrified. He saw that there was a mysterious change to his Dao intent. It was as if a foreign force had invaded and caused his Dao intent to gradually weaken. This is Dao Spell. The old man's face was without blood, and he felt lucky. If not for his own good intention in gifting that jade, the other person wouldn't have told him about it. Even if he had noticed that his own Dao intent was damaged, he would have just gone into closed-door cultivation to heal. Then, on the last 5 hours on the 3rd day, he would be caught off guard. If he didn't die, he would be seriously injured from it. This person perhaps could really save Qianmei. Even with my 2nd Heaven's Blight cultivation, I'm not confident in winning against him, and I was secretly hurt by him. The most terrifying part is that he still has a seal on him. If he releases that seal, the old man's eyes became serious as he looked into the spatial crack. Then he turned around and returned to the cultivation planet. He immediately went into closed-door cultivation. Chapter 1295, Lead about Qianmei. Wang Lin was only at the demon sect's spatial crack battlefield for a short moment. However, in this short period of time, he had brought indescribable shock to the thousands of cultivators there. The fierce beasts collapsed, the black skulls extinguished, he had torn the crack open, tamed the 9 abyss dragon, and battled the demon sect's elder. Not only had he not lost, and had showed overwhelming strength, he had also caused the elder to unknowingly suffer a hidden injury. All of this terrified the thousands of cultivators outside the spatial crack. The white clothes and white hair were engraved into the hearts of these cultivators. They could never be erased. For the people of the Cloud Sea, the spatial crack was both familiar and unfamiliar. They were familiar with the ongoing war, but unfamiliar with where it led and ended. It wasn't that no powerful cultivators had gone into the spatial crack, it was just they knew they wouldn't return, as it was far too large. It was like its own universe, and it couldn't be explored with only a few people. Out of 100 people that enter, less than 3 people would return. The rest would all die or go missing. However, the demon sect had never given up. They continued to send people every once in a while. Using this high mortality rate method, they slowly found a passage over the countless years. Qianmei had become a scout to once again explore the spatial crack. Either she lived and came back with new discoveries, or she'd die and become one of the cultivators that disappeared. Wang Lin's divine sense withdrew from the jade in his hand, and he looked at the dark world without any light. Even with his cultivation, he could only see about 1,000 feet. Everything else past, that was a black blur. The path in the jade is a passage into the depths of the spatial crack the demon sect obtained by sacrificing countless lives. It is also the path Qianmei took, but this place is simply too big. Not even the passage inside the jade really enters the depths. Wang Lin stood on top of the 9 Abyss Dragon. It moved extremely fast with its 10,000-foot body like a bizarre bolt of lightning. The reason it was bizarre was that the 9 Abyss Dragon was completely silent as it flew. There were no thunderous rumbles or sonic booms caused by its speed. As Wang Lin sat on top of the 9 Abyss Dragon's head, he silently looked around. He seemed to be able to completely fit into this dark world without any discomfort. After he moved forward for an unknown amount of time, it was no longer silent, and there were bursts of roars coming from the distance. Because the roars were so far away, it sounded like someone was breathing. However, it wasn't one, but many. This strange feeling could make all the Cloud Sea cultivators that had entered for the first time become vigilant. However, none of this affected Wang Lin at all. He calmly sat there and silently looked ahead, recalling the 10 years when he was a stone statue and couldn't feel anything in the outside world. Also, the bloodlight and warmth that were always there while he was inside the heaven-defying bead for 10 years. If there was no bloodlight, Wang Lin's soul would have stayed inside the heaven-defying bead until he dissipated. He remembered that at the beginning, he was very cold and was slowly dissipating. It wasn't until the bloodlight came that he became warm and his body slowly started reforming. He had regained his senses and awakened his memories. It was because of the bloodlight that he could find the Lord of the Sealed Realm and enter the Dao realm to comprehend his first Dao spell. Dream Dao. This is the spell that I comprehended in the Dao realm. It is my third spell after Sundered Night and Flowing Time. It is a Dao spell. Wang Lin let out a sigh. The more he recalled the old woman's words, the more he thought about the bloodlight inside the heaven-defying bead. He felt like he owed Qianmei even more and was unable to repay her. Time slowly passed as Wang Lin recalled his memories. The world inside the spatial crack seemed to never change. Everything was always dark. The only difference was that when Wang Lin occasionally looked up, the beast shadows that appeared 1,000 feet away became more and more numerous. If this world lit up, the sight that would be unveiled would shock any cultivator. Wang Lin raised his head, and origin energy gathered in his right hand. A golden light gathered in his palm, and then shot upward like a meteor. It broke the silence and suddenly exploded into a bright light that lit everything up. The moment the light appeared, heaven-shaking roars came from the surrounding fierce beasts. With the light, Wang Lin could clearly see that many different kinds of fierce beasts had surrounded him and the 9 Abyss Dragon. There were no less than 10,000 of them. They seemed to be extremely sensitive to the light. The moment the light shined in the darkness, they all roared violently and quickly retreated. The blinding light was soon devoured by the darkness, causing the world to become dark once more. The 9 Abyss Dragon was one of the king beasts in the spatial crack, and it gave off an aura that belonged to a king beast. This was preventing the surrounding beasts from approaching. This was why Wang Lin was able to get so far. All the fierce beasts should retreat when encountering the 9 Abyss Dragon, but due to Wang Lin's existence, they had become conflicted. This was why so many of them had gathered but didn't dare to get too close. The light allowed Wang Lin to see the surrounding fierce beasts. Although there was a lot, most of them were rank 10. There weren't many above rank 10. The light dissipated. Wang Lin was still sitting calmly on the head of the 9 Abyss Dragon when his divine sense spread out. The 9 Abyss Dragons seemed to be stimulated by the divine sense and let out a roar. The roar was heaven-shaking, and it violently echoed inside this dark world. The 9 Abyss Dragons suddenly sped up and charged ahead. The fierce beasts all retreated, opening a path. The 9 Abyss Dragon broke through the beast herd and pierced into the depths of the dark world. It was difficult to keep track of time inside the spatial crack. There was no day, only endless darkness. As the 9 Abyss Dragon went deeper, Wang Lin's expression gradually became serious. Although he still could only see 1,000 feet ahead, he found that something was different. As he went deeper, the color of this world changed. It was no longer black, but purple. The 9 Abyss Dragon began to move slower and slower. There was a faint tremble from its soul, as if the purple world terrified it. If it wasn't Wang Lin's divine sense surrounding it, the 9 Abyss Dragon would have been trembling violently and would not dare to move further. it would immediately leave and fly away. The beasts that had been following them all trembled and didn't dare to follow deeper. However, the amount of fierce beasts surrounding them didn't decrease, but increased. These were all beasts that lived in this purple world. Wang Lin naturally noticed the 9 abyss dragons' abnormal state. His eyes lit up. Although the amount of time that had passed was not obvious, based on their speed, Wang Lin calculated how far they had traveled. Based on his analysis, he was at the edge of the purple realm that was recorded in the Jade. This was very close to the end of the passage marked in the Jade. Sitting on the head of the 9 abyss dragon, Wang Lin closed his eyes and felt his surroundings. He gradually felt faint traces of spells nearby. It was as if someone had just used a spell not long ago. Wang Lin had come all the way here and was still a bit farther away from the end of the passage. However, he didn't know if he had followed the right path, not had he found any clue about Qianmei. After entering the spatial crack, he faintly felt several powerful auras. They seemed to be aware of Wang Lin, but strangely didn't stop him. At this moment, this was the first time he had found a clue about Qianmei. Although the traces of spells were faint, they were real. They weren't left by a beast, but a cultivator. Qianmei, is it you? Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they lit up. His hands formed a seal, and he pressed it hard between his eyebrows. A powerful force rushed into his forehead, and his origin soul trembled violently. As his origin soul trembled, the traces of spells changed in a strange way. In Wang Lin's eyes, the world began to change. The darkness disappeared and was replaced by vertical lines. Flowing time. Reverse. Wang Lin's eyes glowed like a torch and suddenly penetrated the darkness. The lines began to move as if they were forming something. The void before him was filled with the power of time, and under this strange power, time began to reverse. The void gradually began to twist, and the figure of a woman in white appeared. Her face was extremely pale, and there were shocking blood stains on her clothes. She held a long sword in one hand, and a golden pin surrounded her as she rushed through the void. Chapter 1296, Laughter. Her face was without blood, and she was very thin, almost a bag of bones. As she moved forward, a large, whip-like shadow was charging straight for the woman in white. The moment the shadow closed in, the woman waved the long sword in her hand to counter the shadow. There was a thunderous rumble, and her face became even more pale, and she coughed out blood. She charged into the depths of the void, and the shadow chased closely after. The twisted void trembled and collapsed. The spell traces collapsed as well. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes revealed excitement and madness. Qianmei. Although the woman in white had changed and was extremely thin, Wang Lin immediately recognized her as Qianmei. Her weakened state and pale face pierced into Wang Lin's heart like a needle. The intense pain caused his divine sense to erupt and form a violent storm that penetrated the 9 abyss dragon. The 9 abyss dragon let out 2 blasts of hot air from its nose and charged forward as it trembled. This time, the 9 abyss dragon moved even faster as it pierced the void and into the depths of the spatial crack. However, the 9 abyss dragon was trembling even more violently. Its soul was on the verge of collapse. It was as if this was a forbidden place, a place it didn't dare to enter. Shortly after, the 9 abyss dragon let out a mournful roar and stopped despite Wang Lin's stimulation. It roared in fear as it trembled. A cold feeling flowed through the purple world like air flowing. It was this cold energy that caused the 9 abyss dragon to stop due to fear and disregard Wang Lin's order. Not only did it not move forward, it wanted to retreat. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he was about to step off. However, his face changed and he waved his right hand. A jade appeared in his hand. It was Qianmei's soul jade. There was an ear-piercing cracking sound, and the crack became even wider. Qianmei's life soul had become even weaker. It was almost extinguished. Wang Lin's heart twisted for a moment, as if something had punched his chest. A crazy aura filled his body. He ignored the 9 abyss dragon as he jumped off and charged into the depths of the spatial crack. However, without the 9 abyss dragon's king beast aura, the moment he charged out, beast roars began to echo. The beasts that lived in this purple world suddenly charged at Wang Lin. A fierce beast with the body of a tortoise and let out a powerful roar as it charged at Wang Lin from 1,000 feet away. Wang Lin didn't slow down at all and charged forward. The 1,000 feet distance closed in an instant. Wang Lin formed a fist with his right hand and threw a punch. The thunderous rumble seemed to begin the slaughter and echoed across this dark world. The tortoise beast trembled and its eyes were in a daze. Its body immediately exploded into a mist of blood. Wang Lin rushed out from the blood mist and charged ahead. However, the moment he charged out, Beast roars echoed and more than 10 different kinds of beasts closed in. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Wang Lin was like a slaughter god, and nothing seemed to be able to stop him. He waved his hand, and a lion-like beast to his left suddenly collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. A 10,000-foot python closed in and was stepped on by Wang Lin's right foot. It let out a miserable scream and immediately died. A giant, human-faced spider with a 10,000-foot body like a small mountain approached. It opened its mouth to devour Wang Lin, but Wang Lin pressed down with his right hand, and the spider died. The screams of the beasts before their deaths increased. Wang Lin was like a storm that was causing a rain of blood as he tore through the void. Red light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he moved even faster as he roared. Scram, 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 scram. His right hand formed a seal, and 10 million swords surrounded him. The surrounding fierce beasts all screamed and retreated, but as they retreated, their bodies collapsed and they died miserably. However, their deaths released a bloody scent that attracted even more beasts. There were hundreds of thousands of beasts rushing toward Wang Lin, and there was no end in sight. Wang Lin was filled with killing intent, and coldness flashed through his eyes. As the hundreds of thousands of beasts charged at him, a blue flame rushed out of his body. The blue flame spread everywhere, and any beast that touched it screamed as they were burnt to ashes. This blue flame was too fast and appeared too suddenly. It rapidly spread and created a sea of flames 10,000 feet wide around Wang Lin. Now there were no more fierce beasts around him. His right foot took a step forward, and he started moving forward at a heaven-shaking speed. However, after a moment of silence, even more fierce beasts roared and surrounded Wang Lin from all directions. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger, and he waved his right hand. Thunder roared in his dark world, and countless silver snakes gathered toward Wang Lin. They formed countless balls of thunder and charged at those fierce beasts. Thunderous rumbles echoed once more and shook the world while Wang Lin rushed out. A fierce aura erupted from his body, and the rumbles echoed as he flew. The beasts collapsed one by one. Some blocked Wang Lin's path and were destroyed by the swords. Wang Lin directly slammed into some of them and smashed their bodies into pieces. The smell of blood became even stronger. As Wang Lin moved forward, not a single beast was even able to make him pause. Endless beasts appeared before Wang Lin. He let out a cold snort and waved his right hand. A giant palm print appeared before Wang Lin, and large amounts of origin energy gathered, causing the palm print to immediately turn corporeal. As Wang Lin waved his right hand, the palm print moved forward. All the fierce beasts that collided with the palm print died miserably. The smell of blood became even stronger. However, Wang Lin started moving even faster. With the war spirit print, all the fierce beasts died. Wang Lin pierced through the darkness and arrived at the end of the passage marked in the Jade. After he arrived here, there was no more direction to follow. The cold aura was even stronger here. It penetrated his body, and even his origin soul seemed to slow down. When the war spirit print was assaulted by the cold air, crackling sounds echoed and ice appeared on it. In an instant, the huge palm print turned into an ice sculpture. At this moment, a white gas appeared in this cold world. It turned into fierce beasts that gave off an icy aura. These fierce beasts all looked different, but their ferocious gazes were far more intense than that of the beasts Wang Lin had killed. The moment they appeared, they charged at Wang Lin. At a glance, the amount of beasts formed by this white gas was endless. Killing intent flashed through Wang Lin's eyes, and he didn't hesitate to tear the space before him. His storage space immediately appeared. Mosquito beasts appear. The moment Wang Lin spoke, a heaven-shaking buzzing overshadowed the roars of the beasts. Mosquito beasts rushed out one by one. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000, over 10,000. At this instant, more than 10,000 mosquito beasts suddenly appeared and surrounded Wang Lin. They pounced on those ferocious beasts. Wang Lin let out a laugh. This slaughter was heaven-shaking, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. He then took a step forward. Qianmei bit her lower lip. Her face was extremely pale. There was blood on her skirt, and all her magic treasures had been exhausted. Even the sword had collapsed in exchange for her to escape once. However, right now despair filled her heart. In this strange world, she felt lonely and helpless. There were too many fierce beasts here. No matter how much she killed, she couldn't kill them all. She looked around and bit her lower lip before revealing a miserable expression. There were countless beasts around her, and they were all roaring at her. It felt like their ferocious gazes were going to tear her body apart. Qianmei had exhausted her origin energy, and her pills were all used up. However, determination filled her heart, allowing her to last until now. The golden pin in her hand drew runes one by one, resisting the beasts around her. However, as she weakened, the pin could no longer do much damage to the beasts surrounding her. If it wasn't for the blue light forming a protective barrier 100 feet around her, she would have already died. However, right now the blue light was trembling as if it could collapse at any time. The surrounding fierce beasts were slamming into the blue light even more violently. There was also a whip-like shadow that would break the void and mercilessly slam into the blue light. The blue light would tremble violently and disappear for a moment when it did so. Every time this happened, a few fierce beasts would break through the blue light. Qianmei would have to pay a great price to kill them. She couldn't last any longer. The loss of vitality and origin energy had made her a lamp without any oil. Am I going to die? I wonder if he has awakened. I didn't get a chance to see him again. I don't regret it. 2 streams of tears flowed down her eyes as she looked dimly ahead. After a long time, she slowly closed her eyes, waiting for the blue light to dissipate and death to arrive. Qianmei muttered, I don't regret it. However, just as she closed her eyes, a laugh that could shake the heavens and contained an unstoppable aura came from the distance. This shook Qianmei's mind, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She stared at the source of the sound in disbelief, and her tears flowed once more. Chapter 1297, Rush. However, the world inside the spatial crack was purple, and from afar, the purple was intense. An invisible, cold undercurrent moved and stirred the world. This caused this world to be filled with unfathomable changes. Just as Qianmei started shedding tears and opened her eyes to look at the source of the laughter, the giant whip suddenly closed in. It mercilessly lashed at the blue light. The blue light trembled and collapsed for a moment. Several fierce beasts charged at Qianmei with a roar. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked into the distance. He couldn't see exactly what was going on, but he could see that there were spell fluctuations there. Within the spell fluctuations, there was an aura he was familiar with. It was Qianmei's aura. Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he didn't hesitate to charge at the source of the spell fluctuations. The boundless fierce beasts continued to rush at Wang Lin. His eyes were red as his hand formed a seal and waved. Origin energy suddenly condensed and thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. The fierce beasts collapsed one by one into mists of blood. Then he moved even faster. The 10,000 mosquito beasts also surrounded him, turning Wang Lin into a slaughter vortex. Not a single fierce beast was left alive where he passed by. Die, 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 die. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he charged out. The surrounding fierce beasts continued to die, and their cries became even more miserable. Continuing this slaughter, Wang Lin's speed increased. He slaughtered a bloody path through these countless beasts. Blood was everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the world. Even the purple seemed more dark red now. At this speed, Wang Lin closed in on the location where the spell fluctuations originated. He could clearly feel the weak aura coming from the spell fluctuations. It seemed like Qianmei was facing a great danger. Wang Lin let out a roar, and his right hand formed a seal. Origin energy gathered in his palm and shined brightly. He shot it into the air, and then it collapsed into a bright cloud. This caused this dark world to immediately light up. The moment the world lit up, Wang Lin saw a scene he could never forget in this life. This scene made his mind tremble, and he let out a heaven-shaking roar that could collapse the world. His body trembled, and an extreme madness erupted. He saw a woman in white with a pale face smile gently at him while being surrounded by countless fierce beasts tens of thousands of feet away. However, this smile seemed to last for eternity. There was a faint, blue light around her, but a giant whip-like shadow lashed at the blue light. The blue light suddenly collapsed. The whip broke through the blue light and charged at Qianmei. Once that whip landed, Qianmei would die. Time seemed to slow down. Wang Lin raised his right hand and roared. He revealed a ferocious and crazed expression as he pointed at the giant whip. He shouted, "Stop!" An indescribable law filled the world and turned into countless threads that wrapped around the giant whip. The whip slowed down, but didn't stop. The moment it slowed down, Wang Lin's mind went blank, and the only though in his mind was to save Qianmei. He lifted his right foot and ripples echoed under his feet. He disappeared and merged with the void. Spatial bending. That giant whip contained a mysterious force, and not even law could stop it. Popping sounds echoed as the stop spell around it collapsed. The whip got closer and closer toward Qianmei. Qianmei wasn't able to dodge or resist. At this moment, her vitality was almost gone. She was a dried-up oil lamp. Even if the whip didn't hit her, she wouldn't live for long. Her injuries had already caused her origin soul to collapse. The only reason she was still alive was an inexplicable sense of will. After she saw Wang Lin, she revealed a smile. She was satisfied and could now die. She just wanted to see Wang Lin, to see that he was fine. Him awakening was enough for her. She was very tired and very cold. It seemed these 10 years had consumed her everything. And at this moment, all of that erupted, and it was going to drown her. The whip was already close. As a thunderous rumble echoed, the golden pin in Qianmei's hand suddenly collapsed. The whip lashed at Qianmei's body. However, when the whip was 7 inches from Qianmei's body, a crazy roar echoed. A powerful hand appeared from the void next to Qianmei and grabbed the whip. Wang Lin's figure stepped out from the void. The veins on his body were all swollen, and his eyes were red. He stood before Qianmei like a mountain that blocked the wind and rain, life and death. Qianmei looked at Wang Lin. Her smile became even more gentle. However, her eyes became even more dim, and the light gradually dissipated. The moment Wang Lin's hand grabbed the whip, a powerful force entered his body, as if a 10-million-ton carriage had crashed into him. Even Wang Lin's body trembled, and he coughed out blood, but he didn't take a step back, because behind him was someone he had to save. A woman named Qianmei. In his entire life, Wang Lin had only done this for one heir. But there was now another woman to whom he owed too much. If he didn't do this, he couldn't call himself a man. His face revealed a ferocious expression. The moment the powerful force entered, popping sounds echoed inside his body. He let out a roar, and his right hand mercilessly pulled the whip. The ancient god stars appeared and began to rotate like crazy. His ancient god power filled his body and gathered in his right hand. An ancient god phantom appeared around him, and Wang Lin let out a shocking roar. "Break for me!" As Wang Lin roared, a thunderous rumble came from the whip. Then it instantly collapsed. However, the moment it collapsed, a powerful aura swept toward Wang Lin. He still didn't retreat and stood before Qianmei. He coughed out blood, but his eyes revealed a monstrous cold gaze. "I don't care who you are. I won't allow you to take this woman's life." The smile on Qianmei's face became even more gentle. She looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Thank you." After that, her eyelashes trembled, and she gradually closed her eyes as if she was sleeping. Wang Lin trembled and suddenly turned around. His right hand formed a seal and then pointed at Qianmei. Origin energy rushed into Qianmei's body and sealed all of her dissipating vitality. However, none of this could stop the death aura and her vitality from dissipating. Her origin soul was too weak. Her soul had begun to dissipate, and her body had lost all of its luster. Only her smile became an eternal existence in Wang Lin's memory. "Don't die? You can't die." Wang Lin revealed sadness. Once again, he felt his own helplessness. More than 1,000 years ago, he watched a woman grow old in his arms and slowly die. The only thing that remained was a body and her sleeping soul. After more than 1,000 years, he saw a second woman rapidly wilting like a flower before him. "If one day I'm no longer here, will you remember that in your life, there was a woman named Qianmei that quickly passed by? If I never come back, I hope you remember." Sadness appeared inside Wang Lin's eyes. At this moment, he thought of Li Muan, the lover who was unable to wake up inside the heaven-avoiding coffin. However, the world was cruel and made him feel the sorrow he felt back then. "I won't let you die." Wang Lin spoke words he couldn't even understand himself. He raised his right hand and pointed at Qianmei. Flowing time. Flowing time suddenly appeared, and the giant, stone door appeared, towering over the world. An ancient aura spread out, and the power of time enveloped Qianmei. At this instant, her rapidly extinguishing vitality unexpectedly slowed down. However, the flowing time spell couldn't be stopped. Once it was stopped, Qianmei's vitality would rapidly dissipate in a short period of time. From then on, there might be someone else named Qianmei, but none of them would be her. The flowing time spell from his right hand continued to drain his origin energy as he held Qianmei in his arms. He looked at the dark world around him and revealed monstrous killing intent. At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the void. Two giant, whip-like shadows suddenly appeared and mercilessly lashed at Wang Lin. In the distance, the endless fierce beasts emitted bloodthirsty roars and charged at Wang Lin. Even further away, there were several huge beasts who looked at Wang Lin with ferocious gazes. There was an endless horde of fierce beasts surrounding him. "Qianmei, I'll take you out of here." Wang Lin closed his eyes and placed his right hand between his eyebrows. A complicated restriction flashed between his eyebrows. His left hand reached toward his eyebrows and mercilessly tore down. He opened the seal he had placed on his cultivation after he left the seven-colored realm. At this moment, Wang Lin became the strongest he had ever been in his 2,000 years of cultivation. Chapter 1298, Tearing Off the Seal. The seal suddenly collapsed after Wang Lin tore it. After it collapsed, an indescribably powerful aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. This aura was very strong and formed a vortex. This vortex became stronger and stronger. It was so strong that it caused fear to appear in the eyes of the surrounding beasts. This seal had suppressed Wang Lin's cultivation after he absorbed the Dao fruit in the seven-colored realm. 1. This seal separated him from the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Right now, for Qianmei, to pay back her 10 years of effort, and as something he should do as a man, he opened the seal without hesitation. The moment the seal was released, it was as if a giant mirror had collapsed and countless fragments had scattered. The sound of the mirror breaking and the popping sounds inside Wang Lin's body seemed to be the only sounds left. All the roars from the beasts were suppressed. Even the king beasts behind all these beasts trembled. It was as if a large amount of power was gathering toward Wang Lin from all directions. Even the two large whips coming from the void paused for a moment. However, they quickly lashed toward Wang Lin. However, just as the two whips closed in, an unimaginable aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. This created a huge vortex around Wang Lin, and a thunderous rumble echoed. Wang Lin's roar came out of the vortex. One of the whips immediately collapsed when it touched the vortex. When the second tail broke through the vortex, a hand immediately caught it. Wang Lin's body gave off an extremely dangerous aura, and his white hair moved without any wind. His left hand held the whip, and his right hand held Qianmei. His eyes gave off a cold glint. The sound of a mirror shattering became even stronger. It was as if a powerful aura wanted to squeeze out of Wang Lin's body. The powerful aura coming from Wang Lin became even more intense. The origin energy inside his body circulated like crazy, and endless origin energy rushed into his body from outside. The origin energy continued to gather until Wang Lin finally passed a threshold that was extremely difficult for cultivators. He had truly stepped into the Nirvana Shatterer stage. The moment he entered the Nirvana Shatterer stage, the world before Wang Lin's eyes changed. Origin energy rushed into Wang Lin like crazy, and he let out a roar. Roar! This roar was heaven-shaking and surpassed all thunder. It turned into a sound wave and spread like crazy. As the roar echoed, it formed a destructive aura. The fierce beasts around Wang Lin bled out from their orifices, and their bodies collapsed as they let out miserable screams. As the popping sounds echoed, they formed a ring of blood mist. What was even more shocking was that the blood mist collapsed once more due to the sound wave. All the fierce beasts around Wang Lin exploded into a mist of blood. This was no longer killing, but a slaughter. Since the creation of this spatial crack, this wide-scale slaughter was extremely rare. Wang Lin's roar caused hundreds of beasts to explode. Even the king beasts further away revealed fear in their eyes and retreated. For the fierce beasts, this was like a nightmare, but right now the nightmare wasn't over. It had just begun. He broke through peak Nirvana Cleanser and entered the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer. However, this wasn't the end for Wang Lin. The power of the Dao fruit hadn't dissipated completely, and the comprehension Wang Lin had gained in the Dao realm erupted. The aura inside his body suddenly spread out. It became stronger and even more crazy. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin broke through the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer and directly entered the mid-stage. If it wasn't for this spatial crack being extremely strange, which made it so divine Retribution couldn't enter, it would have immediately appeared. And it would have been countless times stronger than before. This would be the strongest divine Retribution he had to face. The moment his cultivation erupted to the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He stepped forward, and at that moment, the vortex of origin energy around him swept his surroundings with an indescribable impact. Rumble, 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 rumble. Under this impact, the fierce beasts couldn't dodge at all, and they all collapsed. The smell of blood permeated the world. It was very strong, very strong. Wang Lin was like a slaughter god. As he moved forward, his left hand grabbed the whip and pulled. He opened his mouth and spat out a palm-sized blood sword. The blood sword followed the whip and charged off into the void. There was a thunderous bang so powerful that even the world seemed to tremble violently. As the world trembled, a clear and muffled groan came from the void. The whip collapsed and dissipated without a trace. There was a flash of blood light in the void, and the blood sword flew back. There was a drop of dark gold blood on the tip of the sword, and it flowed through the sword. Wang Lin's right hand held Qianmei as killing intent filled his eyes. His left hand formed a seal, and 8 black dragons appeared. Call the Wind surrounded Wang Lin. As he moved forward, large groups of the remaining fierce beasts began to die. The blood sword contained a sliver of Wang Lin's divine sense. It flew through the void, harvesting the lives of these fierce beasts. This place was filled with blood, so the blood sword was very excited. The blood sword let out sword hymns while it killed. It drank blood as it penetrated the fierce beasts. Their bodies would tremble, and in the blink of an eye, they would become skeletons. The blood light from the blood sword became stronger and stronger. There was a sense of cheer as it howled through the void. It seemed excited from all the slaughter. It was as if it had been a long time since it slaughtered like this. As it continued to slaughter, the aura of the blood sword increased greatly. It became even more sharp. There was also those 10,000 mosquito beasts that were stimulated by the blood. They let out earth-shattering hisses and didn't care about death as they began a slaughter with the fierce beasts around them. Inside the crack, Wang Lin was surrounded by countless fierce beasts. However, with the mosquito beasts, blood sword, and his mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation, he carved out a path of blood. His clothes had become blood red. But he never stopped. As this intense slaughter went on, time continued to pass. After an unknown amount of time, fewer fierce beasts remained. As the slaughter continued, they became more afraid. They had lived inside the crack from the moment of their birth, and they only feared the aura of a king beast. Facing any foreign being, especially cultivators, they would not fear them no matter how strong the foreign being was. Instead, it would just make them even more ferocious. However, witnessing Wang Lin's slaughter, they were afraid for the first time. An unknown amount of fierce beasts had died to Wang Lin's spell. Even he himself couldn't remember how many. He only knew that fierce beasts filled the world before him, and he had to kill. He had to slaughter a path of blood to take Qianmei out of the spatial crack into the outer realm, regardless of Tuo Sen's presence. He had to bring her to Dao Master Blue Dream, who seemed to have some relation with Qianmei. Dao Master Blue Dream was willing to let Wang Lin go after seeing Qianmei's bracelet. With Wang Lin's intelligence and Qianmei's identity as an orphan, he was able to roughly guess a few things. With that Dao Master Blue Dream's power, he can certainly save Qianmei. This was Wang Lin's only hope. Even if he were to die, he was going to send Qianmei there. This was what he owed Qianmei. He had to repay her. There were broken corpses floating inside this cold and purple realm inside the spatial crack. It had already become hell. The blood mist was dense and stuck together to form a sea of blood. There were only 5,000 mosquito beasts remaining from the previous 10,000, but they were all filled with killing intent far more powerful than those living in the Wind Celestial Realm possessed. The Wind Celestial Realm belonged to the mosquito beasts. Aside from the battle between mosquito kings, there weren't many dangers. This hindered the mosquito beasts' evolution. However, inside the cruel spatial crack, the mosquito beasts had awakened their special bloodline during this slaughter. All those that survived were now extremely fierce. In particular, the Mosquito King let out a monstrous roar from its large mouth that could pierce the world. If anyone were to meet its ruthless gaze, they would feel a chill in their heart. The blood sword moved through the sea of blood, giving off a demonic glow as it did so. The sword howled and gave off a fierce aura. It was as if a soul was devouring the blood and was slowly awakening. There was only a sea of blood within 10,000 feet. No more fierce beasts dared to take half a step inside. All they could do was stare at Wang Lin in fear. However, just at this moment, a sharp whistle came from the void. It was 9 whip-like shadows lashing at Wang Lin. At this moment, a giant figure appeared in the void. It was a giant scorpion with 9 tails. The scorpion was tens of thousands of feet tall and gave off a shocking pressure. It wasn't solid, but an illusion. Before the shadow was a woman in black with a scorpion tattoo on her face. She moved forward with a gloomy gaze and blood coming out of the corner of her mouth. She stared at Wang Lin. I'm Purple Blood under the command of the ancient imperial concubine. Who are you? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 1. This didn't happen in the 7-colored realm. I think the author just uses 7-colored realm to refer to what happened at the time. Chapter 1299, Rank 13. Human form rank 13 Beast. As Wang Lin stood inside the sea of blood, his eyes lit up. He looked at the woman in black with the giant scorpion shadow before her. He immediately recognized that she wasn't a cultivator, but a fierce beast that had turned into a human once their cultivation reached a certain point. The whip shadow that had collapsed the blue light around Qianmei was obviously the tail of the scorpion shadow behind this woman in black. Without this tail, Qianmei wouldn't have been so seriously injured. She would have lasted until Wang Lin arrived. After seeing the woman in black and the scorpion shadow behind her, killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He immediately saw that although she had turned into a human, her cultivation level was only equal to a cultivator at the second heaven's blight. He didn't even answer her question before immediately charging toward the woman in black, leaving behind afterimages. When his body moved, the blood sword flew next to Wang Lin. His left hand grabbed it, and he mercilessly chopped down. The expression of the woman in black changed. She had been injured by this blood sword before. She immediately retreated and opened her arms. The giant scorpion shadow behind her trembled and let out a howl. The 9 tails moved like 9 whips as they lashed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious, and he didn't stop at all. He stepped forward and waved the blood sword, causing a ray of blood energy to shoot out. There were sharp screams coming from the sword energy as it shot toward the 9 whip-like tails. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the blood sword released a bright light and caused the sea of blood to form a giant vortex. As it swept forward, 3 of the tails suddenly collapsed. The blood light flashed, and the blood sword was invincible. In a flash, it directly cut off 4 whips. In the end, only 2 remained, and as they closed in on Wang Lin, he waved his left hand. Origin energy began to gather. He combined it with his ancient god power form a heaven-shattering wind that collided with the 2 whips. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the 2 whips shattered. After opening the seal, the power from the Dao fruit he digested allowed him to break through to the Nirvana Shatterer stage. He finally became a true powerhouse. He had also absorbed the ancient god aura at the everlasting Sect and recovered all his stars. His 6th star had finally taken form, and even the 7th star had begun to show itself. Adding the bizarre blood sword refined with the blood of an ancient god, Wang Lin's fighting strength was beyond what it was when he fought Taoist water. Most importantly, the 5 essences in his body had awakened. Although they were very weak, they were constantly growing. It could be said that the current Wang Lin was the strongest he had ever been in his 2,000 years of cultivation. It could be said that the Wang Lin now had finally entered the realm of the strong. Whether he was in the inner realm or outer realm, he could become a ruler. You're a mere rank 13 beast that turned human. You are not qualified to block me, to ask for my name. Wang Lin's clothes were blood red, and his even hair was red with blood. He stepped forward and charged like a blood meteor toward the woman in black. The woman's face became even more pale, and her eyes filled with shock. She thought the most difficult thing to deal with would be the blood sword, but now she realized that although this cultivator's cultivation didn't feel powerful, he had the strength to kill her. Seeing Wang Lin closing in like a meteor, the woman immediately retreated. Her hands formed a seal, and she waved her hand. A dark whip immediately appeared. This whip was not a shadow, but real. It was covered in thorns, and at the end there was a sickle. What kind of whip was this? It was obviously a scorpion tail. The woman in black held the scorpion tail whip and lashed out. Shocking rumbles echoed as it lashed out, leaving afterimages behind. It seemed like it would rip the world open. It smashed down on Wang Lin as he closed in. Wang Lin sneered and waved his left hand. The blood sword flew out filled with excitement and chopped down at the whip. At the same time, Wang Lin's left hand pushed forward and origin energy gathered inside his eyes. Then his gaze landed on his left palm. He used his gaze as a replacement for his right hand that was holding Qianmei, and he used the spell he had learned from Master Lu Fu. Origin energy gathered and an unimaginable destructive power gathered in Wang Lin's left hand. There was also the power of an ancient god mixed in. Wang Lin pushed his left hand toward the woman in black, and the spell in his left hand shot out. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The palmprint Wang Lin shot out shined brightly like the sun, lighting up the surroundings, and then descending toward the woman in black. The woman's face revealed terror, and she let out a mournful cry. She ignored the scorpion tail whip and bit the tip of her tongue to spit out blood. The blood collapsed into a formation of blood mist that wrapped her up, then she retreated like crazy. As she retreated, she leaned backward, and her clothes were torn, revealing her snow-white skin. At the same time, thorns came from her body as if there was a giant scorpion within her. At this moment, while she retreated, the scorpion broke through her body and charged out. However, the moment it came out, the palm print caught up and collided with the blood mist. A thunderous rumble and a miserable scream were heard. At this moment, the blood sword swept forward. The scorpion tail whip wasn't able to stop it at all and exploded. Wang Lin had overwhelming strength in the battle against the woman in black. She had no power to resist. It felt like before Wang Lin, she could only retreat, retreat, retreat. I'm under the command of the Moon Ancient Imperial Concubine. If you dare to kill me, The Imperial concubine will kill your entire clan. The miserable cry echoed from the retreating blood mist. However, this didn't make Wang Lin stop. He chased even faster. Kill my clan. My entire clan is dead. I'm the only one left. You hurt this woman, so I'll take your life and refine you into a treasure so you can suffer endless pain. Wang Lin's voice was cold, and he immediately caught up. His left hand mercilessly slammed down. A thunderous rumble echoed. When Wang Lin's left hand slammed down, his eyes narrowed, and he retreated a few dozen steps. The blood mist collapsed, and there was a shocking force. A ferocious aura shot out, and the woman in black was no longer there. A giant black scorpion suddenly appeared. It was originally only a few dozen feet in size, but the moment it appeared, it began to grow until it was over 100,000 feet. The scorpion shadow behind it overlapped like a cultivator's soul returning to place. The moment they overlapped, a fishy wind blew by. There were flesh moving at the top of the scorpion's head, and it turned into a human face. It was the woman in black. She looked at Wang Lin with a venomous gaze and let out a mournful scream. The 9 scorpion tails waved and caused a thunderous rumble. It was as if the world was going to collapse. It screamed and charged at Wang Lin, filled with hatred. In addition to the 9 tails, the 2 large claws were also aimed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was like an insignificant ant before the giant scorpion, but his expression was unchanged. He let out a cold snort as his left hand hit the spot between his eyebrows, and his ancient god stars appeared. They rotated rapidly. As the stars rotated, ancient god power rushed into Wang Lin's body, and his bones began to grow along with his flesh. His body grew to 100 feet, 1,000 feet, until he was nearly 10,000 feet tall. Rough skin, heaven-shaking aura, and that ancient aura. At this moment, an ancient god appeared in the world. Ancient god. After seeing the stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows, the woman in black revealed unimaginable fear. Wang Lin's eyes seemed to contain stars and shined brightly. He held Qianmei in the palm of his hand, and he stepped forward. His left hand formed a fist and threw a punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The giant scorpion trembled, and its body was knocked to the side. Popping sounds echoed from the claw that collided with Wang Lin's left hand, and cracks appeared on it. The intense pain caused the person that created the scorpion to reveal a painful expression. Wang Lin didn't stop. He charged out once more. He caught up in an instant, and with one step, he landed on the scorpion's back. His left hand smashed down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scorpion let out a mournful cry, and the 2 claws collapsed. The 9 tails lashed at Wang Lin, but Wang Lin grabbed 2 of them with his left hand before jumping up. As Wang Lin jumped up, the scorpion wasn't able to break free from the power of the ancient god and was pulled up. Wang Lin hated the scorpion to the bones. At this moment, he slammed the scorpion down. The scorpion was too big, and Wang Lin smashed it into a large group of fierce beasts. They all immediately died. However, it wasn't over. Wang Lin just held the scorpion's tails and dragged its body forward. He continued to smash it down and broke through the siege like this. The fear in the ferocious beast's eyes when they looked at Wang Lin was indescribable, as if they were looking at a rank 13 beast. However, they were slower than Wang Lin, and he also had the giant scorpion in his hand. He roared as he charged, and he used the scorpion like a weapon as he smashed fierce beasts with it. The scorpion became weaker and weaker. Even its miserable screams became faint. The mosquito beasts surrounding Wang Lin began to buzz violently. In particular, the Mosquito King stared at the scorpion with longing in its eyes. Chapter 1300, Ancient God Altar. You've injured her, so you have to pay the price. Wang Lin's voice was cold as he held the scorpion and threw it again. The 2 tails he was holding were suddenly torn off, and the body fell into the void. There were many broken parts on its body, and blood flowed everywhere. The moment it landed, the Mosquito King let out a violent hiss and charged out like crazy. When it got close, its large mouth stabbed into the crack on the scorpion's body. It inhaled and revealed an excited look. After this, the remaining 5,000 mosquito beasts rushed out and surrounded the scorpion. Their sharp mouths stabbed in and began to suck frantically. The scorpion's scream was miserable, as if it was her last struggle for life. However, the struggle was weak and couldn't stop the 5,000 mosquito beasts from absorbing her. Even Wang Lin felt his scalp tingle when he saw this. It only took a few breaths of time for the scorpion's body to wither and lose all her blood. Even her understanding of Dao scattered and was sucked away by the mosquito beasts. The Mosquito King let out a hiss and revealed a look of ecstasy. Its body trembled, and its cultivation level increased greatly. Not only it, but the remaining 5,000 mosquito beasts all roared excitedly. After tasting the blood of beasts and absorbing their essences, they went through a frenzy of growth. Now they scattered and chased after the fierce beasts. If one was caught, they attacked in droves and sucked the beast dry. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the mosquito beasts and arrived next to the giant scorpion. He waved his left and ripped off the remaining 7 scorpion tails. He opened his mouth, spat out a mouthful of blue flames, and set the tails ablaze. As the fire burned, flashes of restrictions appeared in his eyes and fell on the tails. A moment later, the 9 tails fused into one, and it was placed into Wang Lin's storage space. Then his left hand formed a fist and landed on the scorpion's head, causing the head to explode, revealing a fist-sized black core. There was flashes of the woman in black inside the black core, and her face was filled with terror. If a rank 13 beast could turn human, it was like having 2 lives. Even if their beast body collapsed, they still had an origin soul inside their body. The woman was terrified while Wang Lin picked up the black core, and there was coldness in his eyes. His divine sense rushed into the black core, breaking through everything, and began searching her memories. Wang Lin gradually saw her entire life. He saw that countless years ago, this scorpion was only rank 7, but she had seen a woman by chance. That woman pointed at the scorpion with her right hand to leave a mark and said one thing. What an intelligent little beast. I name you Purple Blood. Become one of my beast generals and help me heal. The woman's figure was blurry and she couldn't get a clear look. In the scorpion's memories, she was extremely respectful of this woman. Memories passed. As he continued to search, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He learned that there was a total of 19 beasts that could turn human. He found out that the size of the crack was boundless. Not even these fierce beasts knew what was deeper inside. They just knew that there were powerful beasts inside, and that they didn't easily come out. However, whenever they did, it would set off a huge wave. As for the origin of the crack, not even the woman in black knew. She only knew that she had been here since she was born. Wang Lin also found out that there was a restricted area deep within the spatial crack. The woman the scorpion respected was healing there, and a long time had passed. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and began to ponder. He understood that the place this place led to was likely not the outer realm like the demon sect had thought, but a mysterious place. For some unknown reason, when Wang Lin withdrew his divine after searching the scorpion's memories, he unwittingly thought about the spatial crack in the wind celestial realm. He remembered the giant mosquito king struggling to come out of the crack and the chaotic world filled with mosquito beasts on the other side. Is there any connection between those two places? Wang Lin pondered for a bit before he stopped thinking about it. Instead, he turned toward the exit and quickly rushed over. Since Wang Lin wasn't sure if this place led to the outer realm, he wasn't going to waste any more time here. He had to rush back to the demon sect as soon as possible and go to the sealed realm formation. He had to find a way to break out and look for Dao Master Blue Dream. At the start, it was the fierce beasts sieging Wang Lin, but now he was hunting them one by one. As he continued his slaughter, he moved faster and faster toward the exit. Wang Lin's flowing time spell didn't waver at all. It was constantly activated, preventing Qianmei's life from extinguishing. Time slowly passed. As Wang Lin rushed through, the fierce beasts were slaughtered one by one, the mosquito beasts. The blood sword surrounded Wang Lin and immediately charged out when it detected a fierce beast. As for the 9 abyss dragon that was tamed, it had long escaped, and not a trace of it remained. Wang Lin was gradually approaching the exit according to the map in the Jade. However, he was getting anxious because his flowing time spell was only slowing down Qianmei's loss of life, not stopping it. The slower he was, the lower her chance of surviving became. However, Wang Lin had seen the sealed realm formation before, and he wasn't very confident in opening it. The divine retribution didn't descend inside the spatial crack, but I can feel that it will descend the moment I leave. Perhaps, with the power of the divine retribution, I can break through the sealed realm formation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he flew even faster. However, when he was more than halfway out and was close to the exit, a soft voice slowly drifted toward him. You are leaving in such a rush after killing one of my beast generals. You need to give me an explanation. This voice was very calm, but it appeared very abruptly. Even Wang Lin didn't notice. When the voice entered his ears, he suddenly stopped and turned around. A woman had unknowingly appeared behind him. She was wearing red and looked stunning as she calmly gazed at Wang Lin. Her eyes seemed to contain the stars and formed an invisible vortex that would attract one's gaze. What explanation do you need? Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, but his pupils shrank. His left hand reached at the void. A monstrous, red light flashed and the blood sword appeared. The woman's gaze fell on the blood sword. Her eyes revealed a strange light, and she softly said, I recognize that sword. It once injured the Celestial Emperor. You are a royal ancient god who can wield the power of this sword. Wang Lin became cautious as he stared at the woman. The woman before him didn't feel strong, but he vaguely had a feeling that what he was looking at wasn't her real body, but an avatar. The woman played with her hair and softly said, Don't be nervous. My original body is healing, so my avatar came. Although it is at the Heaven's Blight stage, I may not be able to make you stay, and I don't want to become your enemy. Wang Lin didn't speak a word, and his expression revealed nothing, but he gripped the blood sword even tighter with his left hand. The woman looked at Wang Lin and softly said, I'm one of the ancient Celestial Emperor's concubines. My name is One Moon. The woman beside you has lost almost all her vitality, but looking at you, you seem to have a way to bring it back. I can't make you stay, but I can prevent you from leaving for long enough that woman's vitality completely dissipates. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but there was determination in his calmness as he slowly said, If she dies, I won't leave this place. Instead, I'll slaughter my way to where you're healing and kill you. You can try. The woman's eyes revealed a look of admiration, and she smiled. That is indeed possible. How about this? I can send you out of here and give you time to resurrect that woman as long as you promise something. What promise? Wang Lin frowned. The woman looked at Wang Lin and softly said, After you save this woman, you have to come back and help me heal. I won't make you come for nothing. I don't know what is in the depths of the spatial crack, but I know that there is an ancient god altar. You help me heal, and I'll help you get to the ancient god altar. I presume you know what the ancient god altar is. I'll also make a Dao pact with you to guarantee that we will not be enemies. Wang Lin silently pondered. He didn't know what the ancient god altar was, but from the look of this woman, she was very confident he would be moved. Why choose me? Because you are a royal ancient god. Because you can control the blood sword that once injured the Celestial Emperor. Because you have the aura of someone familiar to me. I presume you have obtained his approval. Because you have 5 essences inside your body. Once your 5 essences reach completion, you can even battle the Celestial Emperor. These are my reasons for forming an alliance with you. If we are allies, I can give you similar benefits. The woman looked at Wang Lin while saying all of this. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The woman smiled and waved her right hand. A ray of white light floated toward Wang Lin. With this Jade, you can enter this spatial crack from anywhere or go to the exit with it. I'll wait for you. After the woman finished, she turned and disappeared without a sound, just like how she appeared. It was as if she had only come to hand him this Jade. After taking the Jade, Wang Lin looked at the direction the woman went to and frowned once more. What is this person's purpose? What is that ancient god altar? While pondering, Wang Lin's divine sense swept the Jade in his hand. The Jade was very simple. It was only a transfer array, but it was extremely complicated. However, with Wang Lin's knowledge of restrictions, he could easily see that there was no danger. After pondering a bit, he sent a sliver of his divine sense into the transfer array in the Jade. The divine sense disappeared in a flash and appeared at the exit to the spatial crack. After determining that there was no harm, Wang Lin suppressed his doubt toward the woman and disappeared in a flash of light from the Jade. Deep within the spatial crack, there it was a dark world with a hexagonal, red crystal. The crystal was 100 feet tall. It was like ice, and there was a woman sitting inside it. The woman's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze pierced through the crystal and into the void. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 1301, Divine Retribution arrives. The thousands of cultivators were still sitting outside the spatial crack next to the demon sect. They were cultivating to recover their origin energy. They would occasionally open their eyes and look at the dark spatial crack. They were used to this kind of life, and they had spent many years like this. The 3 demon sect members surrounded by the blue light were also sitting in the distance, and they occasionally looked at the spatial crack. It had been almost 1 month since Wang Lin entered the spatial crack. For cultivators, 1 month was an extremely short period of time. Often, one cultivation session could last for several months. However, the surrounding cultivators and the 3 people from the demon sect couldn't settle down to cultivate for a long period of time. This was because the spatial crack they were all familiar with had become extremely strange. The spatial crack was too silent to a terrifying degree, as if it was a dead realm. This occurrence was extremely rare throughout the countless years. Fierce beasts would always be roaring inside and rushing out, but now it was completely silent. Even though the spatial crack was silent, the smell of blood was constantly streaming out from inside. Although it was very weak, it was constant. It was as if a heaven-shaking slaughter had occurred inside the spatial crack, and caused the entire world inside to become hell. The silence and smell of blood created an invisible pressure that continued to grow. This heavy pressure weighed down on the hearts of all the cultivators, making it impossible for them to settle down. Just at this moment, a ray of green light came from the spatial crack. The moment the green light appeared, everyone's gazes gathered. The green light scattered, revealing the old man among the 6 geniuses. Several days ago, he had decided to sneak into the spatial crack to check what was happening. No one had stopped him, because everyone wanted to know what was going on inside the spatial crack. Now that the old man had returned, his face was filled with shock, disbelief, and fear. The moment all the gazes gathered on him, the old man said in a hoarse voice, "It's filled with corpses. All corpses of fierce beasts. They are all fragments and were pushed out by a force deep inside the spatial crack. I didn't enter too deep due to the thick scent of blood. I can feel that due to too many beasts dying inside, a sea of blood has formed in the depths. There are beasts of every rank, even king beasts. All of them were killed with one blow and their bodies exploded." The old man's words caused the expressions of all the surrounding cultivators to change greatly. Although they had some speculations, they were still shocked. This must have been caused by the cultivator that went inside to save Qianmei 1 month ago. That person's cultivation is mysterious, and he was able to cause such a calamity inside the spatial crack. It's just that all of this is too shocking. No matter how powerful he is only one person. But how could he cause such a slaughter? Even the demon sect elder was not a match for that cultivator. The elder even suffered hidden injuries by that cultivator's hand. But no matter how shocking his strength is, I don't think he caused it. After all, there are too many fierce beasts inside, and he can only handle so much by himself. It is likely that a new emperor beast was born, or a new humanoid beast was born. The fierce often fight amongst themselves, or it could be a mysterious new emperor beast. After the surrounding cultivators heard what the old man said, an uproar erupted. They all looked at the spatial crack and became more vigilant. The 3 people from the demon sect also had serious expressions. One of them took a Jade out to report back to the demon sect, but a huge change occurred in the space outside the spatial crack. Due to the bright nebula lighting up the dark space, a bit of darkness wouldn't affect the visions of cultivators. Everything was visible to the cultivators. However, everything seemed to darken, and a powerful pressure came from all directions. This pressure was powerful and seemed to gather from all directions. The moment it appeared, cracking sounds echoed. It was as if space itself was being compressed by this pressure. A portion of the cultivators with lower cultivation levels immediately turned pale. Popping sounds came from their bodies as if their bones were rubbing together. They coughed out blood and suffered injuries. What is this? The expressions of these thousands of cultivators immediately changed. They spread out their energy to resist this pressure and then immediately looked up. They saw clouds appear in the space above them. Clouds shouldn't appear in space, but they had appeared. These clouds were purple and boundless. They appeared out of thin air and shrouded this star field. The clouds were still moving and gathering like crazy. As the clouds gathered, the pressure became stronger and stronger. Thunderous rumbles came from within them. Their roars were heaven-shaking, and they caused space itself to tremble. It was as if a crack to another world had been opened inside the clouds, and a large pavilion appeared. This pavilion seemed to be made of white jade and continued to push outwards. The thunderous rumbles became even more intense, and endless thunder swam through the clouds. Space trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. The pressure became stronger and stronger. The boundless clouds continued to spread, and in the blink of an eye, they seemed to shroud most of the rank 9 region. Those thousands of cultivators were shaken and were stunned as they looked at the clouds above them. A fear from their souls immediately appeared in their hearts. It was unknown who retreated first, but the thousands of cultivators all quickly fled. They wanted to get away from the clouds. Divine Retribution. This is Divine Retribution. A mournful cry came from the crowd. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, their faces all turned pale. They retreated like crazy for their lives. Divine Retribution. It really is Divine Retribution. The 3 demon sect members trembled, and fear appeared in their eyes. They didn't hesitate to retreat. There was a thunderous roar. A thunderous rumble came from the magnificent clouds and shook the star field. Hundreds of cultivators coughed out blood and fell. The thunderous rumbles turned into a shock wave and spread out. In the blink of an eye, it shook the entire rank 9 region. The dense fog in the rank 9 region collapsed in an instant. The fierce beasts hidden inside all let out roars filled with panic. It was as if the apocalypse had started in the rank 9 region, and an uproar began. The moment the clouds appeared and the thunderous rumbles echoed, all the elders in the demon sect were awakened from their cultivation. Their expressions changed greatly, and they all flew out of their cultivation planets. When the 16 elders of the demon sect came out, they saw the clouds, and their pupils all shrank. What kind of divine retribution is this? Just as the elders of the demon sect were in shock, an ancient voice came from the demon sect. This is infinite retribution. It seemed like he was extremely concerned about this divine retribution. The moment the 16 elders heard this voice, they looked respectfully at the demon sect. Greetings, High Elder. A ray of light shot out of the demon sect and turned into a middle-aged man. Although he looked young, he gave off an ancient aura as if he had existed for far too long. The middle-aged man looked emotionally at the clouds and slowly said, "There are many types of divine retribution, including thunder, soul, might, and others. Only infinite retribution is the most terrifying. It is ever-changing, and rumor has it that its power is equal to heaven itself. It will without a doubt kill. I wonder which fellow cultivator unexpectedly triggered this divine retribution." The sect master once said that all living things will need to pass the infinite retribution. I didn't expect to see the infinite retribution today. Open the sect formation and let all the cultivators enter the demon sect. Otherwise, they will all be destroyed by the infinite retribution. The middle-aged man stared at the clouds, and his expression became even more serious. His words were like an order. The 16 elders spread out their divine senses and immediately flew toward the cultivation planets. Large amounts of demon sect members flew out and guided the cultivators at the battlefield into the demon sect. The disciples of the demon sect were like a mortal army. The moment an order was given, they moved quickly and effectively. They used some unknown method and quickly guided all the cultivators into the demon sect. When there were no cultivators outside the demon sect, the sect formation activated. The roar was thunderous and seemed to compete with the divine retribution. Soon, all the demon sect planets were surrounded by the formation. There is no one in my demon sect that triggered the divine retribution, so there will be no harm to the sect with the formation active. This old man wants to see who can unexpectedly trigger this infinite retribution. The old man's eyes were bright, as if his gaze could pierce the void and look at the spatial crack. The clouds spread like crazy. In a short period of time, they completely shrouded the rank 9 region. The lightning and thunder were dense inside the clouds and could shock any cultivator that saw them. As the clouds continued to spread, the crack to the other world continued to widen. The huge white pavilion was halfway out. The High Elder of the demon sect's pupils shrank when he saw the half-exposed white pavilion within the clouds. He saw that there was a statue of someone sitting in front of the pavilion, and 2 stone swords were stabbed into the ground before it. Chapter 1302, Cover the Sky with One Hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy from the clouds. The endless rumbles linked together, forming an even more intense sound. The sound of this thunder was already indescribable. The sound violently spread across space, and the fog was pushed back. Large amounts of fog beasts died from the shockwave. Wild continents collapsed one by one. Even the demon sect formation flickered as it resisted the increasing power from the thunder that seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. The countless cultivators in the demon sect trembled before this thunder and didn't dare to resist it at all. It was as if they were ants under the heavens' might and couldn't even withstand one blow. The divine retribution is like this. The divine retribution is like this. At this moment, the divine retribution was engraved into the hearts of the cultivators and created an imprint that couldn't be erased. If they couldn't break through this imprint, their cultivation levels would stop at this point for the rest of their lives. However, if they could break through, their cultivation levels would increase greatly. The sound of thunder became even more intense, and space trembled. An even louder tearing sound came a moment later, and the thunder spread past the rank 9 region. Even the rank 8 region could clearly hear it. Sound retribution. Sound retribution. The thunderous rumbles seemed to echo these 2 words. When the thunder had replaced all sounds in the world, bolts of lightning shot out from the clouds and shrouded the entire rank 9 region. These bolts of lightning were purple and shot out frantically from the clouds toward the spatial crack outside the demon sect. The purple lightning bolts replaced everything in the sky and attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the rank 9 region. There was too much lightning, the thunder was too intense, and the roars were heaven-shaking. As the endless purple lightning bolts shot out, they seemed to cross endless distances in an instant. It was as if nothing in the world could stop them, and the concept of distance didn't exist to them. In an instant, the endless purple lightning bolts that pierced through the clouds enveloped the entire rank 9 region. They formed a giant net around the spatial crack and condensed a giant bolt of thunder about 10,000 feet long. Rumble, 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 rumble. This thunder shot toward the spatial crack. It carried with it a killing intent to destroy everything as it descended. This bolt of thunder attracted the attention of all the cultivators. Their minds went blank, and the only thing occupying their minds was this indescribable divine retribution thunder. This bolt of thunder seemed like it could not be blocked or resisted by any living creature. Just as it descended on the spatial crack, a red figure walked out. When the figure appeared, a monstrous smell of blood followed. This blood came from the clothes on his body and his aura. It was as if he had killed so much inside the spatial crack that the scent of blood had gathered around him. He appeared just as the thunder descended. It was too fast and closed in an instant. It was going to turn this person to ash and make them disappear from his world. This red figure was Wang Lin. The moment the thunder closed in, Wang Lin's right hand protected Qianmei, and his left hand pressed against the thunder. A person with one hand and two indifferent eyes seemed to cover the sky. The moment he walked out of the crack, he seemed to challenge the heavens and the divine retribution. Rumble, 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 rumble. The thunder and Wang Lin's hand collided, creating an even more violent sound. The space around Wang Lin collapsed, and the spatial crack behind him was ripped open several fold. His body trembled, and his left hand shook lightly. However, his expression remained neutral, and he mercilessly squeezed. Divine retribution thunder is useless against me. As he squeezed, a thunderous rumble echoed, and the thunder roared like crazy. An unexpected will came from Wang Lin's left hand. He was going to fight for control of the thunder from the heavens. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the two wills inside the thunder collided. The thunder suddenly exploded and the endless, purple lightning bolts spread out with Wang Lin as the center. In just an instant, the entire world seemed to turn into a thunder well. The rumbles continued. Although the thunder had collapsed, Wang Lin was not like his past self. He wasn't just going to resist the sound divine retribution, but break the divine retribution altogether. His right hand grabbed Qianmei, and he swung her back so she was on his back. His origin energy formed ropes and tied them together. After doing this, Wang Lin's hands formed seals and he waved. The thunder well with him as the center roared once more. I am thunder, exercising my right to control thunder. All thunder, listen to my order. Up! Wang Lin's words were filled with might. The moment his voice echoed, the purple lightning bolt roared and rushed toward him. The lightning was endless and circled around Wang Lin. The people in the demon sect were all terrified and dumbfounded by all of this. The demon sect's high elder's eyes shined brightly, and he took a deep breath. Wang Lin pointed at the cloud in the sky and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Break the divine retribution for me. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the lightning became crazy. It then formed a 10,000-foot bolt of thunder, and it was filled with Wang Lin's will as it shot toward the clouds. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the clouds and thunder collided. A sound even more intense than before appeared and spread across the Rank 9 region. Inside the God Sect, Mu Bingmei was awakened from her 10 years of cultivation. She looked outside and found that the sky was black and trembled violently, as if it was going to collapse. Wang Shanshan beside her turned pale and looked up at the sky. Deep in the God Sect, in the chamber Taoist water was in, the seven-colored light between his eyebrows had dimmed. The tip of the seven-colored nail had exposed itself, and all the veins on his body had popped. He was about to force out the seven-colored nail. The thunderous rumbles from before didn't distract him at all. He was at the most critical moment, and even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't look. All of his focus was on forcing the seven-colored nail out. However, just at this moment, the thunderous rumbles echoed again, and there was a hint of Wang Lin's will inside the sound as it fell in Taoist water's ears. The seven-colored nail had already become dim and was about to be pushed out, but at this moment, due to Wang Lin's will inside the rumble, it resonated with Wang Lin's voice and shined brightly once more. The intense flash caused Taoist water's expression to change greatly, and he coughed out blood. All his hard work was undone. He stared in a daze ahead and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The Rank 9 heaven-breaking sect had also heard this thunder and saw the rolling clouds. They immediately opened up the sect protection formation. The heaven-breaking sect's sect master sat in his closed chamber and silently stared at the starry sky. After a long time, he let out a sigh and waved his sleeves. He broke open the sect protection formation and charged into the divine retribution clouds toward the spatial crack at the demon sect. Aside from the demon sect, God sect, and heaven-breaking sect, there was still the ghost sect. At this moment, deep in the clouds, There was a cultivation planet with its protective formation opened. However, there was a huge shadow over the formation. The shadow had a single horn, as if it was a devil god. It greedily stared at the clouds and gave off a devilish aura. There were 9 devil stars rotating in its eyes, and every time they rotated, a mysterious force entered its body. The thunderous rumble spread outside the rank 9 region and entered the rank 8 region. This caused the rank 8 cultivators' expressions to change drastically. Their minds trembled, and they were put in a daze. Outside the spatial crack next to the demon sect, Wang Lin carried Li Qianmei and looked up at the purple clouds. This divine retribution was the most powerful one yet, and it was extremely strange. He couldn't help but think of the time in the Alliance star system where he saw the strange world where all those ancient demon, ancient devil, and ancient god statues were, along with that mysterious youth sitting on a statue. His gaze penetrated the clouds, and he clearly saw the white jade pavilion that had mostly came out of the gap that led to another world. He also saw the statue of a person sitting on the pavilion and the 2 stone swords before the statue. This divine retribution hasn't been completely activated, so it isn't enough to break the sealed realm formation. Just at this moment, one of the 2 stone swords before the statue trembled and released a green gas. The green gas was like a cloud, and it instantly turned into a green sword. It gave off a heaven-shattering and indescribable sword energy as it broke through the clouds and shot at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression turned serious. The moment the green sword closed in, he raised his finger and pointed. 2 deer suddenly appeared, and 10 million sword energy rays erupted. The roar echoed, but the 10 million sword energy rays didn't spread out. Instead, they condensed into one sword and shot toward the green sword. A thunderous rumble echoed when the green sword collided with Wang Lin's 10 million swords. Sword energy flashed, and popping sounds echoed as the green sword was being constantly weakened, but it still didn't collapse. At this moment, the sword that gave off the sword energy trembled and cracks appeared on it. Finally, the sword broke free, giving off a powerful green glow, and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's pupils immediately shrank, and his expression became very serious. He waved his right hand, and there was a flash of bloodlight as the blood sword appeared in his hand. Chapter 1303, Sealed Realm Formation. The blood sword had absorbed the blood of a large amount of fierce beasts and was nourished in that sea of blood. The moment it appeared, it gave off a monstrous bloodlight. Even the clouds in the sky were pierced by this bloodlight. With the blood sword in hand, Wang Lin's eyes shined. The moment the green sword broke free and shot toward him, he swung the blood sword. A thunderous rumble echoed. The moment the blood sword swung down, a spatial crack was torn open. This spatial crack collided with the green sword. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the green sword let out a sharp hiss. The green light collapsed, and large amounts of blood light entangled it as it rapidly retreated. The blood sword was unscathed and let out a loud sword hymn. It gave off an indescribably fierce aura and gave chase. Just at this moment, cracks appeared on the other stone sword in front of statue on the white jade pavilion. It burst open, releasing a powerful, blue light. It flew out and began resisting the blood sword together with the green sword. The rumbles echoed like crazy as the 3 swords collided, causing space to tremble. The origin of the blood sword was mysterious, and it contained endless power. Even matched against the 2 swords of divine retribution, it wasn't any weaker and became even more fierce. A thunderous roar came from the clouds when the 3 swords collided. A wave of pressure came from the clouds. This pressure was almost solid as it spread, and the white jade pavilion squeezed a bit more out of the gap. There were 2 more swords behind the statue on the pavilion. One more suddenly cracked, and a black sword shot out. It worked together with the green and blue sword to suppress the blood sword. Thunderous rumbles trembled. The attack of the 3 mysterious swords just made the blood sword even more crazy. The bloodlight was monstrous, but it gradually retreated. It was obviously not a match. The blood sword had its own spirit, and it let out a roar. It was angry at the 3 swords that were clearly inferior to it. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin stepped forward, and the ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated like crazy. When the rotation reached its limit, Wang Lin's right index finger pointed to between his eyebrows. He broke through his flesh, and a drop of blood flowed out. This blood wasn't his essence blood, it was formed by his ancient god stars. The drop of blood flew at the blood sword and was absorbed. The blood sword immediately gave off a shocking pressure, and the bloodlight intensified several-fold. A giant blood shadow appeared from the blood sword. This shadow was blurry and vaguely looked human. After it appeared, the The blood sword swept forward, and the three-colored swords immediately retreated. Popping sounds echoed, and they were obviously not a match. Just at this moment, the last stone sword collapsed and gave off a golden glow. It carried a powerful pressure and sword energy as it collided with the blood sword. With a bang, the blood sword retreated once more. The four swords, green, blue, black, and gold, floated into the air at this moment. They began to rotate and formed a giant vortex. It was complete chaos inside the vortex, as if it contained another world. That world was a blur, but one could vaguely see that it contained innumerable planets with countless mortals on them. They were all muttering, and the bizarre voice that came from the vortex could shake anyone's mind. This voice quickly filled the entire Rank 9 region and penetrated the Sect protection formation. It clearly entered the soul of every cultivator and beast. The land of Permitha. One retribution opens, one retribution ends. Those who come can have eternal life and obtain grand Dao. They can be rid of all pain and struggle and become my disciple. Enter my land of Permitha, and you can become the pride of the heavens, be above others, and obtain the heavenly Dao. Enter my land of Permitha, and your dead loved ones can be resurrected and live forever. You can live at ease and achieve the true Dao. Enter my land of Permitha, and your reincarnation cycle will collapse. There will be no life and death. Enter my land of Permitha, and your heart will be complete, and your mind will follow. A voice filled with pressure came from the world inside the vortex. This voice was powerful, and for some reason, one would feeling warmth and trust toward it. The thousands of cultivators that entered the demon sect to avoid the divine retribution immediately became confused. One of the youth's pupils became blurry and were replaced by the vortex. He looked happy and smiled. This smile was extremely bizarre. In an instant, light surrounded him, and he disappeared. The moment he disappeared, hundreds of the surrounding cultivators revealed that same strange smile. Light surrounded them, and they all disappeared one by one. This is the infinite retribution's Paramia summon. Focus your minds, or else if your Dao hearts will become unstable, and you will be summoned into the world inside the vortex. The demon sect's high elder stared at the vortex outside the formation, and his expression was extremely serious. His voice was like thunder, and it rumbled across the demon sect. This awakened all the cultivators in the demon sect that were in a daze. However, the moment they awakened, they entered a daze once more. What disappeared weren't only people of the demon sect. The ghost sect, god sect, heaven-breaking sect, and the fierce beasts in the fog all had people disappearing. The blood sword surrounded Wang Lin. He looked up at the vortex made by the four swords. The strange voice also entered his mind, and because he was the one enduring the sound divine retribution, it was even more clear than others. However, the voice in his ears wasn't old, but constantly changing. Sometimes it was his mother and father, sometimes it would be Li Muan and Wang Ping, sometimes it would even be the old vermilion bird divine emperor. All these voices staggered and formed a strange tone that echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Permitha. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His Dao heart was strong, much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Even some old monsters that had cultivated for countless years were not better than him. Wang Lin had faced many dangers in his life, and a mere illusion couldn't affect his mind. Is there Permitha? He raised his right hand and charged out. He mercilessly swung the blood sword at the vortex made by the four swords. The heavens and earth roared as a shocking sword light flashed and fell on the vortex. A rumble echoed as a powerful force come out of the vortex and smashed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he retreated several steps. Just at this moment, the vortex suddenly rotated faster and disappeared into the clouds. The clouds began to roar violently, as if they were being pulled by the vortex. They were gathering in one place. In just a moment, the clouds formed a cloud mountain. This mountain was endlessly tall and completely purple. It gave off a heaven-shaking pressure. There were large amounts of runes on the mountain that intersected to form the word Dao. All the clouds began to gather like crazy, making the mountain bigger and bigger. It was a giant mountain that could support the heavens itself. The thunderous rumbles continued to echo as the cloud mountain pressed down on Wang Lin. It seemed like it wanted to crush Wang Lin completely. The pressure was so powerful that it caused the demon sect's protective formation to show signs of breaking. Cracking sounds echoed and cracks spread out. Popping sounds echoed from Wang Lin's body as the endless pressure came from all directions. His feet pressed against the starry sky, giving off an unbearable sound. His face turned slightly red, and his origin energy cycled his whole body. He looked at the cloud mountain, and his eyes lit up. He was waiting for the moment when the divine retribution released all its power. This was the moment. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as the cloud mountain pressed down on him. All of his origin energy erupted, and he swung the blood sword below him. A thunderous rumble echoed and a giant spatial crack appeared. This spatial crack was ripped open layer by layer, and adding the powerful pressure from the cloud mountain, the spatial crack collapsed even more intensely. After a few moments, the spatial crack was completely torn open. This revealed the void beneath the starry sky. This void was where the sealed realm formation was. When the spatial crack was ripped open, cold energy rushed out. Wang Lin's body stepped into the crack and into the void. The cloud mountain had already locked onto Wang Lin and descended. The crack was ripped open once more, and the cloud mountain entered. When Wang Lin and the cloud entered the void, a net-like structure appeared. It gave off a powerful aura that stopped all living things from breaking in. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he quickly closed in on the net. His hands formed a seal, and a large amount of seals fell on his body. At this moment, the cloud mountain chased in and landed on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin suddenly lifted his arms as if he was supporting the mountain. Then an indescribable roar echoed. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he coughed out blood as he transferred this force onto the sealed realm formation. The entire void suddenly lit up and revealed the net. This net was endless, and it was impossible to see where it ended. It surrounded the entire inner realm, and over the countless years, no matter how much the cultivators of the inner realm tried, they could never break the formation on a wide scale to allow people to enter the outer realm. Only a few amazing individuals had been able to use their powerful cultivation to break out by themselves. However, throughout the ages, there had never been anyone who borrowed the power of the divine retribution to break out of the sealed realm formation. Wang Lin was the first one. Chapter 1304, 9 Palace, 8 Diagram. The cloud mountain was like a veil of mist that surrounded the flashing sealed realm formation and pressed down on Wang Lin. Thunderous roars echoed and Wang Lin's face became even more pale, but his expression didn't change. He stared at the cloud mountain while leaning against the formation, remaining motionless. I have seen the power of the divine retribution many times and have survived through them all. Today's divine retribution is strange, but it still can't destroy me. My Dao heart can't be destroyed, so my mind can't die. My body is as stable as Mount Tai, and not even the heavens can prevent me from completing my Dao. Wang Lin's voice was calm and slow. His hands formed a seal and the blood sword circled him, releasing screeches as it did so. The blood light enveloped Wang Lin. The cloud mountain roared as it pressed down, and Wang Lin waved his hand. An ancient god shadow appeared around him, and at the same time, his right hand formed a fist and punched the mountain. His left hand pressed down on the sealed realm formation. The ancient god shadow moved with him. His right hand threw a punch at the descending cloud mountain. The pressure from the cloud mountain descended and collided with the ancient god power. An earth-shattering rumble echoed as a destructive power erupted into the ancient god shadow. Then it was transferred to the ancient god's left hand and into the sealed realm formation. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo, and the sealed realm formation flickered violently. Bright, seven-colored light shined and immediately lit up the entire void, the entire sealed realm formation. The giant formation suddenly activated when the seven-colored light shined. Its activation would stop anyone in the inner realm from taking half a step outside. The seven-colored light even penetrated the cloud mountain as if it was useless before it. Powerful pressure suddenly came from the shining, seven-colored formation. The thunderous rumbles echoed across the void. Because the attack on the formation had reached the requirements to summon the formation spirit, there was a violent flash and a ray of light condensed from the formation. This light was silvery white, as if it was lightning, and it instantly turned into a lance. This lance was covered in endless lightning, and it shot toward the cloud mountain. Thunder entangled the lance, and popping sounds echoed. The lance contained shocking force, and was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through the cloud mountain. The cloud mountain trembled and collapsed. The cloud was pushed back, revealing the 4 rotating swords. Wang Lin's body also felt very uncomfortable. After transferring the attack into the formation, he had suffered injuries. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were still firm. He coldly watched the formation and divine retribution attack each other. Whether it was the sealed realm formation or the divine retribution, both were things Wang Lin didn't like. He still remembered what he saw inside the seven-colored realm. Throughout the ages, the sealed realm formation had been contaminated with the blood of too many sealed realm cultivators. Even now, Wang Lin could still hear their unwilling roars. I refuse to let this be. I refuse to let this be. There will be a day when a future generation of cultivators will break this formation and cause all you outsiders to become extinct. Rivers of blood will flow in your outer realm. The first time he heard this voice, it ignited Wang Lin's blood and aroused his bloodlust. After all, he was born in the sealed realm, and the sealed realm was his home. The cloud mountain collapsed, and the rotation of the four swords was stopped by the white lance. Due to the large amounts of clouds being pushed away, the white jade pavilion that was constantly squeezing out of the gap to another world was exposed. There was a flash of gentle light coming from between the eyebrows of the statue on the white jade pavilion, and it soon enveloped its entire body. Its whole body seemed to melt, and its right hand suddenly changed from stone to flesh and blood. Its right hand moved. The statue raised its right and gently pressed down on the crack leading to the void where the realm-sealing formation was. 9 palaces. Infinite. As a vague voice echoed, the statue's right hand pressed down. The 4 swords inside the void immediately flew back along with the collapsed clouds. These clouds surrounded the statue, forming a giant vortex. The 4 swords rotated within, causing the vortex to grow larger. As the vague voice echoed, the gap the white jade pavilion was in was suddenly ripped open and revealed the world within. Inside the gap, there were 9 identical planets, forming a formation that gave off the might of the ancient celestial realm. Heaven Palace, Water Palace, Mountain Palace, Thunder Palace, Center Palace, Fire Palace, Wind Palace, Earth Palace, Swamp Palace. Different golden runes appeared on each planet, giving off an unimaginable aura. The moment the 9 planets appeared, they rumbled and rushed out of the gap. They shrank, becoming smaller and smaller, until they charged out into the void. They penetrated the crack and entered the void where the sealed realm formation was. They rotated as they descended down on Wang Lin, celestial sealing 9 palaces. At the same time, 9 white dots appeared on Wang Lin's body. These 9 dots were the 9 major blood flow intersections. When the 9 dots linked together, they connected his whole body. When the 9 palaces arrived, the 9 points gave off unbearable pain. It was as if 9 nails had pierced his body. It was enough to make him go crazy. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he let out a roar as he stared at the 9 palaces. The pain became even more intense. However, this pain just ignited his indomitable will. He had been a heaven-defying cultivator all his life. The heavens couldn't make him bend and fate couldn't make him obey, let alone this divine retribution. From the moment he chose to become a heaven-defying cultivator, he was doomed to fight the heavens and struggle against fate. At this moment, popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body, and his body swelled up. A 6-star ancient god appeared outside the sealed realm formation. His almost 10,000-foot-tall body made Wang Lin look like a giant from ancient times. He hid Li Qianmei and clenched his fist as he walked toward the 9 palaces. Rumble, 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 rumble. The moment he charged out, 4 of his blood points collapsed and blood flowed out. A destructive aura filled his body. The moment his 4 blood points collapsed, 4 of the palaces turned into white light. They moved at an indescribable speed, penetrating the void and landing on Wang Lin's collapsed blood points. Wang Lin's body trembled and thunderous rumbles echoed inside his body like crazy. The remaining 5 blood points all collapsed. Similarly, the 5 planets shined. The moment they disappeared, they charged into Wang Lin's collapsed 5 blood points. The palaces moved within Wang Lin's body, causing endless destruction, and gathered toward the last palace in his chest. Once they condensed, the 9-palace seal would be complete. The planets formed by the 9 palaces were not real cultivation planets, and they had no living things on them. They were 9 giant meteorites that had been refined over countless years, and they had become part of the divine retribution. The intense pain inside Wang Lin's body almost made his origin soul collapse. His roars became even more intense as the ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. His expression became even more ferocious. 9 rocks conceal a celestial, but I'm not a celestial. I'm an ancient god. Wang Lin roared as his body trembled, and his ancient god power erupted from his body. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the 9 blood points on his body moved. The meteorites inside him unexpectedly stopped in their tracks, and they weren't able to gather at the last palace. However, the divine retribution wasn't over yet. The purple lightning, 4 colored swords, the Permethos summon, the Cloud Mountain, and all of this were just the beginning of the divine retribution. The infinite divine retribution went on until you died. After the 9 palaces came the 8 diagrams. 8 diagrams. Infinite. In the world the white jade pavilion was in, the the right hand of the statue waved, and 8 giant runes appeared. These runes were the imprint of the 8 diagrams. Heaven, water, mountain, thunder, fire, wind, earth, swamp. The 8 diagrams rotated, forming its own world. The moment the 8 diagrams appeared, heaven, water, mountain, thunder, fire, wind, earth, swamp all appeared. They formed a giant wheel. As the wheel rotated, it went through the gap, rushed into the spatial crack, and entered the void. It carried a powerful pressure as it descended on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was pale as his origin energy had to constantly keep the flowing time spell active on Qianmei. His ancient god power had to constantly force out the 9 palaces. At this moment, when he had to face the 8 diagrams that was much stronger than the 9 palaces, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In particular, the giant wheel they formed would change every time it rotated, making it impossible to tell its trajectory. It was incredibly fast, and it instantly pressed down on Wang Lin. At this moment of life and death, Wang Lin calmed down. He took a few steps back and leaned against the Sealed Realm formation. Lord of the Sealed Realm, I have brought you to the Sealed Realm formation. You can come out. Chapter 1305. Divine Retribution is a calamity, but also a fortune. When Wang Lin's soul entered the heaven-defying Bead, and he saw the Lord of the Sealed Realm before he was sent into the Dao realm, the Lord of the Sealed Realm said that the Sealed Realm formation was his final resting place. It was because of this that Wang Lin had some confidence in breaking the Sealed Realm formation. This was his other method, aside from borrowing the power of the Divine Retribution. The moment his divine sense spread out, the heaven-defying bead that had disappeared inside his origin soul suddenly appeared. The moment it appeared, a jade flew out from within and flew out of Wang Lin's body. The moment this jade appeared, the heavens trembled and shook. Even the 8 diagrams' divine retribution shook. Inside the demon sect formation, the High Elder had his divine sense spread out. While he observed the divine retribution, he was also paying attention to Wang Lin, who was going through the divine retribution. When he saw the jade, the middle-aged man trembled for a moment. His eyes suddenly widened and revealed unbelievable shock. Sect Master's Jade. He actually has Sect Master's Jade. Could he be the inheritor designated by the Sect Master? The middle-aged man had cultivated for countless years and was rarely moved. However, right now he was in shock and his face was red from excitement. He didn't hesitate to step forward and break through the formation into the starry sky. Then he took another step, entered the spatial crack, and arrived in the void next to Sealed Realm formation. The moment he arrived, the light from the jade spread across the void, and a giant tree that could support the world appeared. The appearance of the giant tree caused the void to tremble. The 8 diagram was shrouded by a mysterious force and stopped all movement. The giant tree was so large that it filled the void. An old face gradually appeared on it. Sect Master. The High Elder from the Demon Sect looked excitedly at the giant tree. His eyes were filled with extreme reverence. The moment the giant tree appeared, a huge uproar was set off in the Rank 9 region. In the God Sect, Taoist water originally had a hideous expression and was roaring constantly. However, at this moment, his body trembled and his face filled with fear. Master. There was also that 9-star ancient devil that was secretly devouring the power of the divine retribution, but at this instant, his expression changed. He looked into the distance, and his expression became filled with uncertainty. Lord of the Sealed Realm. Among the stars, the heaven-breaking Sect Master was walking over, but at this moment, he stopped. His expression became serious as he looked ahead and began to ponder. In the void, the face that appeared on the tree revealed an ancient aura. He looked longingly at his surroundings before finally looking at the Sealed Realm formation. After a long time, he released a sigh and let out an ancient and exhausted voice. Mysterious brilliant. The Demon Sect's High Elder trembled and seemed to return back to the past. Subordinate is here, he replied without hesitation. Use my Dao treasure to organize the Cloud Sea and gather all its strength to be ready for the war with the Outer Realm that will occur soon. Kill any who rebel. The Demon Sect's High Elder's body trembled, and he looked up. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he shouted. As you command. Under my order, after settling the Cloud Sea, go to the other 3 major star systems. Go find Master South Cloud, Master Redshawn, and Master War Celestial. Tell them that they can fulfill the agreement of the past. I want you to use your fastest speed to organize the 3 other major star systems. Unite the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning celestial realms into one to fight the great war that will start soon. As you command. The Demon Sect High Elder looked excited. The ancient face on the giant tree looked into the distance, and after a long time, he whispered, Dao slave, if you can help the demon sect on this matter, this old man won't kill you. Inside the god sect's secret chamber, Daoist water trembled, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He knelt down and kowtowed on the ground. Devil Master, you fled from the outer realm, and I gave you the entire ghost sect as your disciple to help you heal. Now you have recovered and have become a 9-star ancient devil. It is time to fulfill our agreement. The eyes of the ancient devil shadow outside the ghost sect lit up, and after pondering for a bit, he nodded. He looked through the void at the outer realm, and a glint cold and hatred flashed in his eyes. After that, the human face on the giant tree looked profoundly at Wang Lin and softly said, Divine retribution is a calamity, but also a fortune. Because of the rule of the ancient celestial realm, I can't tell you more. Take care of yourself. The divine retribution is not something from the ancient celestial realm. Even the celestial emperor has his divine retribution. Divine retribution comes from primal times, from when the world began, from the dead heavenly Tao. The divine retribution you face is only a small retribution, not a great one, nor the G retribution that can destroy all life. As he spoke, his eyes slowly collapsed and the giant tree collapsed, dissipating into the void. The jade turned into a crystal light and fell on the sealed realm formation. The sealed realm formation shined brightly and trembled. The treasured spirits appeared one by one as if resisting this light. However, the power within the jade was extremely strange. It slowly turned into countless green threads that spread across the giant formation before it gradually disappeared. The moment the green threads disappeared, the 8 diagrams that were frozen in the air roared and moved toward Wang Lin once more. Divine retribution is a calamity, but also a fortune. Heavens, G divine retribution. G retribution. G realm. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stared at the 8 diagrams. His eyes became even brighter. He seemed to have grasped something, but he wasn't sure. With your current cultivation level, don't bother comprehending the G realm. When you reach Nirvana Shatterer, maybe, you can comprehend it from the divine retribution. Qing Shui's words echoed in his ears. The 8 diagram wheel closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression rapidly changed, and the moment the wheel closed in, Wang Lin's eyes revealed madness. He made a decision. I'm giving it my all. Wang Lin gave up resisting as it closed in, and with a roar, it imprinted on Wang Lin. It immediately collapsed and turned into 8 runes that penetrated Wang Lin's skin and entered his veins. The 8 diagrams contained the heavens and earth, so they formed their own world. The moment they imprinted in Wang Lin's body, they turned into a powerful force that almost made Wang Lin's body collapse. He coughed out blood, and the 8 diagrams resonated with the 9 palaces to form an unimaginable seal. They began destroying Wang Lin's body like crazy from the inside. Fortunately, as an ancient god, his recovery speed was shocking. Under the attack of the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams, Wang Lin let out a ferocious roar. The veins in his body swelled up, and he rapidly recovered. However, the 8 diagrams were extremely strange. They suddenly multiplied to 64 diagrams and continued to change. They then turned into 128 diagrams, and then again until it was endless. Popping sounds echoed inside Wang Lin's body, and his 10,000-foot body was covered in diagrams. Blood sprayed out from every part of his body. Wang Lin had a ferocious expression as he looked up at the void into the vortex and roared, "A mere 9 places and 8 diagrams won't kill me. Is there a more powerful divine retribution?" As he roared, the vortex roared, and 7 rays of light came out from within. The 7 lights were starlight. The starlight was bright, and the moment they rushed out of the vortex, they turned into 7 cultivation planets. They were real cultivation planets, unlike the 9 palaces, which were just meteorites. The 7 cultivation planets shined brightly, forming the Big Dipper. After the 9 palaces were the 8 diagrams, and after the 8 diagrams was the 7-star Big Dipper. The 7 stars, Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, and Zeta. 7 stars. Infinite. The moment the vague voice came out, the 7 stars shined like crazy and penetrated the void. Their light penetrated the starry sky and the entire cloud sea, replacing all other starlight. It was as if all the starlight in the world had been absorbed by these 7 stars and formed a heaven-shaking killing intent. This was the 7-star killing intent, the Big Dipper slaughter might. The 7 stars were killing intent, and the Big Dipper was slaughter. This was not a seal. It carried the intent to kill. As it approached, the 7 stars formed 7 trails as they shot at Wang Lin. They were like 7 slaughter swords charging at Wang Lin. At this moment, the vague voice echoed once more. 6 directions. Infinite. 8 desolate 6 direction. Together, this represented how desolate the universe was. There was no escaping from the 6 directions. Even if your body collapsed, your origin soul couldn't escape. This was a heaven-sealing formation, and after being surrounded, you could only fight. 6 giant tortoise shells appeared in all directions and charged at Wang Lin. However, after the 6 directions, that vague voice echoed once more. 5 elements. Infinite. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although they somewhat overlapped with the 8 diagrams, they were completely different. The 5 elements were part of the world. If the 5 elements weren't present, the world would collapse. After the words echoed, 5 rays of light suddenly appeared and formed 5 giant palm prints. These 5 palm prints represented the 5 elements. The metal palm print had the power to split the heavens. The moment it appeared, it gave off an indomitable power. The wood palm print was filled with life. It continued to change between life and death, forming an indescribable life and death power. The water and fire palm prints were 2 extremes that contained 2 opposite peaks. The monstrous waves and endless flames formed 2 giant palm prints that charged at Wang Lin. The last was the earth palm print. It was just like the earth and was extremely heavy. The moment it appeared, it gathered all the power of earth among the stars and gave off an indestructible aura. Chapter 1306, Birth of the G Realm. The 7 stars, 6 directions, and 5 elements fused together. This power could destroy everything. Wang Lin's face was pale, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. He vaguely grasped the words of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Divine Retribution was a calamity, but also a fortune. 9 is the limit. There are 9 palaces, 8 diagrams, 7 stars, 6 directions, 5 elements. So there are surely 4, 3, and 2. I don't know what 4 and 3 are, but 2 is definitely yin and yang. From 9 to 2, after going through some phases of change, they will change into 1. Could the 1 of this retribution be G? Wang Lin's heart was pounding, but he wasn't sure. However, he had to fight and resist to the end to see if this was his long-desired G. He was unwilling to give up. Right now the 7 stars suddenly closed in, and the expression of the High Elder of the Demon's Sect changed. Although the Sect Master didn't say anything about the person facing the divine retribution, from the Sect Master's final words, and the Jade, this person's relationship with the Sect Master couldn't be normal. His eyes lit up, and he was about to step forth to help Wang Lin resist the 7-star calamity. Senior, you don't need to help. I'll resist this divine retribution myself. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the void. The Demon Sect's High Elder stopped for a moment, and the 7 stars closed in. The 7 stars descended with monstrous killing intent, and 7 rays of light fell on Wang Lin. There was a thunderous rumble, and he was covered in blood. His origin soul was trembling, and he was pushed back. He was deathly pale afterward, but he began to laugh. The moment the 7 stars entered his body, it connected to the 8 diagram and formed an even more destructive aura to collapse his body. However, under this power, Wang Lin faintly felt the aura of the G realm. Wang Lin was extremely familiar with the G realm. It once accompanied him for several hundred years. When he felt that sliver of G, how could he not feel happy and laugh? Although he was seriously injured at this moment, and his body almost had collapsed, he still laughed. He opened his arms and allowed the tortoise shells formed by the 6 directions to smash into his body. Thunderous rumbles echoed once more. His body was a bloody mess, but the place hiding Qianmei was completely safe. The body of an ancient god, especially that of a 6-star ancient god, was strong to an indescribable degree. Even after suffering such blows, he was still rapidly recovering. The shells formed by the 6 directions entered Wang Lin's body and linked together with the 7 stars, 8 diagrams, and 9 palaces. Wang Lin's origin soul exploded. However, he locked it inside his body and didn't allow it to dissipate. Wang Lin's eyes became lax, but then became firm. He waved his right hand, and a large amount of pills appeared. He devoured them to recover. Then the 5-element palm prints arrived. The moment the palm prints arrived, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He was waiting for this moment. He struggled to step forward. Then he opened his mouth to devour the fire palm print. Fire of the heavens, enter my body and mold my origin soul. Wang Lin roared as he devoured the fire palm print. The endless fire swept through his body and swept his collapsed origin soul. Wang Lin's origin soul unexpectedly reformed under this fire, and fire essence began to appear. It formed a vortex inside his origin soul, absorbing the power of the fire palm print. At the same time, The metal, wood, water, and earth palm prints landed on Wang Lin's body. They left 4 clear marks and began to collapse inside his body. Fire and thunder of the 8 diagram. Reinforce my body. As Wang Lin roared, the 8 diagram that entered his body appeared. The fire and thunder diagrams broke free and began resisting the palm prints. After these 2 diagrams entered Wang Lin's body, he had hidden them. Now he had erupted them, and this caught the divine Retribution off guard. With the ancient god recovery and the 2 diagrams, he was able to resist the collapse of the 5 elements. He didn't die after taking the 9 palaces, 8 diagrams, 7 stars, 6 directions, and 5 elements. Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and roared at the divine Retribution vortex. Is there any more? 4 divines. Infinite. The vague voice filled with no emotion echoed across the world as if answering Wang Lin. As the voice echoed, the roars of beasts came from the vortex. An azure dragon slowly came out, and after that, a red vermilion bird let out a heaven-shaking cry. Killing intent spread out as a white tiger charged out roaring, and a black tortoise also stepped out. Divine Retributions, 4 spirit. So it was the 4 divines. Vermilion bird, return. Wang Lin's eyes shined, and he smiled as he pointed at the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird trembled and let out a cry. It broke free from the other 3 and charged at Wang Lin. It closed in an instant and surrounded Wang Lin, letting out excited roars. At the same time, a vermilion bird shadow appeared around Wang Lin's ancient god body. As they resonated, the vermilion bird flew into Wang Lin and fire shot into the void. After absorbing the fire from the 8 diagram and 5 elements, along with the vermilion bird, the fire inside Wang Lin had reached an incredible peak. The vermilion bird inside him had already awakened 3 times, and with each awakening, his understanding of fire increased greatly. The 3 awakenings had caused his comprehension of fire to reach an unimaginable realm, and also gave birth to essences. All fire spells had to yield before him. He could ignite the fire of anyone who cultivated fire spells, and he could kill them with the wave of his hand. After the essence was born, Wang Lin's control over fire had reached a limit, but this limit was only to corporeal fire. Fire was divided into 2. One was corporeal fire, which encompassed many different types of fire. The other was ethereal fire, which was far more elusive. Unless one had reached the limit of corporeal fire, it was impossible to grasp the realm of ethereal fire. Anger was a type of ethereal fire. It has no physical form, but it could surpass all fire in the world. It was a kind of Dao, a spirit, and also a domain. If Wang Lin could awaken the vermilion bird a 4th time and reach the realm of ethereal fire, then even if someone hadn't cultivated any fire spells, Wang Lin could ignite their anger. He could then burn them to death with the fire of anger. The strongest fire in the world was the fire of anger. Everyone had it, and it was invisible. If you couldn't withstand it, then you would without a doubt die. At this moment, after absorbing all the different fires from the divine Retribution, Wang Lin would reach his 4th awakening. He only needed a bit more to break through the realm of corporeal fire and enter the realm of ethereal fire. The vermilion bird around him cried and entered his body. It nourished his body and repaired his origin soul, so Wang Lin had enough strength to resist the arrival of the other 3 spirits. However, the divine Retribution wasn't over, and it was becoming stronger and stronger. At this moment, the vague voice echoed once. It was cold and ruthless, devoid of emotions. 3 talents. Infinite. 3 talents. Heaven, earth, human. These corresponded to the sun, moon, and stars. The heavens was the sun, the earth was the moon, and the human was the stars. As the sound diffused, the void changed and became chaotic. The heavens had the power of the sun and emitted endless law of origin, the origin of everything. This power spread endlessly. The earth has the power of the moon, and it contained the opposite of the law of origin. The law of the end appeared in the void. The human had the power of the stars and entered chaos, forming a law Wang Lin had never seen before. It didn't belong to the law of origin or law of the end. The 3 forces turned into 3 rays of light and shot at Wang Lin. The power inside was unimaginable and could destroy everything. 2 rights. Infinite. The vague voice echoed once more. As the cold voice echoed, something else appeared in the void. 2 rights was the power of yin and yang, life and death. It was also the power of karma. Everything in the world was included in it. Heaven and earth gave birth to the 4 divines, and the 4 divines turned into 9 palaces. They also resonated with 3 talents to create a heaven-shaking power. They formed a giant yin and yang diagram in the void. The yin and yang diagram formed with Wang Lin as the center. It rotated like crazy, and a thunderous roar echoed as it rapidly shrank toward Wang Lin. At the same time, the three talents light closed in on Wang Lin. This was not a power Wang Lin could resist. The heaven light pierced the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The earth light pierced Wang Lin's chest. The human light split into four and pierced his limbs. At this moment, the yin and yang diagram clamped down on Wang Lin and covered his entire body. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin's six-star ancient god body couldn't withstand this destructive power. His body was a bloody mess, but Qianmei wasn't injured at all. This divine retribution only targeted Wang Lin and ignored everyone else. 1. Retribution. Infinite retribution. Begin. When Wang Lin's body was about to collapse, the vague voice echoed once more. The void seemed to have been destroyed, and waves of light appeared out of nowhere. 9 palaces, 8 diagrams, 7 stars, 6 directions, 5 elements, for divines, 3 talents, 2 rights all appeared, and as they rotated around each other, an extreme heavenly force was born. This was Ji. Although Wang Lin was seriously injured, his Dao heart and domains were still there. Then a change suddenly occurred. In his body, the 9 palaces to 2 rights unexpectedly also appeared in his body like the divine retribution. Ji was also born inside his body. Chapter 1307. Devour the body and soul. Heaven Extinction Spell. Infinite divine retribution began. The 9 palaces turned into 9 meteorites and formed a pattern. The 8 diagrams flashed inside and rotated. Inside the 8 diagrams were the 7 stars, releasing a shocking pressure. Inside 7 stars were the 6 direction tortoise shells, and even deeper were the 5 elements, flowing. Inside the 5 elements were the 4 divines roaring. Every time the 4 divines made a turn, the outside would turn as well. Deep within the 4 divines was the monstrous 3 talents light that lit up the void. At the center of the 3 talents, the 2 rights appeared. The 2 right were yin and yang, forming a diagram that slowly turned. This caused all the outer layers to rotate as well. They rotated faster and faster until they were impossible to see clearly. What was bizarre was that all 8 layers of the divine retribution were rotating at different speeds. From the 2 rights to the 9 palaces, the 8 different kinds of retribution formed 8 vortexes that rotated at different speeds, and they fused together. As the thunderous rumbles echoed inside the rotating yin and yang diagram, a burst of light with no color erupted, but it contained the feeling of Ji realm. At the same time, Wang Lin's body also rotated. All the divine retributions in his body mirrored the ones outside and rotated. At the center of the yin and yang diagram, the Ji realm was born. The moment the Ji realm was born, Wang Lin's body stopped collapsing and his origin soul stopped dissipating. Everything stopped, and Wang Lin opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, red lightning started flashing in his eyes. This red lightning that represented the Ji realm hadn't appeared in Wang Lin's eyes in over 1,000 years. His white hair moved without any wind, and a red light came from the roots of his hair. In just an instant, Wang Lin's white hair turned unexpectedly red. This red was blood red. The red light in his eyes became even more intense, and a monstrous killing intent spread out. The Ji realm descended. With great sacrifice and with the determination to die, he faced the infinite divine retribution. After his body absorbed all the retributions, a sliver of Ji realm was born. Wang Lin had finally regained the Ji realm he had lost so long ago. Just at this instant, the Ji realm formed by the 9 palaces to 2 rights in the void turned into red lightning and shot straight at Wang Lin. The moment it arrived, Wang Lin let out a laugh and red lightning shot out of his eyes and landed in his right hand. Then his right hand grabbed the Ji realm from the divine retribution. The moment the destructive aura entered Wang Lin's body, he leaned against the sealed realm formation. He used his body, which was extremely familiar with the Ji realm, as a medium to transfer the power of the Ji realm onto the sealed realm formation. The formation rumbled and the treasured spirits appeared to counterattack. At this moment, a large amount of green threads appeared and entrangled them, preventing the treasured spirits from appearing. The Ji realm from the divine retribution went through Wang Lin's body and entered the formation like crazy. As Wang Lin's body was pushed back, the formation was like a net that was being elongated by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes released red lightning, and then his right hand smashed into the sealed realm formation. The Ji realm that was born inside his body left and shot at the formation. This attack contained 2 Ji realms. The divine Retribution's G realm and Wang Lin's G realm combined to form an unimaginable impact. At this moment, the amount of green threads inside the sealed realm formation increased. They spread out like ripples and caused a large-scale destruction of the sealed realm formation. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo. In just an instant, the net-like formation that had been elongated showed signs of collapse. A small opening was created. The moment the gap was created, screams came from the formation. The heaven-splitting axe that Tuo Sen recognized that belonged to his ancestors appeared. The moment it appeared, the green threads on the formation suddenly collapsed and began resisting the axe. "Why are you not leaving? What are you waiting for?" The Lord of the Sealed Realm's ancient voice echoed from the formation. The moment his voice echoed, the gap in the formation ripped open even more, revealing a hole big enough for a person to pass through. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to shrink down to the size of a normal person from his ancient god body. His right hand grabbed Qianmei, and then he charged out of the gap. What appeared before him was a foreign space, the ancient star system. There were also a few hundred foreign cultivators wearing strange clothes looking at him with dumbfounded expressions. These cultivators were people of the ancient celestial realm. However, the moment he charged out, the giant ancient god axe entangled by the green threads broke free. It mercilessly chopped down on Wang Lin. With this chop, a heaven-splitting ray of axe energy shot toward Wang Lin and instantly arrived. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as roared at the ray of axe energy. "You're a weapon of the ancient gods, yet you dare to attack your master?" The moment the axe energy closed in, it trembled as if it was struggling. However, in the end, it still flashed by and penetrated Wang Lin's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere, and a giant gash appeared on Wang Lin's chest. His face turned pale, and he coughed out blood. He was already seriously injured by the divine retribution, and now he was hit by the axe, making his injuries worse. His origin's soul had collapsed, and even his body wasn't recovering due to the ancient god aura within the axe. Blood continued to flow out, and Wang Lin's organs began to break. His vision became blurry, but he stared at the sealed realm formation as he staggered backwards. At this moment, the gap Wang Lin charged out of rapidly healed until it was flawless once more. However, the green threads charged at the gap like crazy and seemed to take root. As for the giant axe, it floated in the formation, pointing at Wang Lin as if there was a spirit inside it watching Wang Lin. After a long time, the giant axe gradually dissipated into the formation. While Wang Lin was forced to stagger back, and he was about to pass out, the ancient star system cultivators were awakened from their shock. They looked at Wang Lin with pure killing intent. The slaughter between the outer and inner realms had no reason. It could be said to be the slaughter between two different races, and only one could survive. Kill him. He charged out of the inner realm, and is already seriously injured. Kill this person and send him to the clan. There will surely be rewards. He has already been injured by the formation spirit, and is about to die. Kill. The people of the ancient star system were filled with monstrous killing intent. Their eyes were merciless and cruel as they charged at Wang Lin. These outer realm cultivators all had varying cultivation levels. The lowest was Nirvana Cleanser, and the highest was Peak Nirvana Shatterer. Hundreds of cultivators closed in. "You're all courting death." Wang Lin was very weak and was seriously injured, but his eyes were cold. This was the outer realm, a place he had never been to before. This was the place his sealed realm ancestors all wanted to enter from what he saw in the seven-colored realm. There will be a day when a future generation of cultivators will break this formation and cause all you outsiders to become extinct. Rivers of blood will flow in your outer realm. The roar of that celestial clearly echoed inside Wang Lin's ears, and his eyes became colder and colder. He looked at the foreign star system before him and the fading sealed realm formation behind him. One realm apart was a lifetime for many people. The outer realm cultivators closed in an instant. Their ferocious expressions and eyes filled with killing intent clearly entered Wang Lin's vision. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his left hand formed a seal before pointing to his chest several times. He calmly said, "Celestial realm. Devour the body and soul, heaven extinction spell." Back when Qianmei appeared in the thunder celestial realm, he went on a mad killing spree. The origin souls of all the cultivators he had killed were devoured, and their flesh and blood had been absorbed to become nutrients for Qianmei to recover. This cruel spell was terrifying, and it was created by Qianmei. In his whole life, he had only taught it to Wang Lin and no one else. In this whole world, in the inner or outer realm, only Wang Lin and Qianmei knew this celestial spell. What kind of celestial spell was this? It was clearly an extremely demonic spell. This was the first time Wang Lin had used it. and his body rapidly withered until he was like a skeleton. A frenzied aura came from his body, and even the scar on his chest unexpectedly moved, so no more blood flowed out. The moment the Outer Realm cultivators arrived, a devilish laugh echoed. Wang Lin stepped forward and turned into black fog before charging into the Outer Realm cultivators. An earth-shattering scream filled with indescribable fear echoed. The expressions of all the surrounding cultivators changed when they heard this. The black fog merged with the world and disappeared, leaving behind the cultivator that was caught. That cultivator was now only a bag of bones, and his eyes were crazy. There was still monstrous fear on his face, and his body was completely drained. His body collapsed and dissipated. The nightmare had just started for the Outer Realm cultivators guarding the sealed realm formation. Wang Lin, who had now entered the Outer Realm and could use spatial bending and this celestial devouring spell, was their biggest nightmare. Black fog suddenly appeared behind an Outer Realm Nirvana cleanser cultivator. He didn't have time to turn around before he felt pain on his back. The black fog charged into his body, and his body expanded like crazy as he screamed frantically. In just a moment, his body exploded. Blood spattered everywhere. The nightmare had begun. Chapter 1308, Tuo Sen. The cultivator that expanded rapidly and exploded released a lot of blood. However, the blood quickly recondensed and was absorbed by the black fog. Even the cultivator's origin soul was completely devoured. The mournful scream before death echoed across the quiet space and spread very far. Just as these Outer Realm cultivators were in shock, an old man who was at the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage quickly roared, "Form a formation." The cultivators retreated at once, and their hands formed seals. Different marks began to flash between their eyebrows. However, just as the peak Nirvana Shatterer old man roared, his expression changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. The black fog that had absorbed the cultivator that exploded charged toward him. After a few seconds, the black fog disappeared without a trace. The peak Nirvana Shatterer old man didn't hesitate to make all the origin energy in his body surge and erupt. A blast with his body as the center quickly spread out. This person is seriously injured. If we scatter our energy, he won't get close. However, before he could finish speaking, the black fog appeared in the void behind him. Inside the black fog was a pair of eyes that contained red lightning. It was the G realm. In a flash, it became as cold as the coldest winter night. The red lightning attracted the gazes of all the cultivators here. The blood-red G realm became the only thing in their minds. In particular, the pupils of the peak Nirvana Shatterer old man shrank as they reflected the red lightning. The red lightning shot out of the black fog and charged at the old man. The old man let out a roar and his right hand formed a seal, and he slapped forward several times as he retreated. His left hand reached at the void, and a shield with a strange face suddenly appeared before him. The old man had never felt a crisis of death so strong, and he was completely focused on the red lightning. The world was large and space was boundless, and although there were many cultivators around him the old man had never felt so alone. At this moment, all of the stars, the heavens, and the cultivators around him all disappeared. The only thing remaining in the old man's eyes was the red lightning that was rapidly approaching. His right hand contained all of his Nirvana Shatterer cultivation, and as he slapped his hand, waves of powerful origin energy shot out. They turned into different spells to stop the red lightning, but the red lightning was far stronger than anyone could have imagined. A thunderous rumble echoed in a flash. The spells the old man had used weren't even qualified to stop the red lightning, and they all collapsed instantly. The red lightning penetrated them all and closed in on the shield with the strange face. The old man's face was ashen and his hands were on the shield. The veins on his face swelled up and he ferociously roared, "Ancestral spirit, protect!" However, before he could finish speaking, the red light smashed into the shield with the strange face. Crackling sounds echoed across the stars and entered the ears of all the surrounding cultivators. They stared dumbfoundedly at all of this, and their eyes revealed unimaginable fear and horror. The strange face on the shield moved when the red lightning closed in, and it appeared to devour the red lightning. The red lightning entered its mouth, and thunderous rumbles echoed inside. The strange face let out a mournful scream before collapsing as the red lightning pierced through. The red lightning landed on the shield and tore it apart. As the shield collapsed, the red lightning flashed out of it and entered the old man. His body trembled, and his eyes became dim as black blood oozed out of his orifices. The red lightning went into his body, and the moment it touched his origin soul collapsed without any resistance. His soul collapsed, and his origin soul was extinguished. Then all vitality disappeared from his body. The black fog surrounded the old man's body, and a moment later, the black fog left, leaving behind a bag of bones that dissipated into ashes. "Is this an outer realm cultivator?" A gloomy voice came from the black fog and echoed across the stars. The appearance of this voice ignited the panic and fear that had been gathering in the hearts of the cultivators. The black fog was like a nightmare. The moment they encountered it, they would die miserably. The inner realm cultivators were like a flock of sheep to them, not even worth considering a threat. They even believed that they were the inner realm's heavenly Dao. Every single member of the ancient star system could be the heavenly Dao of the inner realm cultivators. The inner realm was like a wasteland filled with savages. However, at this moment, all of those thoughts collapsed and their eyes became filled with monstrous fear. They didn't hesitate at all to retreat. They didn't dare to fight back, and the only thing in their minds was escape. 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 Wang Lin's figure could vaguely be seen inside the black fog as he licked his lips. This Devour spell was extremely powerful. After devouring several people, Wang Lin's injuries were rapidly recovering. The comfortable feeling after he devoured someone was like eating a celestial fruit. It was intoxicating and made it hard to stop. His eyes flashed red. The moment the hundreds of cultivators scattered, Wang Lin laughed and stepped out of the black fog towards them. His body was thin and he was surrounded by black fog as if he had just walked out of hell. Now he charged out and arrived next to an outer realm cultivator. This cultivator wasn't old. He looked like a youth. His eyes was filled with indescribable fear. When Wang Lin arrived, he forgot to resist and screamed. However, his scream had only started when it suddenly stopped. Wang Lin's left hand grabbed the youth's neck, and then he charged forward without pausing at all. As Wang Lin moved forward, the youth's neck was being choked, so he couldn't make any sound. The youth trembled violently as black fog came out of his body. His body immediately withered, and his origin origin energy, and vitality were absorbed by Wang Lin's left hand. His eyes widened, and the moment his eyes blurred, his body exploded. Even his blood was absorbed by Wang Lin. It was as if his entire body had been devoured by Wang Lin's left hand. The moment he collapsed, Wang Lin caught up to another outer realm cultivator. This was a delicate woman, and her eyes were filled with endless fear. The first time Wang Lin had devoured someone was when he was covered in black fog, and although it was terrifying, it wasn't as bloody. But what had happened just now was visually impactful. When he closed in and the smell of blood entered her nose, she screamed. She tried to retreat, but she slammed into Wang Lin's chest and was pushed forward. Her mournful screams became even more violent and sharp. The woman's body trembled and quickly withered. The beauty was no longer there. Only bones remained. Demon. This person is a demon. As the mournful screams echoed, the cultivators all ran, and they were filled with endless panic. As the miserable screams echoed, Wang Lin devoured, and he started moving faster and faster. Thanks to his spatial bending, these hundreds of cultivators had nowhere to run. Wang Lin would often catch up to a person in a flash. It didn't matter if they were male or female, they were all his enemies. There was no reason for the battle between the inner and outer realms, only slaughter. This crazed bloodbath continued outside the sealed realm formation. The sealed realm formation was the only witness to this bloodbath. The roars of the inner realm cultivators when they were killed by the formation spirit, while being looked down upon with cold indifference by the outer realm cultivators echoed. There will be a day when a future generation of cultivators will break this formation and cause all you outsiders to become extinct. Rivers of blood will flow in your outer realm. The blood didn't form a river, but it was even more shocking than a river of blood. As the devouring continued, Wang Lin rapidly recovered in a short period of time. His origin soul had recovered and his soul had solidified. Only the injury on his chest was recovering slowly. A majority of the hundreds of cultivators had been devoured by him in a frenzy. The remaining 100 or so cultivators with the highest cultivation levels had all escaped far away with fear and terror in their eyes. After licking his lips, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and looked at the escaping cultivators. The black fog spread out and covered the area. None of you can escape. He suddenly turned around and began to form a vortex with the black fog, and it rotated like crazy. As it rotated, the vortex became larger and larger. It also gave off a powerful suction force. The escaping cultivators slowed down, and some were terrified to find that their bodies were being pulled in. The fear of life and death and the shock from the bloodbath from before made these cultivators feel despair. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's expression changed greatly, and he looked into the distance. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and the black fog turned into arms that grabbed the surrounding cultivators. The moment the black fog entangled a cultivator, he began to devour them. Miserable screams echoed, and everyone guarding the formation died. After devouring these cultivators, Wang Lin quickly took a step and disappeared without a trace. The moment he disappeared, a mad roar came from the distance. Wang Lin, a giant figure comparable to the starry sky, rushed toward this location. Chapter 1309 Hunt. Tuo Sen. The moment Wang Lin merged with the world, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he looked at the giant figure behind him. Although he was still far away, Tuo Sen's body was extremely large. Just his roar was able to almost collapse the origin energy in the world. He really is in the outer realm. Wang Lin disappeared. Shortly after he disappeared, there was a thunderous rumble, and a giant body arrived outside the sealed realm formation. His body gave off an intense smell of blood. During these years in the outer realm, he had been slaughtering clan after clan in the outer realm, and in the end he caused the third-step cultivators of the ancient star system to hunt him. If it was only 1 or 2 third-step cultivators, he wouldn't be afraid, and it was likely they would be killed by him. However, it wasn't just 1 or 2, but 3 third-step cultivators chasing him. One of them was at the Spirit Void stage. Although he hadn't gone through the Retribution yet, he could already use heaven-shattering spells. This alone was enough to give Tuo Sen a headache. Tuo Sen was already injured when he broke through the sealed realm formation, and he had to blow up the captured third-step cultivators in his stars, so he was at his weakest. However, his body was something Wang Lin couldn't compare with. His body was a true ancient god body, a true royal ancient god body that had survived for countless years. Its strength was unimaginable. Under the pursuit of the 3 third-step cultivators, his injuries became more numerous, but those 3 weren't having a good time either. They were also injured, and neither side could handle the other. Only the powerful cultivator at the Spirit Void stage was able to give Tuo Sen a heavy blow, which caused him to retreat in anger. He destroyed all living thing he saw, and the 3 third-step cultivators didn't seem like they were willing to push him too far. It seemed they wanted to chase Tuo Sen until he was completely exhausted. The anger that had been raging in his heart for 10 years was enough to burn the world. He had come here looking for Wang Lin, but couldn't find Wang Lin, and this almost made him go crazy. However, just as his anger reached a peak, he unexpectedly felt Wang Lin's aura in the ancient star system. Tuo Sen charged over without any hesitation after discovering this. The 3 rays of light followed him far away. There were 2 men and 1 woman. It was impossible to see what they looked like as the space around them was twisted by a spell that blocked all divine sense and vision. They followed Tuo Sen from a distance without stopping. Tuo Sen arrived next to the sealed realm formation with a thunderous rumble, and his right hand punched at the void. A powerful roar echoed as he tore open a spatial crack. His body shrank to the size of a normal person and disappeared into the spatial crack. Chase. No matter what, he had to catch Wang Lin and devour him. Then he would turn around and devour the 3 third-step cultivators chasing him to appease the anger in his heart. Wang Lin merged with the world and used spatial bending without any target. He used his full power to go to the farthest place possible. Large amounts of ripples dispersed in a star field in the northern part of the ancient star system. Wang Lin's figure walked out, and he was still covered in black fog. Without any hesitation, he began teleporting away. However, the moment after he appeared, a storm started appearing behind him. This storm was powerful beyond imagination. The storm roared and immediately tore open a spatial crack. Cold air came out like crazy, and a roar echoed. Tuo Sen charged out of the spatial crack like crazy. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with greed. Wang Lin, this god has finally found you. Wang Lin walked forward. Instead of teleporting, he used spatial bending. As he merged with the world, he turned to look at Tuo Sen, who was charging out from the spatial crack. His eyes flashed red as the G realm turned into red lightning and shot out toward Tuo Sen. Tuo Sen revealed a ferocious expression as his right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch. One punch had the power to explode a cultivation planet. His right hand moved very fast and collided with the red lightning. The red lightning drilled into Tuo Sen and began a frenzy of destruction. However, at the same time, Tuo Sen's attack shot out, and a portion of it shot toward Wang Lin. It landed on Wang Lin's body as he merged with the world. His body trembled violently, and he coughed out blood. The black fog around him collapsed, and he disappeared into the world. Tuo Sen's right hand paused, and his eyes revealed a strange light. Divine Retribution G. His expression changed. He couldn't destroy the red lightning inside his body, so it continued to cause destruction inside him. However, it wasn't much harm compared to an ancient god's powerful recovery. But Tuo Sen was already injured, so it left a hidden danger. Just as he was about to continue to chase, he suddenly frowned. The 3 rays of light behind him suddenly sped up. Ever since he arrived here, the 3 of them had been following him. The moment they saw the red lightning, they immediately recognized it. At this moment, they didn't hesitate to close in, and the 3 rays of light charged at Tuo Sen. Wang Lin's figure staggered out of the void somewhere in the ancient star system. His face was pale, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. The wound on his chest was torn open once more and blood dyed his clothes. This wound contained the aura of the heaven-splitting axe, so it was extremely difficult for an ancient god to recover from it. Unless he could force out this aura, it would take a very long time for it to recover. Wang Lin wasn't surprised to meet Tuo Sen here. However, even though he knew that Tuo Sen was here and that he wanted to kill him, how could Wang Lin not come with fear of his own death? After his body reappeared, he waved his left hand and the blood sword appeared. He began teleporting without any hesitation. Aside from the G realm, he still had this blood sword. This sword was also an ancient god treasure. Even though it was no match for the heaven-splitting axe, it could still cause great damage to ancient gods. During Wang Lin's brief contact with Tuo Sen, he found that Tuo Sen was far weaker than he was back in the land of the ancient god. More importantly, with Wang Lin's wisdom and his understanding of Tuo Sen, there was no way Tuo Sen would remain hidden. He must have gone on a killing spree. This would certainly attract the attention of the third-step cultivators in the ancient star system, and they might even hunt him. Aside from breaking the sealed realm formation, Tuo Sen's injuries must also be from being attacked. He looked exhausted, so I presume he is being hunted right now too. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly teleported. His figure flashed through space, and every time he flashed, he crossed immeasurable distances. After a while, Wang Lin detected no signs of Tuo Sen chasing him, which confirmed his speculation. However, he understood that this would only be short-lived. There had to be a reason as to why Tuo Sen had been able to be so arrogant here for so many years, and with how strong his body was, very few people could kill him. Tuo Sen would chase after him very soon. Wang Lin was very certain of this. He didn't have much time. He needed to quickly return to his peak. At this moment, he flew at top speed and quickly rushed through space. Only after losing Tuo Sen can I send Qianmei to Dao Master Blue Dream. Earlier, when I devoured those hundreds of cultivators, I also took their memories. Blue Dream Dao Master is one of the 5 Masters' ancient star system. He lives on Mount Blue in the Blue Silk clan. While Wang Lin teleported, he flashed through the stars. A moment later, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He detected a cultivation planet in the distance, and there were a lot of ancient star system cultivators living there. Right now, I can't be soft-hearted. I was born in the inner realm, and sooner or later the inner and outer realms will go into all-out war. Killing one more person now will weaken the outer realm. This is a battle between 2 realms. There is no right or wrong. Wang Lin's speed increased greatly as he pondered, and popping sounds echoed inside his body. The black fog returned once more and carried him toward that cultivation planet. He flew faster and faster as he broke through space and closed in on the cultivation planet. The cultivation planet before him was dark and covered in swamps. The spiritual energy there was extremely dense, and not only were there cultivators, but also a large amount of spirit beasts. However, one strange thing was that the planet was filled with resentment. The resentment was so dense that it seemed to rush into the sky. When he closed in, a sharp scream came from the planet, and the formation around it activated. It unexpectedly knew of Wang Lin's arrival. However, the speed of the formation's activation was too slow to Wang Lin. In a flash, he charged into the formation while it opened. The black fog split into hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of parts that spread across the cultivation planet, and it began devouring like crazy. The miserable screams were heaven-shaking on this cultivation planet, filled with resentment. All the cultivators were surrounded by black fog. Their flesh withered, and all their vitality and blood was drained by the black fog. An old man wearing green flew out of the cultivation planet and roared, "What demonic cultivator dares to come to my Devil Na planet to devour?" There was a green halo around him. A cultivator that had reached the first heaven's blight. A powerful cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold, and he licked his lips. Then his whole body turned into a ray of G-realm lightning that broke through the fog and shot at the old man. The old man's expression changed, and he was about to resist when a gloomy voice echoed, "Stop." With one word, the old man's body paused for a moment, and that pause was difference between life and death. The red lightning Wang Lin had turned into landed on the old man, and he let out a mournful scream. The black fog immediately surrounded the old man. Chapter 13:10, Association. The celestial Devour spell relied on destroying everything and absorbing it all. The old man's body suddenly collapsed. Strangely, his flesh and blood didn't scatter, but quickly burnt into ashes. Fog came out of the old man's collapsed body, revealing Wang Lin's figure. His face was rosy, but there was a vague, black line between his eyebrows. After he appeared, he didn't stop. He charged into the cultivation planet. Wherever he passed, black fog rushed into every cultivator he passed. They all let out miserable cries, and their bodies withered. Their flesh and blood were absorbed by Wang Lin. A moment later, all the cultivators on the cultivation planet were extinct. Wang Lin's body was surrounded by a cloud of monstrous black fog that was almost like demonic flame. As he floated in the air, he mercilessly reached down at the ground. Planet soul extraction. The entire cultivation planet began to tremble, and an ancient aura leaked out. It was as if it was forced to awaken from its slumber. Strands of white gas came out of the cultivation planet and gathered in Wang Lin's left hand. They formed a ball of gas in his hand. The ball seemed to contain its own world. Holding the planet's soul, the monstrous black fog around Wang Lin wrapped around him, and he disappeared from this cultivation planet. Among the stars, Wang Lin merged with the world and charged forward. Every time he passed a planet, he would rush in and devour all the cultivators. Then he would extract the planet's soul and leave. There were now 7 planet souls around Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed as he rushed forward, and an ancient aura filled the stars. As time gradually passed, his origin soul healed. Aside from the wound on the chest made by the heaven-splitting axe, which was still bleeding, there were no major problems. Even the wound showed signs of recovered after he had devoured so much. However, the aura of the heaven-splitting axe caused the recovery to be slow. If I don't force this aura out, it will take too long for this wound to recover. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold as he looked at the bright star system before him. Absorbing the flesh and blood of these ordinary cultivators isn't enough to force this out. I have to absorb ancient god power. In this ancient star system, I only know one place where I can find ancient god power. That is the Slave Moon Clan. Wang Lin's eyes shined, and he let out a cold snort. He took a step, merged with the world, and quickly rushed to the location of the Moon Clan in his memory. The Moon Clan had many powerful cultivators, including a large amount of old monsters that had been alive for countless years. It would be like a den of dragons and tigers, danger at every turn. However, Wang Lin had other plans. He knew that during these years, the Moon Clan wasn't destroyed by Tuo Sen. Since Tuo Sen won't stop chasing me, I'll simply lure him to the Moon Clan. I want to see how they will resist. Wang Lin's gaze became very cold as he merged with the world and disappeared. The Moon Clan was very far from where Wang Lin was. He had never been there before, and he only knew the direction from the Moon Clan member he soul searched in the 7-colored realm. He knew one spatial bending wasn't enough, so he had to do it several times. As he rushed, he had no time to look at the ancient star system. The outer realm was different from the inner realm. No matter how bright the inner realm was, it always felt as if there was a sense of haziness, like something was there. It was as if they were in a cage. If one hadn't come to the outer realm, one would never notice this. One would just think that the world was always like this. For the outer realm cultivators, the inner realm was a cage that contained the thing they were greedy for. It was because of the sealed realm formation that the outer realm cultivators could launch plan after plan against the inner realm. Whether it was the 7-colored Dao fruit, or the collapse of the celestial realms, or planting traders, all of this greatly weakened the inner realm. It was extremely difficult to exit the inner realm, but it was not difficult for people of the outer realm to enter. Whether it was the sovereign or the ancient demon and devil that attacked Qinglin, they were able to enter the sealed realm formation without any problem, and this was given to them by the outer realm's ancient celestial realm. Wang Lin heard all of this from the lord of the sealed realm. He also found out that aside from absorbing the Dao intent of the lives inside the inner realm, the sealed realm formation also absorbed origin energy. The origin energy in the inner realm felt boundless, but it was, in fact, weakened throughout the ages. However, it was boundless in the outer realm. What shocked Wang Lin the most was that not only did the formation absorb origin energy, it was also the reason there were so few third-step cultivators in the inner realm. Over the countless years, there were geniuses that had formed their own essences and only required them to reach completion to reach the third step. However, due to the formation, their essences could never be completed, and they could only die as time passed. All of this was due to the lack of Joss flames, which was the most critical part of becoming a third-step cultivator. Even those that had become third-step cultivators had to go into hibernation due to the sealed realm formation. This was to prevent their essences from dissipating. Due to the sealed realm formation, there was not a sliver of Joss flames in the inner realm. Even if some was artificially created, it would be drained by the sealed realm formation. The only way someone could obtain Joss flames to allow their essence to grow was to head to the outer realm or become a spy for the outer realm, like Taoist Water, Nirvana Void, Spirit Void, Arcane Void, and Void Turbulent were the 4 great stages of the 3rd step. Nirvana Void wasn't as bad, but it was basically impossible to reach Spirit Void. When the Lord of the Sealed Realm descended, the first problem he had to solve was the Joss Flame issue. He united the 4 celestial realms into a powerful treasure and used it to counter the absorption of the Sealed Realm formation. The Lord of the Sealed Realm had powerful spells and wisdom. With his help, everything was going in the right direction. By using the 4 celestial realms, he stopped the Sealed Realm formation from absorbing the Joss flames. However, all of this was destroyed. The outer realm wouldn't allow this to happen in the inner realm. Before the Calamity, the Lord of the Sealed Realm was sneak attacked by Taoist Water. Then he was seriously injured by the Sovereign, the other masters of the outer realm, and some traitors from the ancient celestial realm. He had almost died. Bai Fan went crazy and pointed at the sky. Qing Lin's heart was broken by the Sovereign's daughter, and then he was hunted by the ancient devil and ancient demon. The cloud and lightning celestial realms suffered similar fates. Everything was completely destroyed so that the cultivators of the inner realm would forever be stuck in a cage and could never have the real world. They charged at the sealed realm formation time and time again to break this cage. The outer realm had never launched a large-scale invasion on the inner realm. They were constantly weakening the inner realm until the inner realm was so weak they could launch a thunderous attack. They would charge through the formation and destroy the inner realm. Then they would find the Heaven's Gate and head to the inner realm's ancient celestial realm. This day was not far away. It was very, very close. The inner realm had reached its weakest state after countless years. The day the outer realm had been waiting for was arriving. It was because of this that the Lord of the Sealed Realm had to send Wang Lin into the Dao realm and help him enter the outer realm. Then Wang Lin could obtain enough Joss flames and reach the 3rd step. The Lord of the Sealed Realm naturally saw the 5 essences in Wang Lin's body. Although he looked unfazed, he was greatly shocked, but he didn't say it. It was because of the 5 essences that he decided to make Wang Lin his inheritor, to lead the inner realm against the outer realm and even slaughter their way to the outer realm. He had chosen to integrate into the sealed realm formation with the last of his strength, so the sealed realm formation would belong to the inner realm. When the inner realm needed to rest and recuperate, it would prevent the outer realm from invading. And when the inner realm was ready to fight back, it would open. Whether he succeed or not, Wang Lin admired him. This place doesn't belong to me. I'm from the inner realm. Withdrawing his eyes from the ancient star system, Wang Lin's gaze became even more determined. He stepped forward and was about to merge with the world, but then he suddenly looked back. His eyes shined as he disappeared in the starry sky. The moment he disappeared, a thunderous rumble resounded and a giant spatial crack opened. Tuo Sen rushed out with red eyes. 3 rays of lightning were chasing after him. It was the 3 third-step cultivators from the ancient star system chasing closely after him. Tuo Sen's roar echoed among the stars. Being chased by those 3 third-step cultivators had made him ferocious. If not for the Spirit Void cultivator, he wouldn't run. Every time he thought about the Spirit Void cultivator, Tuo Sen would become furious. Although he was reckless, he was still cunning. Those 3 must have their own purpose for hunting him like this. However, just as he was about to catch up and devour Wang Lin, the 3 of them entangled him even more. This caused Tuo Sen's anger to reach a peak. If I don't chase those 3 away, I'll have no chance of devouring Wang Lin even if I catch up to him. After Tuo Sen charged out from the crack, his eyes released a monstrous, cold light. He looked at where Wang Lin disappeared and suddenly turned around. His body expanded countless fold into his ancient god body. The 3 of you have been chasing me for 10 years. Could it be you're all waiting for this god to become tired? Then this god will give you a chance. Tuo Sen's roar was earth-shattering, and it made space itself tremble. He turned around and took a step straight toward the 3 people chasing him through the spatial crack. Chapter 1311, The First Predestined Battle, 1. This one punch was heaven-shattering, and it carried the impact of an entire cultivation planet smashing down. Among the 3 third-step cultivators, one of them was at the Spirit Void stage, while the other 2 were at the Nirvana Void stage. They had become familiar with Tuo Sen and remained calm before the punch. They didn't scatter, but each person touched their forehead. In an instant, a powerful force came from their bodies and turned into 3 rays of demonic light, that shot toward Tuo Sen's punch. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world, and as crackling sounds echoed, large spatial cracks appeared. As the shockwave spread, it seemed as if space itself was going to be split in half. The battle of third-step cultivators could collapse the star system. Tuo Sen let out a muffled groan, and his eyes revealed a hint of madness. The three cultivators hunting him would never separate. In the 10 years they had been chasing him, they had never separated to give him a chance to kill them separately. However, in order to catch Wang Lin as soon as possible and not be entangled by those three, he revealed a hint of madness. This god has killed several third-step cultivators in my life. You three have chased me for 10 years. Do you really think this god can't deal with you three? Star shatter. The stars between his eyebrows shined, and one of them flew out. It gave off a dazzling light that had an incredibly powerful penetrating force. Even Wang Lin, who had merged with the world and was far away, felt that indescribable ancient god power. The ancient god star shined brightly, and as it shined, Tuo Sen's crazy roar echoed. Explode. He didn't hesitate to shatter a star to stop the three third-step cultivators from slowing him down. This showed his determination to devour Wang Lin. The ancient god star gave off endless desolation and exploded with the power to destroy the world. The explosion widened until it formed a storm that swept across the surrounding area. Rumble, 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 rumble. That thunderous rumble made it seem like the world was going to collapse, and space itself was ripped open. Huge spatial cracks appeared and covered the surrounding 5,000-kilometer, 50,000-kilometer, 500,000-kilometer area. The countless cultivation planets, countless cultivators, and countless creatures were all turned to ashes. A small portion of the ancient star system shook and felt the destructive force of this crazed explosion. The fallout turned into a shockwave that continued to spread out. The three third-step cultivators released their full power when faced with this powerful force. They had used their treasures and spells, but they had still been pushed back and scattered by this power. The hands of the old man at the spirit void stage formed seals. Although he was being pushed back and his face was pale, he wasn't too seriously injured. The power of the shattered star was dissipated layer by layer. However, the man and woman coughed out blood and retreated like crazy. Thunderous rumbles echoed before them, and as a result, the three of them split up. They finally separated. Tuo Sen was willing to destroy a star just to split them apart. Now that they were separated, he had nothing to fear. He stepped forward with a grin. His body was incomparably large, so a thunderous rumble echoed. He immediately arrived beside the Nirvana Void Man, and the remaining stars between his eyebrows rotated to form a vortex that shot toward the Nirvana Void Man. The expression of the old man at the Spirit Void stage changed greatly, and he quickly roared, "Master Simo, retreat." Ripples appeared in the space around him like water as he shot out straight to Master Simo, who was being surrounded by the vortex formed by the ancient god stars. Master Simo was middle-aged. His eyes were shining. The moment the stars closed in, his hand formed a seal, and he began to mutter, "Prisoner of the Tao of Heaven. All sentient beings must endure immeasurable calamities. It only takes a thought to leave the deep prison. All life must walk forever forward and solve the modern age. Escape the will of heaven and obtain the path to life. Seal the will of the heavens. Engrave the dark days. Await the path of cultivation." His voice was strange, and the moment he started muttering, Tuo Sen's voice changed. His right hand formed a punch, and he threw it at the incoming spirit void old man. Tuo Sen unexpectedly let this person go and flew past the old man to arrive next to the other third-step cultivator. This person was a woman. She had been injured by Tuo Sen's shattered share. As she retreated, her pupils shrank when she noticed Tuo Sen's arrival. She was about to use a spell when Tuo Sen's punch landed. Popping sounds echoed and she coughed out blood. At this moment, the vortex formed by his stars surrounded her and pulled her back. She was sealed inside his second star. All of this happened in a flash. After sealing this woman, Tuo Sen tore space and disappeared inside. This god still has a few stars that haven't shattered. I will be waiting for the two of you to catch up. Although Tuo Sen had left, his gloomy voice echoed across the stars. The spirit void old man looked at Master Simo. A strange smile appeared on the corner of their mouths, but there was a hint of envy within them. Then they turned into two rays of light and quickly left. That person being chased by Tuo Sen also gave off the aura of an ancient god. He is also a royal ancient god. I fear that they are the only two ancient gods left. Tuo Sen is not a problem, but as for the other one, he is not someone we can hunt. I wonder what use they have for a royal ancient god for them that they need to spend so much effort, and even change plans halfway. This matter is top secret. I heard about some of it, but I don't know how much of it is true. It is said that the royal ancient gods had the divinity to open the ancient heaven and allow. As the two of them galloped, they both sent out divine sense messages. But before the spirit-vold old man could finish speaking, his expression changed, and he stopped speaking. Master Simo beside also looked ahead. A woman gradually appeared before the two of them. She was wearing white and had a blurry appearance. She came silently, but seemed like she could cross endless distances. This woman gave off an ethereal aura, as if she shouldn't exist in this world and was someone from the celestial domain. Thank you too. The woman's voice was ethereal, and she waved her right hand. 2 rays of white light flew out and landed in their hands. This is the promised rank 6 Dao spirit. After she finished speaking, she passed through the 2 men and made her way into the distance. As the old man at the spirit void stage looked at the white light, his eyes shined. The 2 of them still didn't speak before they disappeared among the stars. It seemed like the woman in white was the only thing that remained in the world. A river of stars seemed to form under her feet as she walked toward where Tuo Sen was chasing. Wang Lin continued to head toward the Moon Clan using spatial bending based on his memory of the Moon Clan's location. His expression was gloomy. That ancient god power fluctuation gave him a few speculations. However, right now wasn't the time to think too much. After using spatial bending many times, he arrived at a star domain covered in dazzling moonlight. The moonlight came from the surrounding planets and spread across the void. It was extremely gorgeous, like a dream realm. This is the place. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. The Moon Clan was here. Just at this moment, a thunderous roar came from behind him. Wang Lin didn't turn back, but charged forward and spread out his divine sense. Soon, he found an area filled with ancient god aura. Bait to lure me in? Wang Lin sneered. At the same time, the rumbling sound of space being torn echoed like crazy in the moonlight-filled star field. A spatial crack was ripped open and Tuo Sen stepped out, exhausted. It was very bizarre. This violent sound didn't attract the attention of the Moon Clan at all. It was completely silent. Tuo Sen's voice was like thunder as he roared. You can't escape. His eyes were cold, and he threw a punch at Wang Lin with his right hand. I won't be running. Wang Lin arrived at where the dense ancient god aura was coming from. At a glance, he saw a number of large ancient god statues giving off dense ancient god aura. He suddenly turned around, and his eyes turned cold. Popping sounds echoed and his body grew into a 10,000-foot tall giant. His 6 ancient god stars rotated rapidly, and a powerful surge of ancient god aura erupted from his body. He waved his right hand, and a blood light flashed, turning into a giant sword thousands of feet long. He chopped down on Tuo Sen's punch. He stood around the ancient god statues and inhaled. The ancient god aura rushed into his body like crazy. All of this ancient god aura rushed to the wound on his chest. After adding his own ancient god power, there was a thunderous rumble. As popping sounds echoed, a vague, axe shadow was forced out from Wang Lin's chest. Without the power of the heaven-splitting axe, the wound on his chest quickly recovered until not a trace of it remained. Next chapter. Chapter 1312, The First Predestined Battle, 2. Tuo Sen's punch after shattering a star was extremely powerful. Although he couldn't use many ancient god spells, which was due to the lack of inheritance of knowledge, just the power of his body was heaven-shattering. At this moment, the punch rushed forward and collided with the sword energy from Wang Lin's blood sword. The thunderous rumble shook the world, creating a powerful shockwave that spread to the surroundings. At the same time, the heaven-splitting axe aura that Wang Lin had forced out from his chest was thrown by Wang Lin toward the incoming Tuo Sen. The heaven-splitting axe aura erupted with heaven-shaking ancient god aura and the power to split the heavens itself. It closed in and collided with Tuo Sen's punch. Popping sounds echoed. Although Tuo Sen was strong, the blood sword had injured the ancient celestial emperor and had a mysterious origin. Ever since Wang Lin obtained it, it had been indestructible. Tuo Sen's body couldn't compare to how sharp the sword was. When his fist collided with it, blood sprayed everywhere, and at the same time, the heaven-splitting axe aura rushed into his arm. A series of rumbles echoed as it began a destructive rampage inside Tuo Sen's arm. The tired Tuo Sen revealed anger, and his body was unexpectedly stopped, and he staggered back a bit. The moment his body stopped, the popping sounds inside his right arm became even louder. It was as if a destructive aura was going to charge out of his right arm. This was the first real confrontation between Wang Lin and Tuo Sen. Tuo Sen was stopped, but a portion of his punch still got through. It turned into a storm and closed in on Wang Lin's 10,000-foot body. The moment the punch arrived, Wang Lin's arm blocked before him. All of his ancient god power surged and blocked the punch. Wang Lin felt as if he was being hit by a cultivation planet, and he coughed out blood. He retreated back until he ran into an ancient god statue. Cracks began to spread out from where Wang Lin collided with the statue. Large amounts of ancient god aura came out and entered Wang Lin's body. It instantly recovered Wang Lin's physical injuries. Wang Lin grinned, and his left hand patted the statue behind him. He stepped into space in his left hand and formed a fist. As he formed his fist, 7 milky, white balls of light spread out from his left arm. An ancient aura filled the world. They were the 7 planet souls Wang Lin had extracted on his way here. Tuo Sen. Wang Lin roared as his left hand threw a punch. The 7 planet souls flew out with powerful force toward Tuo Sen, who paused for a moment. As they flew, 7 giant cultivation planet phantoms appeared. It was as if Wang Lin was controlling the 7 large cultivation planets to smash toward Tuo Sen. Tuo Sen's expression was gloomy. Back in the sealed realm formation, he had exploded 1 star, and in the battle just now, he had exploded another. He only had 6 stars left. According to logic, he should be only as strong as Wang Lin. But he was Tuo Sen and also ancient god Tuo Sen. Tuo Sen had been alive for far too long. This body was not a 6 star, but infinitely close to a 9-star ancient god. Although his stars had shattered, the power of his body was heaven-shaking. In addition, Tuo Sen was a genius to seal third-step cultivators into his stars to activate their power. Although he had exploded several, he still had 1 left from before in the woman he had just sealed, so he was still very powerful. As a result, he was not someone Wang Lin could resist. After all, Wang Lin had only obtained the inheritance of knowledge, while Tuo Sen had obtained the inheritance of power. Tuo Sen's physical body would terrify anyone who saw it. Once you and I fuse, this god can reach the peak I had reached in the past. You can't resist this. Tuo Sen roared and then rushed forward. He waved his hand and threw a punch toward the 7 cultivation planet phantoms. Fuse with me so we can achieve the peak of my royal ancient god power. Why? Won't you obey? Tuo Sen roared as his fist collided with the 7 cultivation planets. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Every time they collided, Tuo Sen's roar became even more earth-shattering. It was as if nothing in the world could stop his advance. Those 7 cultivation planet souls trembled violently, as if they were about to collapse. With a bang, one of the planet souls exploded from Tuo Sen's punch. It formed a powerful shockwave that spread out through the void. Even the moonlight that filled the star domain collapsed into countless specks and dissipated. Integrate with me so I can break open the law of inheritance and use my ancient god clan's powerful spells. This world is large, and my ancient god clan can rise to glory once more. You dare not obey. Tuo Sen seemed to have gone crazy, and 2 more cultivation planet souls were destroyed by him. You can't use the inheritance of knowledge at all. Even if you know the ancient god spells, you're powerless to use them. Only I, Tuo Sen, can use the spells of the ancient gods. The distance between Wang Lin and Tuo Sen instantly closed. Tuo Sen moved like a meteor, and the remaining 4 planet souls all collapsed. The resulting thunderous rumbles became the only sound left in his world. Even Tuo Sen's roar was suppressed by these rumbles. Even though you have 6 stars, you don't have the inheritance of power or the strength essence. What right do you have to compete with me? In this world, only I, Tuo Sen, am a real ancient god, and only I am qualified to obtain all the inheritances. Tuo Sen roared as he charged at Wang Lin. The moment he closed in, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and his left palm pushed forward. His eyes revealed a strange light, and all his origin energy and his ancient god power went into his left palm. A giant palm print appeared, and in an instant, all the origin energy in the area began to gather. Then the palm print turned solid and charged at the incoming Tuo Sen. You are merely a devil of Tuo Sen, yet you dare to call yourself a god. Wang Lin roared as the palm print closed in on Tuo. Senator Tuo Sen growled and raised his hand. He mercilessly tried to rip the palm print apart. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the void trembled. The star domain of the Moon Clan felt like it was going to collapse. The palm print was unexpectedly torn in half and split into 2 parts by Tuo Sen. After using the War Spirit print, Wang Lin didn't think it would stop Tuo Senator at the same time. He raised his left hand and placed it against Tuo Sen's right arm, just like Master Lu Fu back then. He pointed at the back of his left hand with his right. It was as if endless origin energy was dragged into his left hand, and he began a frontal confrontation with Tuo Sen. A roar echoed as Wang Lin coughed out blood, and a powerful impact hit his body. Popping sounds echoed inside his body as he was knocked back into another ancient god statue. Large amounts of ancient god power entered his body. Tuo Sen's giant body paused once more from Wang Lin's attack, but he continued to move forward. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A large portion of the ancient god aura here was absorbed by him. Weak, weak, weak. Wang Lin, this god has given you nearly 2,000 years to grow, yet you're still so weak. With a bang, Tuo Sen landed on the ground with all the ancient god statues. The moment he landed, the earth trembled violently. His right hand rose into the air, covering the sky, and reached toward Wang Lin. He didn't want to kill Wang Lin, but capture him alive. The moment his hand closed in, Wang Lin absorbed the ancient god aura like crazy. The blurry seventh-star vortex rotated rapidly, as if it was going to solidify. The ancient god aura was divided into two parts. Wang Lin couldn't compare to Tuo Sen, but he still took almost 40% of it. As Tuo Sen's hand reached out, Wang Lin let out a roar, and the ancient god power in his body surged. As his ancient god power surged, the blood sword flew out, giving out a monstrous red light. Ancient god spell, god punch. Wang Lin's roar was heaven-shaking. He wouldn't easily use ancient god spells, because they required large amounts of ancient god energy. He was an ancient god who had only lived for less than 2,000 years. He couldn't compare to Tuo Sen. However, after borrowing the dense ancient god aura, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to use an ancient god spell that a 6-star ancient god could use. God punch. Both his hands formed fists, with the blood sword in the center. Wang Lin's body turned into a vortex and shot at Tuo Sen's right fist. An ancient god shadow appeared as he collided with Tuo Sen's right hand. A thunderous rumble shook the world. God punch released all ancient god power in an instant to form a punch that could destroy the heavens. Tuo Sen's right punch trembled, and he was forced into the air. Wang Lin's body sprayed out blood. He was covered in blood as he was knocked into the ground. Be destroyed by this god. Tuo Sen's right hand was numb and his mind was shaken. He didn't expect Wang Lin to grow so much in such a short period of time. He no longer used his hand, but the 6 stars between his eyebrows flew out to surround Wang Lin. He was going to devour Wang Lin like how he devoured third-step cultivators. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He was waiting for this moment. Tuo Sen, do you think Tuo Sen really died? What? After Wang Lin spoke, even the expression of someone as strong as Tuo Sen changed greatly. A great change suddenly took place. Chapter 13:13, The First Predestined Battle, 3. Do you think Tuo Sen really died? These words were like a bolt of thunder arching across the sky. It entered Tuo Sen's mind and hit his weak point. Tuo Sen was extremely arrogant. He wasn't even afraid of the heavens. However, if there was one person he feared the most, it was Tuo Sen. He was born from a devil in Tuo Sen's heart, and had always held unimaginable fear toward Tuo Sen. Although he had controlled Tuo Sen's body throughout these countless years, he had an incredible speculation. Did Tuo Sen die or not? He wasn't sure, and he didn't dare to think about it, even though all signs pointed to Tuo Sen being dead from the flowing ink transformation divine technique. If you want to devour me, you can try. When I, Wang Lin, die, that will also be the moment Tuo Sen awakens. Then you will be annihilated as well. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the void. Tuo Sen's mind trembled, and the 6 stars stopped rotating. A rare sign of hesitation and shock appeared in his eyes. Just as his mind was in chaos and the hesitation that shouldn't appear had appeared, a shocking change occurred in the Moon Clan's domain. Howling sounds came from the collapsed moonlight, and a powerful aura came from all directions like a storm. This sound echoed across the entire Moon Clan domain. God's sealing formation, open. An ancient voice filled with madness, excitement, and hidden fear echoed across the star domain. As his voice echoed, shadows appeared in the silent Moon Clan domain. There were men and women, and all of them had a crescent moon mark between their eyebrows. There were simply too many of them, no less than 100,000, and now they filled the surroundings. Each of them were in locations that had been calculated countless times to form this god-sealing formation. The god-sealing formation was used to seal gods. Ancient gods. Aside from the many cultivators, all the cultivation planets were placed according to this giant formation. When the old man roared, the entire world suddenly changed. The void was no more. It was replaced by moonlight. The world had disappeared only to be replaced by endless moonlight. A giant crescent moon appeared in the sky. Endless moonlight came out of it and enveloped everything. There was an old man of the Moon Clan sitting on each of the hundreds of cultivation planets in the star domain. Each of them activated their full power to allow the moonlight to reach a peak. For the Moon Clan, dead ancient gods couldn't compare to alive ancient gods, and a royal ancient god no less. This held shocking allure for them. If they could seal a living royal ancient god to become their slave, just thinking about it was enough to make any Moon Clan member's origin soul shake in excitement and let out a roar. Once they succeeded, the Moon Clan could rise up once more. In order to wait for this day, the Moon Clan had prepared for countless years so that one day, they could seal a living ancient god. When Tuo Sen arrived years ago, while they felt fear, they were also filled with excitement. They prepared the formation their ancestor had left and waited for Tuo Sen's arrival. Originally, according to their understanding, as an ancient god, Tuo Sen would certainly seek out the Moon Clan. However, they waited for more than 10 years, and Tuo Sen didn't come. While the Moon Clan continued to wait, Tuo Sen finally arrived after being lured by Wang Lin. What made the entire Moon Clan excited was that there wasn't just one royal ancient god, but two. The formation was activated and the world was covered in moonlight. This world of moonlight was a space the Moon Clan ancestor had created to seal ancient gods. Once trapped inside, it was extremely difficult to escape. Tuo Sen was still shocked by Wang Lin when the Moon Clan suddenly appeared and activated the formation. The moonlight shrouded the world, and this made Tuo Sen irritated. His 6 stars unexpectedly didn't devour Wang Lin. They returned to him, then his right arm smashed into his surroundings. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The moonlight moved like silk and unexpectedly didn't collapse, but instead twisted. The endless moonlight began to wrap around Tuo Sen and Wang Lin. It was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if a layer of silk had been wrapped around them. Tuo Sen's eyes shined brightly, and he let out a roar at the sky. The ancient god roar spread out like crazy in this moonlight world, as if it was going to collapse this world. However, as he roared, the moonlight twisted to form more silk that began to entangle him. Gentle moon slaughter, kill the ancient god's body. The ancient voice echoed, and in an instant, the amount of silk increased. It became sharp lines and began toe tack. These silk lines were extremely tough, and as Tuo Sen struggled, even though large amounts collapsed, they formed even more. Summoning the Moon Clan's treasure, God Extinguishing Fan. The ancient voice echoed. The moonlight in this world began to gather to form a 1,000-foot fan. The moment it appeared, it mercilessly waved. Thunderous rumbles echoed and a monstrous storm containing endless moonlight shot toward Tuo. Senator Tuo Sen roared as he broke a large amount of silk and threw a punch at the incoming storm. Wang Lin was also surrounded by endless silk. The blood sword formed a vortex around him, cutting all the silk. However, the silk here was endless, and it was impossible to cut it all. At this moment, the God Extinguishing Fan waved, and the storm also hit him. When the roaring wind swept at Wang Lin, he retreated. As he retreated, the moonlight from the storm shot like swords and penetrated his body. If they were ordinary moonlight swords, Wang Lin could ignore them, but this moonlight contained the same aura as the heaven-splitting axe. It was extremely harmful to ancient gods. Tuo Sen was on the same boat. As he roared, his fist collided with the storm. The storm collapsed into countless swords that penetrated his body and left countless blood marks. Bold slaves, you dare to hurt this god? Now die. Tuo Sen was extremely angry. When he battled Wang Lin, he at least considered Wang Lin a member of his clan. However, these former slaves were like ants to him, and these ants had dared to injure him. So how could he not be angry? While furious, Tuo Sen seemed to become crazy as he unleashed a large amount of destruction in this moonlight world. However, the more he destroyed, the more silk formed. In the blink of an eye, the world was a blur and was enveloped by the silk. More than 10,000 Moon Clan members out of the 100,000 Moon Clan members coughed out blood, and their bodies exploded because they couldn't withstand the rebound from the formation. They immediately died, but the crescent moon marks between their eyebrows flew out and landed on the formation. In an instant, those more than 10,000 dead Moon Clan members appeared as souls in the moonlight world. Use my clan's blood to raise the god spirit. Use my clan's souls to collapse the god spirit. The ancient voice was filled with madness. The 10,000 souls began to expand and form moons. This caused the moonlight in the world to reach a peak. These 10,000 moons rumbled, and more than half flew at Tuo Sen, while the remaining one shot at Wang Lin. Summoning the Moon Clan's treasure, Blood Moon Wings. Blood sacrifice. The ancient voice echoed once more. This time, many of the thousands of Moon Clan members appeared in the moonlight world. They were holding fierce beasts in their hands, and all of them were struggling and roaring. As the ancient voice echoed, Those Moon Clan members all showed ferocious expressions and killed the fierce beasts. Large amounts of blood and flesh splattered, but they were immediately absorbed by the formation. These thousands of cultivators were merely the first wave. After them, several more waves of cultivators appeared and sacrificed fierce beasts. Even the moonlight world was now filled with blood light. As the blood light continued to condense, two blood-colored wings appeared and shot at Wang Lin and Tuo Sen, summoning the Moon Clan's treasure, Ancient God's 9 Bones. The ancient voice was very clear this time. A man in black appeared in the void outside the formation. His expression was filled with maddening greed. After the old man spoke, a giant spatial crack appeared before him, and 9 giant ancient god skulls flew out. These 9 skulls gave off dense ancient god aura and were filled with crescent moon seals that were shrouded in moonlight. After they appeared, they shot into the formation and charged toward Wang Lin and Tuo Sen, summoning the Moon Clan's treasure, God Decaying Liquid. The old man's white hair moved strangely. As he spoke those words, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out black blood. The Moon Clan cultivators on the hundreds of cultivation planets that formed the formation bit the tips of their tongues and spat out black blood that contained a powerful stench. This blood seemed to have intelligence, and it gathered together, forming a sea of blood that contained a powerful stench. Then it rushed into the formation. Chapter 13-14, The First Predestined Battle 4. Great Moon God Slaying Spell, Blood Moon Wings, Ancient God's 9 Bones, God Decaying Liquid. Every one of these treasures were extremely powerful. They were prepared by the Moon Clan throughout countless years to capture an ancient god alive. It has to be said that aside from the ancient gods, devils, and demons, the ones that understood the ancient gods the most was the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan had thought of countless methods to deal with the ancient gods. Tuo Sen's roar echoed inside the moonlight world. Facing the countless crescent moons, he waved his arms, and thunderous rumbles echoed as all the crescent moons that closed in on him collapsed. The blood moon wings closed in and were also exploded by Tuo Sen with one punch. However, the blood moon wings turned into countless feathers that stabbed into Tuo Sen's body. What was even more powerful was the ancient god skulls. These skulls belonged to ancient gods that died countless years ago. They were like suns that crashed toward Tuo Sen. Wang Lin's expression was also gloomy as the blood swords circled around him. His hands formed all kinds of spells to resist the crescent moons. The blood moon wings flew by and turned into countless feathers that pierced through his body. Fresh blood covered his body. He couldn't even retreat, as that moonlight silk had wrapped around his body. As for the ancient god skulls, they didn't head toward Wang Lin. They were all focused on Tuo Sen. They created earth-shattering howls as they closed in on Tuo Sen and suddenly collapsed. An indescribable impact instantly erupted. Even someone as strong as Tuo Sen coughed out blood, and his expression became even more ferocious. The Moon Clan was using everything they had saved up over countless years to capture an ancient god alive. The 9 ancient god skulls were the Moon Clan's clan-saving treasure. Each one of them was equal to a third-step cultivator exploding. The power of 9 of them collapsing at once was unimaginable. However, compared to them, the God-Decaying Liquid was even more precious. This God-Decaying Liquid was injected into every Moon Clan member at birth, and it came from an unknown source. Even the Moon Clan didn't know where it came from. They only knew that countless years ago, when they betrayed the ancient gods, it had successfully killed an ancient god before. After being nourished by the Moon Clan for countless years, the power of the God-Decaying Liquid was terrifying. At this moment, the blood sea created by the God-Decaying Liquid entered the moonlight world and surrounded Wang Lin and Tuo Sen. It formed a giant blood vortex. Wang Lin immediately felt the vortex melting his ancient god power, and a powerful sense of danger entered his mind. Tuo Sen's expression immediately became even more serious. However, these weren't the only things the Moon Clan had prepared. They had prepared for countless years, and this was merely a part of it. The old man stared at the formation as he roared. Summon the Moon Clan's treasure, Ancient God Eyes. 2 blood-red eyes appeared in the formation. The eyes seemed to give off a powerful scent of blood, and they were looking at Tuo Sen and Wang Lin. Summon the Moon Clan's treasure, Giant Spirit Bell. A giant ancient bell appeared in the world. It rang fiercely, creating ripples that entered the formation. Summon the Moon Clan's treasure, 9th Extinction Spirit. The old man's hands formed a seal, and he let out a heaven-shattering roar. Blood came out of his orifices, and his white hair moved strangely before him. A giant green phantom suddenly appeared. It was impossible to see the appearance of the phantom, but its entire body gave off a green glow. When Tuo Sen saw this, his pupils shrank. When Wang Lin saw this green light, he jumped. He vaguely recognized that the green light coming from the phantom was exactly the same as the aura from the ancient god skull under the demon spirit land. Every single treasure was made specifically for dealing with ancient gods. If they were used against third-step cultivators, they might be a bit lacking, but toward ancient gods, they were deadly. Tuo Sen jerked his body and let out a roar. A powerful impact pushed the sea of blood away, and then he looked at Wang Lin. At this moment, he no longer hesitated. His 6 stars flew out toward Wang Lin. After devouring you and completing the fusion, this god will break this sealing formation. Then I'm going to slaughter the Moon Clan until rivers of blood flow. Tuo Sen, I have 2C's memory inheritance. If you devour me, our inheritances will merge and 2C will awaken. Do you not believe me? Give it a try. Wang Lin smiled coldly and didn't resist. He let the 6 stars close in as he stared coldly at Tuo Sen. These words hit Tuo Sen's weak point once more. He let out a mad roar and his eyes glowed red. You just want the knowledge of the spell that can destroy this seal. You don't have to devour me to do it. If we work together, it will be a win-win for both of us. While I, Wang Lin, am no match for you. If you remain stubborn, you will die once 2C awakens. Are you confident in escaping from 2C? At this moment, as the sea of blood closed in, the ancient god eyes gazed locked on, creating a powerful aura. The ripples of the bell closed in, and finally the phantom charged in with a destructive aura. There were also the countless moonlight silk threads surrounding the area. Both of us are ancient gods. How can we let these slaves seal us? If you believe me, we can deal with them first, and then I'll naturally give you an answer. Wang Lin didn't even look at the treasures closing in as he waited for Tuo Sen's answer. Tuo Sen was afraid to gamble. He wasn't sure if Wang Lin's memories really did contain such a thing. However, even if it was false 9,999 times out of 10,000 times, as long as there was that a chance it was true, he wouldn't dare to risk it. Once he lost, 2C would revive. He had no confidence facing 2C, as he would without a doubt die. Tuo Sen clenched his teeth and growled. Good. The way he saw it, once these slaves were dealt with, Wang Lin would have nowhere to run. He would capture Wang Lin, and then have all the time he needed to slowly find out if what Wang Lin had said was true or not. If what he said is true, I'll simply give up the chance of becoming 9-star ancient god and destroy his inheritance of memory, so there will be no chance of 2C awakening. When Tuo Sen agreed, Wang Lin's hands formed seals and waved. At the same time, he chanted in the language of the ancient gods. When the world was born, the ancient order split into 3. The first was the ancient gods. They walked against the heavens and battled against the world. They would ravage everything, destroy the heavens, and break the world. 8-star ancient god spell void. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and the 6 ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated like crazy. Ancient god power filled his hands. In an instant, as the various Moon Clan treasures closed in, a deformed rune appeared before his hands. Although this rune was incomplete, it gave off a heaven-shaking aura that could cause the heavens to collapse. This was an aura of destructive that could disintegrate all spells, and even heaven itself. This was void, the ancient god's void power that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. Wang Lin roared. Tuo Sen, ancient god power. Tuo Sen clenched his teeth and waved his right hand. His 6 ancient god stars rotated, giving off ancient god power several times more power than Wang Lin's. It rushed into the incomplete rune. In an instant, the rune began to move and went from incomplete to complete. The complete rune appeared in the world. This was a rank 8 spell, an ancient god spell that hadn't appeared in countless years. The expression of the old man outside the formation changed greatly. The rune suddenly gave off a bright light. This light was between black and white. It was completely gray. It spread like crazy with Wang Lin and Tuo Sen as the center. The god-decaying blood was pushed back. The ancient god eyes immediately exploded. The intense ripples immediately dissipated, and even the green shadow struggled for a moment before vanishing because it wasn't pure enough. The surrounding moonlight silk threads suddenly shattered. Everything was pushed back by the gray light. Invisible cracks formed in the moonlight world that formed the god's sealing formation. Summoning the Moon Clan's first treasure, ancient god remnant bone. The old man in white roared like crazy, and a giant spatial crack suddenly appeared. This spatial rift was ripped open wide, and an indescribable pressure came out from within. A finger the size of half a cultivation planet slowly came out of the spatial crack. There was no flesh or blood on his finger, only bones. This was a middle finger bone. Destroy God. The old man let out a heaven-shattering roar. At the same time, the 100,000 surrounding Moon Clan cultivators all released the same roar. Destroy God. When the Moon Clan betrayed the ancient gods, they had destroyed gods countless years ago. Now they still wanted to destroy gods, the gods that had helped them countless years ago. The roar of 100,000 people was earth-shattering. It spread as a powerful sound wave. This is the finger of a 9-star ancient god. At this moment, Tuo Sen's expression changed greatly. The moment the ancient broken finger bone appeared, the god-sealing formation collapsed, and the gray light touched the broken finger bone. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Tuo Sen coughed out blood, and he was thrown into the distance. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body as all the bones in his body broke. They were thrown in 2 different directions. The giant finger bone wasn't damaged at all when it landed. The moment they were thrown out, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to use the devouring spell. Black fog surrounded his body. Using the powerful impact, he rushed into the formation of people, and the black fog scattered. Miserable screams echoed as he began absorbing like crazy. Everywhere he passed, the Moon Clan members withered into skeletons and collapsed. Even further away, Tuo Sen roared and began his counterattack. Chapter 13:15, The First Predestined Battle, 5. After leaving the formation, Wang Lin knew Tuo Sen wouldn't let him go. At this moment, he was seriously injured, but he clenched his teeth and devoured like crazy. Not all of the Moon Clan members were strong. Most of the 100,000 people didn't last even one blow. Wang Lin howled as he moved and devoured countless people. His injuries recovered at an astonishing rate. All the bones in his body repaired themselves, and his wounds rapidly recovered. The entire Moon Clan star domain was a mess. All those elders sitting on the cultivation planets coughed out blood when the god-sealing formation collapsed, but they all became focused. Their eyes started glowing red. Then a portion of them went toward the black fog Wang Lin formed, while the rest charged toward Tuo Sen under the lead of the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man let out a roar and waved his right hand. His body began to expand, and the crescent moon mark between his eyebrows rotated. His body was thousands of feet tall, almost equal to an ancient god. This was a spell their Moon Clan had created after countless years of research in an attempt to become ancient gods themselves. As they had absorbed ancient god power, they could simulate an ancient god to a certain extent. He wasn't the only person who turned into a giant thousands of feet tall. There were 9 in total. Once these 9 people turned into giants, they obtained terrifying power, and thunderous rumbles echoed as they battled Tuo Sen. However, they were not Tuo Sen's match at all. As Tuo Sen roared, they were all pushed back. When those old men got close to Wang Lin, he would merge with the world and disappear. Then he would reappear elsewhere and begin devouring like crazy. Mournful screams echoed through the void, and in just a moment, more than 30,000 Moon Clan members were devoured by Wang Lin. Most of his injuries recovered immediately. This time, without waiting for the Moon Clan elders to charge at him, Wang Lin pounced on them. Tuo Sen let out a roar. Shatter for me. With a bang, one of the old men who imitated an ancient god exploded from Tuo Sen's punch. However, before his body could dissipate, black fog immediately wrapped around the old man. Wang Lin had already been paying attention to the battle here. He wrapped around the old man before he died and began devouring. The entire Moon Clan was a mess. The people of the Moon Clan quickly retreated, their faces filled with shock and horror. This was the first time many of them had laid eyes on a living ancient god, and the first time they saw how powerful an ancient god was. Although this was the first time Tuo Sen and Wang Lin had worked together, they understood each other well. However, this all broken when Tuo Sen's eyes turned cold, and his right hand reached for Wang Lin after he blew up that old man. I don't care if what you said was the truth or a lie. You won't be able to escape today. Wang Lin had already been on guard. When Tuo Sen's right hand reached over, he revealed a sneer. As he retreated, his hands formed a seal while the veins on his face bulged, and he let out a roar at Tuo Sen. Ancient God Spell, Mysterious God Star. As he spoke, his hand pointed to between his eyebrows. The 6 stars between his eyebrows began to rotate, and then flew out. They formed a giant vortex. This scene was shockingly familiar to Tuo Sen devouring cultivators with his stars. Originally, Wang Lin couldn't use ancient god spells like this. He didn't have the ancient god power to support this, but he had calculated all of this. When he used the void spell, he had saved half of the ancient god power Tuo Sen had poured in. One half was used to cause Tuo Sen to become injured by the ancient god finger, and the second was being used right now. At this moment, This vortex appeared and gave off a powerful ancient god aura. All of Wang Lin's ancient god energy, as well as the portion he had saved from the earlier spell, was used on this spell. Tuo Sen's punch immediately collided with this vortex. Wang Lin coughed out blood and then quickly retreated. He raised his right hand and mercilessly sliced down with the blood sword. Tuo Sen also didn't feel good. He was injured in succession, and he didn't expect Wang Lin to use an ancient god spell. He felt an endless suction force coming from the vortex. A portion of his ancient god power inside his punch had been sucked away and used against his punch. His right arm felt numb and paused for a moment. At this moment, Wang Lin's blood sword sliced at his right palm. The sword swept by, and Tuo Sen's index finger was cut off. Since the two had begun battling, this was the greatest injury Wang Lin had inflicted on Tuo Sen. Tuo Sen's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. At this moment, he didn't even think about devouring. All he wanted to do was kill this fellow clan member. However, just as Wang Lin and Tuo Sen began to battle, the elders injured by Tuo Sen immediately retreated. The person with the highest status was the white-haired old man. He had a ferocious expression, and blood was flowing down the corner of his mouth. He naturally saw that Wang Lin was no match for Tuo Senator. Once a winner was decided between the two ancient gods, then their Moon Clan would be doomed to die. Thus, he didn't mind helping Wang Lin. This was also his Moon Clan's opportunity. Fellow clan members, shatter your moon spirits and offer them as sacrifice for the Moon Clan. The old man's body immediately began to swell as he mercilessly pointed down and shouted in a hoarse voice, summoning the Moon Clan treasure again. Ancient God Remnant Bone. The moment his words echoed, the moonlight around his body became monstrous. The ancient god finger that was stabbed deep into the ground suddenly rose into the air and charged toward Tuo Sen. This ancient god finger closed in extremely fast. Tuo Sen was being attacked from all sides and was facing many people. Due to his finger being cut off by Wang Lin, he was ferocious. He waved his hands and caught the giant ancient god finger. The veins on his body swelled as if his body couldn't bear the force. He let out a roar as his stars rotated rapidly. One of the stars contained a third-step cultivator, and he didn't hesitate to explode that cultivator. An explosive force filled Tuo Sen, and he slowed the finger down. He let out a roar as the 6 stars between his eyebrows flew out and formed a vortex. So this isn't the bone of a 9-star ancient god, but of someone infinitely close to 9-star. Devour for me. He was going to absorb this almost 9-star ancient god finger like a third-step cultivator into his stars. At this moment, aside from the female third-step cultivator he had just absorbed, there was no one else left. Even Wang Lin was deeply shocked by this. He couldn't help but feel fear toward Tuo Sen's madness. He had seen madmen before, but none of them were as crazy as Tuo Sen. The ancient god aura inside the finger was like the sun. It couldn't be absorbed at all. Even an ancient god would be like an ant before it. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up and revealed a strange light. If he can absorb, I can as well. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. He wasn't willing to let this opportunity go, especially since Tuo Sen was devouring this ancient god finger, so it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wang Lin had a decisive nature. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't hesitate. He no longer retreated and instead charged forward. He closed in on the ancient god finger and mercilessly chopped down with the blood sword. There was a thunderous bang and a crack was created by the blood sword. As Tuo Sen absorbed like crazy, it was split in half. The sharpness of the blood sword was terrifying. The finger suddenly collapsed and a powerful shockwave spread out. A majority of this force rushed toward Tuo Sen, causing him to let out a scream. When the impact hit his body, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body quickly retreated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The force pushed half of the finger into his star vortex, and it was sealed inside a star. However, Tuo Sen was too seriously injured, so he continued to cough out blood. But he didn't give up on chasing Wang Lin. He struggled to stop himself from being thrown back. At this moment, the star the female third-step cultivator was sealed and released a glaring glow. Tuo Sen's body trembled, and his expression changed greatly. He unexpectedly abandoned the notion of chasing Wang Lin and quickly escaped, while coughing out blood. The shockwave from the collapsed finger swept by. The white-haired old man from the Moon Clan was hit by the shockwave. Popping sounds came from his body, causing him to cough out blood, then his body collapsed. His weakened origin soul escaped for his life. The surrounding Moon Clan members that hadn't escaped were hit by this shockwave. They exploded as if a giant palm had swept by. Countless people died. As for Wang Lin, he also coughed out blood as he was too close to the finger. Although a majority of it was directed at Tuo Sen, A good portion had gone toward Wang Lin. His body was unable to withstand it at all. However, the moment the shockwave closed in, Wang Lin let out a roar. A blue flame, heavenly thunder, karma, life and death, and true and false all erupted from his body. 5 essences appeared at the same time, forming a vortex to resist the shockwave. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes flashed red, and the Ji realm rushed out. Popping sounds continued to echo as Wang Lin's body continued to retreat. Carrying almost half of the ancient god finger, which was like a small cultivation planet, he began merging with the world. He was about to leave using spatial bending. However, the moment before he left, although his eyes were bloodshot and filled with exhaustion, there was still a flash of coldness within them. With a thought, a whip appeared around him. Soul Lasher. The moment the whip appeared, it immediately extended to infinite length and wrapped around the escaping origin soul of the white-haired old man. With a tug, the old man's origin soul was pulled back. Then Wang Lin disappeared from the Moon Clan star domain while carrying the giant ancient god finger. It was a fruitful trip. Chapter 13:16, Give Her to Me. Ripples slowly spread in a bright part of the ancient star system. The ripples were like the hearts of 2 lovers that were gradually getting more and more distant. Wang Lin staggered out of the center of the ripples. His face was pale, and the moment he appeared, he clawed at the void. A spatial crack appeared before him, and he held Qianmei in his arms. Qianmei's expression was even worse, and she began to wither. When Tuo Sen was hunting Wang Lin, he was afraid of injuring Qianmei, so he had surrounded her in origin energy to maintain flowing time and stored her inside his storage space. This allowed her to not be injured during Wang Lin and Tuo Sen's fated battle. However, being in the storage space was not as good as being right beside Wang Lin. In the short period of time that had passed during the battle, Qianmei had lost a lot of vitality. Looking at Qianmei's haggard face, Wang Lin's heart felt pain and sorrow. It was just like how he promised Li Muan back, then that even if the heavens wanted her to die, he would take her back. He had also promised Qianmei that he would give it his all to prevent her from dissipating from this world. This was his promise as a man. His right arm gently held Qianmei. Wang Lin ignored his injuries and continued to use his origin energy to power the flowing time spell around Qianmei. He helped nourish her mind and life force. The starry sky was very quiet, without any disturbance. Even the world seemed to dim. There was only a man and woman silently flying across the starry sky. The half of the ancient god finger bone was put in Wang Lin's storage space. He didn't have any mind to study it. Even the origin soul of the white-haired old man from the Moon Clan that was wrapped by the Soul Lasher was sealed, so he couldn't move, and put into Wang Lin's storage space. Wang Lin didn't want anything to disturb him in this flight. He wanted to silently accompany Qianmei to Dao Master Blue Dream, or to be more accurate, to send her off for the last time. When I leave, you have to send me off. Qianmei's voice from 10 years ago echoed in Wang Lin's ears. Today, Wang Lin was fulfilling his promise from back then and sending Qianmei off. The beauty of space was not the bright nebulae or the flashing meteorites, but this extreme silence. In this silence, you could feel your own loneliness and experience the coldness of being the only one left in the world. Holding Qianmei, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a soft gaze. He moved toward the location of the Blue Silk Clan and was getting closer and closer. Starlight draped over their body and seemed to silently accompany them on their last journey. Qianmei was becoming weaker and weaker, and Wang Lin had to use even more flowing time on her. As he continued to use spatial bending, they got approach to the Blue Silk Clan through the vastness of space. The Blue Silk Clan star domain was in a remote region, and Wang Lin silently moved forward. The Blue Silk Clan was one of the few rare clans that one shouldn't kill. Just like their name indicated, the hair of their clan members were all blue. The blue of pain and melancholy permeated the soul of every Blue Silk Clan member. The Blue Silk Clan didn't have much talent regarding cultivation or Dao. Throughout the ages, there weren't many powerful cultivators in the Blue Silk Clan except Dao Master Blue Dream, whose name echoed across the ancient star system. Before Dao Master Blue Dream became famous across the ancient star system, the Blue Silk Clan was a very small family. Although their cultivation levels were not high, they excelled in music, alchemy, treasure refining, and other non-mainstream practices. Their music skills had almost reached the peak of music. Every single Blue Silk Clan member was a master of music, and the members of the Blue Silk Clan were all beautiful. All the members, men and women, were all very good-looking. Due to all of this, the members of the Blue Silk Clan became favorite pets among powerful clans. This was a sorrow and pain to the Blue Silk Clan. This sadness permeated their hearts for a long time. This gave all the women of the Blue Silk clan a strange sense of beauty, and the men of the clan were the same. There was no longer any joy in their music. It had become the only way to express the sorrow in their hearts as they became slaves to the large clans. They didn't have a home. Every single Blue Silk clan member was taken away before reaching adulthood, with their life and death unknown. There was no chance of them ever coming back to their home. All of this lasted until the rise of Dao Master Blue Dream, which caused a drastic change. Dao Master Blue Dream was the most talented person in the Blue Silk clan. Legends of him continued to spread across the ancient star system to this day. In the ancient star system, when you mentioned Dao Master Blue Dream, you wouldn't think of how strong he was, but how infatuated he was with love. In his life, he had only ever loved one woman. This was the pain and sorrow in his heart that had accompanied him for ages. Rumor had it that it was due to Dao Master Blue Dream's love that he was able to reach this step and become one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system. Even the sovereign dreaded him. The Blue Silk clan became a big clan of the ancient star system due to Dao Master Blue Dream. But the nature of the clan didn't change. They quietly lived inside their huge star domain. The sadness in their music was gradually replaced by joy. They obtained their joy under the protection of Dao Master Blue Dream. To the Blue Silk clan, Blue Dream was their deity, and he received the respect and admiration of the entire Blue Silk clan. Mount Blue, the place he lived, had become a holy land for the Blue Silk clan. However, even though there was joy in the Blue Silk clan, the faint sadness in the music coming from Mount Blue would forever linger. Just like Dao Master Blue Dream's memory, that sadness had become eternal. At this moment, at the top of Mount Blue, there was a very ordinary house faintly swaying in the wind. Inside was a middle-aged man with blue hair, playing the zither before him. After a long time, he gradually raised his head. His appearance would make all other men in the world look dim. Even women paled in comparison to his handsomeness. It was as if his handsomeness shouldn't appear in the world. However, the fatigue and the reminiscence in his eyes gave him a melancholy aura that made him look old. He had a head of blue hair, but there was white hair near his sideburns. It was as if it was telling everyone that he had been unhappy for countless years. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed sadness as he lowered his head and looked at the zither before him. His hand slowly played. After a long time, the door was silently opened by someone, and a beautiful woman walked in. This woman was very beautiful. She was wearing pink clothes, and she gently approached him. The woman silently sat down by his side and softly said, "You still can't forget her." The middle-aged man didn't speak and didn't even look up. He only stared at the zither, and the sadness in his eyes became even stronger. It has been a very long time, and she is already deity. "You, why are you still doing this?" The woman bit her lower lip and looked at the man with a complicated expression. "She isn't dead." The middle-aged man raised his head. His gaze was like lightning when it landed on the woman. "But what difference is there with her now and being dead? She is already dead." The woman stared at the man with a mournful expression. The middle-aged man silently pondered. After a long time, he stood up and calmly said, "Your elder sister is not dead." Crystal tears appeared in the woman's eyes. The middle-aged man let out a sigh as he pushed open the door to the house and walked out. As he looked at the distant horizon, the sun gradually set. He took a step, and his body gave off a soft, blue glow, and he disappeared. The Blue Silk clan star domain was extremely vast. At this moment, at the edge of this star domain, a woman in white had calmly followed Wang Lin here. Just as she was about to enter the Blue Silk clan's domain, the woman in white suddenly stopped and calmly looked ahead. Blue light silently appeared in the void before her. The middle-aged man that had disappeared from Mount Blue walked out. His eyes were cold, and he only said one word. "Scram." The woman in white silently pondered but remained unfazed. Her expression didn't change at all due to this word. After a long time, the woman in white calmly said, "He has already been chosen. You can't protect him." Scram. Killing intent flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. Although his voice was calm, an indescribable aura shot toward the woman in white. In an instant, an absolute killing intent spread out. The pupils of the woman in white suddenly shrank. She waved her right hand and drifted backwards. "He will have to come out." The woman's voice was still calm as she gradually retreated into the distance before disappearing. After moving for an unknown amount of time across the starry sky, Wang Lin brought Qianmei to the beautiful home of the Blue Silk clan, the place where Dao Master Blue Dream was, and Qianmei's home. As Wang Lin moved forward, the vast space became brighter. The star domain the Blue Silk clan was located in was very beautiful. Even the cultivation planets were like real stars that gave off a soft, blue glow that spread very far. Wang Lin looked at the sleeping Qianmei in his arms and softly said, "Qianmei, we are here." Just at this moment, endless, blue light came from the Blue Silk clan's star domain. When the endless, blue light appeared, a low voice echoed across the world. "Give her to me." Chapter 13:17, continue. The middle-aged man walked out of the blue light. He didn't even look at Wang Lin, only at Qianmei, who Wang Lin was holding. His gaze revealed affection and heartache. The moment his voice appeared, Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he immediately looked up. He instantly saw the middle-aged man in blue, and a roar echoed in his mind. This man looked very similar to Qianmei. It was obvious at the glance that they were relatives. Dao Master Blue Dream. Wang Lin looked at the middle-aged man. He recognized his voice. This voice had almost brought him death. He would never forget this voice. This was unfathomable. No one would think that their short meeting a little more than 10 years ago in the Seven-Colored Realm would result in them meeting again in person. The middle-aged man looked at Qianmei, and his heartache became even stronger. He waved his sleeve, and a storm shot toward Wang Lin. He moved at an incredible speed and instantly closed in on Wang Lin. A powerful force surrounded Wang Lin and shrouded Qianmei. Qianmei softly flew into the middle-aged man's arms. The man held Qianmei, and there was affection under the heartache in his eyes. He turned around and walked into the distance, holding Qianmei. The blue light gathered toward him until he disappeared. From beginning to end, he never looked at Wang Lin once. When Wang Lin was hit by the storm, he retreated a few steps before he stopped himself. With a complicated expression, he looked at where Dao Master Blue Dream disappeared to, and became silent. He was almost certain that there was kinship between Dao Master Blue Dream and Qianmei. Since Dao Master Blue Dream had taken her away, he naturally had a way of reviving her. His previous plan was to leave the Blue Silk clan and this star domain. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin chose not to leave. He wanted to make sure that Qianmei would really awaken. While pondering, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and flew straight ahead. He gradually entered the depths of the Blue Silk clan. He didn't need to spread out his divine sense, as he could clearly see a cultivation planet emitting a strong blue light among the endless stars. That was where Dao Master Blue Dream was located. This cultivation planet was covered in blue light. Even the inside of the cultivation seemed to be covered in a blue light that permeated the ocean. Wang Lin moved forward and entered the cultivation planet. There was no protection formation, so Wang Lin floated in the air on the cultivation planet. The sounds of the waves of the ocean below him slowly entered his ears. There were some ships on the ocean, and music blew with the wind into Wang Lin's ears. The music was filled with joy. After a long time, Wang Lin took a step into the void and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was below a blue mountain. Mountains surrounded the area, and trees were everywhere. However, when standing before the blue mountain, you would feel like you were very small. The mountain was not blue on its own, but there was endless blue light coming from inside the mountain that made it look like a blue mountain. Looking at this blue mountain, Wang Lin revealed a complicated gaze. After a long time, he let out a sigh and rushed forward toward the blue mountain. However, when he got close, his expression changed, and he stopped mid-air. He was less than 10,000 feet from the blue mountain. The moment the blue light entered his body, it turned into endless resistance force that stopped all from approaching. What a powerful restriction! Wang Lin stared at the blue mountain. With his understanding of restrictions, he naturally saw at a glance that this was not caused by a person, but by the light from the blue mountain. After silently pondering for a long time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Origin energy filled his body along with ancient god power. He moved like a meteor and entered the blue light. As he rushed in, the resistance became even stronger. In the end, it was like an iron wall, and thunderous rumbles echoed around Wang Lin. When his feet stood below the blue mountain, the resistance force felt like the heavens crushing down on him, and popping sounds echoed from inside his body. However, none of this was able to stop Wang Lin. He raised his head and looked at the blue mountain peak covered in clouds. His eyes were filled with determination as he began walking up the mountain. This blue mountain towered into the clouds with no end in sight. However, there were winding stairs that led to the top. Wang Lin walked step by step toward the top. He was extremely fast and didn't stop at all. As he walked, he used all his origin energy to resist the force pushing him back. He roared as he finished 30% of the stars instantly. However, at this moment, the resistance force from the mountain became earth-shattering. It was like a cultivation planet pressing down, preventing Wang Lin from moving forward. Every step he took, he had to bear endless pressure. What was even more shocking was that as he moved up, the resistance multiplied. Time slowly passed. Li Qianmei was sitting inside the ordinary house on top of the mountain with her eyes closed and her body giving off a blue light. Her father, Dao Master Blue Dream, was sitting behind her. His hands formed seals and occasionally pointed at the air. Every time he pointed, Li Qianmei's body would tremble. Black gas would come out of her orifices and disappear from the room. Waves of flute music echoed outside the house. It was the woman in pink sitting outside the blue house. She held up the flute and gently played. The music was filled with a complicated mood that echoed through the world, the house, and the mountain Wang Lin was climbing. When the music of the flute entered Wang Lin's ears, he had finished nearly 50% of the steps. He looked very tired and his eyes were bloodshot. The resisting force from the mountain was indescribable. It was as if several cultivation planets were pressing down on him. Every step he took was extremely difficult. Ancient god power moved through his body along with his origin energy, and a powerful force erupted from his body. His eyes shined as he lifted his feet and began walking once more. Popping sounds echoed inside his body and large amounts of sweat flowed down. There was the faint color of blood inside his sweat. It was due to his blood rapidly flowing inside his body and being pushed out by the pressure. His origin energy eventually reached a limit. As he breathed, large amounts of origin energy rushed into his body. As time passed, his ancient god power also reached its peak. These two energies supported him as he got closer and closer to the mountaintop. In 3 days, Wang Lin had climbed nearly 80% of the steps. At this moment, he looked up and could see the ends of the steps. However, he was extremely tired and his body was like a drum being beaten as the endless pressure weighed upon him. His body couldn't help but tremble. For an instant, he seemed to faintly return back to before he started cultivating and he was going through the exam at the Hangyu sect. The magnificent, resisting force was like the whole world trying to crush him. What was even more terrifying was that as he climbed up, not only was resisting force coming from above, but there was a resisting force pushing from below as well. He had to divide part of the force to stand still. Otherwise, if he relaxed, he would be blown far away. Under these two resisting forces, Wang Lin's face was pale and sweat soaked his clothes. However, his expression was filled with determination. He would reach the top and see if Li Qianmei had indeed awakened. After he saw her, he would leave, but before he saw her, even if the sky fell and the earth shattered, no force could stop him. I brought Li Qianmei here, so I must see it to the end. Wang Lin clenched his teeth, the taste of blood appearing in his mouth. He raised his foot and walked toward the mountain top once more. As he got closer, the pressure became even more unimaginable. After coughing out blood several times, and when all his blood vessels were about to burst, Wang Lin had climbed 90% of the steps. At the top of the mountain, inside the house, Dao Master Blue Dream opened his eyes. The last bit of black gas came out of Li Qianmei, then she was surrounded by a blue light. Her withered face rapidly recovered, and her eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. The door to the house was pushed open and the woman in pink walked in. Her gaze swept past Li Qianmei, and she entered a trance for a moment. After a long time, she softly said, "He is about to reach this place. Should we?" Dao Master Blue Dream lowered his head and looked at the zither. He touched it and softly said, "You go? Tell him your name." Li Qianmei nodded and gently stood up. There was a hint of confusion as she walked out of the house. She saw the sun rise, and the confusion in her eyes became even stronger. Under the endless resistance, Wang Lin took the last step and set foot on the mountaintop. He stood at the top of the mountain. Here, the resisting force suddenly surged, turning into a silent roar. It pushed on him like crazy, but his body remained motionless. The moment he reached the top, he saw Li Qianmei. He saw the woman staring at the sunrise. Her clothes fluttered with the wind, making her seem like a celestial. The woman also turned her head at this moment and looked at Wang Lin. Their gazes met at this moment. Wang Lin revealed a smile. Li Qianmei had awakened. "Father told me to tell you my name. My name is Blue Moon. Who are you?" Wang Lin was startled for a moment and then looked at Li Qianmei's eyes. After a long time, he revealed a hint of bitterness and softly said, "My name is Wang Lin." With that, he stopped resisting the force, and at that moment, he was thrown far into the distance. The distance between him and the woman at the top of the mountain was quickly pulled far apart. Even their gazes were gradually being blocked by distance until they couldn't clearly see each other. "It's better we forget each other." "That's fine as well. That's fine as well." Wang Lin was in a complicated mood that was impossible to comprehend. As he was being thrown, he turned around and walked into the distance. The confusion in Blue Moon's eyes became even stronger. She faintly felt pain in her heart, and there was a feeling of suffocation. Everything before her seemed to become like water. She was under that water and looked at a bird that was flying further and further away. Blue Moon didn't look back and softly whispered, "Father, why do I feel like he is very familiar, as if he were a part of my memory? Very important, very important. The greatest distance in the world isn't the end of the world or yin and yang, but being forgotten. A wrong relationship occurred at the wrong place at the wrong time. It was all wrong from the start. If you two can start again after forgetting each other, then Father won't stop you. Even if he is selected by the ancient celestial realm, Father would dare to fight them for you." Instead of answering Qianmei's words, Dao Master Blue Dream closed his eyes and touched the zither. "The greatest distance is being forgotten. Meng, when will you remember me?" Chapter 13:18, The Woman in White. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he went further and further from the blue mountain until it looked blurry. It was as if everything before was a dream, and now he had awakened from the dream. He had brought Qianmei here, and now he was leaving alone. Wang Lin knew that he was very familiar with this lonely feeling, but he couldn't help but feel melancholy. After almost 2,000 years of cultivation, he had seen many things in this world. He had learned to live in solitude and devour that loneliness and that blue melancholy. Forget it. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the blurry, blue mountain. He vaguely saw a figure on the mountaintop before turning around and slowly walking into the distance. The figure of his back looked somewhat bleak as he gradually went farther away. The star domain of the Blue Silk clan was vast. Wang Lin walked through the stars and slowly made his way into the distance. He didn't know why, but he felt exhausted in his heart. This exhaustion came from his mind, from that faint feeling of sadness. He slowly walked the path he came from and arrived at the edge of the Blue Silk clan. Soon, he would leave the Blue Silk clan. His body reappeared from teleportation and was about to leave the Blue Silk clan. However, at this moment, he suddenly stopped, and his eyes glowed like torches as he stared ahead. The starry sky before him was bright and quiet. It was beautiful, but gave off a strange feeling. However, Wang Lin could feel shock when he arrived here. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling. In his 2,000 years of cultivation, he had encountered it many times, and every time, it meant a life and death crisis. The last time he felt it was just before Taoist water arrived. Wang Lin's expression became serious. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling since he got the ancient star system. Even when Tuo Sen appeared, he didn't feel this shocked. While looking at the calm space before him, Wang Lin gradually closed his eyes. His divine sense extended outward and found nothing. Wang Lin frowned as he opened his eyes. It was still empty before him, but that shocking feeling was even more shocking. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he closed them once more. Deep within his pupils, blue flames burned, and there was thunder around the edges of the flames. The yin and yang symbol of life and death appeared around the flame and thunder. The rotation of the yin and yang symbol formed karma, and then flickering of true and false appeared. 5 essences appeared deep within Wang Lin's pupils. As they rotated rapidly, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. His gaze could break through all obstacles in the world and allow him to see the source of all things. This gaze was infinitely close to the Dao gaze spell Wang Lin had accidentally used in the All-Heaven Star system. However, the moment his eyes opened, his pupils shrank. All the hair on his body stood up and the origin energy in his body cycled like crazy, causing his eyes to glow like lightning. Not far away from him, he saw a woman in white. The woman in white floated among the stars like a ghost. There was no sign of life or existence within her at all. Even divine sense couldn't find her. Her long, black hair was draped over her shoulder, and there was a light shrouding her, making it impossible to see her appearance. It was as if a mysterious force was surrounding her, so that all gazes would pierce through this woman. Wang Lin's mind became focused as he stared straight ahead. The woman silently stood there and silently looked at Wang Lin. A strange silence appeared before the two of them. She didn't speak, and Wang Lin didn't open his mouth. He normally wouldn't be able to see this woman, but the 5 essences in his eyes had allowed him to break open the heavens and see the strange woman that had followed him here. The first impression this woman gave him was a great shock. A great sense of crisis suddenly erupted from his soul. She isn't human. For some reason, this thought suddenly arose in Wang Lin's mind. After a long period of silence, Wang Lin slowly retreated. He moved very slowly with his eyes narrowed. His right hand was casually placed on his side, and there was a faint sign of the blood sword. The woman didn't move at all, and only silently looked at Wang Lin until he disappeared into the distance. After a long time, the woman softly muttered, "He could see me." As Wang Lin continued to retreat, he moved away from the woman. The shocking feeling weakened, but was still present. Wang Lin's expression became gloomy. He didn't know why, but he recalled the bright light coming from Tuo Sen's star and Tuo Sen's change in expression just before he quickly escaped. Wang Lin felt like there was a vague connection. While silently pondering, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he moved to the closest blue silk clan planet. This planet was also emitting a blue glow, and oceans covered most of the planet. Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and arrived at the peak of a mountain. The cold mountain wind blew and Wang Lin's clothes fluttered. He looked at the sky as his 5 essences gathered in his eyes. After making sure the woman was not around, he sat down. What is this person's objective? Frowning, Wang Lin simply closed his eyes and began to cultivate. However, the essence in his eyes didn't dissipate, and he was extremely vigilant. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days went by. During these 7 days, Wang Lin didn't move at all, and the woman in white didn't appear. After 7 days, Wang Lin opened his eyes, and his eyes lit up. His mind was calm, but the figure of that woman took room in his heart, creating worry for him. This person didn't think that I would see her before leaving the Blue Silk Clan. She was standing just outside the Blue Silk Clan star domain. The Blue Silk Clan has Dao Master Blue Dream, whose cultivation is incalculable. Perhaps this is the reason she didn't enter the Blue Silk Clan's domain. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. During these 7 days of cultivation, he carefully recalled what had happened since he entered the ancient star system. He gradually realized that this shocking feeling was already faintly present when he encountered Tuo Sen. At that time, he thought it was just because he had encountered Tuo Senator. However, after calmly analyzing it, he noticed that something was off. That shocking feeling wasn't due to Tuo Sen. Even when he brought Qianmei toward the Blue Silk Clan, that feeling was still there. It was just very faint, to the point where it was almost undetectable. At that time, he was worried about Qianmei, so he had ignored this abnormality that was already difficult to detect. At this moment, he calmed down and recalled these past several days. Under his careful observation, he finally noticed something. This person has followed me for many days before I entered the Blue Silk Clan, and then stopped following. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He had cultivated for a long time, and this kind of thing was rare. He had been followed by someone the whole way and hadn't noticed it at all. This is not right. Wang Lin's expression revealed suspicion as he remembered something. Even though I have 5 essences that allow me to see that person, without that shocking feeling, I wouldn't have wasted the little essence I have. That person has followed me all this way, but I barely ever felt anything. Why did that feeling suddenly become noticeable when I was about to leave the Blue Silk Clan? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. As he pondered, his origin energy cycled through his body. Then his ancient god power cycled through his body, and his eyes became brighter. There is a bit more origin energy than before. Even though my ancient god power didn't increase, it seems more dense. It feels as if it has been compressed a bit. In particular, my origin soul and soul seem to be different. After experiencing something, they have become more sensitive. Wang Lin looked into the distance. His gaze penetrated the boundless space and landed on the planet Dao Master Blue Dream was on and the blue mountain on it. He vaguely guessed the answer and revealed a complicated expression. Under the endless resisting force he had faced during the days he spent climbing, his body had undergone a dramatic change. Although his cultivation level hadn't increased, the climb had made his senses much sharper. This allowed him to clearly sense that shocking feeling. Dao Master Blue Dream. If all of this was his intention, then my earlier guess is correct. The woman in white was worried about Dao Master Blue Dream, and that's why she didn't enter the Blue Silk Clan. Dao Master Blue Dream used this method to secretly tell me that there is danger in leaving the Blue Silk Clan. Wang Lin's mind was like that of a devil. He only needed a clue and he could be able to deduce the answer like breaking a restriction. This woman's background must be great if even Dao Master Blue Dream wouldn't dare to tell me directly and would instead resort to giving me hints. If this is all true, then who the hell is this woman in white? If Dao Master Blue Dream calculated all of this, he must know I would choose to stay in the Blue Silk Clan. Wang Lin's expression became solemn, and he looked silently at the sky. He simply gave up the idea of immediately leaving. He simply sat down on a mountain and began to cultivate. The fatigue that had been gathering over the years began to be released. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had cultivated for a month on this planet. Origin energy continued to gather in his body. The injuries he had suffered while climbing the Blue Mountain had recovered. His cultivation had recovered to its peak, while calmly cultivating on this mountain peak. On this day, endless, blue light appeared in the sky above the mountain Wang Lin was on. This blue light was gentle and shrouded the entire world. A vague figure walked out and gradually condensed. Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly looked at the middle-aged man that had walked out of the blue light. Dao Master Blue Dream. I have 9 great spells. Are you willing to learn? Chapter 13:19, Choice. Dao Master Blue Dream floated in the air, and with one step, he arrived at the top of the mountain. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the blue light behind him while waiting for Wang Lin's replay. The mountain wind caused his blue hair to flow in the wind, and his body gave off a gentle pressure. As he stood at the top of the mountain seemed to disappear. As he stood on this cultivation planet, the cultivation planet seemed to disappear. As he stood in this world, even the world seemed to bow down. Everything lowered their heads before Dao Master Blue Dream. When he stood among the stars, all the starlight had to avoid him. Wherever he was the mountain, the sky, and the stars. Most of my spells are self-created. There are 9 spells, 6 celestial spells, 3 Dao spells, and 1 life and death spell. I can pass them all to you. Are you willing to learn? Wang Lin remained silent. I have the Joss flames of more than 200 billion disciples, and my comprehension of the void realm. Do you want them? Wang Lin's breathing became a bit rough as he looked at Dao Master Blue Dream, but he still didn't speak. I also have 5 Dao treasures refined by outer world meteorites. Even the sovereign fears them. With 5 Dao treasure, the world would be torn apart. Do you want them? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his breathing became even heavier. I also have a 3rd step Dao inheritance that I haven't passed on to anyone. Do you want it? I can also take you on a trip through the ancient star system and get Dao spirits from the other 4 masters so you can obtain the most powerful spells. I can break the void for you and take you to the legendary ancient order cemetery. That will help you absorb the ancient souls and let your ancient god body reach completion. There are 5 essences in your body and you have amazing talent. I have never heard of anyone who can create 5 essences. I can help each of your essences reach completion, and when you inherit my Dao, you will have 7 essences. Dao Master Blue Dream's voice was calm. His gaze fell on Wang Lin, and he slowly said, Do you want all of this? Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Dao Master Blue Dream. The message being conveyed in these words was heaven-shattering. How could Wang Lin not be tempted? He was extremely tempted. You must have become aware of the danger outside the Blue Silk clan. That woman has a powerful backing, but if you become my inheritor, I'll carry all the danger for you. Think about it. Conditions. Wang Lin's voice was hoarse. Dao Master Blue Dream's words were like thunder in his mind. Dao Master Blue Dream's expression remained neutral as he met Wang Lin's gaze and gently said, The conditions are very simple. There are only 2. From now on, you will no longer be a person from the inner realm, but a member of my ancient star system, the Blue Silk clan's young master. Take the heart-forgetting fruit and set an essence oath to leave the inner realm behind. Your body, your heart, your everything will no longer be connected to the inner realm. You cannot participate in the battle between the inner and outer realms, and you can't help the inner realm ever again. Dao Master Blue Dream's words were like knives that charged into Wang Lin's body and caused his body to tremble. 2. I don't care what relationships you have in the inner realm. All of it will be cut off. I only have 1 daughter. You and her can become a cultivation pair, and you may only have her. Wang Lin closed his eyes. Dao Master Blue Dream's temptation was the greatest one he had faced in his life. If the conditions were changed, Wang Lin would have been very tempted, and he would have very likely accepted it. However, how could he agree to Dao Master Blue Dream's 2 conditions? He was a member of the inner realm. He was born in the inner realm and had grown up in the inner realm. If the inner realm was a country, then he would be a traitor if he agreed. The words of the celestials that died to the sealed realm formation echoed in his ears. The sacrifice of the Lord of the sealed realm echoed in his mind. He couldn't accept the first condition, let alone the second condition. Giving up Li Muin was like giving up his Dao, his pursuit in life, and his promise. He must not accept this. He opened his eyes. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he said, I don't want to learn. There was a flash of coldness in Dao Master Blue Dream's eyes as he stared at Wang Lin. What Wang Lin didn't know was that many years ago, Qing Lin had also faced this great temptation. Except Qing Lin was tempted by the sovereign, while Wang Lin was facing Dao Master Blue Dream. Wang Lin lowered his head and softly said, Senior's cultivation is indeed powerful, but Junior wants to ask if Senior has someone more important than yourself. Dao Master Blue Dream pondered for a moment and then slowly said, There is. If Senior was me and you had to give up that important person for a power, would Senior agree? Wang Lin raised his head and looked Auto Dao Master Blue Dream. In addition, if Senior had to give up the entire Blue Silk clan, would Senior agree? Dao Master Blue Dream didn't answer this question. Instead, after silently pondering for a bit, he silently said, The 3rd step of cultivation is called the 4 Void Realms. The first is Nirvana Void. Spirit Void is considered the threshold, Arcana Void is considered the Grand Tao, and Void Tribulent is the peak. Since ancient times, I have only heard of people reaching the peak of Void Tribulent, but never of anyone who was able to successfully reach that legendary fourth step, Heaven Trampling. Even the 8 Imperial Concubines haven't reached that step. Dao Master Blue Dream withdrew his gaze from Wang Lin and slowly spoke as he looked into the distant horizon. I have 2 essences in my body. One of them is at the mid-stage of Arcane Void and the other essence is currently sealed, but it is infinitely close to the early stage of Void Tribulent. When the 2 fuse, I can display power at the peak of the Arcane Void stage. Do you know how many people like me exist here in the Outer Realm? Dao Master Blue Dream asked calmly. Not counting the ancient Imperial Concubines, there are at least 7 people. Your inner realm doesn't have Joss flames, and it has been trapped by the sealed realm formation for countless years. The Sovereign is also known for his schemes, and he almost caused your inner realm to fall apart. What's the use of you clinging to a lost cause? When Dao Master Blue Dream's words entered Wang Lin's ears, he became silent. After a long time, Wang Lin raised his head and looked at Dao Master Blue Dream. He calmly said, "If what Senior says is true, then why hasn't the outer realm begun a war against the inner realm? Why are they relying on slowly withering the forces in the inner realm instead? I fear there is something in the inner realm that Senior and the others are extremely worried about." Dao Master Blue Dream silently pondered for a moment before calmly saying, "There is indeed such an existence." Back then, just one roar had the power to force the Sovereign to flee in panic. Wang Lin's mind was shaken. It was only a guess, but he didn't expect to hear such a secret from Dao Master Blue Dream. "Since you have already made up your mind, I won't force you. You've brought Youre here, so while I can't give you my Dao teaching and Joss flames, I can teach you 3 spells. How much you understand will depend on yourself." Dao Master Blue Dream let out a sigh. He liked Wang Lin, and everything he had said was true, but there were some things that couldn't be forced. As one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system and a third-step cultivator, he had his own pride. He didn't want to force others. "Watch carefully. This is my first spell." Dao Master Blue Dream raised his right hand and reached at the sky. The wind roared and clouds churned. The whole sky became filled with endless, blue light, and a giant vortex appeared. As the vortex rumbled, origin energy gathered from all directions and quickly formed a giant stamp. This stamp made of origin energy. It looked like the stamp of a mortal emperor. When the stamp fell, the heavens and earth trembled. At this instant, the sky became the earth and the earth became the sky. Heaven and earth were reversed. The mountain Wang Lin was on turned upside down. The earth became the sky and became a giant cone hanging from the sky. However, what was bizarre was that no stones fell, and it was merely just something Wang Lin was feeling. However, his mind was shaking as an indescribable force had filled the world. Below him was a sky filled with blue light. The clouds and sun were all reversed, and only Dao Master Blue Dream was still standing. This spell is called the Heaven Reversal Stamp. What is Heaven Reversal? In my opinion, it is to flip the sky to become the earth. The earth that became the sky will become the strongest stamp. Dao Master Blue Dream waved his right hand, and the earth that had turned into the sky smashed down toward the sky. Wang Lin's mind trembled as he looked at this and revealed a look of disbelief. He would have never thought that such a spell could exist in the world. This spell was extremely strong, and if used at space, it could slaughter all life. If you want to use it in space, you will need to contain a world in your heart. Dao Master Blue Dream lifted his right hand, and time seemed to reverse. Everything returned back to normal in an instant. The sky was still the sky, and the earth was still the earth. What is the most abundant in space? It's not people, not spirits, not spells, and not origin energy. In my opinion, it is light. The most abundant thing in this world is light. Light is everywhere, and there is no place without light. The Heaven Reversal Stamp is an attack spell, and my second spell is a defensive spell. Look carefully. Dao Master Blue Dream didn't give Wang Lin time to digest before he raised his right hand once more. The moment he raised his right hand, everything in the world gave off endless light. There was even bright light coming from space far away. This endless light instantly arrived, looking heaven-shaking while it surrounded Dao Master Blue Dream. At this moment, he seemed to become the source of all light in the world. Even Wang Lin felt like he couldn't open his eyes due to the pain. A giant shadow appeared around Dao Master Blue Dream. It was as tall as the heavens. Although this spell isn't a Dao spell, it is something I comprehended when I reached the Spirit Void stage. If you can learn this, you will have the ability to protect yourself in the ancient star system. As for the last spell I'll teach you, it is one that I comprehended at the peak of the Spirit Void stage, one of my 3 great spells. Chapter 1320, Fuse. The second spell, Light and Shadow Shield, was the peak of defense. When these 2 spells appeared, the world would change colors. Wang Lin hadn't completely comprehended the Heaven Reversal Stamp, and now he was immersed in this Light and Shadow Shield. His mind constantly alternated between these 2 different spells. Look closely, the third spell I'll teach you is Dao Fusion. This is not an attack or defense spell, but a Dao spell that fuses your spell with your essence in a special way. If you can learn this spell, you can fuse all your spells and make them into tens of millions of different ones, or all fused into one. Dao Master Blue Dream's voice was calm. After displaying the Heaven Reversal Stamp and the Light and Shadow Shield, he didn't put down his right hand. Instead, his right hand formed a bizarre seal, and he pointed at the void. One of the clouds that had been pushed away quickly flew over and surrounded his fingertip. It turned into a ball of fog and began to rotate rapidly. As it rotated faster and faster, the fog instantly disappeared and turned into white water vapor. The water vapor also rotated and formed a vortex. However, the vortex quickly changed once more. Then it turned into a glittering drop of water above Dao Master Blue Dream's fingertip and then started rotating even faster. When Wang Lin's eyes observed this, it caused him to gain some enlightenment. Just at this moment, the water changed once more. Crackling sounds echoed and the water turned into ice crystals. The ice crystals quickly linked together, releasing a crackling sound that was no weaker than the sound of thunder. Soon, an ice sword appeared at the tip of his finger. This sword was 7 feet long and 3 inches wide, emitting an endless chill. When the sunlight shined on it, it gave off a colorful glow, from cloud, to fog, to water, and then ice before finally changing into an ice sword. Wang Lin's mind was shaken in a short period of time, feeling as if he had vaguely grasped something. This fog essence has been changed by this Dao spell. Display 2 spells that need to be fused. Dao Master Blue Dream looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to wave his right hand, and black wind howled across the world. 7 black dragons appeared in the world and blasted out cold air that could extinguish all life. Oh, one of Celestial Emperor Beifang's 6 spells, Call the Wind. Although it is not a Dao spell, if it is cultivated to the peak, it is still quite powerful. Dao Master Blue Dream was astonished. After Call the Wind was finished, Wang Lin didn't pause before his right hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the 7 black dragons. The 7 black dragons let out earth-shattering roar that spread out. As thunderous rumbles echoed, there was a flash of light and raindrops appeared out of nowhere. Beifang summoned the rain. Dao Master Blue Dream frowned. He didn't expect Wang Lin to be able to actually cast these 2 spells. He had heard of the name Beifang before. He was the ruler of the Thunder Celestial Realm, and his spells were extremely difficult to integrate. This child is indeed clever. He must have realized that I wanted to help him fuse 2 spells, so he took out his most powerful spells. Dao Master Blue Dream looked at Wang Lin with a smile that wasn't a smile, and his right hand reached at the void. The 7 black dragons suddenly trembled and swirled around each other to form a giant vortex. The vortex absorbed all the raindrops within it. The thunderous rumbles continued to echo. The vortex became larger and larger until it seemed to replace the sky. With my understanding, the purpose of Beifang's Call the Wind and Summon the Rain was to cover the sky with Call the Wind and cover the earth with Summon the Rain. Cover the sky and the earth to form a world. The fusion of these 2 spells should be comparable to the protection of the Light and Shadow Shield. Dao Master Blue Dream waved his right hand, and the giant vortex in the sky roared even louder. Then it suddenly began to expand. The sky was covered by the wind, and the earth was submerged by rain. There was not trace of light, and the earth was not visible at all. There wasn't even any origin energy. It was as if it had been separated from space and formed its own world. This world could be large or small. It could be as big as the universe or as small as yourself, making it a powerful form of protection. As Dao Master Blue Dream waved his right hand, the world trembled and returned back to normal. There was a small, black vortex sphere floating next to the ice sword. Whether you can comprehend the 3 spells will depend on your own fortune. Dao Master Blue Dream took a step forward and turned into blue light. Only his parting words that were like him talking to himself echoed after he disappeared. If she can recover her memory, forget the Blue Silk clan. Even if I become a traitor to the ancient star system, so what? His words were filled with determination, revealing his character and answering Wang Lin's previous question. The surroundings were silent, and the world was peaceful. It was as if everything that had happened were merely an illusion, just a memory. Wang Lin didn't notice Dao Master Blue Dream's departure as his eyes were staring at the ice sword and the black vortex sphere. His mind was immersed in what had just happened. The 3 spells Dao Master Blue Dream had displayed rapidly flashed in his mind as he quickly verified and comprehended them. Time passed. 3 days, 7 days, half a month. Unknowingly, 1 month had passed. After 1 month, Wang Lin still sat there motionlessly. His eyes were bloodshot and were filled with confusion. There were huge waves inside his mind, echoing like thunderous rumbles. Wang Lin had been comprehending these 3 great spells. However, these spells contained the world. Even with Dao Master Blue Dream's personal demonstration and explanation, they would be difficult to learn. Heaven Reversal Stamp, to make the sky the earth. Wang Lin closed his eyes as if he was sleeping, but his mind was working like crazy, as if he was deducing a restriction to deduce the changes that occurred in this spell. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months passed. Wang Lin had been sitting on top of the mountain for 4 months. More than 100 nights and days had passed, and it was now the rainy season. The sky was no longer blue, but filled with dark clouds. The sky was foggy, and rain fell down. The mist made the world look even more hazy. Wang Lin sat there, allowing the rain to hit his body, but he didn't notice anything. Although his eyes were closed, his fatigue had created 2 lines of blood that flowed out like tears and were washed away by the rain. The deduction inside his mind had also reached a peak, making him feel as if he was going to go crazy. On this day, it was nighttime and the rain continued to fall. Lightning sometimes flashed across the sky and lit up the earth. Wang Lin's clothes had long been soaked, and his body was trembling. It felt as if the mountain was trembling with him. He suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, lightning flashed across the sky. While illuminating the earth, it also revealed Wang Lin's eyes to the world. His eyes were completely bloodshot, but deep within his pupils was the reflection of the world. The sky, the lightning, the earth, and all the rain were within his pupils. What was even more strange was that it was all slowly turning. The turning was barely noticeable, but they continued to turn. The earth in his pupils was tilted and was about to completely flip upside down. As the world rotated, Wang Lin's bloodshot eyes stared at the world before him. Under his gaze, this world filled with rain began to twist. It was as if the world outside was syncing up with the world in his eyes, and it began to tilt. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the rain became even more dense. It was as if the clouds had noticed the danger and wanted to release all the rain quickly. However, as the world inside Wang Lin's pupils slowly turned, the rain inside his pupils paused for a moment. The moment the rain paused, the rain in the real world also stopped. At this instant, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He raised his right hand and pressed toward the sky as he said with a hoarse voice, "Heaven Reversal." The moment he spoke, the world roared. The world inside Wang Lin's eyes flipped, and the sky became the earth, and the earth became the sky. The rain that fell from the sky fell backwards and collapsed. This was what was happening in the world inside his pupils. This was reflected in the real world he was looking at as well. The sky filled with thunder suddenly turned into earth, and everything reversed. The rain collapsed, the clouds disintegrated, and the thunder scattered. The earth that replaced the sky rumbled loudly. As Wang Lin lowered his hand, the earth quickly pressed down. If someone looked up at the earth that had replaced the sky, they would see the upside-down ocean, the mortal capitals, and the mortals walking in the rain. They would see the small beasts inside the dense forest, and the python galloping through the water. But they seemed to not notice any of this. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He could clearly feel that once this heaven reversal stamp crushed down, it would contain the power to destroy the world. It was several times stronger than all his other spells. He waved his right hand. The earth didn't crush down, but instantly returned to normal. The sky was still the sky, and the earth was still the earth. This isn't the only way to use the heaven reversal stamp. If you treat a person as the world, then their flesh, blood, and skin are the sky, and their internal organs are the earth. Reverse those, and the lethality of this spell will increase greatly. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment, and suppressed the joy of comprehending this spell. He closed his eyes, and began comprehending the second spell. When Wang Lin used the heaven reversal stamp, on Mount Blue, Dao Master Blue Dream's hand on the zither paused for a moment. A person with 5 essences is indeed shocking. He was able to learn the heaven reversal stamp in just 4 months. I thought he would need several years. Chapter 1321, The Barrier to the Third Step. These rainy seasons would often last for half a year, and then different seasons would follow, depending on the cultivation planet. The planet Wang Lin was comprehending on turned to winter after 7 months of rain. This winter after the rainy season was very moving. The earth was completely moist, and then was instantly frozen by the snow. Walking on top of the frozen earth made you feel the coldness of the earth through your feet. Even your blood seemed to slow down and freeze. For mortals, this kind of season would be terrible, but the mortals of the Blue Silk clan had gotten used to this. With the help of the Blue Silk clan cultivators, after many years, it wasn't much of a hardship anymore. Even some food was harvested in this cold. The colder it was, the better the harvest would be. The snowflakes floated down the air and covered thousands of miles of land. It was very beautiful. The peak Wang Lin was on was also covered in snow. It was now a snowy mountain. However, the few black rocks that weren't yet covered showed what the mountain originally looked like as it waited for the winter to pass. The snow on the top of the mountain was very dense, and it was completely smooth without a single footprint. Wang Lin was still sitting there with his eyes closed and was covered in snow. The ice sword and the vortex sphere were still floating in the air. The snow couldn't get close, so it would move around them. After comprehending the heaven reversal stamp, Wang Lin stayed on top of the mountain for 4 more months. The second spell, Light and Shadow Shield, contained the power of light and was ethereal. Wang Lin continued to try to deduce it, but couldn't find any clues. The scene of Dao Master Blue Dream using this spell replayed over and over in his mind. On this day, Wang Lin opened his tired eyes and stared at the snow that had gathered before him. He muttered, "There is also light in my sundered night and the law of origin. Except that light comes from the rising sun, and Dao Master Blue Dream's light has nothing to do with the law of origin. His light is gathered from all living things. What exactly is that light?" Wang Lin spread out his divine sense as he pondered. His divine sense spread out with the mountain as the center. With his powerful divine sense, he seemed to split off into millions of different directions. He saw white mountains, the snow gathered on the earth, the frozen rivers, and the glaciers floating on the sea. He saw mortal capitals and some mortals inside a house. They were around a fire, and he saw their warm life. He saw the beautiful foods of the rich royal families. He saw the cultivators of the Blue Silk clan and the beautiful music they played. He saw the snow that fell from the sky, the rare fishes under the frozen river, and the rare vegetation that grew on the frozen earth. He saw the endless starry sky through the hazy sky, the cold wind, and the glistening snow. He saw some trembling little beasts and the frozen corpses buried under the snow. He recorded everything as his mind gradually spread across the entire planet. He silently watched, silently observed, and silently became a part of the world until the winter slowly passed and the snow began to melt. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin saw light. While watching a mortal family of 3, he saw a very warm light. This light was very weak, as if it would extinguish with a mere breath of the wind, but it was real. Slowly, he saw more light. He then saw light from 2 lovers, and he saw light from the body of a rich person. He even saw light coming from a dead skeleton. This light was filled with sadness, reluctance, and struggle. He also saw light from the little beasts. All life gave off this light. The mountains, rivers, seas, earth, sky, everything gave off this faint light. He was even able to faintly see this life from space. In his mind, everything on this cultivation planet contained this light. This light gradually spread like a spark in a prairie, filling Wang Lin's mind. He opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, all the light his divine sense saw gathered like crazy toward his body. The sky and earth emitted this light. The vegetation, mountains, and rivers shined non-stop. There were even starlight coming from space, and even the mountain Wang Lin was sitting on released light. This light came from all directions until Wang Lin was like a scorching sun. A giant shadow was formed by this light. This light and shadow were outside, and Wang Lin was inside. There was enlightenment in his eyes, but they still contained a hint of confusion. Is it vitality? He lifted his hand and silently waved. The light and shadow disappeared, and everything returned to normal. He still hadn't completely comprehended what this light was. It was as if there was a barrier preventing him from understanding what it was. If he couldn't break through this barrier, he would never be enlightened as to what it was. Wang Lin didn't know that this barrier was the door to the 3rd step. Very few people could feel this barrier, and even fewer were able to break through it in their lifetime. The 3 spells Dao Master Blue Dream had taught Wang Lin had their own profound meaning. When the light and shadow disappeared, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the ice and vortex ball that hadn't changed since Dao Master Blue Dream had left. Looking at these 2 items, Wang Lin let out a big breath. Of the 3 spells, this Dao spell was the only one left. His right hand reached out, and the vortex ball flew into his hand. His eyes lit up and began observing it. This vortex ball was formed by Dao Master Blue Dream with the Dao spell. It combined Call the Wind and Summon the Rain into a more powerful spell that contained its own world. This fusion was the power of the Dao Spell Dao Master Blue Dream wished to pass on to Wang Lin. As he carefully observed the small sphere between his fingers, the 5 essences gradually appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The essences started rotating, then invisible gas came out of the sphere and entered Wang Lin's eyes. The sphere got smaller and smaller, and a few days later, the sphere completely dissipated. Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Dao spells were very different from spells. Whether it was normal spells or abilities, they could be clearly explained, be it attack or defense, and their effects could be observed. Like the Heaven Reversal Stamp and Light and Shadow Shield, they could all be seen. Dao spells were invisible and impossible to explain. Wang Lin had been exposed to a Dao spell for the first time in the 7-colored realm when he faced the old man, and he wasn't able to resist it at all. If not for the G realm and the Heaven-defying Bead, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to resist. The second time he came into contact with a Dao spell was when he entered the Dao realm with the help of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He had comprehended his own Dao spell, but it was difficult to explain this spell. Even though it was not complete, Wang Lin's Dao spell would cause a strange ripple that hurt the enemy without them knowing it. Outside the demon sect, he was able to injure the demon sect elder without that person realizing it. Right now, this was the 3rd time he had come into contact with a Dao spell. His mind was immersed in a strange state in which he felt like he could change any spell into any shape or form. Compared to the 2 spells from before, this Dao spell didn't take too long for Wang Lin to comprehend. Dao spells were all like this. If you understand it, you understand it. If you don't, then even after 1,000 years, you won't understand it. With his eyes closed, Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the ice sword flew into his grasp. Although his eyes were closed, he could feel that what he was holding wasn't a sword, but clouds. As he comprehended it, cracking sounds echoed and large amounts of cracks appeared on its surface. A moment later, it shattered into ice crystals. The ice crystals circled around Wang Lin's right hand and then melted into drops of rain. Then the rain formed a vortex and rapidly rotated before turning into fog. The fog was like a small storm inside Wang Lin's right hand, and then it gradually disappeared. In its place there was a white cloud. Wang Lin held the white cloud in his hand and waved. The white cloud slowly ascended into the sky. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked with a smile at the white cloud that flew into the distance. This spell can fuse spells. The first spell I need to fuse is Spatial Bending. Although that spell is powerful and enables me to instantly move across the endless space, it has a fatal flaw. Once the origin energy in the world has been disrupted, it can't be used. The woman in white is waiting outside the Blue Silk clan. Only by shaking her off completely can I do as I wish in the ancient star system. Then I'll absorb enough Joss flames to complete my 5 essences. The Fire Sparrow clan's fire and the Scatter Thunder clan's thunder will all be great sources of nutrients for me. The marks between the eyebrows of the people of the ancient star system are strange. They seem to be able to devour each other and constantly evolve toward a certain kind of perfection. What I want to know is what clan the scheming sovereign belongs to. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The origin soul of that white-haired old man from the Moon Clan was in his storage space. All the answers could be found there. Chapter 1322, Sudden Change. Wang Lin awakened from his cultivation several months after he comprehended the fusion. Using the fusion Dao spell, Wang Lin's spatial bending fused with the world and with himself. He had also taken teleportation and the overlapping of space to push spatial bending from one variation to the next. The moment he opened his eyes, clouds moved through his eyes. His eyes also contained the blue sky and the stars themselves. The flaw of the spatial bending was the instability before merging with the world that would cause a change to the origin energy and interrupt the spell. As Wang Lin continued to fuse it, he slowly made up for that flaw. He was using his body as the world to trigger spatial bending to merge with the world. As long as his body remained unchanging, then even if the origin energy outside was distorted, it wouldn't affect his usage of spatial bending. This change in the spell was something Wang Lin prepared especially for himself. He raised his right hand and waved. The space around the mountain began to distort and ripples spread. Even sunlight collapsed when it reached here. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have been able to use spatial bending in this situation, but now Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward. In an instant, his figure seemed to turn transparent and disappeared. A moment later, Wang Lin appeared where he disappeared. His eyes revealed joy, and then he sat down once more. He waved his sleeves, and the chaotic energy dissipated. Everything returned to normal, and the light no longer collapsed. This spell has reached a small completion. but there are still some imperfections. Merging it with my body fixed a few flaws, but now it consumes my own origin energy. I can cast it a dozen times or so, but afterward I need to quickly recover my origin energy. Although this is the case, it is still extremely practical. There are very few people who can prevent me from using this spell. Wang Lin muttered to himself as he looked up at the sky. His gaze seemed to penetrate through the sky to outside of the Blue Silk clan. After some time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. The stop spell had accompanied him for most of this life, and by Fan's 6 spells had saved him several times. Along with his 2 self-created spells, there were also Dao Master Blue Dream's Heaven Reversal Stamp and Light and Shadow Shield. With the help of Dao Master Blue Dream, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain have been fused into their own world that can attack and defend. But this is just the fusion of 2 spells. If I can fuse Magic Arsenal into it, its power. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his heart pounded. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. Wang Lin's eyes released a strange light, and the vortex formed by the fusion of Call the Wind and Summon the Rain appeared. This vortex sphere wasn't big, but if any cultivator saw this, they would feel like there was a world within it. The vortex sphere was like a mouth that would begin to devour everything after it appeared. Once it was activated, it would become its own world. Dao Master Blue Dream had helped Wang Lin create this. It was perfect without any flaws and contained great power. Magic Arsenal. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out the celestial sealing stamp. A thunderous roar echoed and Wang Lin waved his sleeves. There was a flash of light, and countless battle souls appeared. Waves of mournful roars echoed across the sky. The ferocious battle souls all gave off a fierce aura. Many of these souls were people from the ancient star system. Aside from the hundreds of cultivators outside the sealed realm formation, there was a large number of Moon Clan members, and everyone else Wang Lin had devoured on the way. The ancient star system cultivators all had a mark flashing between their eyebrows. Now that they all appeared as battle souls, it was a shocking scene for anyone to look at. Staring at all the people killed by him over the past 2,000 years, Wang Lin raised his left hand and quickly formed seals that landed on each soul. The celestial sealing stamp began flashing rapidly and began fusing with the vortex sphere. At first, the fusion was fine, but a moment later, a great sense of rejection arose. It was like water and fire and couldn't be fused at all. Wang Lin frowned and spat out a mouthful of origin soul essence. Then his divine sense surrounded the vortex sphere and celestial sealing stamp, forcing them to fuse. With his origin soul essence and divine sense, the rejection between the vortex sphere and celestial sealing stamp was suppressed, and the two began to fuse. Wang Lin continued to stare at the change. Time continued to pass, and the celestial sealing stamp gradually fused with the vortex sphere. Just as Wang Lin started to relax, his expression changed greatly. He didn't hesitate to retreat and started to wave his hand, forming countless layers of protection. In an instant, the sphere fused with the celestial sealing stamp flashed, giving off a destructive aura. Then it suddenly exploded. The moment it exploded, Wang Lin had already retreated far away. He waved his sleeves and used all his power to suppress the explosion of this vortex. At the same time, he took the collapsing sphere and directly used spatial bending to appear in an area of space near the edge of the Blue Silk clan. The moment he reappeared, the collapse of the vortex sphere couldn't be stopped anymore. It turned into a storm, and its rumble echoed across the entire star domain. The sound waves and shock waves from the explosion blew on Wang Lin's body and formed an unimaginable destructive force. A sense of life and death flooded Wang Lin's mind. He didn't hesitate to wave his hand, causing endless light to gather from all directions. A giant light shadow appeared around Wang Lin's body. The destructive aura arrived and collided with the light shadow around him. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the impact was heaven-shaking. At this moment, the destructive aura rushed at Wang Lin. However, when it encountered the light shadow around him, the light shadow gave off a powerful glow and unexpectedly reflected the force. The reflection and refraction of light. Due to this reflection force, the destructive force that arrived was redirected into the endless space, out of the Blue Silk clan. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo, and it took 15 minutes before it finally dissipated. The light shadow disappeared, and Wang Lin revealed a wry smile. Before him, the vortex sphere and the celestial sealing stamp had already separated, emitting a ghostly glow. This fusion is a bit too dangerous. Wang Lin smiled even more wry. He didn't expect a forced fusion to create such a shocking impact. If he just give up now, it would be a pity. Wang Lin stared at the vortex sphere with reluctance in his eyes. A moment later, His eyes lit up and he swallowed the celestial sealing stamp. Then his right hand reached out. The vortex sphere flew into his right hand, and with a squeeze it disappeared. At the same time, ghostly light flashed around Wang Lin and surrounded his body. With a thought, the light surged and spread out like crazy with him as the center. In the blink of an eye, it had spread out 10,000 feet. Everything within 10,000 feet seemed to be separated from the outside, as if it was another world. This was, in fact, what happened. Call the Wind had formed the sky, and Summon the Rain had formed the earth to create its own world. There was no origin energy within this 10,000 feet area, only Wang Lin's will. Within these 10,000 feet, he was the lord of this world. Since I can't fuse it by force, then I'll try a different method. Inside the 10,000 feet world, Wang Lin opened his mouth, and the celestial sealing stamp flew out. The moment the celestial sealing stamp came out, there was a powerful rejection force that was unexpectedly as strong as the resisting force from the Blue Mountain. Under this earth-shattering rejection force, popping sounds echoed as if the celestial sealing stamp couldn't withstand it anymore, and an unexpected crack appeared on it. This caused a hint of hesitation in Wang Lin's eyes. Just as he hesitated, even more cracks appeared, and the countless souls inside let out mournful screams as if they were forcing the end of the world. This celestial sealing stamp was composed of a thunder celestial realm fragment and had been refined by divine retribution, so it was almost indestructible. However, under this rejection force, cracks appeared on it, and there were even signs of it collapsing. This shocked Wang Lin greatly. He clearly felt like this rejection force that causing the celestial sealing stamp to collapse wasn't too strong, but there seemed to be some kind of limitation. This limitation prevented the celestial sealing stamp from existing here, much less fuse. The Call the Wind and Summon the Rain world contain my will, and the celestial sealing stamp also contain my will, but the two can't fuse. I don't believe it. Wang Lin's gaze was firm, and he didn't hesitate to cause the world to shrink. Thunderous rumbles quickly echoed. As the world shrank, even more cracks appeared on the celestial sealing stamp until it collapsed into countless pieces. The countless restrictions inside scattered into this world, and unexpectedly, became part of the world as the world shrank. What shocked Wang Lin even more was that the countless battle souls of the people he had killed scattered into the countless fragments. Chapter 1323, Joss Flame. While pondering, his body flickered and he disappeared. He reappeared on the mountain and sat down. He was dumbfounded for a while and still found what had happened difficult to believe. After 15 minutes, Wang Lin closed his eyes and his mind went into his body. Above his origin soul floated a vortex sphere, and inside it was the rain and wind world. Although the wind and rain world only covered 10,000 feet when it was outside his body, it was boundless inside his body. At this moment, there were many continents floating inside this realm, and they were all formed by the collapsed celestial sealing stamp. There were battle souls on these continents of many sizes. These souls didn't let out mournful cries, they only sat there. Milky white auras came from the tops of their heads and was absorbed by the realm. At the same time, these auras went straight into Wang Lin's mind toward his 5 essences. Wang Lin's 5 essences were like plants in spring as the milky white auras surrounded them, and they give off a strong sense of vitality. This is, Wang Lin was still in shock. It was because he recognized this milky white aura that the shock was even more intense. It was as if a bolt of thunder was echoing in his mind. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this aura. When the ancient demon statue in the demon spirit land was worshipped by 13 in them, this aura was also present. In the Cloud Sea, in the battle against Taoist water, the last spell Taoist water used also contained this aura. The conversation with the Lord of the Sealed Realm and Dao Master Blue Dream all pointed to the key in becoming a third-step cultivator, Joss Flames. Wang Lin didn't understand what Joss Flames were or how they were created. However, when he fused the wind and rain world with the celestial sealing stamp, this scene unfolded, which just confused him more. These battle souls were all the people he had killed, but now they had become disciples that provided him with Joss Flames. This was Wang Lin's fortune, the Lord of the Sealed Realm's legacy, and an almost non-reproducible mutation. Even Dao Master Blue Dream wouldn't have thought that teaching Wang Lin the fusion Dao spell would create such a change. The celestial sealing stamp was formed by a fragment of the Thunder Celestial Realm. The Thunder Celestial Realm was created countless years ago by the Lord of the Sealed Realm to prevent the realm sealing formation from absorbing the inner realm's Joss Flames so that Joss Flames could appear in the inner realm. Although the 4 celestial realms were destroyed, they were the best materials for producing Joss Flames. However, if this was it, It wouldn't be enough, but this fragment had also experienced divine retribution. It was as if heaven itself had refined this fragment into a treasure for Wang Lin. The thing that allowed Joss Flames to be born was refined once again by the divine retribution. Wang Lin had inadvertently taken this object to use for magic arsenal. Using his life and death domain, he had created 18 layers of hell that absorbed all the souls of the people he had killed so they couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle. As time went on, the power to create Joss Flames from the fragments filled these 18 layers of hell. However, without an opportunity for it to activate, this power would slowly dissipate. Wang Lin would never have found any abnormality, as these battle souls were merely surrounded with the power to create Joss Flames and didn't release any. This opportunity came when Dao Master Blue Dream fused Call the Wind and summoned the rain into a world. It was like giving root to a rootless plant. Then Wang Lin attempted to fuse Magic Arsenal and the Wind and Rain world. This allowed this opportunity, to appear. Although there were many battle souls and the Joss Flames were very weak, far weaker than Taoist Water's 2 billion disciples, but this was real Joss Flame. The key to reaching the third step and a Dao treasure that third step cultivators scrambled for. Wang Lin's expression was very strange. He opened his eyes and silently pondered for a bit before throwing it to the back of his mind. After all, there was still the danger of the woman in white outside the Blue Silk clan. Even though he had inadvertently made this treasure, if it didn't help him resolve the crisis from that woman, it was useless. His eyes lit up and his right hand reached forward. A storage space crack appeared and a huge finger bone flew out. As it floated in the air, it looked like a continent. The ancient god finger bone was like a cultivation planet. Although this was only half of the original finger bone, its aura was extremely dense. Wang Lin clearly felt this aura from below it. The ancient aura inside the finger was very strong, to the point of almost becoming corporeal, but it couldn't be absorbed. There was a sliver of will inside that wouldn't allow anyone to devour it. Staring at the half of the finger bone, Wang Lin's ancient god stars appeared and rotated slowly. He attempted to absorb, but still failed in the end. Tuo Sen used an extremely powerful spell to allow his stars to devour the finger. He can even devour third-step cultivators to strengthen his stars. However, there is a will inside this ancient god aura, so it would certainly be difficult for him to devour it. However, it doesn't mean I have no way of absorbing it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand and reached for his storage space once more. There was a flash of light, and the soul lasher flew out with the Moon Clan white-haired old man's origin soul, arriving before Wang Lin. The white-haired old man's eyes were closed. The crescent moon mark between his eyebrows flashed dimly, resisting the soul lasher. Since the Moon Clan possessed the ancient god fingerbone, they must have some method of using it. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the white-haired old man's origin soul. This person's cultivation level was extremely high, almost comparable to that of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, almost at the fourth heaven's blight. If Wang Lin had met him a long ago, he wouldn't have been his match. However, this person was obviously no match for Tuo Sen's powerful attacks, and was eventually seriously injured by Tuo Senator then. When the finger bone was split in half, his body collapsed due to the shockwave of ancient god aura. Even his origin soul was seriously injured, which gave Wang Lin the chance to capture him. However, this old man was extremely powerful, and his origin soul had turned corporeal, like a real body. If not for the soul lasher having a fatal effect against origin souls, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to seal him. Staring at the white-haired old man's origin soul, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and pointed. The soul lasher immediately emitted a dark gold glow and shrank. The old man's origin soul trembled, and his face revealed pain. He opened his eyes and coldly looked at Wang Lin. You're merely a 6-star ancient god. My Moon Clan has killed a lot like you. Even though you have captured this old man's origin soul, what can you do? This old man's origin soul has already turned corporeal and can't die or be destroyed. The old man grinned and closed his eyes. He stopped paying attention to Wang Lin and tried to use his origin energy. However, thanks to the soul lasher, everything was sealed. Wang Lin didn't speak and waved his right hand. There was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword appeared. He mercilessly stabbed the old man's origin soul with the blood sword. The blood sword directly penetrated old man's origin soul, and he let out a miserable scream. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Wang Lin. As the old man screamed, Wang Lin raised the blood sword and cut open the old man's origin soul. Large amounts of origin soul essence was released, and Wang Lin devoured it. I can't kill you. A member of the slave clan dares to be so arrogant. Wang Lin's voice was cold, and he waved the blood sword in his hand once more, cutting the old man's origin soul. The old man screamed even more miserably, and his body trembled. He stared at the blood sword in Wang Lin's hand, and fear filled his eyes. What kind of sword is this? Wang Lin didn't answer the old man's question. His expression was indifferent as he waved the blood sword in his hand toward the old man's origin soul. The old man's screams gradually became more faint as time went on. He vaguely had a guess of Wang Lin's intentions, and he began to panic. Wang Lin wasn't going to kill him, but continue to weaken him. With the soul slasher, he couldn't even recover. He could only look on in fear as his origin soul essence leaked out. He couldn't even self-destruct. After several hours, the old man was weakened to a limit. All He origin energy in his body had leaked out and wounds covered his origin soul. The blood sword also contained a suction force that took some of his vitality every time it cut. Not only was this painful, but he was now dying. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. As he withdrew the blood sword, his right hand pressed down on the old man's origin soul. His divine sense rushed out, and he began to search the old man's soul. The old man's previously weak screams became louder. His body trembled, and he began to resist like crazy. However, the moment he started to resist, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the blood sword appeared again. It directly penetrated the old man's origin soul. The old man's body trembled greatly, and his resistance collapsed. His eyes became dull, and his body became transparent, as if he could collapse at any moment. After a long time, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and his expression became extremely serious. The white-haired old man's origin soul was now completely transparent and started to slowly dissipate. However, as he dissipated, there was a flash of blood light as the blood sword pierced through his head and destroyed him completely. The moment he died, the white-haired old man's soul appeared on a continent inside the wind and rain realm. He sat there and gave off a shocking amount of milky white aura. The Moon Clan is extremely large. The group Tuo Sen and I destroyed was merely a branch. In the ancient star system, the Moon Clan still has 3 more branches. In the main branch, there is an ancestor of the Moon Clan. That person is a third-step cultivator. This old man had never seen the sovereign in his life. He only knew that a long time ago, the sovereign fled from the inner realm seriously injured and has been healing in a mysterious place. Combined with the words of Dao Master Blue Dream, the sovereign being injured by a roar of something in the inner realm and then escaping in panic is credible. The sovereign is in closed-door cultivation due to his injuries. I just don't know how much he has recovered. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold, and he looked at the sky. It is time to leave. That woman in white must still be waiting there. Chapter 1324, Leaving the Blue Silk Clan. When the Moon Clan betrayed the ancient gods, they had help from a mysterious group of people. These people's spells were extremely shocking and completely different from that of the people of the ancient star system. They were also very adept at using seals. Only thanks to their help did the Moon Clan gain the confidence and will to betray the ancient gods. However, even today, the Moon Clan hadn't been able to guess the identity of that mysterious group of cultivators. Not even the Moon Clan's third-step ancestor knew much. The rumor was that the mysterious cultivators that suddenly appeared seemed to have made deals with many of the clans, but didn't have much relation with the ancient imperial concubines. These people had given the Moon Clan a strange spell that allowed them to absorb the power of the ancient gods. Wang Lin began to ponder. He had searched the old man's memory and obtained this spell, but it wasn't complete. This spell was called Noble Spirit Spell. Not everyone could cultivate this spell, and it needed something called spirit seeds. The mysterious people had left some spirit seeds in the bodies of the Moon Clan's people. They were like parasites that grew inside the members of the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan used this Noble Spirit Spell to devour the ancient gods that died during the war. They used this to develop their clan into one of the ancient star system's great clans. While pondering, Wang Lin's expression became gloomy. The more he learned, the more he felt like it was strange. It was as if a layer of fog had covered the world. If he couldn't lift this fog, he wouldn't be able to see everything. His eyes lit up and he waved his right hand, putting away the giant ancient god finger into his storage space. After sorting his things, he looked at the earth and took a step. He left the planet and appeared in space. The stars were bright as Wang Lin floated in space and recalled the strange scene of the woman in white. However, there had been a speculation in his mind. After a long time, Wang Lin suppressed the speculation. He silently looked at the direction of Mount Blue. He seemed to vaguely see Qianmei and Dao Master Blue Dream. He revealed a complicated gaze before letting out a sigh. Then he turned into a ray of light and flew toward the edge of the Blue Silk Clan. Before he left the Blue Silk Clan, ripples appeared under Wang Lin's feet, and he merged with the world, disappearing without a trace. The ripples spread out very far and gradually disappeared from the star domain. Wang Lin left. The moment he left, on Mount Blue, Dao Master Blue Dream was still playing the zither and didn't raise his head. Qianmei silently cultivated as if she hadn't noticed anything. Wang Lin used spatial bending to merge with the world, and after a few breaths of time, ripples appeared somewhere in the ancient star system. Distortion came from the ripple as if a figure was about to appear. There was a woman in white floating eerily in the void outside the ripples. It was unknown when the woman had appeared. It was as if she was outside the Blue Silk Clan just the breath before, and on the next breath she was here. She calmly looked at the ripples, waiting for the figure inside. However, just at this moment, the ripples suddenly changed, and the figure that was about to come out seemed to take another step. In an instant, the ripples intensified and spread out until they got weaker and weaker, to the point where they disappeared. This was the second time the woman's eyes had revealed a strange light. She silently looked at where the ripples disappeared, and then her body gradually turned to nothing. In another part of the ancient star system, the woman in white appeared. She was like a prophet. The moment she appeared, ripples echoed before her. However, just like before, the moment the ripples appeared, they violently trembled. However, this time she raised her right hand and waved. The ripples were silently chopped down the middle and then shattered. The moment they shattered, the origin energy within this aura surged like a storm and formed a giant vortex tens of thousands of feet wide. All the origin energy was sucked in, and all teleportation spells would be useless before this vortex. The moment the ripples shattered and the vortex appeared, Wang Lin's figure appeared from the void. His 5 essences were hidden in his eyes, allowing him to see the woman in white inside the vortex. Your Excellency prevented me from leaving several times. What is your intention? Wang Lin's voice was flat and calm. The woman didn't speak. She raised her right hand and pointed toward Wang Lin. With this point, the vortex in the void rotated even faster, reaching a limit, and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt like he was in a quagmire and couldn't break free from the vortex. He waved his right hand, and 2 deer phantoms appeared between his fingers. 10 million sword shadows suddenly broke free, creating a powerful force that swept the surrounding vortex. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the vortex paused for a moment under the impact of the sword shadows. Wang Lin quickly retreated and was about to leave the vortex. The woman in white looked calmly at Wang Lin, who was rapidly retreating, and pointed forward once more. With this, a giant phantom hand appeared behind Wang Lin. The hand looked like it was made of jade and mercilessly reached toward Wang Lin. The giant hand appeared too suddenly and was very fast. It grabbed Wang Lin almost the moment after it appeared, and it held on tight. At the same time, the woman closed in and crossed the vortex. In an instant, she arrived before Wang Lin. There was less than 5 feet between before the two of them. All of this happened in a flash, fast beyond belief. It was as if Wang Lin had no power to fight back against her. Wang Lin didn't struggle, allowing the hand to grab him. He stared at the blurry woman in white before him and said, "Who the hell are you?" The woman in white looked at Wang Lin and spoke for the first time. Blue concubine, Lulan. Her voice was very pleasant and carried with it a strange charm. One of the 8 ancient imperial concubines. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The woman in white nodded and then walked forward until she was standing less than 7 inches from Wang Lin. There seemed to be a faint fragrance coming from her body that entered Wang Lin's nose, but he didn't smell anything. I originally didn't want to absorb your divinity, but since you can see me, I can no longer wait. The woman in white opened her mouth no less than 7 inches away from Wang Lin. They were almost face to face, and she was no longer a blur, so her appearance clearly appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The moment Wang Lin clearly saw her appearance, his pupils shrank. Thunder rumbled in his mind, and he was dazed for a moment. The woman's face was Li Muan's. The moment Wang Lin entered a daze and his mind was shaken, the woman's lip trembled. She exhaled and then gently inhaled. As she inhaled, the ancient god stars appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows and rotated rapidly. Faint, golden smoke came out of the stars. The woman's originally calm expression suddenly revealed excitement and greed. The golden smoke was about to be inhaled into her mouth. However, just at this moment, the daze in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced with clarity. A world appeared like the cold wind, and a flash came from Wang Lin's body. A black light spread out from his body. The wind and rain world that contained Wang Lin's jaws flames erupted. The woman in white was too close to Wang Lin. As the ghostly light flashed, the wind and rain world suddenly expanded to 10,000 feet. The woman couldn't help but be pushed back by the wind and rain world. Her expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the golden smoke suddenly contracted the moment the wind and rain world expanded. None of it was inhaled by the woman, and it all returned back into his ancient god stars. There was a flash of monstrous bloodlight as the blood sword flew around Wang Lin. It pierced the jade hand holding Wang Lin. The hand collapsed, and Wang Lin broke free. Everything that had just happened was part of Wang Lin's plan. He wanted to know the woman's identity and what her purpose was. Only after knowing all of this could he calmly confront her. More importantly, he had taken this risk to confirm a speculation he had about this woman from the moment he first saw her. Although the woman in white was pushed 10,000 feet away by wind and rain world, there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. She waved her right hand, and a giant spatial crack appeared in the void. This giant spatial crack looked like it would devour everything in its path, and it charged at Wang Lin. She also stepped forward. Wang Lin sneered as the world around him shrank until it formed a protective barrier 100 feet around him. At the same time, he raised his right finger and coldly said, "If you had come with your original body, I'd be no match, but this mere avatar can't deceive my eyes." When Wang Lin spoke, the woman's expression changed greatly. She never would have thought that he would be able to see through the fact that she was only an avatar. The woman in white closed in as she said, "It must be Dao Master Blue Dream who told you." Heaven reversal stamp. Wang Lin's right hand immediately slammed down. The world in Wang Lin's pupils turned, and the world outside quickly changed with it. Chapter 1325, Projection Avatar. This shadow was like a cloud. It churned and rumbled as it spread. Then a portion of the cloud sank and became the earth. The rest of the cloud floated up and formed the sky. Sky and earth appeared. All of this happened in an instant. As the woman closed in with her spell, with a wave of Wang Lin's hand, the earth became the sky rotated and became the earth. Even the woman in white couldn't help but move with it. "You followed me the whole way and wanted to kill me, so you deserve to be killed." Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly pressed down. The earth that had become the sky came crashing down. As the earth descended, the world trembled and an unimaginable pressure appeared. The expression of the woman in white changed. "Dao Master Blue Dream's Heaven Reversal Stamp. He passed that spell to you." The woman stopped moving forward and her body was reversed. Then her hands formed a seal and she muttered something. White light came from her body to resist this spell. However, the Heaven Reversal Stamp was one of Dao Master Blue Dream's great spells. At this moment, the earth that became the sky smashed down. The spatial crack created by the woman in white immediately collapsed. The white light from her body also disintegrated. At this moment of danger, she opened her mouth and spat out a white jade. The moment the jade appeared, the world trembled and the jade floated before the woman, forming a white barrier. Thunderous rumbles spread across the stars. The earth and sky overlapped at this moment, creating an even more violent pressure. Space itself seemed like it was ready to collapse as large amounts of spatial cracks appeared. A moment later, everything disappeared. The world that had appeared disappeared the moment the sky and earth overlapped. However, the destructive aura created by it still lingered. The woman's face was pale, and killing intent filled her eyes. The jade floating around her made it, so she wouldn't be killed by the Heaven Reversal Stamp. "You send me a projection avatar with only third heaven's blight cultivation and dare to try to kill me? If not for you having a strange body that made it hard for me to detect you, I would have killed you a long time ago. Since the first time I noticed you, I have been wondering about something. If you were really a third step cultivator, how could you have allowed me to leave so easily? If you have a real body, how come I couldn't smell you even when you were that close? If you had a real body, why would you need a treasure to resist the Heaven Reversal Stamp?" Wang Lin smiled. His words were like knives that cut into the woman in white. This was the speculation in his mind. In order to confirm this speculation, he didn't escape and instead decided to fight with the woman in white. If this person really was a third step cultivator, then even if he used spatial bending, it would be difficult to escape. However, if she wasn't, then he, Wang Lin, also wasn't someone who could be easily provoked. "You're a mere projection avatar without a body. You wanted to absorb my divinity, and even used an illusion to turn into my loved one. Just for that you must die." Wang Lin took a step forward and waved his hand after he spoke. The wind and rain world suddenly spread out to 10,000 feet. The battle souls on the fragments flew out and charged at the woman in white. The woman's expression was gloomy. She had to admit that she had underestimated Wang Lin's ability. She had only met Wang Lin by accident and thought she had a foolproof plan. However, She didn't think that he would notice her on their first meeting, nor that on the second meeting she would be at a disadvantage in battle. Unfortunately, my original body can't come. Otherwise, there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. However, at this moment, she saw the battle souls inside the wind and rain world, and her expression changed once more. This is, while she was shocked, the countless souls rushed out and surrounded her. There was a milky white aura around them when they began their attack. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the woman in white quickly retreated. Her hands quickly formed a seal, and she reached toward the void. Black light appeared in her grasp and flashed rapidly in her hand. Spirit Destruction Light. There was a flash of killing intent in her eyes, and she waved her hand. Just as the black light shot toward the battle souls, the wind and rain worlds suddenly disappeared and turned into countless smaller worlds around each battle soul to resist the black light. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. The battle souls were forced to retreat before the black light, but none of them were damaged. All the attacks were negated by the wind and rain world around them. The woman in white continued to retreat, and in the blink of an eye, she retreated thousands of feet. Wang Lin took a step forward and closed in on the woman in white. She had the jade protecting her, so she wasn't afraid of getting injured. She raised her right hand once more, and even more black light gathered to form a black longsword. The moment this sword appeared, the world changed colors and a thunderous rumble echoed. She looked at Wang Lin and waved her right hand. The black longsword flew directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The moment the black longsword arrived, his hands formed a seal, and he softly said, "Light and shadow shield." After he spoke, all the light in space began to gather. All light, including starlight and light invisible to the eye, gathered around Wang Lin like crazy. As the light gathered, a giant light shadow appeared. The black longsword closed in and immediately collided with the light shadow. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed and spread. The light shadow shined brightly when the black longsword collided with it. While a majority of the light shadow collapsed, the reflecting force caused the black longsword to turn around and shoot toward the woman in white. The moment the woman in white saw Wang Lin's light and shadow shield, her pupils shrank. She quickly retreated, but the black longsword was too fast and landed on the barrier around her body. Thunderous rumbles echoed and her face became even more pale. The jade protecting her became even more dim. However, it wasn't over. Right after reflecting the black longsword, Wang Lin charged out. He raised his right hand and monstrous blood light appeared. The blood sword appeared in his hand, and he mercilessly chopped down. "Die for me." As he roared, a monstrous blood light lit up space and created a monstrous killing intent toward the woman in white. Her expression changed once more as she anxiously formed seals and created countless layers of protection before her body. However, the blood light was too fast and directly pierced through the countless layers of protection before colliding with the jade. A thunderous roar shook the world, and space itself trembled. A cracking sound came from the jade, and a crack appeared on it. The woman in white coughed out a mouthful of blood. She retreated, and her body became blurry and disappeared. Seeing the woman coughing out blood, Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and he was startled for a moment. His speculation was that she was only a projection avatar and was not corporeal. However, looking at it now, she had blood. However, he was battling and therefore didn't have time to think. Killing intent filled his eyes as he charged out with the blood sword. His 5 essences rotated in his eyes, and he looked around. He once more found the woman in white. He mercilessly chopped down with the blood sword once more. "Original body, save me." The woman in white had a mournful expression as she quickly retreated. She began to chant and wave her hand. The jade with a crack shined brightly. A white, jade-like hand came out of the light and gently pointed at Wang Lin, who was closing in. The appearance of this hand caused the world to stop. Even light dimmed. Everything seemed to become pale before this hand. It was as if the entire world was replaced by this hand, and everything the hand was pointing at collapsed. The moment the finger pressed down, Wang Lin suddenly felt a powerful sense of life and death crisis, far stronger than with Taoist water. Wang Lin suddenly stopped, and he didn't hesitate to wave his hand. The thousands of wind and rain worlds instantly fused into one and surrounded his body. At this moment, Wang Lin used the light and shield once more. Large amounts of light gathered and formed a giant light shadow. Just at this moment, the index finger of the jade-like hand collided with the light shadow around Wang Lin. The light shadow trembled and made a noise that sounded like it couldn't withstand it. It began to collapse. As it collapsed, waves of reflecting force shot out and resisted the finger. However, the finger wasn't stopped at all, and directly penetrated the light shadow. This caused the light and shadow shield to completely disintegrate. The moment it disintegrated, it landed on the wind and rain world around Wang Lin's body. The world trembled violently, and the souls inside howled. Milky white aura came out of the souls to resist this finger. Chapter 1326, Hunt. The finger created a giant concave on the wind and rain world. As it pushed in further, the world trembled even more violently. The milky white aura resisted like crazy as it attempted to offset the force inside the finger. Wang Lin's body quickly retreated as he clearly felt that the wind and rain world couldn't resist much longer. At this moment of danger, his eyes revealed madness, and he waved his right hand to open his storage space. The moment his storage space appeared, the wind and rain world rapidly contracted until it was inside Wang Lin's body. Without anything hindering it, the finger pressed down between Wang Lin's eyebrows. However, the moment it closed in, Wang Lin roared and the giant ancient god finger bone came out of the storage space and blocked before Wang Lin. The jade-like index finger pressed directly on the ancient god finger. A thunderous rumble caused the star field itself to tremble. Wang Lin coughed out a large mouthful of blood and was pushed back with the ancient god finger bone. An invisible light penetrated the ancient god finger bone and went through Wang Lin's chest. It pierced out through Wang Lin's back along with blood mist. The finger suddenly trembled when it collided with the ancient god finger, as if it had just withstood a powerful impact. The finger became blurry and was about to dissipate. Intense pain washed over Wang Lin. If it was anyone else, they would definitely want to escape, but not Wang Lin. He ignored the pain and had a fierce expression as he raised his right hand. Blood light gathered into the blood sword, and he mercilessly chopped down on the finger. The blood sword flashed and landed on the finger. The moment the blood sword closed in, the hand reached up to catch it. However, the blood sword directly penetrated through the hand. There was a faint, delicate groan, and the hand was split in half and dissipated from the world as if it had never appeared. The jade before the woman in white shattered into dust. The woman in white was completely pale and coughed out blood. She quickly retreated and merged with the world to escape. You can't escape. Wang Lin's chest was a bloody mess and blood was flowing down. Although the finger was blocked by the light and shadow shield, wind and rain world, and the ancient god finger, a trace of it had still pierced through Wang Lin's chest. If it was an ordinary cultivator, if they weren't killed, they would be seriously injured. However, Wang Lin was an ancient god, and therefore had a powerful healing factor. In just a moment, Wang Lin's wound showed signs of healing. As the woman in white fled, Wang Lin gathered all his treasure and gave chase. Searching for the ripples created when the woman in white escaped, Wang Lin merged with the world. He pursued her from the traces of the ripples. This was the complete opposite of what happened before. From being hunted to the one hunting. The woman in white was fleeing in panic, while Wang Lin was in hot pursuit. This woman's cultivation is strange. Although it looks like a projection avatar, it has flesh and blood. If this is true, then she really must die. If I don't take advantage of her being seriously injured to kill her, then there will definitely be trouble in the future. Also, she must have some secret on her. The spell she used just now was clearly summoning the power of her original body. If my spells hadn't become stronger while I was at the Blue Silk clan, I would have died. This woman is also more familiar with the ancient star system than me, so I must kill her as soon as possible. If she flees to some place I can't find, then all of this will be for nothing. Wang Lin continued to merge with the world as he chased, and began hunting her. Ripples echoed among the stars in the ancient star system, and the woman in white staggered out. Her face revealed a rare sign of panic, and she was about to teleport away from this place. However, her expression changed. She clenched her teeth and chose to merge with the world to escape. After she left, ripples appeared, and Wang Lin's figure flashed. He didn't choose to appear, but disappeared once more. The two of them only continued for a short of time. In less than 15 minutes, they had crossed paths several times, and the time between was getting shorter. The woman was extremely anxious as Wang Lin pursued her closely, giving her great pressure. This was something that was impossible before, but now she was becoming more and more anxious. Just 3 more, and then I'll be safe. Just 3 more. The woman in white appeared in space, her face pale. Just as she appeared and ripples appeared under her feet for her to leave, thunderous rumbles echoed. Endless thunder came from all directions, forming a vortex and distorting the origin energy here, preventing her from leaving. While her expression changed greatly, Wang Lin stepped out of the void with a cold gaze. He didn't even speak as he waved his right hand. The clouds appeared once more to form the sky and earth. Heaven reversal stamp. As the world reversed, The sky and earth overlapped and a thunderous rumble echoed. The woman in white coughed out blood when the sky and earth overlapped. She quickly retreated, but there was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword pierced through her back. She let out a miserable scream, and her white clothes were dyed blood red. Large amounts of distortion appeared around her, and countless images flashed by. Within images, there was a woman kneeling on the ground, and a jade-like hand reached out from the void. It pressed a white jade between her eyebrows. It only took a moment for those twisted images to collapse, and a rich, milky aura came from her head. This aura was almost solid and revealed a faint golden line. Wang Lin was no stranger to this milky white aura. It was Joss Flame. However, this woman's Joss Flame was extremely rich, which surprised Wang Lin. Just her Joss Flame was enough to match 30% of the Joss Flames in Wang Lin's Wind and Rain world. When the milky white aura filled her body, blood stopped flowing out of the wound created by the blood sword. Now that the bleeding had stopped, she anxiously retreated. While being surrounded by the milky white aura, she disregarded the distorted origin energy and merged with the world. If this woman can become a soul in my Wind and Rain world, Wang Lin's heart pounded. The moment the woman left, he also disappeared almost at the same time and began chasing once more. In the northwest domain of the ancient star system, there was a cultivation planet. This was where the demonic Scorpion clan was located. Although it wasn't a big clan, they were famous for their cruelty. Ripples echoed outside of a planet in the demonic Scorpion clan's star domain. The woman in white stepped out and blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. After she appeared, she didn't hesitate to merge with the world once more. Only 2 more. After doing this 2 more times, I'll arrive there, and there won't be any danger. However, just as she was about to merge with the world, a bloodlight flashed. It penetrated through the void and headed for her forehead. It was filled with killing intent and was too fast. The woman had no time to dodge or merge with the world. At this moment of crisis, the milky white aura spread out and blocked. It collided with the blood sword. The blood sword penetrated the milky white aura, but its trajectory was changed, so it pierced through her right shoulder. She let out a miserable scream and quickly retreated while staring ahead viciously. At this moment, Wang Lin stepped out from the void and his right hand reached toward the woman in white. Where are you going to run to? Seeing that she was about to be caught, she bit the top of her tongue out, coughed out blood toward the milky white aura. A shocking roar resounded, and a powerful impact spread out. Due to this impact, the woman's body was thrown away and dodged Wang Lin's grip. She then charged toward the cultivation planet below. At the same time, the woman let out a mournful scream. Where is the demonic Scorpion clan? I'm one of the blue concubine's avatars. Quickly stop this person. The moment her voice spread out, cultivators immediately rushed out. In just an instant, almost 1,000 cultivators flew out of the cultivation planet. The moment these cultivators appeared, they didn't hesitate to charge toward Wang Lin. The woman in white took out some pills and devoured them. She looked at Wang Lin with a venomous gaze and was about to merge with the world to leave once more. How could Wang Lin let her escape? He waved his right hand, and his body rapidly expanded into his 10,000-foot ancient god body. He charged forward and his fist swept past everyone as he threw a fierce punch. With one punch, the world rumbled and the entire star field seemed like it was going to collapse. A giant spatial crack suddenly appeared and extended indefinitely, as if the entire star field was going to be split open. The woman in white that had merged with the world was forced out by this spatial crack as soon as it appeared. Her face was deathly pale, and she quickly retreated. As Wang Lin charged forward, those 1,000 cultivators' spells and magic treasures arrived. Wang Lin didn't even look at them as he moved forward. Light gathered from all directions and formed a light shadow around him. All spells and treasures were reflected when they fell on the light shadow. Wang Lin was like a 10,000-foot light giant, and as he moved forward, the cultivators screamed as they were hit by their own reflected attacks. Some of them had their bodies destroyed by the impact from Wang Lin's charge. In a flash, Wang Lin closed in and threw a punch at the retreating woman in white. Chapter 1327, Scam. The other cultivation planet within the demonic Scorpion clan noticed the commotion, and a large amount of cultivators flew out. However, the woman in white felt that the only thing left was her and the light shadow giant. The giant punch closed in, and no one could block it for her. At this moment of crisis, she released even more milky white aura. When the punch arrived, the milky white aura rushed to the spot between her eyebrows. A mark appeared between her eyebrows. This mark was 3 lines that gave off red, yellow, and blue light. The moment it appeared, a memory she seemed to have forgotten flashed through her mind. In her memory, she knelt on the ground and was chosen as the saintess of the river clan. On the acceptance day, a jade-like hand appeared before her. The hand was warm, and when it touched her forehead, it erased her clan mark. From today onward, you will become one of my avatars. You will use your body to nourish my projection avatar to help me heal. You will also become my Joss Flame disciple. This memory flashed across her mind, but time didn't allow her to think too much. The moment the mark appeared, the milky white aura formed a vortex. The vortex confronted Wang Lin's punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and space itself trembled. The woman in white coughed out blood and was thrown away. As she was being thrown away, the milky white aura surrounded her, allowing her to break all barriers and merge with the world. Wang Lin's right hand felt numb, and his eyes revealed a strange light. As the woman in white disappeared, he took a step and also disappeared. After he left, the light disappeared, leaving behind countless corpses and the shocked demonic Scorpion clan cultivators that had arrived late. In the eastern part of the ancient star system, ripples dispersed as the woman in white, surrounded by the milky white aura, walked out. She was almost like an empty oil lamp. After she appeared, she didn't hesitate to take the last step. The last one. Once I get there, I'll be rescued. However, just as she raised her right foot, the world trembled and space itself shook. Bloodlight pierced through the void from all directions and charged at the woman in white. The woman in white didn't even look at Wang Lin, who appeared with a venomous and mocking expression. When the blood sword arrived, her body was already transparent. No matter how much the blood sword tried, it couldn't injure her body. As the woman in white was about to disappear, she said these cold words, "I'll let you go for now, but you will die for sure next time. Keep your divinity safe. It won't be long before we see each other again." However, what answered her was Wang Lin's right index finger and an even colder voice. "Stop." After he spoke, the world stopped moving. Even the woman, who was turning transparent, stopped as well. Her eyes still retained the coldness and ridicule. Everything in the world stopped. While everything was stopped, Wang Lin took a step and his right hand reached toward the woman in white. The 5 essences in his eyes rotated rapidly and a portion of it broke off into his right hand. This allowed his reach to break through everything. He pierced through the ripples and caught her transparent body. He then pulled her out from the void. "I told you, you can't escape." Holding the woman in white, the stop spell dissipated. The woman's body quickly turned from transparent to corporeal. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and panic. Wang Lin had already turned to normal, and his right hand held the woman in white. He lifted his left hand to search her soul, but milky white aura rushed out. It wasn't to attack Wang Lin, but to destroy the woman in white. Without any time to search her soul, Wang Lin was more reluctant to give up her soul. As the milky white aura was about to destroy her, there was a flash of blood light, and the blood sword pierced the woman. He destroyed her origin soul before the milky white aura could. This was stealing the soul from the reincarnation cycle and stealing Joss flames from the blue concubine. The moment the woman in white trembled for the last time and completely died, the soul of a woman appeared in his wind and rain world. A powerful Joss flame came from her soul and was absorbed by Wang Lin. After the woman in white died, her flesh melted into a pool of blood water. However, a golden thread flew out of it and charged for the void. This golden thread was formed by the projection avatar the blue concubine had been nourishing. Now that the woman in white had died, the golden thread was about to break through the void and return to the recovering blue concubine. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and swung the blood sword at the golden thread. However, the indestructible blood sword went through the thread and didn't damage it at all. The golden thread didn't seem to belong to this world. It had no solid form and couldn't be injured by treasures at all. The golden thread flew further and was about to disappear. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's mind trembled and his storage space opened without his will. Then a woman walked out. This woman was wearing silver. It was the silver corpse. She walked out from the storage space and looked at the golden thread with confusion in her eyes. Looking at the golden thread that had broken through the void and disappeared, she raised her hand and gently reached out. Space rumbled and time seemed to reverse. The gold thread that had disappeared reappeared once more. It continued to struggle without any effect and was caught by the woman in silver. The moment the golden thread landed in the woman in silver's hand, it trembled violently, as if it didn't dare to struggle. The woman in silver looked at the golden thread for a long time. There was still confusion in her eyes, and she gently squeezed it. With a pinch, the golden thread collapsed into golden mist and entered her orifices as if it were being devoured by her. Wang Lin squinted his eyes as he looked at everything before him. He had long wondered about her identity, but there were too few clues to guess who she was. However, from Taoist Water's shock and fear from seeing her, Wang Lin knew that the silver corpus identity wasn't simple. How could this kind of person become a refined corpse by the Cultivation Alliance? How did the Cultivation Alliance get her body? Wang Lin looked at the familiar silver corpse. Her eyes were still filled with confusion as she looked into the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, Wang Lin calmly asked, "Do you remember who you are?" The woman in silver silently pondered as she looked back at Wang Lin. The confusion in her eyes became even stronger, and she gently shook her head. I only felt like the aura inside that golden thread was very familiar. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he carefully examined the woman and suddenly said, "Could it be you're one of the 8 ancient imperial concubines?" As he spoke, his eyes were like lightning as he stared at her eyes. After hearing those words, the confusion in her eyes became even stronger, and she softly said, "No memory. Ever since I awakened, I can't remember." There was pain in her expression. She shook her head and turned toward the storage space. It was as if that was the only place where she could silently cultivate and not think about herself. However, the moment she was about to enter the spatial crack, she stopped. There was a trace of clarity in her confused eyes. She hesitated for a bit and turned toward Wang Lin. "Although I can't remember a lot of things, I vaguely know something. I can see that you have some Joss flames in your body. I vaguely remember that Joss flame is a poison. It was a heavenly scam. I seem to have lost everything due to it." The storage space crack shrank and disappeared after the woman in silver entered. However, her words set off a huge wave inside Wang Lin's mind, and his eyes shined brightly. From the Lord of the Sealed Realm, Taoist Water, and Dao Master Blue Dream, he had learned that Joss Flames was the key to reaching the 3rd step and the key to nourishing his essences. He had gradually come to this conclusion himself, but right now the woman in silver's words were the complete opposite. For some unknown reason, Wang Lin felt a chill. He looked up at the sky and began to ponder. Poison. Scam. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin merged with the world. The woman in white has died and become a soul in my wind and rain world. There should be no one paying attention to me for now. This way, I have a chance of completing my essences. Wang Lin merged with the world, and his divine sense spread out. According to the memories of the Outer Realm cultivators I devoured, the Scatter Thunder clan doesn't have a 3rd step cultivator. There is a bolt of lightning that has existed since the beginning of time, and it is the clan's holy object. It is also the source that allows the clan to control thunder. If I devour this thunder, it will allow my thunder essence to grow. As for Joss Flames, in the end, which of them is telling the truth? Wang Lin used spatial bending to appear in a foreign star domain. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Whether it is true or false, I should be extremely vigilant. I have never relied on any Joss Flames in my cultivation. I have comprehended my own Dao, and even my essences were created without relying on the so-called Joss Flames. Wang Lin's body merged with the world again as he moved toward where the Scatter Thunder clan was.